Everlasting Dragon Emperor Chapter 4904 to Chapter 4985. Ye Immortal appeared above the light barrier. It was obvious that the light barrier had been created by Ye Immortal. No one knew if Ye Immortal was right in front of them, or if he had been hiding in the dark, waiting for an opportunity to strike. Upon seeing Ye Immortal, Lu Ming thrust out his spear without hesitation. Swish, an incomparably sharp spear light pierced through the void and pierced towards Ye Wuxiu. Its speed was shockingly fast. Ye Immortal had no choice but to block the attack. He slashed out with his sword, and a star appeared in the air. When it collided with the spear light, it exploded, creating a destructive force. Lu Ming's spear light was blocked. The battle god's spear buzzed, and Ye Immortal's figure was jolted back several steps. Lu Ming stepped into the air and charged towards Ye Immortal. He thrust out his palm, and a continent was formed. Sword of the Heavens, Destruction of the Sun. Ye Immortal continued to execute his Genesis technique. A great sun appeared, and endless sword light appeared. It pierced through the air and resisted Lu Ming's desolation style. Not only that, but many sword lights pierced towards Lu Ming and Bubbles. Bubbles, enter the desolation ring first. Lu Ming activated the desolation ring, and Bubbles' figure disappeared into the desolation ring in a flash. Although Bubble had reached the 9th tier Divine Master realm and was much stronger than before, there was still a huge gap between it and an existence like Ye Wuxiu. In the face of Ye Wuxiu's attack, it could not block it at all. Lu Ming had to split his attention to protect it. Lu Ming had to go all out against an expert of the same level as Ye Immortal. He couldn't afford to be distracted. Hence, letting Bubbles enter the desolation ring was the best choice. After Bubbles entered the desolation ring, Lu Ming went all out and exchanged a few blows with Ye Immortal. Gaishak, the Infernal Fiend King, and Yuan Lu Jiuji were about to arrive. Lu Ming and Ye Immortal were getting a little anxious. By the time those people arrived, Lu Ming and Ye Immortal would not be able to get their hands on the source-grade elixir. At this moment, Ye Immortal suddenly shouted, "Lu Ming, don't you want your friend's head anymore?" As soon as he said those words, he waved his hand, and the dozen or so heads flew into the distance. At the same time, there were more than 10 streams of energy attacking the heads. If they were hit, it was obvious that these heads would definitely explode. It's them. At the sight of the dozen heads, Lu Ming's heart trembled wildly. Lu Ming recognized the dozen or so heads. They were clearly the dozen or so experts from the Heaven Exterminating Army. Some of them were even very familiar with Lu Ming. Previously, when Lu Ming and Heaven Destroyer parted ways, these people were clearly still alive. There was only one explanation. After Lu Ming and the others left, Heaven Destroyer's people encountered Ye Immortal. Given Ye Immortal's combat strength, encountering Heaven Destroyer, there was no time to think. Lu Ming dashed out and dashed toward the dozen heads. At the same time, he waved the War God Spear and pierced out more than a dozen spear gleams, crushing the force of Ye Wuxiu's attack. Thereafter, the taboo force swirled and he grabbed the dozen heads in his hands. It was real. It was not an illusion. This meant that Heaven Destroyer had really encountered Ye Immortal. After luring Lu Ming away with the dozen or so heads, Ye Immortal grabbed the light shield with all his might. The light shield quickly shrank and was put away by Ye Immortal, including the source-level elixir inside. After putting away the source-level elixir, Ye Immortal did not continue to attack. Instead, he quickly retreated. "Ye Immortal, don't go!" Lu Ming roared and quickly chased after him. "Lu Ming, if I were you, I would leave this place and collect the corpses of Heaven Destroyer's people." Ye Immortal sneered. Lu Ming's expression turned ugly. His heart kept sinking. Could it be that Ye Immortal had really eliminated Heaven Destroyer's people? Swoosh, roar, roar. Several terrifying attacks came from behind Lu Ming. They were Gaishak, Lord of the Underworld, Yuan Wuji, Yuan Liuji, and the others. As soon as they got close, they immediately attacked. Regardless of whether Lu Ming had the source-level elixir or not, Lu Ming was still on their kill list. They would attack Lu Ming the moment they saw him. The 4 people behind were all terrifying experts. They were invincible divine masters and were at the same level as Lu Ming. When the 4 of them attacked together, Lu Ming did not dare to be careless even though he was some distance away. He could only defend with all his might. Boom. 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 After a series of explosions, Lu Ming's body shook violently and he was sent flying. Even with the protection of the top-grade source-level elixir, Lu Ming felt the blood in his body churning. Leave Lu Ming to me. You go after the source-level elixir. Yuan Wuji said to Yuan Liuji. Yuan Liuji nodded and chased after Yi Immortal. As for Yuan Wuji, he continued to attack Lu Ming. Gaishak and Lord of the Underworld looked at each other. Then, Lord of the Underworld continued to chase after Yi Immortal while Gaishak went after Lu Ming. Lu Ming had killed many of Gaishak's subordinates and destroyed the 221-man combined attack arrays. Gaishak wanted to kill Lu Ming very badly. As long as he killed Lu Ming, he could take back the combined attack array carrier that Lu Ming had. His 21-man combined attack array could be perfected. That was why he gave up on Yi Immortal and attacked Lu Ming. Lu Ming did not continue to fight. Instead, he used his movement technique and retreated in another direction. Lu Ming knew that it would be too difficult to take the source-level elixir from Yi Immortal. Moreover, his mind was filled with the Heaven Destroyer. It was certain that the Heaven Destroyer had encountered the Yi Immortal, but what had happened, had Lion, Tang Jian, Gu Changfeng, and the others also died at the hands of Yi Immortal, Lu Ming was in no mood to continue fighting. He only wanted to shake off Yuan Wuji and Lord of the Underworld so that he could investigate the Heaven Destroyer's situation. However, it was not that easy to shake off two people of the same level. In the end, Lu Ming took a blow from the Nether Spirit King head-on. With the help of the blow, he flew out of the encirclement of the Nether Spirit King and Yuan Wuji. However, Lu Ming also paid a price. He spat out a few mouthfuls of blood and was severely injured. After all, it was difficult to block all the attacks of an invincible almighty even with a top-notch source-level weapon. However, things were easier now that he had broken out of the encirclement. Bubbles appeared from the chaos ring in time and enveloped Lu Ming with her space-time power. Lu Ming's speed increased tremendously and he surpassed Yuan Wuji and Lord of the Underworld. After a while, Lu Ming successfully shook off Yuan Wuji and Lord of the Underworld and arrived at a more remote place. Lu Ming and Bubbles entered the Chaos Ring and told them about the Heaven Destroyer's possible encounter with the Yi Immortal. How did this happen? Tang Jun's face was pale. Among them, Tang Jun was the one who had the deepest relationship with the Heaven Destroyer. Although Xianxia was also a reincarnation, his memory and personality were mainly Xianxia's. Although they had the same memories, they were still different from Tang Jun in terms of emotions. Don't panic. What Yu Wuxiu said might not be true. Maybe he did encounter it and some of them died, but not all of them died. Maybe Yu Wuxiu only killed 10 or so people. Gu Mo comforted him. Although Gu Mo's words made sense, everyone's hearts were still heavy. Yi Immortal's combat strength was too strong. He was already at the level of an invincible divine master. Even the strongest Lord of Heaven would not be able to withstand a single blow from him. Although Heaven Destroyer and evil demons had the advantage in numbers, their top experts were not in their best condition. For example, Gu Changfeng had yet to recover from his serious injuries. As for Zi Xian, she had encountered difficulties in fusing with the ancestral demon blood crystal. She did not know what would happen to her. Furthermore, they lacked a joint attack array. Against Yi Immortal, they would not stand a chance. Let's hurry back and find out what the situation is like. Lu Ming said. That's right. There's no time to lose. Let's set off immediately. Tang Jun said. Wait a minute. I don't think there's a need for all of us to rush back. Gu Mo said. What do you mean? Tang Jun looked at Gu Mo. Heaven Destroyer has encountered Yi Immortal. It's useless even if we rush back now. Our purpose of rushing back is to confirm their safety. In that case, we don't need so many people to go back. We only need one person to go back and check on the situation. Gu Mo said. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. He agreed with Gu Mo's suggestion. The Purple Firmament Immortal Kingdom had reached a critical juncture. The 9 meridians could collapse at any time. The ancient city's array formation could also collapse at any time. Once they missed it, they would miss out on a heaven-defying opportunity. Most importantly, it would be useless even if they all rushed back. What had happened could not be changed. How about this? I'll rush back and check on them. With my speed, I can come back quickly. Bubbles said. Alright, let's do that. Bubbles, you have to be careful. In the end, Lu Ming nodded. Bubbles controlled the power of time and space. In terms of speed, no one present was faster than her. Moreover, with the power of time and space, her life-saving ability was unparalleled. Even if she encountered a strong enemy, she could easily retreat. It could be said that no one present was more suitable than Bubbles. Then I'll take my leave. As soon as Bubbles' voice rang out, her figure vanished without a trace. We just have to wait for news nearby. I believe that they are blessed by the heavens and will be fine. Lu Ming comforted everyone. Then, they left the place and came to the vicinity of another meridian. There were 9 meridians below the island. It was impossible for the creatures of the Forbidden Lands to occupy all of them. There were only a few creatures of the Forbidden Lands in this meridian, and they were from the Blue Sea clan. Lu Ming and the others didn't make a move to avoid unnecessary trouble. Instead, they set up a concealment array formation nearby and waited. Truth be told, the heavenly abode light that rushed out of the 9 meridians was no longer very dense. If Lu Ming and the others relied on the armor refined by Dandan and Bubbles, they should be able to charge in if they were careful. But they didn't dare. Because he was afraid of the Grotto Heaven beast in his meridians. Even though they speculated that the ancient city's formation was constantly absorbing the energy and paradise divine light from the 9 meridians, it should be very difficult for the meridians to condense a paradise divine beast. However, they didn't have the confidence. They couldn't be sure. What if there was a paradise divine beast in the meridians? If that happened, they would all be wiped out. Just in case, it was better to wait. The creatures of the Forbidden Lands were the same. Those top elites didn't dare to go in. They continued to wait. What Lu Ming and the others didn't know was that a storm was brewing on the island. The initiator of this storm was the Yuanguang clan. The leaders of the Yuanguang clan, Yuanguang Wuji, Yuanguang Liuji, Yuanguang Qiji, Yuanguang Baji, and Yuanguang Jiuji sent a message to the Blue Sea clan and the Balefalin clan at the same time, inviting them to discuss something important. Near a certain meridian, the elites of the Yuanguang clan, the Balefalin clan, and the Blue Sea clan gathered at the same time. Yuanguang Wuji, Yuanguang Liuji, you said you wanted to discuss something important. Can you tell me what it is now? Gaishak asked from the Balefalin clan. He looked at Yuanguang Wuji, Yuanguang Liuji, and Yuanguang Liuji with a fierce look. Not long ago, Yuanguang Liuji and Yuanguang Liuji had competed with them for the top source-level divine medicine. If they hadn't competed, the other sects wouldn't have failed, and the source-level divine medicine wouldn't have fallen into the hands of the Yi Immortal. It would be strange if Gaishak's expression were good. Beside Gaishak, the infernal fiend lord's expression wasn't good either. On the other side were the people of the Blue Sea clan. The leaders of the Blue Sea clan were also very young. There were 2 young men and a young woman. The 3 of them were the princes and princesses of the Blue Sea clan. They looked at the Yuanguang clan and the Balefalin clan with interest, as if they couldn't wait for the 2 clans to fight. I've gathered all of you here to kill someone. Yuanguang Liuji said coldly. Ha 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 ha, when Gaishak heard this, he immediately burst into laughter. He laughed so hard that tears almost came out of his eyes. Kill someone? You want to gather all 3 clans together? Yuan Liuji, you're too ridiculous. Gaishak laughed. I'm curious. Who is the person you want to kill? A young man from the Blue Sea clan looked at Yuanguang Liuji and asked. This person was a prince of the Blue Sea clan. He was known as Prince Kanglo. Lu Ming. Yuanguang Liuji's cold voice sounded. Gaishak's laughter stopped abruptly. His face turned gloomy. Lu Ming is a member of the Heaven Destroyer. However, he's extremely talented. He's only a 9th-tier divine master, but he already has the combat strength of an invincible divine master. Once he reaches the peak divine master level, none of us will be a match for him. When he breaks through to the source realm, he'll become even stronger. He'll be a threat to our clans. Yuanguang Liuji continued. I agree. Lu Ming must be eliminated to prevent him from becoming a threat. Gaishak nodded. He agreed with Yuanguang Liuji on this point. A 9th-tier divine master with the combat strength of an invincible divine master? How's that possible? What's his background? The calmness on Prince Kanglo's face disappeared. It was replaced by shock. I heard that he has some forbidden body that controls forbidden power. However, I've never heard of any forbidden body or forbidden power. Yuanguang Liuji shook his head. Gaishak, Infernal Fiend King, and the others were also puzzled by this point. This was because they had never heard of any forbidden body or forbidden power in the primitive continent of the last epoch. Prince Sun Luo's face was also filled with confusion. Of course we have to get rid of Lu Ming. But how do we do that? This person is extremely cunning. Once he hides, it'll be very difficult to find him. Moreover, he has an expert who controls the power of spacetime by his side. If they work together, they'll be very difficult to deal with. We'll need 3 invincible divine masters to deal with him at the same time. We can only split into 2 groups. How are we going to find him? Infernal Fiend King asked. Yuanguang Liuji and Yuanguang Liuji also looked pensive. Indeed, how were they going to find Lu Ming? If Lu Ming didn't appear, no matter how many experts they had, they wouldn't be able to do anything to Lu Ming. I have an idea. At this moment, a clear voice came from the void in the distance. A figure appeared in the air. His white robe fluttered in the wind, and he had an extraordinary aura. His eyes were filled with vicissitudes. Ye Immortal, it was the Ye Immortal. Boom. Boom, boom. Instantly, terrifying auras erupted. Yuan Wuji, Yuan Liuji, Gaishak, Infernal Spirit Lord, and the others released terrifying energy and killing intent. Their auras locked onto the Ye Immortal. Only the people from the Blue Sea tribe remained calm. Ye Immortal, how dare you come here alone? You must be tired of living. Gaishak shouted with a ferocious look on his face. He was ready to attack at any time. I'm not here to fight with you. I'm here to discuss a partnership. Yi Wuchang said indifferently, his face calm. Discuss a partnership? Hand over the top-grade source-level divine herb and kneel down to admit your mistakes. We can talk about a partnership later. Gaishak said with a ferocious look on his face. I have a way to lure Lu Ming out. If you want to kill Lu Ming, then work with me. If you don't want to kill him, then attack. You may not be able to keep me here. Ye Immortal stopped in the distance and did not approach. He seemed to be prepared to retreat at any time. Do you really have a way to lure Lu Ming out? And why should we trust you? Infernal Spirit Lord asked. He was much calmer than Gaishak. I wouldn't have come if I didn't have a way. Yi Wuchen smiled and continued, the last question is because Lu Ming has a taboo body. A taboo body is a huge scourge to both of you and me. It's not only to us, but also to those above the origin. It's a huge scourge. Haha, that's an exaggeration. How could a taboo power that I've never heard of be so powerful? It's the Great Tribulation of the Source. If it wasn't for the Great Tribulation of the Source, the experts of my tribe could easily suppress Lu Ming with one hand. Gaishak sneered disdainfully. That's because you don't know the origin of the forbidden body. Let me tell you. The forbidden body controls the forbidden body, which is the power of the universe. Ye Immortal said. What? The power of the universe? Gaishak, Infernal Spirit Lord, Yuan Wuji, Yuan Liuji, and even Prince Kanglo were all shocked. Their faces were filled with disbelief. Yes, the power of the universe. The forbidden body of the universe has its own will. The power of the universe itself, under normal circumstances. It would cause great harm to the universe. However, the universe is the power of the universe itself is the power of the universe. The power of the taboo is, in fact, the power of the universe. The 3 clans and the heavenly human clan are not from the universe. You will be suppressed by this universe. The stronger the power of the universe, the greater the suppression on us. Now, do you know why I said that Lu Ming is a huge scourge? Yi Wuxian explained. So that's how it is. The taboo energy is actually the energy of the universe. It can't be left alive. It must be eliminated. Yuan Wuji whispered. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. That's right. If we want to achieve our goals, we must eliminate the power of the universe. Infernal Spirit Lord also said. Indeed, this person must be eliminated. Prince Kanglo also said. So, Lu Ming is our common enemy. Our goal is the same. What's wrong with us working together? Ye Immortal said. Of course we can work together. Why don't you tell me how you can lure Lu Ming out? Yuan Wuji said. When I met Lu Ming earlier, I threw a dozen heads at him. They were all Heaven Destroyer's men. Lu Ming must be very eager to know what happened to the Heaven Destroyer's men. I think he must be very eager to find me now. Now, I just need to send a message to the entire island and challenge Lu Ming to a battle. If he wants to know what happened to the Heaven Destroyer's men, he can only agree to fight me. Ye Immortal said. The eyes of the others lit up. Then, we can work together to kill Lu Ming at the place you agreed to fight. Infernal Spirit Lord added. That's not enough. Yi Wuchang shook his head and said, anyone who can obtain the power of the universe is a person with great luck. This kind of person has great luck and is extremely difficult to kill. Therefore, in order to ensure that nothing goes wrong, it's best to set up an origin level array. I believe that with the foundation of your race, it shouldn't be difficult to set up a simple origin level array. My race has brought some bones of origin realm experts. It won't be difficult to set up a simple source level formation with the bones of origin realm experts as the foundation. It'll just take time. Yuan Wuji said. My race also has some bones of origin realm experts. If we work together, the speed of setting up the formation will increase greatly. My race can help too. The Infernal Spirit Lord and Prince Kanglo said one after another. Alright, then let's decide on the location. Ye Immortal said. Immediately, they began to discuss the specific details. It had been 3 days since Bubble left. Lu Ming and the others hid in the concealment formation and cultivated in peace. Lu Ming, suddenly, a voice rang out from the sky. It was like a thunderclap that spread out in all directions. That's Ye Immortal's voice. Lu Ming and the others narrowed their eyes and could not help but look at the sky. With Lu Ming and the others' eyesight, they could see millions of kilometers away if there were no obstructions. As a result, they saw a figure hovering in the sky. It was Ye Immortal. Lu Ming, I know you can hear me. Ye Immortal continued to speak. With Ye Immortal's cultivation, his voice could be heard from every corner of the island. Don't you want to know the fate of the other members of the Heaven Exterminating Troop? I'll give you a chance. 300,000 miles northeast of the ancient city, let's fight. If you can defeat me, I'll tell you about the Heaven Exterminating Troop. Remember, the time is 3 days later. After Yi Wuxiu finished speaking, his figure flashed and disappeared from the high altitude. Ye Immortal actually challenged Lu Ming. This is strange. I'm afraid it's a trap. Xianxia said solemnly. Ye Immortal seems to have come to this island alone. What tricks can he play? Dandan said. I'm afraid he's working with the creatures of the Forbidden Grounds. Xianxia was still worried. Ye Immortal stole the top source-level divine medicine of the creatures of the Forbidden Grounds. They have a grudge against each other. How can they work together? Dandan disagreed. This is too strange. We have to be careful. Guillemot said and then looked at Lu Ming. Lu Ming, what do you think? We have to go. But we have to be prepared. Dandan, we'll need your help again. Lu Ming said. He explained his plan and started to make arrangements. 3 days later, Lu Ming set off alone and headed 300,000 kilometers northeast of the ancient city. Lu Ming knew that there was a huge mountain there. It was the location of the battle. However, Lu Ming was blocked by someone before he could reach the mountain. It was someone from the CC tribe. She was from the Blue Sea race and she was a woman. This woman was a little different from the other members of the Blue Sea tribe. The other members of the Blue Sea tribe had large amounts of scales on their faces, but this woman only had a few purple scales between her eyebrows. Her divine skin was curvaceous, and her appearance was peerless. With the addition of the scales, she looked even more charming. Lu Ming stopped. The battle god spear appeared in his hand and a powerful aura surged from his body. Lu Ming, don't be nervous. I'm not here to be your enemy. You should have noticed that I'm the only one nearby. If I were your enemy, I wouldn't have come alone. The woman from the Blue Sea race smiled. Then why are you blocking my way? Lu Ming said coldly. I'm saving your life. The young woman from the Blue Sea race said. Saving my life? Haha, that's funny. The Blue Sea race can't wait to tear me to pieces. Lu Ming sneered. The others are the others, and I am me. Let me introduce myself. My name is Blue Sea race. Everyone calls me Princess Xianxia. The young woman said. This woman was one of the 3 young leaders of the Blue Sea race. In terms of status, she wasn't below Prince Kanglo and had also participated in the 3 race meeting. Why should I believe you? Lu Ming said in a low voice. I can tell you something. The battle between the Yi Immortal and you is just a trap. In fact, the Yi Immortal has already cooperated with the Primordial Light race, the Balefulline race, and the Blue Sea race. They have set up a source-level formation at the location of the battle with the Origin Source skeleton. Once you go there, you'll be trapped in the source-level formation. With your current cultivation, you'll definitely die if you step into the source-level formation. Princess Xianxia said. The Yi Immortal has cooperated with the creatures of the 3 Great Forbidden Lands? Lu Ming's expression changed and he found it hard to believe. The Yi Immortal had just taken the top-grade source-level divine herb from the Primordial Light tribe and the Balefulline tribe. Logically speaking, the Primordial Light tribe and the Balefulline tribe would want nothing more than to kill the Yi Immortal. Why would they cooperate with him? Was there some inside story that he didn't know? There are a lot of things involved in this, and I can't explain it all in a short time. However, their cooperation is absolutely true. Princess Xianxia said. Why are you telling me this? What's in it for you? Lu Ming said. Naturally, he would not believe Princess Xianxia so easily. Of course, I won't tell you this for free. If I want to cooperate with you, you have to promise me one thing. Princess Xianxia said. Just based on what you said just now, it doesn't seem like it's enough for me to agree to a condition of yours. Lu Ming said. Of course it's not enough. Let me tell you, the formation set up by the Bones of Reciprocity experts is extremely profound. It covers an extremely wide area. Even if you're prepared, it'll be very difficult for you to resist it. However, some of the origin energy bones in the formation were given to you by me. I have a way to interfere with the formation and stop it from operating. Is that enough? Princess Xianxia said. Oh, what condition do you want me to agree to? If it's too much, then we don't have to cooperate. Lu Ming said. He was going to the Yi Immortal to find out more about the Heaven Destroyer. However, the situation had changed. The Yi Immortal had cooperated with the creatures of the 3 Great Forbidden Lands and had even set up in source-level formation. His trip would be very dangerous. He could choose not to go and wait for Bubble to come back from her investigation. Of course, if the danger level was low, it was not impossible for him to go. For example, what Princess Xianxia said was true. She could really stop the source-level formation from operating. Don't worry. My condition is very simple. You only need to agree to help me once in the Purple Heaven Paradise. Princess Xianxia said. Help you once? That's fine. Lu Ming nodded. He only needed to help once. Once there was danger, he would retreat in time. Our cultivation hasn't reached reciprocity yet, so we're still bound by the oath of origin energy. How about we both swear on our life essences? Princess Xianxia said. Sure. Lu Ming nodded. Immediately, the 2 of them swore on their life essences. Only then did the 2 of them relax. Before leaving, Princess Xianxia revealed a meaningful smile. Why does this woman's smile give me a familiar feeling? It's like I've seen it before. Looking at Princess Xianxia's disappearing figure, Lu Ming frowned slightly. However, he was sure that this was the first time he had met Princess Xianxia. Why did he have such a feeling? Could it be that he had met too many beautiful women, and they all had the same feeling? Shaking his head, Lu Ming continued to head towards the location of the battle. Just as he was about to approach the location of the battle, Lu Ming's body suddenly glowed and emitted runes. Then, another Lu Ming separated from Lu. Ming's body. This was the backup plan that Lu Ming had asked Dandan to set up. Using a drop of Lu Ming's blood and a formation to refine a clone. Although it was not as strong as Lu Ming, it had the same presence as Lu Ming. Dandan had already used this method before. Lu Ming's formation clone continued to head towards the location of the battle, while Lu Ming's real body disappeared from the spot. Lu Ming flew into the sky, concealed his body, and headed towards the location of the battle. From afar, he saw a mountain peak. On top of the mountain peak, a figure stood in the air. It was Ye Immortal. The formation clone stepped towards the mountain peak. Ye Immortal, tell me, what happened to the people of Heaven Destroyer? The formation clone asked. Lu Ming, I didn't expect you to really come. Very well, I'll send you on your way to reunite with the people of Heaven Destroyer. Ye Immortal sneered and suddenly retreated rapidly. After Ye Immortal retreated, a terrifying presence suddenly erupted from the surroundings of the mountain peak. Then, pieces of bones flew out from the mountain peak. These bones were of different shapes. Some resembled arm bones, some resembled ribs, and some resembled leg bones. Every piece of bone was exuding a powerful origin energy. Countless runes filled the air, linking the power of these bones together to form a large formation. This large formation enveloped Lu Ming within it. Ye Immortal, you asked me to fight. Is this what you call a battle? Lu Ming's formation clone sneered. You and I belong to two different forces. This is a battle between two forces, not a personal grudge. Lu Ming, be on your way. Ye Immortal shouted coldly and waved his hand. Suddenly, the formation was activated. A terrifying energy burst out and rushed towards Lu Ming's rune clone. With a bang, Lu Ming's rune doppelganger exploded and turned into a drop of blood. This drop of blood was completely annihilated under the terrifying energy. It's a clone. Yi Wuxiu's expression suddenly changed, becoming very gloomy. Previously, the aura of the formation clone was exactly the same as Lu Ming's aura. Ye Immortal couldn't tell at all. We've been tricked. It's Lu Ming's clone. Lu Ming's real body must be nearby. Use all your strength to activate the origin level formation and envelop him. Ye Immortal shouted. Ye Immortal shouted. Suddenly, several figures appeared around the mountain. These figures were from the Primordial Light tribe, the Balefalene tribe, and the CC tribe. They were all experts from the three tribes who were proficient in array formations. There were more than a dozen of them in total. These experts kept forming hand seals and runes entered the origin source bones. The power of the origin source bones was constantly activated and combined with the array formation, turning into an even more terrifying force. The power of the array formation became even more terrifying. It swept out in all directions at an alarming speed. Oh no! Lu Ming, who was high up in the sky, turned pale. The power of the origin source array was beyond his imagination. Once it was activated, it would cover the sky and cover the earth. Lu Ming had already hidden far enough away, but the power of the array formation was still rapidly approaching him. Without any time to hesitate, Lu Ming's body flashed and he quickly retreated. Once he retreated, his body was naturally exposed. Lu Ming, you are indeed nearby. Since you are here today, stay here forever. Ye Immortal said coldly. Ye Immortal, you are really despicable. Your descendants have indeed inherited your genes, Lu Ming sneered as he increased his speed to the maximum. However, the array formation was spreading too quickly. Runes intertwined and were driven by a terrifying force. It was quickly approaching Lu Ming. Its speed was much faster than Lu Ming's. It seemed that Lu Ming was about to be enveloped by the array formation. Boom! Lu Ming suddenly waved his battle god spear and smashed it forward. The spear radiance was like a mountain as it bombarded the edge of the array formation. There was an earth-shattering boom as the battle god spear vibrated violently. Lu Ming felt an invincible force from the battle god spear hit him and his body was sent flying. A trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. What a terrifying force, the might of an source-grade formation was truly terrifying. It was shockingly powerful. This array formation was set up by a dozen peak divine masters using their origin source bones. It was impossible for it to be a complete origin source array. Its power was definitely not complete. The power of an incomplete formation was already so terrifying. One had to know that this was only the periphery. If one were to be enveloped by it, the power would definitely be even greater. Lu Ming retreated, and the array formation continued to extend, wanting to envelop Lu Ming. Let's fight. Lu Ming revealed a ruthless expression. A top-tier source-grade divine weapon armor appeared and enveloped his entire body. Since he could not dodge, he could only fight with his life on the line. He would use his own strength to take it head-on. If he really could not do it, he could only hide in the great desolate ring. However, at that moment, the source-grade formation's expansion suddenly stopped. A few of the source bones were trembling. The power within them was no longer spreading out, but was rapidly withdrawing back. What's going on? Why are these origin bones suddenly going out of control? Someone shouted. Is there still the remnant will of a reciprocity expert in the origin energy skeleton? That's very likely. Damn it, continue. The others roared. They didn't suspect that it was their own people who had tampered with it. They just thought that there was something wrong with the origin bone itself. After all, it was impossible for anyone from the 3 forbidden grounds to help Lu Ming. However, it was still useless. The array formation still could not be activated and stopped. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. It seemed that Princess Xianxia had made a move. Whoosh, Lu Ming quickly retreated, avoiding the source-grade formation. Lu Ming, don't go. Fight me. Ye Immortal shouted. He turned into a streak of sword light and rushed toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming swept his gaze across the surroundings. His body did not stop and he continued to retreat. There was a cold smile at the corners of his lips. Do you want to win with numbers? Boom, as he retreated, Lu Ming struck out with his palm. A huge continent formed, covering an area of tens of thousands of miles. The larger the area, the less concentrated the power, and the weaker it would be. However, Lu Ming did not need it to be very powerful. He only needed it to cover a large area. Under the weight of the continent, a terrifying might pressed down, causing the void to explode out continuously. In the void below, one figure after another appeared. There were people from the Balefulin race, the Yuanguang race, and the Tsangming race. There were hundreds of them. These people had all set up a joint attack formation. There were 21 of them as the main attack formation, and there were a dozen others. Clearly, these joint attack formations were secretly lying in ambush here. Once Lu Ming was trapped in the formation, he would be in danger. Now, Lu Ming's desolation form had forced them all out. These joint attack formations chased after Lu Ming, trying to stop Lu Ming. Lu Ming retreated at lightning speed. His speed was much faster than that of the combined attack of the arrays. Even Ye Immortal surpassed the joint attack formations and chased after Lu Ming. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, just as Lu Ming was retreating, a sharp whistling sound came from behind him. Streaks of sword light pierced through the void and stabbed towards Lu Ming. Light beam hair. These streaks of sword light were the light beam hair of the Yuanguang race. They were densely packed, and there were thousands of them. Each of them was extremely powerful. Yuan Wuji or Yuan Liuji. Lu Ming knew that only Yuan Wuji or Yuan Liuji in the Yuanguang race had this kind of power. Sky-breaking form. Lu Ming shouted coldly. The divine battle spear vibrated continuously and shot out streaks of spear light. These spear lights were incomparably sharp. They pierced through the light beams and directly pierced through them. The strands of light continued to explode and turn into ashes. Lu Ming blasted a huge hole in the densely packed light beam hair. Lu Ming rushed through this hole. After rushing through this hole, a figure blocked Lu Ming's way. It was Yuan Wuji. Die! Lu Ming shouted. His body did not stop as he charged towards Yuan Wuji. His spear light was aimed at Yuan Wuji's glabella. I'd like to see how powerful you are. Yuan Wuji shouted coldly as a battle sword appeared on his body. His body exuded a dazzling glow as he became one with the sword and slashed towards Lu Ming. The shocking sword light pierced through the sky. It was extremely terrifying. Boom, the spear light and the sword light collided, causing an earth-shattering explosion. However, the stalemate between the two only lasted for a breath before the sword light trembled violently and exploded. A figure retreated rapidly. It was Yuan Wuji. Yuan Wuji retreated a few thousand miles before he could stabilize himself. His face was gloomy. So weak? No, he should still have a trump card that he hasn't used yet. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. If Yuan Wuji was only as strong as he had been, then he was too weak. He was far from being comparable to Gaishak. However, Yuan Wuji was an invincible divine master. Although the combat strength that Yuan Wuji had displayed was very strong and had surpassed the Guanqian royal envoy, it was definitely not at the level of an invincible divine master. An invincible divine master would definitely have more combat strength than this. Very good, Lu Ming. You're really good. You're only a 9th level divine master, but you have such combat strength. I've underestimated you. Let me show you the power of the red celestial light. Yuan Wuji's body emitted a scarlet glow before he could finish his sentence. At the same time, a wave of extremely high heat emanated from his body. In the next moment, Lu Ming saw a ray of light emerge from Yuan Wuji's body. This ray of light was extremely red, even redder than blood. It was extremely hot. A terrifying pressure spread out from this ray of light. Lu Ming narrowed his eyes slightly. He instinctively felt a great threat from this ray of light. This ray of light was definitely not ordinary. According to Yuan Wuji, the red celestial light had the word celestial in it. Anything related to the word celestial could not be underestimated. The red celestial light appeared and spread out on the surface of Yuan Wuji's body. A wisp of it also merged with the battle sword in his hand. Whoosh, Yuan Wuji made his move. He turned into a red sword light and slashed at Lu Ming at an extremely fast speed. The sword light emitted a terrifying heat. Wherever it passed, the void distorted and collapsed. It was completely annihilated. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed slightly. He could feel the terror of this sword. He did not dare to be careless. He circulated his forbidden power to the extreme and executed the skybreaking style. Boom, the spear light and the sword light collided for the second time. A pillar of light burst out from where the two collided and shot into the sky. The spear light and the sword light shook continuously and collapsed. Two figures retreated continuously. It was Lu Ming and Yuan Wuji. This time, the two of them were evenly matched. This ray of light is so terrifying. It seems to contain endless energy and is filled with a vast heavenly might. It seems to be able to cut through everything. Lu Ming was secretly shocked. He could feel that the red celestial light contained endless energy. Yuan Wuji was far from unleashing the full power of the red celestial light. Once it was unleashed, its power would be unimaginable. Could this be the so-called light controller? A thought flashed through Lu Ming's mind. Luo Yunyang had interacted with the primordial light tribe many times. Back in the Purple Heaven Utopia, he had fought with the primordial light tribe continuously. Thus, he had long understood that the Guangqian royal envoy wasn't the strongest in the primordial light tribe. There was an even stronger entity above the Guangqian royal envoy. Every light controller was an invincible divine master when they reached the peak divine master level. As the name suggested, the Guangqian imperial envoy, the light controller, and the light controller. The imperial war envoys were the envoys under the Guangqian imperial envoy. Regardless of whether it was the Light King's emissary or the war emissary, they were all subordinates of the light controller and obeyed his orders. In the past, when Lu Ming fought with Yuan Jioji used a move called Destructive Immortal Light. However, that was not the real, Destructive Immortal Light. Instead, it was condensed by a secret skill. It was worlds apart from the real Destructive Immortal Light. Again. I can't be bothered to entertain you. As soon as Lu Ming spoke, he transformed into an aurora and dashed in another direction. If Yuan Wuji had been alone, Lu Ming would have really wanted to fight him to the death. However, the Yi Immortal was chasing after him and there were also those joined attack arrays. There were also many other experts hiding in the dark. Why would Lu Ming want to tangle with Yuan Wuji? You can't escape. Lu Ming had just flown a short distance when he heard a cold voice in front of him. Thereafter, a sinister aura soared into the sky like a tsunami, charging toward Lu Ming. It was Gaishak. He had blocked Lu Ming's path. Boom, Lu Ming cast the primeval style and struck out a piece of land in front of him. His figure swayed and he dashed out from another direction. However, another figure appeared in that direction. It was Yuan Liuji. Lu Ming's heart was heavy. It seemed that these top-notch experts had already surrounded him in all directions, blocking his escape route. Then, I'll rush over. Lu Ming's eyes turned cold as he rushed towards Yuan Liuji. He wanted to break through from Yuan Liuji's side. Black Moon Divine Light. Yuan Liuji's cold voice sounded as a beam of light appeared in his body. This beam of light was dark and also emitted a terrifying fluctuation. It wasn't any weaker than Yuan Liuji's red celestial light. With the Black Moon Divine Light, Yuan Liuji's combat strength reached the level of an invincible divine master. He exchanged a blow with Lu Ming and blocked Lu Ming's charging figure. At the same time, Yi Immortal, Yuan Liuji, Gaishak and even Pluto Lord appeared from the other side and attacked Lu Ming. 5 invincible divine master experts attacked Lu Ming together. Their power was earth-shattering. On a mountain peak not far away, 2 young figures stood there. These 2 people were the 2 princes of the Xianxia race. They were peerless experts among the divine masters and were at the level of an invincible divine master. Prince Kanglo was one of them. Let's attack and take down Lu Ming in one fell swoop. Prince Kanglo said. My 2 brothers, please wait. Suddenly, a voice sounded. Then, a slim figure appeared. This figure was none other than Princess Xianxia. Xianxia, the 2 princes of the Xianxia race looked at Princess Xianxia with burning eyes. The princes and princesses of the Xianxia race weren't siblings. In the Xianxia race, as long as they were of the younger generation and were extremely talented, they could be crowned as princes and princesses. In reality, they weren't related by blood. Even princes and princesses could marry each other. Princess Xianxia was a peerless beauty, so it was normal for Prince Kanglo and Prince Kanglo to covet her. My 2 brothers, why are you in such a hurry to attack? Isn't it better to let the other 2 races fight with Lu Ming while we sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight? Princess Xianxia said with a smile. But Lu Ming is indeed powerful. We can't leave him alive. We can only be at ease if we kill him. Moreover, he killed people from the Xianxia race before. Prince Kanglo said. My 2 brothers, do you think that Lu Ming can survive the joint attack of 5 invincible divine masters? Prince Xianxia continued to smile and said, but Lu Ming is indeed powerful. If he goes all out before he dies, it's not impossible for him to take 1 or 2 people down with him. Are you sure you want to take this risk? Prince Kanglo and Prince Kanglo pondered. They felt that Princess Xianxia's words made sense. Lu Ming was only a 9th-tier divine master, but he had the fighting strength of an invincible divine master. This was really shocking and terrifying. No one could see through such a person. Who knew if Lu Ming had other trump cards? If he went all out, it was possible for him to take 1 or 2 people of the same level down with him. Sister Xianxia is right. Then we'll sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. Prince Kanglo said. The other prince naturally wouldn't attack. Get lost. Lu Ming pushed his fighting strength to the extreme, using the chaos form and the sky-breaking form consecutively to attack Yuan Liuji. Under Lu Ming's frenzied attacks, Yuan Liuji could not withstand it and began to retreat. Crimson Immortal Light, kill. On the other side, Yuan Wuji was the closest to Lu Ming. He was also the fastest. He turned into an immortal light and charged at Lu Ming. His power was so terrifying that Lu Ming could only brandish his spear to block it. With a loud boom, the 2 of them retreated at the same time. Although Lu Ming had blocked Yuan Wuji's attack, he had also been blocked. Yuan Liuji immediately launched an attack at Lu Ming. Crimson Immortal Light. Black Moon Immortal Light. 2 terrifying immortal lights shot toward Lu Ming one after the other. Lu Ming used all his strength to block them, but he still couldn't block them and was sent flying. His chest was swept by the crimson immortal light. He instantly felt an extremely hot and sharp force drilling into his body. Even though he was wearing a top-tier source-grade armor, he could still feel the terrifying force passing through the armor and hitting Lu Ming. Lu Ming's blood boiled and he almost spat out blood. Lu Ming, you will definitely die today. Kill. turn into ashes. Yi Buxiu, the king of Spectre, and the king of Nether Spirits let out their murderous voices. 3 attacks were directed at Lu Ming from 3 different directions. Yuan Wuji and Yuan Liuji continued to use their immortal lights to attack Lu Ming. The 5 invincible divine lords launched a joint attack from 5 different directions. At this moment, the world lost its color and the void became chaotic. Lu Ming is dead for sure. At this moment, everyone who saw this scene couldn't help but think in their hearts. The joint attack of the 5 invincible divine lords was just too terrifying. Even Origin Realm existences wouldn't dare to face it head-on. Some weaker Origin Realm existences wouldn't even be able to withstand it. Although Lu Ming had a top-tier source-grade armor, it wasn't omnipotent. While top-notch soul-tier divine armors were profound and possessed astounding defensive capabilities, they still had to be activated before they could be used. With Lu Ming's cultivation base, he couldn't unleash much of the power of the top-tier soul-grade divine weapon armor. Without being able to unleash its full power, the defensive power of a top-tier soul-grade armor would be very limited. Lu Ming's pupils shrank sharply. Various thoughts flashed through his mind, but in the end, he came to the conclusion that he couldn't stop it. Even if he gave it his all and used all his means, it would be impossible for him to block it. Even with Lu Ming's life force, he would be severely injured if he didn't die. At that time, he would become a fish on the chopping block. I can only hide in the desolate ring. Lu Ming's heart stirred. Now, the only way to avoid the attack was to enter the ancient desolation ring. Given the material of the great desolate ring, blocking this attack was naturally not a problem. However, there was a drawback. Once he entered the ancient desolate ring would fall into his opponent's hands, and he would also be controlled by his opponent. But in this situation, there was no other way. He had been too careless this time. Lu Ming was keenly aware that he had been careless this time. The other reason was that Lu Ming had been too confident. During this period of time, Lu Ming's fighting strength had soared. First, he had comprehended the 3000th ancient secret art, causing his forbidden energy to undergo a qualitative transformation. He had surpassed the Lord of the Ancient Divine Court and his predecessors. Then, he had broken through to the 9th level Divine Lord realm, causing his fighting strength to soar to the level of an invincible Divine Lord. In truth, Lu Ming had been a little overconfident and had become a little arrogant. He had believed that he was practically invincible under Origin and that he could go anywhere he wanted in this vast world. Thus, even though Princess Xianxia had told him that the Yi Immortal had joined forces with the beings of the 3 Forbidden Lands, he had still come. He had originally believed that with his current strength and Princess Xianxia's help, he would have no problem escaping unscathed. In the end, it turned out that Lu Ming had miscalculated. Just as Lu Ming was about to enter the ancient desolate ring, something unexpected happened. Absolute demonic wall. A feminine cry was heard. Then, the demonic chi in the void surged wildly. 2 tall walls suddenly appeared in front of Gaishak and Lord of the Underworld. The walls were completely made up of demonic chi. Boom, boom. Gaishak and Lord of the Underworld's attacks were blocked by the demonic wall. Although the demonic wall was eventually destroyed, their attacks also dissipated in the air. Bright Moon Gale Fist. At the same time as the demonic wall, a terrifying fist energy appeared. It directly pierced through the void and formed an earth-shattering power. It surged toward the Yi Immortal and blocked the Yi Immortal's attack. Lu Ming was invigorated. He used the ancient desolate form with his left hand and the heaven-breaking form with his right hand consecutively to block the attacks of Yuan Wuji and Yuan Liuji. Who is it? Gaishak roared as he looked up into the sky. 2 figures suddenly appeared high up in the sky. It was a man and a woman. Gu Changfeng and Zi Xian. Why are they here? Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. The man and woman in the sky were actually Gu Changfeng and Zi Xian. Gu Changfeng was still the same. His long robe fluttered in the wind and his aura was extraordinary. Zi Xian, on the other hand, had undergone a drastic change. There was a black mark between Zi Xian's eyebrows. The demonic chi in her body was extremely dense and exuded an aura of nobility. A pair of demonic wings extended from her back. Zi Xian was originally from the demonic demon royal family. She looked completely different from ordinary demons. She looked more like a human and did not have the demonic wings on her back. However, the demonic wings on Xianxia's back were completely different from those of ordinary demons. The demonic wings on Xianxia's back were dark purple and covered with ancient runes. They were ancient and mysterious. Most of Xianxia's nobility came from the demonic wings. Just looking at the runes on the demonic wings made one feel an inexplicable sense of fear and pressure. It seems that Xian has successfully merged with the demon ancestor blood crystal. A thought flashed across Lu Ming's mind. 2 years ago, Xian was in a terrible state. She was in a daze and her eyes were tightly shut. It was as if she would be swallowed by the demon ancestor blood crystal at any time. Now, it seemed that Xian had succeeded and evolved. The ancient demonic wings were likely the result of a successful fusion. Swoosh swoosh, Gu Changfeng and Xian were extremely fast. They charged towards Lu Ming like 2 bolts of lightning. They wanted to meet up with Lu Ming. Stop them. Don't let them meet up. Ye Immortal roared and attacked at the same time. Sword light soared into the sky and slashed towards Gu Changfeng and Xian. Ye Immortal, your opponent is me. I was injured back then. Let's fight again today. Gu Changfeng shouted coldly and charged towards Ye Immortal. The two were astonishingly fast and exchanged a few blows in the blink of an eye. You're courting death. Heavenly sword, star explosion. Kill them. Ye Immortal roared. He used his Genesis technique and pushed his battle strength to the peak. Ye Immortal's battle strength had reached the level of an invincible divine master after using his Genesis technique. Bright Moon Wind Fist. Gu Changfeng punched out. Although it seemed slow, it was actually as fast as lightning. Its power was exceptionally terrifying. The fist force exploded, causing the void to explode. The earth-shattering fist force collided with the star explosion. Gu Changfeng unleashed a terrifying punch that collided with Ye Immortal's Genesis technique. An earth-shattering boom erupted as a powerful shockwave swept out in all directions. In the end, both Ye Immortal and Gu Changfeng shuddered and retreated a few steps. They were evenly matched. Amazing, it's a Genesis technique. Senior Gu Changfeng can actually use a Genesis technique. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Given his current eyesight, he could naturally tell that Gu Changfeng had just used a Genesis technique. In the past, Gu Changfeng could not use Genesis techniques. He had previously consulted Gu Changfeng and discussed the mysteries of the cultivation of taboo power with him. Therefore, he was quite familiar with Gu Changfeng's cultivation. Gu Changfeng was extremely talented. He was only a pinnacle almighty, but he already had a vague understanding of Genesis techniques and had touched the outline of them. However, he had only touched the outline and was still very far from truly comprehending them, let alone using Genesis techniques at the pinnacle almighty level. However, not long after, Gu Changfeng had not only comprehended them but could also use them. Could it be that Gu Changfeng had comprehended them under the 4 statues? Lu Ming immediately thought of the 4 statues. Lu Ming had comprehended the 3000th ancient secret technique under the 4 statues. Given Gu Changfeng's talent, it was normal for him to be able to comprehend Genesis techniques. Gu Changfeng's battle strength was equivalent to Prince Guangqian's when he did not know any Genesis techniques. Now that he had comprehended and used Genesis techniques, it was not impossible for his battle strength to reach the level of an invincible almighty. Ye Immortal also relied on Genesis techniques to achieve this level of battle strength. One had to admit that Gu Changfeng's talent was extremely terrifying. He was one of the top taboo physiques in the past. If he could break through to the origin realm in the future, his future achievements would most likely be on par with Fei Huang, the master of the Life Spirit Heavenly Court and the master of the Primordial Divine Court. In fact, there were very few people in history who could use Genesis techniques at the pinnacle almighty level. Ye Immortal was an exception. He was the reincarnation of the strongest patriarch in the history of the heavenly human race and had rich experience. There were very few people in history who could use Genesis techniques at the Divine Master stage who were not reincarnated. At least in this era, there weren't many. Even Yuan Wuji, Yuan Liuji, Gaishak, Infernal Fiend Lord and the others didn't know how to use Genesis arts. They relied on their talents and other powers. For example, Yuan Wuji and Yuan Liuji relied on the red scorch immortal light and the black moon immortal light to reach the invincible godmaster level. As for Gaishak and Netherfiend King, they relied on their terrifying Balefulline energy and the Balefulline race's unique secret technique to possess the battle prowess of an invincible divine master. Lu Ming, on the other hand, relied on his taboo power, the battle character secret art to increase his battle prowess by 9 times, the 3,000 ancient secret arts, and the 2 secret arts he had created himself. Why are you and that skeleton able to use Genesis techniques? What exactly did you guys obtain? Ye Immortal growled in a low voice. Disbelief was written all over his face, and he couldn't figure out what was going on. The bones he spoke of were naturally the Bone Devils. He was already surprised that the Bone Devils could use Genesis arts. But now, Gu Chongfeng could do the same. He had fought with Gu Chongfeng more than once, so he knew Gu Chongfeng very well. Gu Chongfeng definitely wouldn't have been able to use Genesis arts before. But now, he was able to use Genesis arts all of a sudden. He must have obtained some heaven-defying opportunity, and this opportunity must be in the Purple Heaven Grotto. Ye Immortal's heart was burning with desire. He wanted to take this opportunity for himself. He didn't associate this opportunity with the 4 statues. In fact, Ye Immortal had seen the 4 statues before. After Lu Ming left, Ye Immortal had searched every mountain and area in the Qi vein, so he naturally saw the 4 statues. Even though the mountain had collapsed, the 4 statues were still intact. He was very curious and had carefully observed them, but there was no reaction at all. They were like 4 ordinary statues, and he couldn't take them away, so he left it at that. He wasn't the only one. The creatures in the forbidden area had also seen the 4 statues, but there was no reaction. Do you think you're the only one who can use Genesis arts? Bright Moon Wind Fist. Gu Chongfeng sneered and continued to attack, quickly exchanging blows with Ye Immortal. While Gu Chongfeng and Ye Immortal were fighting, Gaishak and Infernal Spirit King also attacked. Infernal Spirit King pounced towards Xian, while Gaishak charged towards Lu Ming. He wanted to kill Lu Ming together with Yuan Wuji and Yuan Liuji. Absolute Demon Wall. Xian shouted. Dense demonic qi surged from her demon wings, and the runes on them glowed. As the wings flapped, the runes and demonic qi exploded. In the next instant, a demon wall appeared in front of Gaishak and Infernal Spirit King. Break! Break! Gaishak and Infernal Spirit King roared and unleashed their terrifying attacks, bombarding the 2 demon walls. Boom! Boom! The demon walls shook violently, and cracks appeared on them before they finally collapsed. However, Gaishak and Infernal Spirit King were also blocked. It's that pair of wings. Gaishak and Infernal Spirit King couldn't help but look towards Xian's wings. Xian's pair of wings was absolutely astonishing. They could actually condense 2 demonic walls, which possessed astonishing defensive power. One must know that Xian had blocked the attacks of 2 invincible divine masters. Such defensive power was rarely seen in the world. Ye Immortal, Gaishak and Infernal Spirit King were blocked. Lu Ming only had to face Yuan Wuji and Yuan Liuji, who were much easier to deal with. Lu Ming first performed the primeval style, condensing a piece of land that charged vertically toward Yuan Wuji and Yuan Liuji. Then, his figure charged towards Gu Chongfeng and Xian like lightning, intending to join them. Boom! The continent that Lu Ming had created naturally couldn't block the joint attacks of Yuan Wuji and Yuan Liuji. The continent was destroyed by the 2 of them, and the remaining attacks of the 2 rushed towards Lu Ming like an avalanche. However, after being blocked by the primeval land, the power of their attacks was greatly reduced. Lu Ming waved his Spear of Combat God to block the attacks and retreated at the same time. In the end, he successfully retreated to Gu Chongfeng and Xian's side and joined them. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, Ye Immortal, Yuan Wuji, Yuan Liuji, Gaishak and Infernal Spirit King surrounded Lu Ming and the other 2 in the middle. The 5 of them looked a little gloomy. 5 against 3, it wasn't easy. They would definitely win, but it would be difficult to stop them. Xian of the Demon Clan, I know you. I didn't expect you to be able to merge with the Demon Ancestor Blood Crystal and reach the peak of the Divine Master realm. You've done something that your ancestors couldn't do. What a great opportunity. Ye Immortal didn't make a move immediately. Instead, he looked at Xian and exclaimed. He was indeed an old monster who had lived for countless years. As the #1 patriarch of the heavenly human tribe, he had extraordinary eyesight and could tell that Xian had merged with the demon ancestor blood crystal. However, those who knew a little about the ancestral demon blood crystal could tell. Xian had just merged with the ancestral demon blood crystal and was still in the early stages, so she couldn't control it well. The energy of the ancestral demon blood crystal was constantly seeping out of her body. I've merged with the ancestral demon blood crystal and will become your greatest enemy. Are you disappointed? Xian said coldly with great confidence in her eyes. In the past, in her eyes, Yi Wuxiu was an enemy that was difficult to defeat. He was too high to reach, and the distance between them was too far. But now, Yi Immortal was no longer undefeatable in Xian's eyes. He was on the same level as her. In fact, given enough time, she might not even put Yi Wuxian in her eyes. After merging with the ancestral demon blood crystal, her potential was limitless. The demon ancestor blood crystal was an unquestionable supreme treasure of the demon race. It was simply too mysterious and contained boundless energy. She had only merged with the ancestral demon blood crystal successfully, but her cultivation had skyrocketed to the peak of the divine master realm. She had directly ignored the barrier between the 9th and the peak of the divine master realm. Disappointed? Ha ha ha, why would I be disappointed? I should be happy because we have a common enemy. Yi Immortal laughed. Common enemy? Are you talking about the creatures of the Forbidden Grounds? Xian glanced at Gaishak and the other 3 experts. Gaishak, Lord of the Underworld, Yuan Wuji, and Yuan Liuji were also a little confused. They didn't know what Yi Immortal wanted to do. However, they did not take action. This was because Yi Wuxiu had sent them a voice transmission previously, telling them not to be in a hurry to take action. All they had to do was to surround the Luming trio. He had a plan to cause internal strife among the Luming trio. No, our common enemy is them, Lu Ming and Gu Changfeng. Yi Immortal pointed at Lu Ming. Ridiculous. Xian sneered with a hint of mockery. He was trying to sow discord between them. That was too low level. You don't know Lu Ming's background, do you? You don't know the origin of the forbidden power, do you? If you knew, you wouldn't find it ridiculous. Do you know why the forbidden body is the mortal enemy of the heavenly human race? Yi Immortal said. Why? Xian couldn't help asking. He was not the only one. Gu Changfeng and Lu Ming were also curious. They also wanted to know why the forbidden body was the mortal enemy of the heavenly human race. The forbidden bodies and the heavenly human race's mortal enemy. Therefore, in history, the forbidden body and the heavenly human race. The life spirit was the master of the heavenly court, the master of the primordial divine court, the taboo sword ancestor, and the immeasurable heavenly demon. That's because the taboo power is actually the power of the cosmos. It's a power that the cosmos created in order to protect itself. As the leader of the demon royal family, you should know very well that you demons and us heavenly humans are not creatures of this universe. In this universe, we will be suppressed by it. The stronger the forbidden body is, the stronger the suppression of the heavenly human race will be. Conversely, the suppression of the heavenly human race will be weaker. As a result, if we want to develop, we need to get rid of the forbidden body. Otherwise, the more powerful the forbidden body becomes, the weaker its suppression on us becomes. It'll become more and more difficult for us to cultivate, and it'll become more and more difficult for us to break through. In particular, the suppression will become even stronger once we reach reciprocity, which will drastically reduce our battle prowess. So, do you think Lu Ming and Gu Changfeng are our common enemies? Yi Immortal explained. What? Yi Immortal's words were like a clap of thunder that exploded in Lu Ming's heart. The forbidden body was the power of the heavenly human race. It was the first time he had heard of it. Also, the heavenly human race and the demons were not creatures of this universe. What did that mean? Were there other universes other than this one? The forbidden body is the power of the heavenly human race. How is that possible? Xian murmured to herself. Her face was filled with shock and doubt. At the sight of Xian's expression, Lu Ming was certain that at least a part of what Yi Wuxiu said was true. Demons were really not living creatures of this universe. At the same time, countless thoughts flashed through Lu Ming's mind. The heavenly human race was extremely talented, surpassing the other races in the universe. They were almost invincible in a battle of the same level. Of course, this referred to the other races in the universe, except for the creatures of the forbidden body. However, after reaching the origin realm, the heavenly human race's origin realm was much weaker. They seemed to be weaker than the other races in the universe. The Heaven Destroyer's origin realm and the heavenly human race's origin realm had clashed more than once. Lu Ming did not understand before, but he did now. If what the immortal said was true, then everything made sense. The heavenly human race was not creatures of this universe and was suppressed by this universe. So, this little girl isn't from this universe. Then she's on the same side as us. Little girl, let's attack together. Let's destroy these two taboo bodies. We don't want them to grow and suppress us even more. Yuan Wuji said. Lu Ming and Gu Chongfeng's eyes narrowed. What did he mean? Did Yuan Wuji mean that the Yuan Guang race, the Malevolentine race, and the Zhangming race were not creatures of this universe? However, didn't the creatures of the forbidden body already exist in the untainted continent in the last era? How did they become creatures of this universe? How many secrets were hidden in this universe? I don't believe you. You were just trying to sow discord. Xian shook her head. Xian, everything I said is true. If I lie, then I will never be able to transcend and become an immortal. You better think carefully. Letting them grow is not your problem alone. It will be a disaster for the fiend demon race. You demons will be suppressed more and more in the future, and it will be harder for you to cultivate. Sooner or later, your race will be wiped out. Ye Immortal said. Lu Ming and Gu Chongfeng looked at each other and took a step back secretly to put some distance between them and Xian. They were also prepared to defend themselves. If what Ye Immortal said was true, then they were indeed enemies with Xian. Moreover, Xian looked like she was struggling. Clearly, she believed him. Although Ye Immortal's words were not an oath, they were more believable. If he swore on his life origin, it would be even more unbelievable. With Ye Immortal's strength, even if he had not reached the origin realm, he would probably be able to resist the backlash of swearing on his life origin. Ye Immortal did not swear on his life origin. He only said that he would never be able to transcend and become an immortal. Ordinary people would not dare to say something like that. Although it was not an oath, it was better than an oath. This was because there was a feeling in the unseen world. Especially when it was related to transcendence and the immortal Tao. If he said something like that, it might come true. Those who wanted to become an immortal would not dare to say something like that. There was an 80 to 90% chance that this was true. Seeing Xian's expression, a trace of a smile appeared at the corners of Yi Wuxiu's mouth. As long as Xian attacked together, or rather, Xian did not even have to attack. As long as Xian watched from the sidelines, the five of them were confident that they could take down Lu Ming and Gu Chongfeng. Senior Gu Chongfeng, get ready to break out. Lu Ming sent a telepathic message to Gu Chongfeng. He planned to break out from the side while Xian was still hesitating. Although the chances were slim, they had to give it a try. If they really could not do it, it would not be too late to enter the ancient wasteland ring. Lu Ming, Gu Chongfeng, break out from the encirclement towards Ye Immortal. Let's attack together. At this moment, Xian's voice rang out in Lu Ming and Gu Chongfeng's ears. Lu Ming and Gu Chongfeng did not show it on their faces, but they were stunned. Did Xian not believe Ye Immortal's words? Lu Ming, no matter what, you have saved me and the demon clan. I, Xian, am very clear about gratitude and grudges. This time, no matter what, I will help you. We can talk about the future in the future. Xian's voice continued to ring out in their ears, but she still had a conflicted expression on her face. Clearly, Xian's expression was faked. It was used to confuse Yi Wuxiu and the rest. Okay, let's charge towards Ye Immortal. Lu Ming replied. He knew Xian very well. Since she had said so, she would not trick him. Ye Immortal, Yuan Wuji, Yuan Liuji, Gaishak, and Lord of the Abyss were all surrounding Lu Ming and the other two, but their positions were very interesting. Yuan Wuji and Yuan Liuji were closer to each other, while Gaishak and Lord of the Abyss were closer to each other. As for Yi Wuxiu, there was a certain distance between him and the other four. It was obvious that Yi Immortal was also guarding against Gaishak, Yuan Wuji, and the others. Their cooperation wasn't as solid as a block of iron. If he were to charge in any other direction, he might have to face two experts. However, if he were to charge in the direction of the Yi Immortal, he would only have to face one Yi Immortal. Charge. The next moment, Lu Ming and the other two made their move. Like lightning, they charged towards Yi Immortal. How dare you lie to me? Stop them. Yi Immortal was, after all, an old man who had lived for a long time. His reaction was astonishingly fast. The moment Lu Ming and the others moved, he knew that Xianxia's previous expression was all an act to confuse them. She would still join forces with Lu Ming. Sword light exploded as Yi Immortal used a Genesis technique. A star appeared and pressed down on Lu Ming and the others. Crimson Immortal Light. Black Moon Immortal Light. Yuan Wuji, Yuan Liuji, Gaishak, and Infernal Fiend King also made their moves. Each of them unleashed their ultimate moves and charged towards Lu Ming's group. Bright Moon Wind Fist. Gu Chongfeng swung his fist, causing the void to explode. Fist Force burst forth and swept towards Yi Immortal with earth-shattering force. Absolute Demon Wall. Xianxia's pair of demon wings glowed. Runes filled the air and formed a demon wall in front of Gaishak and the Infernal Fiend King. There was only one pair of demon wings. Hence, Xian could only form two demon walls at a time. The Absolute Demon Wall was a secret technique that Xian had evolved from fusing with the ancestral demon blood crystal. It was extremely powerful. Although it was not a Genesis technique, it was comparable to one. At the same time, Lu Ming used the Primal Desolation form and the Sky Splitter form. The Primal Desolation form formed a continent that smashed towards Yuan Wuji and Yuan Liuji. Meanwhile, he merged with the Battle God Spear and used the Sky Splitter form. He transformed into a dazzling spear light that pierced towards Yi Immortal. This was equivalent to Lu Ming and Gu Chongfeng joining forces to attack Yi Immortal. Lu Ming and Gu Chongfeng attacked with all their strength. Their individual attacks were not weaker than Yi Immortal's. The two of them joined forces and easily destroyed Yi Immortal's Genesis techniques. Berserk power continued to surge towards Yi Immortal. Yi Immortal's body shook violently as he involuntarily retreated. Swish. Swish. Swish, Lu Ming, Gu Chongfeng, and Xian charged out of the encirclement like three bolts of lightning. Gaishak and the Infernal Fiend King were blocked by the Absolute Demon Wall. Although Yuan Wuji and Yuan Liuji had defeated Lu Ming's Primal Desolation form, they were still one step too late. Kill. Lu Ming roared as the God of Battle Spear swept towards Yi Immortal. They had charged out of the encirclement, but they were charging in the same direction as Yi Immortal. They were very close to each other and Lu Ming naturally would not let go of this opportunity to attack. If possible, he wanted to kill Yi Immortal immediately. Yi Immortal was extremely talented and intelligent. He had limitless potential and was many times more dangerous than Yi Qiuxian. It was best to get rid of him as soon as possible. Boom, Gu Chongfeng also knew how to attack. He threw a punch. Yi Immortal could not completely block the combined attacks of two top experts. He barely managed to block Gu Chongfeng's attack, but he could not block Lu Ming's attack. The God of Battle Spear struck Yi Immortal with a clang. Yi Immortal's body was sent flying like a cannonball. However, he was wearing a top-level origin-level armor and could not be killed so easily. He was only severely injured and spat out a mouthful of blood. Oh no, Lu Ming and the others are escaping. Attack. Prince Kanglo, who was on a mountain in the distance, turned pale. He did not take action because he wanted to sit on the sidelines and watch the tigers fight. He wanted to let Lu Ming and the others fight to the death. Initially, he thought that Lu Ming would definitely die. Therefore, he did not take action. They did not want to see Lu Ming escape. Now that Lu Ming had broken out of the encirclement and was about to escape, they could not sit still anymore. Prince Kanglo and the other prince turned into two streaks of light and charged towards Lu Ming and the others. Lu Ming, this is all I can do for you. You will have to rely on yourself from now on. Princess Xianxia whispered. Then, there was a flash of light and she disappeared. 2 more experts from the Tsangming tribe are here. Lu Ming's expression changed. He wanted to continue attacking Yi Immortal and take this opportunity to get rid of him. However, there was no time left. Yuan Wuji, Yuan Liuji, Gaishak, and Lord of the Underworld were charging towards him. Together with the 2 experts from the Tsangming tribe, he would not be able to escape if he was surrounded again. Not to mention, the creatures of the 3 Forbidden Grounds had many terrifying combined formations. Previously, these combined formations were far away and they felt that the invincible Divine Masters were more than enough to deal with Lu Ming. Therefore, they did not come in time. Now, they were rushing over with all their might and could not afford any delay. Let's go. Lu Ming and the other 2 did not continue attacking Yi Immortal. Instead, they dashed into the distance like 3 streaks of lightning. Go after them. Don't even think about escaping. Yuan Wuji and Gaishak roared as they chased after Lu Ming and the others. The Primordial Light tribe and the Eveline tribe were good at speed. The 4 of them were astonishingly fast and they gradually closed the distance between them and Lu Ming and the others. In fact, Lu Ming was not slow. However, Xianxia was even faster. She flapped her ancient demon wings and traveled thousands of miles in an instant. She was even faster than Lu Ming. However, Gu Chongfeng was slightly slower. Therefore, the distance between them and Yuan Wuji and the others was closing. Senior Gu Chongfeng, please enter my ancient desolation ring. Lu Ming sent a message to Gu Chongfeng and opened the ancient desolation ring to let Gu Chongfeng enter. After Gu Chongfeng entered the ancient desolation ring, Lu Ming and Xianxia were able to fly at full speed. They were not any slower than Yuan Wuji and Yuan Liuji. As for the 2 experts of the Tsangming tribe and the combined formation, they could not catch up. Soon, they were left far behind until they could no longer be seen. Only Yuan Wuji, Yuan Liuji, Gaishak, and Lord of the Underworld were still following Lu Ming and Xianxia. They were too fast. After a while, they flew out of the island and arrived at the sea. Purple Heaven Grotto had been severely damaged. The ground had cracked and seawater was pouring in. Huge waves were surging. Damn it, Yuan Wuji, Gaishak, and the others roared furiously. However, they could not catch up with Lu Ming and the others. They did not want to chase anymore. They might not be able to catch up even if they continued. Moreover, there were only 4 of them and 3 of Lu Ming's group. Even if they caught up with Lu Ming and the others, they could not do anything to them. Instead of wasting time, they might as well go back and plunder resources. After all, the most important goal of the 3 Forbidden Grounds was to plunder resources and awaken more of their people. Forget it. I'll let them go this time. Yuan Wuji was the first to stop. Once Yuan Wuji stopped, Yuan Liuji, the King of Spectre, and the King of Nether Demons stopped as well. They watched Lu Ming and Xianxia disappear before their eyes. They had no choice but to return. When they saw Prince Kanglo and Xianxia, they naturally questioned them about why they did not help them earlier. Naturally, Prince Tsongluo and Prince Tsongluo found a random excuse. Lu Ming and Xianxia got rid of Yuan Wuji and the others and stopped on the sea. With a wave of his hand, Gu Chongfeng appeared from the ancient desolation ring. Thank you for your help this time. Lu Ming cupped his fists in gratitude. Lu Ming, you don't have to thank me. Back then, you saved the demon race, so I have to repay my debt. This is my way of repaying you. From now on, we don't owe each other anything. Xianxia said. She looked at Lu Ming with a complicated expression. Miss Xianxia, are we really going to become enemies? Lu Ming frowned slightly. If it was just me, I wouldn't care. However, this concerns the fate of the demon race. I can't ignore it. Otherwise, I won't be able to answer to them. Xianxia sighed. Lu Ming had a taboo body, and the power he controlled was the power of the universe. The stronger he was, the greater the suppression he would have on the abyssals. The cultivation of the abyssal race would become increasingly difficult, and in the end, it would be difficult for them to make any breakthroughs. If this continued, sooner or later, they would be destroyed. If other demons knew about this, even though Lu Ming had helped them before, he would probably become their enemy. After all, this was not a personal grudge, but a matter that concerned the survival of their race. Lu Ming could understand Xianxia's thoughts. Furthermore, Xian had now merged with the ancestral demon blood crystal and represented the hope of the demon race. I can only try my best not to be your enemy, but no one can predict what the future will be like. See you again. Goodbye. Xian cupped her fists and flapped her demon wings. She was already far away. Lu Ming, it was a good time to get rid of Xian just now. After all, she has merged with the ancestral demon blood crystal and has endless potential. I'm afraid she will be our greatest enemy in the future. Gu Changfeng said. Senior Gu, Xian has just helped me, and you want me to attack her now? This is definitely not something I can do. Don't mention this again in the future. Lu Ming said in a deep voice, looking somewhat displeased. He had his principles. Although he and Xian could not be considered as friends, before this, they were not considered as enemies either. Furthermore, Xian had just helped him out of danger. How could he turn hostile and attack her immediately? Even if they were to become enemies in the future, they would meet on the battlefield. Ha ha ha, Lu Ming, don't be angry. I was just testing you. You are indeed a good person who can distinguish between kindness and hatred. I like you. Gu Changfeng laughed heartily and patted Lu Ming on the shoulder. Is Heaven Destroyer destined to be the enemy of the demons? Lu Ming sighed and couldn't help but think of the future that the Forbidden Sword ancestor, Tang Feng, had seen. Tang Feng had seen that Heaven Destroyer would have a great battle with the demons in the future. In the beginning, the demons were controlled by the heavenly human race with the ancestral demon insect and besieged the Heaven Destroyer's base. At that time, Lu Ming thought that was the future that Tang Feng had seen. But later, Lu Ming sneaked into the dark universe and helped the demons get the ancestral demon blood crystal and get rid of the ancestral demon insect. They fought against the heavenly human race together and Heaven Destroyer and the demons became allies. Lu Ming thought that the future that Tang Feng saw was wrong or that he didn't see that far. But now, it seemed that Tang Feng had seen even further. After going around in circles, Heaven Destroyer and the demons were still going to become enemies in the end. It was because of him and it was also because of him that they separated. The world was really strange. After all, Lu Ming was someone who had been through a lot. He adjusted his mood very quickly. Senior Gu, how did you and Xian come here and find me? Lu Ming asked curiously. Even if Gu Changfeng and Xian came to the Purple Heaven Immortal Kingdom, how did they know about his whereabouts? Lu Ming didn't believe that it was such a coincidence that Gu Changfeng and Xian happened to see him being besieged by Yi Immortal and the others. Also, Yi Immortal took out a dozen heads of Heaven Destroyer's men. Did you meet the Yi Immortal? Where are the others? How are they now? Before Gu Changfeng answered, Lu Ming asked a few more questions. More importantly, he had been keeping these questions in his heart for a long time and he couldn't help but ask them all at once. Haha, look at how anxious you are. Don't worry, most of them are fine. Let me tell you in detail. Gu Changfeng smiled and told him everything that had happened in the past 2 years. It turned out that 2 years ago, Heaven Destroyer and the demons had been hiding near the realm aura with the 4 statues. After Lu Ming and the others left, they had been hiding there. A few months had passed just like that. Lion and the others guessed that the creatures in the realm aura should have left and they sent people to investigate. But they didn't expect to attract the Yi Immortal. Yi Immortal arrived and killed hundreds of Heaven Destroyer and the demons. With Yi Immortal's combat strength, Heaven Destroyer and the demons were no match for Heaven Destroyer and the demons. If this continued, they would really be wiped out. At the critical moment, Xian successfully merged with the demon ancestor blood crystal and her combat strength increased tremendously. With the help of the demon ancestor blood crystal, she defeated Yi Immortal. After that, the two sides quickly moved to another place to hide. After Yi Immortal was defeated, he left the realm aura not long after. No one knew if he was afraid of Xian's combat strength or if he had something else to do. A few months later, there was almost no one in the realm aura. The heavenly human tribe, quasi-immortal tribe and the creatures in the realm aura had all left. Heaven Destroyer and the demons successfully found the 4 statues and started to comprehend them according to Lu Ming and the others. Gu Changfeng continued to talk about their experiences during this period of time. Heaven Destroyer and Fiend found the 4 statues and began to comprehend them. They had heard from Lu Ming, Dandan, and the others how mysterious the statues were, so they were naturally looking forward to it. But after comprehending them, they found that Fiend couldn't comprehend them at all. To be more precise, Fiend was under the statues, but the statues didn't react at all. No matter what method they used, there was no reaction. But Heaven Destroyer's people comprehended under the statues, and the statues reacted. There were many different races in the Heaven Exterminating Army. The human race, the Heavenly Earth race, the Heavenly Heart race, the Primordial Divine Spirit race, and so on. But no matter what race they were, the statues would react, and they could all obtain heaven-defying fortunes under the statues. They couldn't figure it out no matter how hard they racked their brains. In the end, Fiend voluntarily gave up, and Heaven Destroyer's people continued to comprehend. In the past 2 years, Heaven Destroyer's people had made great gains. Those with lower cultivations and weaker talents were able to improve their secret skills by leaps and bounds. As a result, their battle prowess had also improved significantly. Those with great talent had made even greater gains. Some people's secret arts had not only improved tremendously, but their power had also reached a new level, and they had even grasped the outline of Genesis arts. Even though it was just an outline, if word got out, who knew how many people would go crazy with envy? Once one grasped the outline of a Genesis art, it meant that one had taken half a step into the door of Genesis arts. Once one broke through to the origin realm in the future, comprehending Genesis arts would be 10 times or even 100 times easier. It should be said that many origin realm existences hadn't comprehended Genesis arts, and they were still struggling in the process of comprehending Genesis arts. Of course, the outline of a Genesis art couldn't be comprehended so easily. Those who could comprehend the outline were all top figures, such as Lion, Tang Jian, Rong Jin, Divine Lord Meng Su, and the others. They were all extremely talented figures who had been at the peak of the Divine Lord realm for a long time. Gu Changfeng, in particular, had comprehended a Genesis art in one go, which made his peak battle prowess soar. Once he used a Genesis art, he would be comparable to an invincible Divine Lord. This enlightenment had greatly increased the overall strength of the Heaven Destroyer. The demons could only be envious. At this moment, the entire purple heaven wonderland was collapsing even more. Everywhere, the sky was falling and the earth was cracking. It was a scene of doomsday. If this continued, it would be very dangerous. Therefore, the Heaven Destroyer and the demons arranged for some of the weaker cultivators to take the crossing flying ship and leave Purple Heaven Cave first. Some of the stronger ones continued to stay in the Purple Heaven Cave to search for treasures. At the same time, Gu Changfeng, Lion, Tang Jian, Rong Jin, and Xian were heading towards the Xiao Immortal Kingdom. Firstly, they wanted to try their luck in the Xiao Immortal Kingdom. Secondly, they wanted to see how Lu Ming and the others were doing. However, before they reached the Xiao Immortal Kingdom, they met Bubble halfway. Through Bubble, they learned about the current situation in the Xiao Immortal Kingdom. They followed Bubble and found the place where Xianxia, Autumn Moon, and Dandan were staying. Through Dandan and the others, they learned about the battle between Lu Ming and Yi Immortal. Because they were worried about Lu Ming's safety, Gu Changfeng and Xian hurried over. Lu Ming knew everything that happened after that. I see. Elder Gu and the others met Bubble halfway. No wonder they could arrive so quickly and find me so accurately. Lu Ming had been puzzled. Even if Bubble had rushed back to find Gu Changfeng and the others, it should not have been so fast. It turned out that they had met halfway. At the same time, Lu Ming was relieved. Heaven Destroyer's losses were not that great. Although Yi Immortal had killed many people, some important people were still alive. Let's go back and find them, lest they worry. Lu Ming said. He immediately returned with Gu Changfeng and saw Xianxia, Dandan, and the others. Seeing that Lu Ming had returned, Xianxia and the others were naturally overjoyed. When they learned about Xian, they all sighed. Over the years, they had cooperated with the demons and had become a force. The two sides could only gain a foothold in the universe ruins if they worked together. After parting ways with the demons, their strength would be greatly reduced and the situation would be even more difficult in the future. They had to obtain more resources in the Xiao Grotto Heaven to increase the strength of the Heaven Destroyer so that it would not be destroyed by other forces. They needed chaos gems, divine medicines, and divine weapons. Most importantly, they needed the carrier of the combined attack array. With the carrier of the combined attack array, normal divine masters could make use of their advantage in numbers and defeat the stronger ones. Senior Lion, you're just in time. You can set up the combined attack array with Xiaoqing and Dandan, Lu Ming said. The combined attack array in their hands needed 12 people to set it up perfectly. After all, it was a 12-person combined attack array. There were only 10 people including Lu Ming before, so it was impossible for them to make use of the true power of the combined attack array. They had always felt that the joint attack formation was no small matter. Although it was only a 12-person combined attack array, it was extremely mysterious. Once it was used perfectly, it would definitely be more powerful than other combined attack arrays. However, it would be a waste for Lu Ming to set up the combined attack array. Lu Ming already had the power of an invincible divine master, so it would be a waste for him to set up the combined attack array. He wouldn't be able to make use of his advantages. It was the same for Gu Changfeng. When he used Genesis techniques, his power was comparable to an invincible divine master. However, when setting up the combined attack array, using Genesis techniques wouldn't increase the power of the combined attack array. Instead, it would disrupt the balance of the combined attack array. Besides them, there were also Xianxia, Autumn Moon, Ling Yue, Dandan, Bubbles, Wan Shen, Tang Jun, Qiu, and Gu Mo. There were a total of 9 people. In addition to Lion, Tang Jian and Rong Jin, there were 12 people. They could set up a perfect combined attack array. Lion, Tang Jian and Rong Jin naturally wouldn't refuse. Although Lion had the power of the strongest Lord of Heaven, Tang Jian and Rong Jin also had the power of the top Lord of Heaven. They could be considered experts below the origin level. However, in the current situation, facing the creatures of the Forbidden Grounds, this little bit of power was clearly not enough. Only by setting up the combined attack array would they be qualified to compete with the experts of the Forbidden Grounds. Only then would they be able to play a role in the later battles. In fact, there was another expert in the Heaven Destroyer who was comparable to the strongest Lord of Heaven. He was Tiger, who was as famous as Lion. When the 20 strongest Lord of Heaven of the Heavenly Human clan attacked the Heaven Destroyer base, Tiger had helped. However, Tiger had been injured and hadn't recovered. After the battle, he went back to sleep to recover. This time, he didn't enter the Purple Heaven Grotto Heaven. Lu Ming, what about you? What's your plan next? Dandan asked Lu Ming. The creatures of the 3 Forbidden Grounds and the Yi Immortal joined forces to kill me. How can I let this matter go? Lu Ming grinned, revealing 2 rows of snow-white teeth. His eyes were filled with cold murderous intent. Haha, I knew you wouldn't let this matter go. Tell me, what are you going to do? Dandan laughed. The goal of the 3 Forbidden Lands is to obtain more resources and awaken more of their people. Therefore, they can't continue to work together. They will probably split up soon. When the time comes, Senior Gu and I will hunt down the people who are setting up the formation so that they won't be able to set up the formation. Lu Ming said. Then, he looked at Bubbles and said, Bubbles, I'll have to trouble you to investigate the movements of the 3 Forbidden Lands living beings. No problem, leave it to me. Bubble patted her small chest, and with a sway of her body, she disappeared from where she stood. Meanwhile, Dandan began to instruct Lion, Tang Jian, and Rong Jin to comprehend the formation of the formation. Xianxia, Autumn Moon, and the others had already memorized the formation on the formation carrier, so there was no need for them to comprehend it. Lion, Tang Jian, and Rong Jin first needed to completely comprehend the runic formations in their respective carriers before they could work together with others to set up the formations and polish their tacit understanding and cooperation. Time passed quickly and more than 10 days passed. Lion, Tang Jian, and Rong Jin had more or less finished comprehending when Bubble returned. At first, the 3 Forbidden Lands living beings worked together to search for Big Brother Lu Ming. However, in the past 2 days, they have split up and each occupied a meridian. Moreover, they have sent their experts into the meridian. I believe that they have entered the meridian to investigate. Bubbles recounted what she had seen and heard over the past few days. With Bubbles' control of spacetime, she could hide in the dark and observe. As long as her origin did not appear, no one would be able to discover her. Invincible divine masters were only powerful in battle. Their spiritual senses and senses were definitely not comparable to a true origin. It seems that the living beings of the three forbidden lands can't wait any longer and want to enter the meridian to seize the treasure. Lu Ming muttered. In fact, the heavenly abode divine light emitted from the meridian was not very strong recently. Not to mention invincible divine masters, even royal ambassadors would be able to block it and enter the meridian. However, the various factions still did not dare to enter, mainly because they were afraid that there would be heavenly abode divine beasts inside. The strength of the heavenly abode was too terrifying. Even the invincible divine masters could not withstand it. But now, the beings of the three great forbidden grounds could not wait any longer. They sent out a small number of experts to explore the Qi meridian. If there were really heavenly abode beasts, the losses would be minimal. If there were none, they could enter the Qi meridian to seize the resources. Lu Ming, do you want to fight? Gu Changfeng said with a murderous look in his eyes. Of course. Bubble, take us there. Lu Ming said. In order to silently kill the creatures of the forbidden area and the people who set up the joint attack formation, they still needed Bubble's spacetime power. If it were just Lu Ming and Gu Changfeng, they would have been discovered by the other party before they even got close. Although doing so would delay Bubble's run-in with the others, there was no better choice. However, it wasn't too bad that Bubble was one less person. Bubble was already very familiar with this joint attack formation. As long as the other 11 succeeded in breaking in, Bubble would join in later and the breaking in speed would be very fast. Immediately, the three of them set off while the others continued to practice the joint attack formation. Let's go to the place where the Primordial Light Clan is located. It's closest to us, Bubble said. Soon, they arrived. The Primordial Light Clan occupied a Qi meridian and there were a few thousand of them scattered around the Qi meridian. Yuan Wuji and Yuan Liuji were guarding the two sides and glancing around. Lu Ming, do you know that those people set up the joint attack formation? Gu Changfeng asked. Roughly. Lu Ming nodded and said. Lu Ming might not know about those who set up the joint attack formation of 7, 9, or 12 people. But Lu Ming knew all about those who set up the joint attack formation of 21 or 18 people. When Lu Ming had agreed to fight with Ye Immortal, the creatures of the three great forbidden grounds had already set up the most terrifying joint attack formation to kill Lu Ming. Lu Ming's memory was amazing. He only glanced at it and remembered the appearance and the life origin energy of those who set up the formation. Now, it came in handy. Those, Lu Ming pointed out the members of the Primordial Light Clan who set up the joint attack formation of 21 or 18 people to Bubbles and Gu Changfeng. Then, they approached the Primordial Light Clan. Yuan Wuji and Yuan Liuji didn't notice them because they were covered by the power of time and space. However, Bubble's cultivation was limited after all. If she was too close to Yuan Wuji and Yuan Liuji, they would definitely notice her. However, Lu Ming's target wasn't Yuan Wuji and Yuan Liuji. Attack! Lu Ming bellowed in a low voice and immediately made his move. The War God Spear suddenly pierced out. This was performed by using the heaven-splitting move. Its power was shocking as it charged toward the few experts from the Primordial Light Clan. At the same time, Gu Changfeng also attacked. He threw out the bright moon long wind fist and a terrifying fist aura blasted towards the Primordial Light Clan. Lu Ming, be careful. As soon as Lu Ming and Gu Changfeng attacked, Yuan Wuji and Yuan Liuji discovered them. The two of them roared angrily and pounced on Lu Ming. However, it was too late. Pft! 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 3 elites of the Primordial Light Clan were pierced by the spear radiance and killed. Forbidden power swept out and swept the 3 swords into the ancient desolation ring. These 3 swords were the carriers of the joint attack formation of 21 people. Without these 3 swords, the joint attack formation of 21 people was as good as useless. Gu Changfeng's fist aura was even more overbearing. It blasted down and killed 5 people in an instant. More than 10 people were seriously injured and sent flying. Of course, not all of them were the ones who had set up the joint attack formation. Only 3 of them were. The rest were hit by the fist aura. The carriers of the joint attack formation of the 3 people were also taken away by Gu Changfeng. Retreat. After the successful attack, Lu Ming and the others quickly retreated under the cover of the power of time and space, causing Yuan Wuji and Yuan Liuji's attacks to miss. It's the power of time and space. Lu Ming, you are courting death. Yuan Wuji roared as if he had gone crazy. Thousands of light beams shot out and filled the void. It was a shocking scene. However, Lu Ming and the others dodged easily and did not confront Yuan Wuji directly. Lu Ming and Gu Chongfeng were not afraid of Yuan Wuji and Yuan Liuji. However, there was no need to do so because their combat strength was on par with each other. Even if they fought, it would be difficult to determine the winner in a short time, let alone kill each other. Hence, it was better to avoid fighting. Lu Ming and the others' target was not Yuan Wuji and Yuan Liuji, but the other members of the Primordial Light clan. Swoosh, Lu Ming and the others kept flashing and appearing in another direction before continuing to attack. This time, Lu Ming used the ancient desolation style. A piece of land with a radius of 10 miles was formed and pressed down on the Primordial Light clan, attacking them indiscriminately. The ancient desolation style formed a real ancient desolation continent. On the continent, there were rays of light and mountains and lakes could be seen clearly. It carried the mighty power of the world as it pressed down. Suddenly, dozens of Primordial Light clan members were turned into ashes. Lu Ming had used the desolation move to kill dozens of Primordial Light tribe members. Although only a few of them had set up a 21-man or 18-man formation, it was still enough. If they wanted to break the enemy's formation, they only needed to kill a few of them and snatch the carrier of the formation. That would be enough. When Lu Ming made his move, Gu Chongfeng also made his move. He used the Bright Moon Wind Fist to kill more than 10 Primordial Light tribe members. After that, the two of them retreated quickly. Lu Ming, come out and fight me if you dare. Why are you acting so sneakily? Yuan Liuji shouted angrily. Gather together and set up the formation. Set up the formation, Yuan Liuji shouted and appeared above the heads of the other Primordial Light tribe members to prevent Lu Ming and the others from launching a sneak attack. The Primordial Light tribe members quickly gathered together and set up a joint attack array formation. 7-man joint attack formation, 9-man joint attack formation, 12-man joint attack formation, there were even 21-man formation. However, there was only one formation left of the 20-man joint attack. Originally, the Primordial Light clan had 4 21-man combined array formations. However, Lu Ming and the rest launched 2 sneak attacks and killed some of the people who had set up 3 of the 21-man combined array formations, snatching away the carriers of the combined array formations. This meant that the 3 21-man joint attack formations were now useless. Damn it! Damn it, Yuan Liuji shouted angrily, his face distorted. He was furious. He was really furious. He could not wait to fight with Lu Ming. However, the void was very quiet. Lu Ming and the others were nowhere to be seen. This was because Lu Ming and the others had already left. The other party had made strict preparations. It would be very difficult to launch a sneak attack. They have probably left to attack the Malevolentine tribe or the Blue Sea tribe. Lu Ming is taking revenge on us. Should we inform the Malevolentine tribe or the Blue Sea tribe? Yuan Liuji asked. Although they had said this, they did not dare to relax. They were on high alert. Why should we inform them? We've lost so many of our 21-man joint attack formations. Our overall strength is no longer as strong as the Darking race and the Blue Sea race. We have to make them suffer. Yuan Wuji said with a cold glint in his eyes. In the end, the races of the 3 Forbidden Lands were in a competitive relationship. They weren't having a good time, so they naturally didn't want others to have a good time. Lu Ming's second target was the Balefulline race. The Balefulline race members also gathered around Cultivation. The Balefulline race and the others were much more guarded than the Primordial Light race. After all, the Balefulline race had already suffered greatly at the hands of Lu Ming and Bubbles last time. Gaishak and Nether Fiend King did not dare to be careless. However, in the end, Lu Ming and the others still found a chance to strike. They killed dozens of Balefulline beings and destroyed several of their combined attack formations. Then, they quickly left. According to the plan, the next step was to find the CC race. However, Lu Ming decided not to go in the end. Princess Xianxia of the CC race had always helped him. He still owed Princess Xianxia a favor. Moreover, the CC race members had not attacked Lu Ming at the beginning. Speaking of which, the CC race and Lu Ming did not have a deep grudge. Lu Ming clearly distinguished between kindness and hatred. He did not want to fight for the time being. Of course, if the CC race ended up like the Balefulene race and the Primordial Light race in the future, Lu Ming would definitely not be polite. Let's go. Let's return to the Primordial Light race, Lu Ming said. This was just the beginning. Lu Ming would not let it go so easily. The Primordial Light race members were still on full alert. They did not have a chance to strike yet. However, they were not in a hurry. They hid in the dark and waited for an opportunity. Time passed day by day. A few days later, Lu Ming and the others saw the Primordial Light race members coming out of the Qi vein. The person who had entered the Qi vein to investigate had to be a powerhouse on the same level as the Guanqian royal envoy. After coming out, he reported something to Yuan Wuji and Yuan Liuji. Yuan Wuji and Yuan Liuji were delighted when they heard this. Could there be no paradise divine beasts below the Qi vein? Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat when he saw the expressions on Yuan Wuji and Yuan Liuji's faces. Yuan Wuji and Yuan Liuji seemed to be in a discussion. After a while, more than a dozen figures headed down to the Qi vein. The others continued to stay above the Qi vein. Yuan Wuji and Yuan Liuji did not go down either. Clearly, they did not dare go down. They wanted to stay above to guard against Lu Ming and the others. In the blink of an eye, a few more days passed. The Primordial Light race members finally let down their guard. Lu Ming and the others did not appear again. Furthermore, the combined formation of the Primordial Light race could not be set up and operated continuously. Setting up a combined formation consumed a lot of energy. During this period of time, the Primordial Light tribe's joint attack formation had been set up. However, it was also very tiring and consumed a lot of the people setting up the formation. Once they let down their guard, Lu Ming and the others immediately attacked and killed dozens of Primordial Light race members in an instant. This made Yuan Wuji and Yuan Liuji go crazy. They roared angrily and attacked the void frantically. However, Lu Ming and the others quickly retreated and went to the Malevolentine race. They found an opportunity to launch another wave of attacks and kill dozens of Malevolentine race members. The members of the two races were about to go crazy. They gathered together and did not dare relax. Lu Ming and the others waited for a few more days before they realized that the Malevolentine race, the Primordial Light race, and the Blue Sea race had joined forces again. They gathered above a Qi vein and reached some sort of agreement. They sent people into the Qi vein to excavate resources while the invincible Almighty stood guard above. Let's go back, Lu Ming said. There were 6 invincible almighties among the creatures of the 3 forbidden lands. They did not have a chance to attack. Once they were trapped, they would be in danger. They went back. Bubbles, did you find any trace of Yi Immortal a while ago? Lu Ming asked on the way. If they had found Yi Immortal, now would be the best time to attack. He and Gu Chongfeng might be able to kill Yi Immortal if they joined forces. Even if they could not, they could severely injure him. No, this guy seems to have disappeared without a trace. I think he's hiding somewhere, Bubbles said. This guy is not easy to deal with. Lu Ming sighed. He was not too disappointed. Yi Immortal was not easy to deal with. Not long after, they returned. Bubbles joined Dandan and the others to practice the formation. 12 silhouettes flashed, and a huge figure condensed into one. The figure was covered in a black and ferocious battle armor. The spikes on the armor were extremely sharp, and the aura it emitted was extremely cold. It was a pitch-black halberd with a sharp edge. Its entire body was filled with a terrifying aura. Indeed, the aura of a formation formed by 12 people is completely different. It's much stronger than a formation formed by 10 people. This joint attack formation is indeed extraordinary, Lu Ming thought to himself. The carrier of the combined attack array was found under a small Qi meridian. The Qi meridian was not big and there were no buildings on it. It was obvious that no one lived there in the last era. However, there was a dwelling beneath such a small vein of Qi. It was concealed by a formation and was extremely well hidden. If it were not for the collapse of the Purple Heaven Grotto Heaven and Danden's extremely sensitive perception of formations, they probably would not have discovered it. Lu Ming and the others had obtained two things from the cave residents. One was the combined attack array of 12 people, and the other was a book. Lu Ming and the others did not recognize the words on it. They had judged that it was from the last era. However, when Lion translated those scrolls previously, Lu Ming conveniently passed this book to Lion so that it could translate the content in the book. However, Lu Ming was disappointed. Lion did not recognize the words on it either. Lion speculated that the words on it were either very obscure words from the last era or not from the last era. Lu Ming could only keep it and slowly explore the contents in the future. He vaguely felt that this book was extraordinary. The carrier of the combined attack array that was placed together with this book could not be ordinary. It was indeed very powerful. However, Lu Ming could see that the black-armored warrior was not very solid yet. This was because Lion, Tang Jian, and Rong Jin did not have a good rapport with the others. They needed to continue working together. The 12 of them continued to work on the array formation. Only Lu Ming and Gu Changfeng were free. By the way, Senior Gu, I would like to ask you something. When a forbidden body reaches the 9th level Divine Master Realm, does the universal bridge formed end at the cosmic sea or does it continue to extend? Lu Ming began to ask about the universal bridge. His universal bridge, which was the yellow mud road, continued to extend after it reached the cosmic sea. It was blocked by a layer of barrier. He wanted to continue to look but could not do so. He had known for a long time that other cultivators were not like this. However, he was not sure if it was the same for other forbidden bodies. He had wanted to ask Gu Changfeng for advice. Now that he was free, he naturally could not miss it. It continues to extend? Strange. Hearing Lu Ming's explanation, Gu Changfeng was amazed. Senior, are you not? Lu Ming asked. No, my cosmic bridge is no different from the others. As far as I know, the other taboo bodies are the same as mine. I've never heard of a situation like yours. Could it be that the taboo bodies have mutated? Or is it because you have successfully cultivated the 3,000 ancient secret techniques? Gu Changfeng murmured. He could not figure it out either. The other taboo bodies are different from mine. How am I different from the other taboo bodies? Is it really because I comprehended the 3,000 ancient secret techniques? Lu Ming's mind kept spinning. He had a vague feeling that things were not that simple. His cosmic bridge was already different from others when it was first formed. It was a yellow muddy road. On the yellow muddy road, there was a pool of blood. That pool of blood also contained a terrifying power. Twice, it had caused his battle prowess to skyrocket at critical moments. At that time, he had yet to comprehend the 3,000 ancient secret skills. I'll have to ask Senior Fei Huang or Senior Tang Feng in the future. Lu Ming thought and hid the questions he couldn't figure out. Then, Lu Ming asked Gu Changfeng some questions about cultivation. Gu Changfeng's power had already reached the peak of the Divine Master level. If he hadn't been injured and had been in a deep sleep, he would have reached the origin level. So, Gu Changfeng had a lot of ideas about how to reach the peak of the Divine Master level. Lu Ming could also learn from him. 7 days passed quickly. Xianxia, Dandan, Lion, and the rest of the 12 people's joint attack array had finally reached a perfect state. Once they cast it, a ferocious black-armored warrior appeared, exuding a terrifying aura. It was as if the invincible warrior of the previous era had come back to life. Even Lu Ming felt pressured. Once they attacked, their power would definitely be extraordinary. At the same time, Lu Ming asked Bubbles to go out and check the movements of the creatures in the forbidden ground. Bubbles left, but soon came back and brought back the movements of the creatures in the forbidden ground. The Eveline race, Yuanguang race, and Sanming race were still working together, but they had left the Meridian last time and went to a neighboring one. But this time, the invincible divine masters like Gaishak, Lord of Hell, Yuan Wuji, Yuan Liuji, and Prince Kanglo weren't there. Even the overlords at the level of Lord Guanqian weren't there. However, almost all the masters who had set up the combined attack were there. Gaishak, Yuan Wuji, and the others aren't here. Did they go deep into the meridian to dig for deity crystals and deity stones? Lu Ming had an idea. If that was the case, it would be another chance to kill the creatures in the Forbidden Ground and break their combined attack. But was it really that simple? Not long ago, the Dark Spectre clan and the Primordial Light clan had already suffered a great loss at Lu Ming's hands. It had only been a few days and these people had already forgotten the pain and were no longer guarding against Lu Ming, or was there a conspiracy? There's someone outside, Dandan suddenly said and looked to the north. Lu Ming and the others also looked in that direction. A figure was walking through the air in the north. It's her, Princess Xianxia. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. The person was Princess Xianxia of the Xiangming race. It's someone from the Xiangming race. She seems to be looking in our direction. Has she discovered us? Myriad gods said. Impossible. I've set up a concealment formation. My concealment formation is silent and doesn't leave any traces. I don't believe anyone below the Origin Realm can discover it, Dandan said. Dandan said. She was very confident in her array formation. However, Dandan shut up very soon. He was tongue-tied and his eyes were wide open. This was because Princess Xianxia had stopped not far away. She was clearly looking at them with a faint smile on her face. Lu Ming, I know there's a concealment formation here. You're inside the formation. There's no need to hide. Show yourself. Princess Xianxia said. What? She really discovered us? Dandan was in disbelief. The others' expressions changed as well. Had the creatures from the 3 Forbidden Grounds arrived? Looks like we've really been discovered. Let's go out and meet her. Lu Ming said. Since they had been discovered, there was no need to continue hiding. Lu Ming and the others stepped out and left the range of the concealment formation. They appeared in the air. Princess Xianxia's expression showed that she knew it. Xianyanqing, Autumn Moon, Dandan, Gumo, Sure, and the others scanned the surroundings and released their spiritual senses. They were ready for a battle. Don't worry. I'm the only one here. There's no one else. Princess Xianxia smiled. I really want to know, how did you find this place? Lu Ming asked, his eyes narrowing slightly. Although he had cooperated with Princess Xianxia once and she had helped him, he was still wary of Princess Xianxia. He always felt that Princess Xianxia was very mysterious. If she wasn't mysterious, why would the princess of the Xiangming clan cooperate with Lu Ming? Why would she help Lu Ming? According to Yu Wuxiu, the living beings of the 3 Forbidden Lands were not living beings of the primitive universe. Lu Ming had a taboo body and controlled the power of the universe. The stronger one's cultivation was, the greater the suppression of the primitive universe on them. Any creature of the Forbidden Lands would probably want to kill Lu Ming. Why would they cooperate with Lu Ming and help Lu Ming? There were many suspicious points about this. Therefore, Lu Ming didn't dare to take this woman lightly. Of course it's because of this little sister that I found this place. Princess Xianxia smiled at Bubbles. Because of me? Bubbles was stunned. Although the power of spacetime is profound, and one's movements are soundless, capable of reversing spacetime. Unless one's cultivation is much higher than one's, it will be very difficult to discover one's tracks. However, it just so happens that I am extremely sensitive to any kind of energy fluctuation. This is the same for spacetime. Not long ago, you were observing the creatures of the 3 great Forbidden Lands. No one else noticed, but I did. I secretly followed you. Your figure disappeared here. Needless to say, there must be a concealment array here. Princess Xianxia explained with a smile. She was always so confident and calm. Her cultivation was clearly only at the 9th level of the Divine Master realm, but she wasn't afraid at all when facing Lu Ming and so many other experts. This woman is really not simple to be able to detect Bubbles' power of time and space. Fortunately, this woman seems to be different from the other creatures of the Forbidden Lands, otherwise, Lu Ming thought to himself, feeling a little scared. If this woman was like the other creatures of the Forbidden Lands and wanted to kill him, it would be extremely dangerous. Just imagine, if 5 or 6 invincible divine lords, a group of Guanqian imperial emissaries, and a bunch of joint attack formations suddenly appeared and surrounded them, they would be in grave danger. The expressions of the others were also somewhat ugly. Clearly, they had the same thoughts as Lu Ming. What brings you here today? Could it be that you want to raise that condition with me? Lu Ming asked. Princess Xianxia shook her head and said, No, I came here today to help you. Oh? I believe you already know that the Primordial Light Tribe, the Balefulline Tribe, and the Blue Sea Tribe have joined forces. Furthermore, the strongest unrivaled Divine Masters are not here. This is actually a trap to lure you into action. Although the strongest people aren't here, there are source-grade formations set up in the surroundings. Once you make a move, you'll fall into the source-grade formations. Princess Xianxia said. An origin-grade formation. Lion, Autumn Moon, and the others' expressions changed drastically. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed slightly. He already believed Princess Xianxia's words in his heart, because he already felt that the creatures of the three forbidden lands were behaving abnormally. If they had set up an origin-grade formation and were waiting for him to take the bait, then it would make sense. That's the first problem. Next is the second problem. I want to remind you that the creatures of the three forbidden lands have sent people to investigate the 9 meridians here. There are no giant beasts condensed from the heavenly divine light below. The 3 tribes have joined forces to plunder the meridians one by one. At the same time, Lu Ming can also take action and plunder the other meridians. Princess Xianxia said. Why are you telling me the second problem? Lu Ming asked, looking at Princess Xianxia in confusion. If she told him the first problem, it would be easy to understand. After all, Lu Ming promised to help Princess Xianxia once, but he hadn't helped Princess Xianxia yet. How could Princess Xianxia let Lu Ming be killed by Yuan Wuji, Gaishak, and the others? But the second problem was not easy to explain. Everyone knew that the creatures of the 3 forbidden lands needed all kinds of resources the most, such as immortal crystals, immortal stones, and various levels of divine herbs, and these resources were the most abundant under the meridians. The creatures of the 3 forbidden lands would plunder the meridians one by one. In the end, each tribe would be able to get the resources of 3 meridians. This was definitely a huge amount of resources that could awaken more creatures of the forbidden lands. This should be more beneficial for Princess Xianxia. But why did Princess Xianxia tell Lu Ming and let Lu Ming and the others go to other meridians to plunder resources? This was clearly snatching resources from the creatures of the 3 forbidden lands. What benefits would this bring to Princess Xianxia? Take a guess. Princess Xianxia said with a smile, smiling like a little fox. There's no need to guess, because you're not from the Xiangming clan at all. A voice sounded. It was Xianxia. Oh? Princess Xianxia's expression didn't change. She was still very calm. However, the others looked at Xianxia curiously, including Lu Ming. Princess Xianxia wasn't from the Xiangming clan. They clearly saw Princess Xianxia with the other experts of the Xiangming clan before. Could it be that someone else was impersonating her? How did Xianxia see through it? Xianxia stared at Princess Xianxia with bright eyes and said, Your disguise technique is indeed brilliant. You can even disguise the aura of life origin. I'm afraid even an ordinary life origin wouldn't be easily seen through. Unfortunately, I'm too familiar with you, Dark Knight Rose. What, Dark Knight Rose? This woman is Dark Knight Rose. Lu Ming was shocked. How many years had it been, ever since the universe was in chaos and the universe recovered from ruins? Dark Knight Rose, Di Jianni and the others had disappeared without a trace. Could it be that Princess Xianxia was really Dark Knight Rose in disguise? You don't have to pretend. Although your appearance and aura of life origin have changed, your expression, even your eyes, and some of your small habits can't be hidden from my eyes. I can confirm that you are Dark Knight Rose. Xianxia said. Ever since Princess Xianxia appeared, Xianxia hadn't said a word. She had been secretly observing Princess Xianxia. Because when she first saw Princess Xianxia, she felt a sense of familiarity. Ha ha ha, Princess Xianxia laughed so hard that her body trembled. As she laughed, her appearance and the aura of her life origin began to change drastically. In the end, her appearance completely changed. Although she was still beautiful, she didn't look like Princess Xianxia at all. Dark Knight Rose, it was really Dark Knight Rose. I see, Lu Ming finally knew why Dark Knight Rose reminded him and why she wanted them to search for the resources in the realm meridians. Because she wasn't from the Xiangming tribe. Although Lu Ming and Dark Knight Rose didn't have a good relationship, it was better than falling into the hands of the creatures in the Forbidden Land. The creatures in the Forbidden Land could be said to be the common enemy of all the creatures in the primitive universe. Princess Xianxia was the Dark Knight Rose, which explained a lot of things. The resources and the meridians would be better off in Lu Ming's hands than in the hands of the creatures in the Forbidden Grounds. I knew I couldn't hide it from you. I didn't plan to keep it a secret from you. The Dark Knight Rose smiled and looked at Lu Ming. Lu Ming, I helped you again. Remember, you still owe me a favor. After saying that, Dark Knight Rose quickly retreated and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The Dark Knight Rose is getting more and more mysterious. Lu Ming muttered. He felt that he couldn't see through the Dark Knight Rose anymore. When the Dark Knight Rose met Xianxia for the first time, she was obviously afraid of Xianxia. But this time, she wasn't afraid of Xianxia at all. Instead, she was very calm. Moreover, this woman's cultivation had reached the 9th level of the Divine Master realm. This speed of improvement wasn't any slower than the rest of them. This showed how talented this woman was. More importantly, she was able to sneak into the Tsongming tribe and become the princess of the Tsongming tribe. The Tsongming tribe didn't notice at all. This made it even more difficult. It could be speculated that the Dark Knight Rose most likely used the identity of Princess Xianxia to enter the Purple Heaven Grotto. The real Princess Xianxia was most likely killed by the Dark Knight Rose. Xiaoqing, how much do you know about the Dark Knight Rose? Lu Ming asked Xianxia. The others also looked at Xianxia. The Dark Knight Rose is the one and only sky-devouring rose in the universe. Of course, she was the one who told me this name. When I first met her, she was still very weak, so I signed a contract with her. Nominally, she was my pet. However, I have never treated her as a pet, but as a sister. However, she is very ambitious and has always wanted to get rid of me and become the master of the universe. However, she has never succeeded. Later, 60 stellar years ago, a great war broke out between us and the Heavenly Palace. She and I both died in that war. I didn't expect that we would reincarnate together. Xianxia said. Do you know where she came from? Lu Ming continued to ask. That's right. The heaven-devouring rose is unique in the universe. It must have parents. Could it have jumped out of a stone? Or was it like the bone demon or the primordial divine spirit, born from heaven and earth? Dandan added. Xianxia shook his head and said, I don't know. Back then, I asked her, but she didn't know either. Do you feel that Dark Knight Rose is a little different from before? Lu Ming said. It is indeed different, but I can't quite put my finger on it. Xianxia frowned. Lu Ming, what did you promise her? Then, Xianxia changed the topic and asked. I'll help her do something in Xixia Grotto Heaven. Lu Ming said. We still have to be careful of her. She's full of tricks. We have to be careful. Xianxia said. Don't worry. I promised her something on the premise that I won't put myself in danger. Lu Ming smiled. Then what are we going to do next? Are we going to dig out the treasures in the meridians? Dandan said. His eyes lit up when he talked about treasures. Qiuqiu's eyes also lit up. Its 2 rows of teeth were already chattering. Of course we're going to dig out those treasures. We can't let the creatures of the Forbidden Ground take advantage of us. But before that, let's check which meridian the creature is on, Lu Ming said. Then, Lu Ming asked the others to enter the ancient desolation ring. He and Bubbles headed towards the meridian where the creature was. Sure enough, the creature had already changed to another meridian. Obviously, the treasures in the previous meridian had already been taken. Yuan Wuji, Yuan Liuji, Gaishak, and the others were not there. Only the ordinary creatures of the Forbidden Ground were scattered around the meridian, looking alert. Lu Ming let Dandan out of the ancient desolation ring. Dandan sensed a terrifying array formation. Anya Rose was right. The creature of the Forbidden Ground had indeed set up an origin-level array formation here, waiting for Lu Ming to take the bait. Let's go to the other meridian, then, Lu Ming and the others left. They went in the opposite direction of the meridian and came to another meridian on the other side of the island. There's a surveillance array formation around this meridian. Dandan stood in the void and sensed it. It seems that the creature of the forbidden ground set it up here. As soon as we appear, we will be discovered by them. Xianxia said. Dandan, can you find all the surveillance arrays here and break them? Lu Ming asked. Of course, but once you break them, the creatures of the forbidden ground will immediately sense it. Dandan said. It's okay. At most, we'll change to another meridian. Lu Ming said. Okay. Dandan nodded and began to act. Soon, all the surveillance arrays were found. Lu Ming and the others acted and all the surveillance arrays were broken. Then, they quickly left and came to another meridian. The creatures of the forbidden ground had also set up a surveillance array around this meridian. They repeated the same trick and let Dandan find it and break it. Then, they left and came to the third meridian. This meridian also had a surveillance array set up by the creatures of the forbidden ground. It seemed that the creatures of the forbidden ground had all set up surveillance arrays around the island. As long as others appeared, they would be sensed by the creatures of the forbidden ground. Lu Ming and the others destroyed all the surveillance arrays around the remaining meridian. After that, Dandan himself set up a surveillance array around the meridian. Then, he randomly chose a meridian and rushed in. The surveillance arrays around 7 meridian were all broken. The creatures of the forbidden ground couldn't figure out which meridian Lu Ming and the others would enter. Even if they came with a large force, it wouldn't be easy to find Lu Ming and the others. Even if they found them, there were surveillance arrays set up by Dandan around the meridian. They could find the other party in advance and escape in advance. There's most likely a top source level divine medicine in this meridian. We can't let it escape. I'll set up the array first, Dandan said. After entering the meridian, Dandan turned into his original form and began to set up arrays along the way. His turtle shell glowed, and endless runes flew out and disappeared into the walls and the void. That kind of top source level divine medicine was too good at escaping. It was too fast. If they weren't careful, they would escape. Only by setting up the array in advance could they be confident of taking the top source level divine medicine. They went all the way down and set up arrays. After setting up arrays in this direction, they went to another direction to set up arrays. Sharpening a knife won't delay the work of cutting firewood. Compared to the value of the top source level divine medicine, these preparations were not worth mentioning. After setting up arrays in all directions, they landed at the bottom of the meridian. As soon as they landed at the bottom of the meridian, they found a large number of immortal stones and major divine herbs. They began to loot without hesitation. After that, they continued to move forward. Finally, they arrived at the center of the meridian and found a huge immortal stone vein. Just like what they had found before, the vein was densely packed with immortal stones that were embedded in transparent rocks. In order to save time, they did not dig out the immortal stones one by one. Instead, they dug out the entire vein. This process took them a few days. Fortunately, the beings of the Forbidden Lands did not come over these few days. They were probably busy digging for their own resources. Whoosh, in the end, the entire vein of immortal stones was stored in Lu Ming's ancient desolate ring. Why didn't we find any top source level divine herbs? Dandan's eyes darted around as he scanned the surroundings. During this period, they had found a few ordinary source level divine herbs, but there was no sign of any top source level divine herbs. Logically speaking, there should be at least one top source level divine herb in such a large meridian. Could it have escaped before we came in? That's not impossible. Everyone discussed. A top source level divine herb had escaped from the first meridian that they had landed in. In the end, it had fallen into the hands of the Yi Immortal. It was not impossible that the top source level divine herb in this meridian had escaped long ago. Let's look around. If we can't find it, we'll go to the next meridian. Lu Ming said. They did not have much time left. The beings of the 3 Forbidden Lands worked together to dig out resources at an astonishing speed. Not long ago, Dandan discovered through the surveillance array that the beings of the Forbidden Lands had moved 1 meridian. They had already started on the 3rd one. They had to speed up to get a piece of meat from the beings of the Forbidden Lands. Immediately, everyone spread out their spiritual senses to search for top source level divine herbs. This time, it did not take long for them to find something. Over here, quick. Tang Jun suddenly shouted. Swish, 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 Lu Ming, Xianxia, Dandan, and the others rushed towards Tang Jun without hesitation. That is, Lu Ming immediately discovered that there was a light flickering on Tang Jun's side, rushing into the distance. A stock of divine medicine, that's right, it was a top-grade origin-grade divine herb. It turned out that the top-grade source-level divine medicine in this meridian had not escaped, but had been hiding in the dark all this time. When Lu Ming and the others spread out to search, they seemed to know that they could no longer hide, so they quickly fled and were discovered by Tang Jun. Lu Ming and the others pushed their speed to the limit, especially Bubble, whose speed was the fastest. She was almost as fast as a top-tier source-grade divine herb. Space-time power. Bubble thrust out a palm, and the void rippled like water. The power of space-time quickly gushed out and enveloped the top-grade source-grade divine herb. Suddenly, the top-grade source-grade divine herb's speed was greatly reduced, as if it had fallen into a swamp. But in the next moment, the top-grade source-grade divine herb's entire body glowed, and its speed suddenly increased again. In an instant, it rushed through the space-time power and continued to flee. What a powerful divine herb! This top-grade source-grade divine herb had no other abilities except for its ability to escape. It was not easy to catch up to it alone. Soon, they arrived at the edge of the meridian. Array, rise! At this moment, Dandan shouted in a low voice, and the turtle shell glowed. Immediately, dense runes appeared in the void, and these runes intertwined to form an array. All of them were trapping arrays. Countless threads appeared in the void like an inescapable net, enveloping the top-grade source-grade divine herb. There was no way to escape at all. The divine herb glowed, wanting to rush through these arrays. However, Lu Ming and the others had already arrived. Space-time power. Heavenly Demon Field. Bubble and Xianxia attacked one after another. Two powerful forces supported the array and enveloped the top-grade source-grade divine herb. This time, the top-grade source-grade divine herb could no longer escape. Lu Ming condensed a large hand and grabbed it into the Chaos Ring. Divine herbs of all grades were stored in the Chaos Ring because they could be planted in the Chaos Ring. When not in use, they could preserve their medicinal properties. If they were stored in a storage ring and not used for a long time, their medicinal properties would definitely dissipate. With the top-grade source-grade divine herb in their hands, everyone smiled. This was definitely a great harvest. This trip was not in vain. However, they did not continue to delay. They immediately rushed to the second meridian and began to plunder resources. Dandan repeated the same trick and set up many trapping arrays in all directions of the meridian. This time, it didn't take long for them to find a top-grade source-grade divine herb in this meridian. A top-tier source-grade divine herb naturally fled as fast as it could. However, the outcome was already determined. When it reached the edge of the area, Dandan activated the array formation. Then, Xianxia, Bubbles and the others joined forces and successfully captured the top-tier source-grade divine herb. 3 of them, since entering the Purple Heaven Grotto Heaven, they had already obtained 3 of these top-grade source-grade divine herbs. As for ordinary source-grade divine herbs, they had even more. There was also a huge immortal stone vein in this meridian. Everyone worked hard to excavate it. Not good. Halfway through, Dandan suddenly exclaimed. What's wrong? Did the creatures of the Forbidden Lands come to this meridian? Bubble quickly asked. The others' faces also changed. If the creatures of the 3 Forbidden Lands happened to come to this meridian, they would have to give up on digging and retreat in advance. No, it's the monitoring array formation I set up. It's all been destroyed. Dandan said. Is it from this meridian or the other meridian? Lu Ming asked. It's from all the meridian. Just now, the surveillance array I set up around all the meridian was destroyed. It must be the doing of the creatures of the Forbidden Lands. Dandan said. It's all destroyed. It seems that the creatures of the Forbidden Lands are about to make a move. Lu Ming said with a solemn expression. Once the surveillance array was destroyed, they couldn't grasp the whereabouts of the creatures of the Forbidden Lands. If the creatures of the Forbidden Lands entered this meridian, they wouldn't be able to detect them. Let's continue digging. Dandan, set up surveillance arrays at all the exits of the meridian. Once the creatures of the Forbidden Lands come here, we'll retreat in another direction. Lu Ming said. The The creatures of the Forbidden Lands probably didn't know which meridian they were under. According to what Dandan saw through the surveillance array, the creatures of the Forbidden Lands had already plundered 3 meridians in a row and entered the 4th. The 4th meridian was probably almost completely plundered. Of the 9 meridians, there were still 5 that had not been plundered by the creatures of the Forbidden Grounds. There was a 1/5 chance that the creatures of the Forbidden Lands might not coincidentally enter this meridian. They still had time. He was truly unwilling to give up on an entire immortal stone vein after excavating half of it. Dandan went to set up the formation, while Lu Ming and the others continued to dig. Fortunately, the creatures of the Forbidden Lands did not come to this meridian. After 2 meridians, they successfully dug out the entire meridian. Then, they left the meridian. Sure enough, the creatures of the Forbidden Lands have set up a surveillance formation around the meridian. Watch me break it. Lu Ming and the others floated above the meridian. Dandan glanced around. The turtle shell glowed, and a large number of runes flew out, breaking the surveillance formation around the meridian. Let's go. Our whereabouts must have been discovered by the creatures of the Forbidden Lands. Lu Ming said. Since the creatures of the Forbidden Lands had set up another surveillance formation around the meridian, they would have been discovered when they flew out of the meridian. Perhaps the experts of the 3 clans of the Forbidden Lands had already come. It was not good to stay for long. Lu Ming and the group left the place quickly. They only came to a stop after flying for a long distance. Now, the 3 clans of the Forbidden Lands must have entered the 5th meridian. We have already dug out 2, so there are 2 more left. Do you want to go? Dandan asked, looking at Lu Ming and the others. If we go now, the chances of encountering the 3 clans of the Forbidden Lands are too high. Lion shook his head. There were still 2 meridian that had not been dug out, and the creatures of the Forbidden Lands had set up surveillance formations around the meridian. Even if Dandan could break these surveillance formations, the chances of encountering the creatures of the Forbidden Lands were still very high. The 3 clans of the Forbidden Lands had 6 invincible divine masters and a large number of Guanqian imperial envoys. Once they were surrounded, they would be doomed. Forget it. Let's wait for the ancient city in the middle. Lu Ming also shook his head and gave up on digging the meridian. Their strength was still too weak. If they were as strong as the 3 clans of the Forbidden Lands, they would not have to be afraid. They could compete with the other party openly. The others did not object. They came to the ancient city in the middle and found a more remote place, where Dandan set up a concealment formation. They intended to wait here. As the meridians collapsed one by one, the resources inside were dug out. The ancient city could no longer absorb energy, and the power of the formations around the city walls became weaker and weaker. He believed that it would not be long before the array around the city walls dissipated. At that time, he believed that he would be able to enter the ancient city. This ancient city might very well be the true core of the Violet Firmament Immortal Empire. A place where an immortal was in charge was definitely not a small matter. Divine weapons, divine medicines, immortal stones, immortal crystals, joint attack array carriers, all kinds of ancient books, chi refinement arts, and so on. Just thinking about this made people's hearts burn. In the blink of an eye, another few days passed. On this day, Lu Ming suddenly received a voice transmission. It was from Firmament, saying that there was something important to discuss with him. Song Qiong, you also came here? I thought no one from the quasi-immortal race came. Lu Ming muttered. As the number of experts in the forbidden area increased, it could be said that experts were as common as clouds on this island, and the quasi-saint race was gradually not enough. This was because the quasi-immortal race did not have an invincible divine master expert overseeing it. It was very difficult for them to compete with other forces. Lu Ming originally thought that the quasi-immortal race had not come to this island. Now it seemed that the quasi-immortal race had come, but they were hiding in the dark. Lu Ming, the quasi-immortal race's people, be careful of traps. Xianxia warned. They did not forget the battle between Lu Ming and the Yi Immortal. The Yi Immortal and the 3 races of the forbidden area had joined forces, and Lu Ming had almost been in danger. Who knew if Firmament would also join forces with the 3 races of the forbidden area to trick Lu Ming? They had to be on guard. As if afraid that Lu Ming would be on guard, Firmament sent another message, Brother Lu, the celestial race and the creatures of the forbidden area are not from this universe, which is why they are hostile to you. My quasi-immortal race is a native of the primitive universe, and we have the same origin. The stronger you are, the more advantageous it is for my race. Why would we harm you? It seemed that Firmament already knew that the Yi Immortal and the three races of the forbidden area had joined forces to kill Lu Ming. Furthermore, Firmament also knew the secret of the forbidden power. The quasi-immortal race really knew a lot of secrets. However, as Firmament had said, Firmament had no reason to join forces with the creatures of the forbidden area. But he had to be on guard. Lu Ming replied to Firmament that Lu Ming had set the location and time to meet. Soon after, Lu Ming set off with Dandan and Bubbles. Bringing along Dandan was to prevent them from being tricked by the creatures of the forbidden area. Bringing along Bubbles would allow them to escape quickly. Soon, Lu Ming arrived at the destination. Dandan observed for a while and didn't find any formation fluctuations in the surroundings. However, they didn't show themselves immediately. Instead, they continued to cover their bodies with the space-time force and hid in the dark to observe. Soon after, a figure arrived at lightning speed. Who else could it be other than Firmament? Firmament was the only one who came. After confirming that there was no danger, Lu Ming showed himself. Brother Lu, Firmament was delighted to see Lu Ming. He cupped his fists and greeted him. Brother Firmament, you said there was something important. May I know what it is? Lu Ming went straight to the point. There is a great opportunity that I want to share with Brother Lu. Firmament smiled. There is a great opportunity that you want to share with me? Lu Ming's lips curled into an inexplicable smile. If there was really a great opportunity, why would Firmament share it with Lu Ming? Would he be so kind, unless Firmament couldn't handle it himself and needed Lu Ming's help? Firmament remained calm and said, I wonder if Brother Lu has heard of the Origin Divine Tea? Origin Divine Tea. Lu Ming's expression suddenly changed. Origin Divine Tea only exists in legends. Is there really such a miraculous medicine in the world? Lu Ming couldn't help but ask. The origin of a legend is often true. It's just that too much time has passed, or perhaps the majority of people have never seen it before. That's why it became a legend. Divine Origin Tea naturally exists, but it's just too rare. However, not long ago, I discovered traces of it. Firmament Path. Really? Where is it? Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He had naturally heard of the Origin Divine Tea. It could allow a 9th-tier Divine Master to quickly break through and reach the peak of the Divine Master realm. To reach the peak of the Divine Master realm from the 9th-tier Divine Master realm, one had to slowly accumulate the power of Origin. It was very difficult to do so overnight. Even though Lu Ming had a clear understanding of the origin in the cosmic sea and his speed of comprehending the origin was dozens or even hundreds of times faster than ordinary people, it would still take a long time to break through. However, the Origin Divine Tea could directly skip this process in a short time. Once he obtained the Origin Divine Tea, his cultivation would quickly break through to the peak of the Divine Master realm. Once his cultivation reached the peak of the Divine Master realm, who below the origin would be his match? At that time, wouldn't he be invincible in Purple Heaven Hollow, even if there were many experts in the Forbidden Land? He wouldn't be afraid. Wouldn't the treasures in the ancient city in the center be at his disposal? Not only him, but if he obtained enough Origin Divine Tea leaves, Xianxia, Autumn Moon, and the others could also reach the peak of the Divine Master realm. Now, there were still close to 8,500 years until the end of the Origin Tribulation. As long as they reached the peak of the Divine Lord realm, they could use these 8,000 years to consolidate and accumulate. With the help of top source grade divine herbs, they might be able to reach the Origin realm after the Origin Tribulation. Thinking of this, even with Lu Ming's temperament, his heart couldn't help but beat faster. It's on this island, in a dark red mountain range. But there's an extreme corpse there. Firmament Path. It's that dark red mountain range. Lu Ming's expression changed. There was only one dark red mountain range where an extreme corpse lived, so Lu Ming naturally knew about it. There were 3 dark red regions on this island, all of which had extreme corpses and golden iding corpses guarding them. 2 of them were plains, while the last one was a mountain range. The Origin Divine Tea was actually in this region. This was troublesome. There was a golden Iding corpse guarding it, as well as a large number of other extreme corpses. It wouldn't be easy to obtain the origin divine tea in this region. That region has a golden Iding corpse guarding it. The golden Iding corpse is known as an extreme corpse king, and its battle strength is terrifying. Even divine lords might not be its match. Moreover, who knows how many extreme corpse kings there are in that region? It won't be easy to obtain the origin divine tea. It's very dangerous, Lu Ming said. Actually, we don't have to fight to the death with the extreme corpse. The golden Iding corpses and silver Iding corpses here are extremely intelligent. We can cooperate with them. Firmament path. Cooperate with the extreme corpse? How is that possible? The extreme corpse wants to kill all the outsiders that come here. Why would it cooperate with us? Lu Ming asked. It might not be impossible. Brother Lu, do you know why the extreme corpse wants to kill outsiders? Firmament path. Lu Ming didn't say anything, waiting for the firmament path's answer. I've sent people back to my clan to look up more ancient books about the extreme corpse and obtained more information. According to that information, I speculate that the extreme corpse wants to kill outsiders because of the immortal's molting. Firmament path. The molting of an immortal? Lu Ming was puzzled, not understanding what he meant. The molting of an immortal is a part of the essence left behind by an immortal after he passes away. It's a peerless treasure. Firmament path. Lu Ming was stunned. Transcendents were also known as immortals. What kind of existences were they? In any case, Lu Ming found it hard to imagine. Anything that involved immortals was no small matter. Needless to say, it was a part of the immortal body's essence. It was simply a priceless treasure. There was an immortal's molting on this island? According to the latest information, the Absolute Ing corpse should be produced by the Absolute Ing tribe. The Absolute Ing corpse is similar to the living beings of the three great forbidden lands. In the last era, it was also a living being of a terrifying forbidden land. I speculate that in the last era, the Purple Firmament Immortal Kingdom should have had a great battle with the Absolute Ing tribe. Moreover, it was definitely an immortal level battle. You should know that the Purple Firmament Immortal Kingdom had an immortal guarding it. If it wasn't for an immortal level battle, the Purple Firmament Immortal Kingdom wouldn't have been destroyed. It is very likely that two immortal level powerhouses had a great battle. In the end, both sides were injured and passed away, leaving behind the immortals molting. And the Absolute Ing corpse of the Purple Firmament Grotto is very likely produced by the immortal level powerhouse of the Absolute Ing tribe. The blood of the immortal level powerhouse of the Absolute Ing tribe flows on the three dark red lands. The Xianxia path shared his speculations with Qin Nan. Lu Ming's heart was in turmoil. This was because he felt that the firmament path's speculations were very logical. He recalled that Gaishak had once mocked the golden Iding corpse when he fought with it, saying that the golden Iding corpse was of mixed blood. In other words, the Absolute Ing corpse of the Purple Firmament Grotto was a member of the Purple Firmament Grotto. It was because of the immortal level powerhouse of the Absolute Ing tribe that it became an Absolute Ing corpse. Its bloodline was naturally not pure, and it was not a true Absolute Ing tribe member. Also, whether it was the Primordial Light tribe or the Baleful Ing tribe, they knew the weakness of the Absolute Ing corpse. Even without the blue firestone, they could easily defeat the Absolute Ing corpse. If the Absolute Ing tribe was also a creature of the Forbidden Land, then it made sense. They knew each other better. All the clues came together, and the things that he did not understand in the past suddenly became clear. I think that the ancient city is the place where the immortal level powerhouses fought. The immortal's molting is also there. If the Absolute Ing corpse wants to obtain the immortal's molting of the Absolute Ing tribe member, it will naturally chase away outsiders. They are afraid that outsiders will snatch the immortal's molting from them. But now, the creatures of the Forbidden Land have gathered. There are many powerhouses, and their strength is completely above the Absolute Ing corpse. With the creatures of the Forbidden Land, it will be difficult for the Absolute Ing corpse to obtain the immortal's molting. As long as we agree to help the Absolute Ing corpse and help them obtain the immortal's molting, it will not be difficult to cooperate with them. The Firmament Path. Lu Ming nodded. He had to admit that what Firmament said was very reasonable. Those who could command the Quasi-Saint tribe were not simple. Firmament was extremely intelligent and was definitely not inferior to him. How are we going to split the divine origin tea? You seem to have only brought one piece of news, but I have to risk my life, Lu Ming said indifferently. I don't want much. I only want one divine origin tea leaf. The firmament path. Only one? Lu Ming was stunned. Firmament's request was so low? One divine origin tea leaf is enough for me to break through to the peak of the divine master realm. More is useless. However, the divine origin tea leaf is not that easy to obtain. My request is that no matter how many divine origin tea leaves you obtain, you have to give me at least one. Even if you only obtain one divine origin tea leaf, you have to give me one. I don't want more, but I want at least one. Firmament repeatedly emphasized. Okay. Lu Ming agreed. Even if Firmament obtained the divine origin tea leaf and broke through to the peak of the divine master realm, Lu Ming would not care. Given Firmament's talent, even if he broke through to the peak of the divine master realm, his battle strength would only be equivalent to the Guanqian imperial envoy. He would not reach the level of an invincible divine master. Lu Ming did not care about anyone who was not an invincible divine master. The two discussed for a while and agreed to take action half a day later. After Lu Ming, Dandan, and Bubbles returned, they discussed with the others. When the others heard about it, they were dumbfounded. After making a final deduction, they felt that there was no problem and set off together. Firmament was already waiting for them at the edge of the dark red mountain range. In addition to Firmament, there were dozens of quasi-saint tribe members. Except for the Guanqian imperial envoy, the rest should be able to set up a joint attack formation. The divine origin tea should still be hiding in this mountain range, and hasn't left. The firmament path. There was a huge mountain range in front of him. It was located on the ground and covered a huge area. A dense and cold aura was constantly emitted from it. Bubbles, go in and check it out. If you find the divine origin tea, don't act rashly. Inform us first and wait for us to act together. Lu Ming transmitted his voice to Bubbles. Letting Bubble investigate first was to avoid alerting the Extremine Corpse. If the Extremine Corpse was alerted at the start, it would be difficult to find the origin divine tea without alerting anyone. Even if the Extremine Corpse was alerted, it would also alert the origin divine tea and cause it to escape. If the origin divine tea escaped, it would be difficult to find it again. Leave it to me. Bubbles' figure disappeared after saying that. Using the power of time and space, it entered the dark red mountain range. Lu Ming and the others waited quietly in place. The dark red mountain range covered a large area. If the origin divine tea was hidden within, it would be very difficult to find it. Without some time, it would be impossible to find it. In the blink of an eye, 5 days passed. Bubble returned after 5 days. I found it. I found the origin divine tea. It's hidden in a valley in the dark red mountain range. Bubble said. Good. Bubble, I'll have to trouble you to use the power of time and space to help us hide and enter the dark red mountain range. Lu Ming said. No problem. However, with so many people, my power of time and space will be too scattered. The effect will be greatly reduced. I'm not sure if I can hide it from the Extremine Corpse. Bubble said. Do your best. I'll get Dandan to work with you. Lu Ming said. Dandan placed a formation on each person's body to hide their blood energy. After all, the Extremine Corpse was very sensitive to blood energy. It couldn't detect non-blood energy lifeforms like Bone Demon and Chocho. The Extremine Corpse also couldn't detect plant lifeforms. That was why the origin divine tea was hidden here. After Dandan placed a formation on each person's body, Bubble used the power of time and space to envelop everyone. After making the preparations, they flew into the sky and headed towards the dark red mountain range. Sure enough, after flying for a while, they didn't alert the Extremine Corpse. This made everyone happy. They increased their speed. After a while. It's in the valley in front. Bubble said in a low voice as it pointed ahead. There was a huge valley in front of them. The stone walls on both sides were smooth as if they had been cut by a blade. The origin divine tea was in this valley. Everyone's heartbeat quickened. Once they obtained the origin divine tea, they would be able to break through to the peak of the Divine Master realm. Song Qiong's eyes became even more heated. Right at this moment, whoosh, a beam of light suddenly flew out of the canyon and fled into the distance at an astonishing speed. The plant was less than a meter tall, and its leaves were as clear as jade. Divine Source Tea, everyone was shocked. This was clearly Divine Origin Tea. Needless to say, they had been discovered. The sensitivity of the Divine Origin Tea had exceeded their expectations. Chase! Lu Ming shouted in a low voice as he rushed out. At this moment, Xiaochen could no longer care about hiding. If he continued hiding, the Origin God Tea would escape. The others also raised their speed to the limit and chased after the Divine Origin Tea. As such, their auras could no longer be concealed, and they were immediately discovered by the Absolute Yin Corpse underground. Roar, 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 a series of low roars sounded out as the ground shook. A large number of Extreme Yin corpses rushed out of the ground and pounced towards Lu Ming and the others. Stop them! Firmament shouted. With a wave of his hand, he shot out long needles made of blue firestones. The other Quasi-Saint tribe members that Firmament had brought along also shot out blue firestones. The ordinary Extreme Yin corpses were instantly stopped by the blue firestones. However, the roars from all directions became more and more intense. More and more Extreme Yin corpses appeared and pounced towards the group. Kill all these outsiders! An angry roar sounded out from a Silverite Yin corpse. The Silverite Yin corpse had intelligence and could speak. It could even cultivate and control other Extreme Yin corpses. More and more Extreme Yin corpses rushed towards the group. Xianxia, Gumo, and the others all took action. They all shot out blue firestones weapons and blocked the Extreme Yin corpses that were rushing over. Of course, there were many Extreme Yin corpses that were comparable to the strongest existence, the Lord of Heaven. They had a strong resistance to blue firestones. They rushed through the blue firestone fog and continued to charge towards Lu Ming and the others. Xianxia, Gumo, and the others all took out weapons with blue firestones and charged forward to block the Extreme Yin corpses. At the same time, Gu Changfeng also took action. He shot out a Genesis art. Terrifying fist force surged out and sent dozens of powerful Extreme Yin corpses flying. Lu Ming and Bubbles did not take action. Bubbles used the spacetime force to support Lu Ming and quickly chased after the Divine Origin Tea. The Divine Origin Tea's speed was extremely shocking. It was even faster than top-tier origin-grade divine herbs. Lu Ming's speed alone was not enough to catch up. He had to rely on Bubbles' spacetime force to catch up to the Divine Origin Tea. The distance between him and the Divine Origin Tea was getting closer and closer. Kill! An earth-shattering roar was heard as a violent baleful Yin Qi gushed out in all directions. A goldenite Extreme Yin corpse charged towards Lu Ming at an astonishing speed. It was a goldenite Yin corpse, an Extreme Yin corpse king. Not only that, but there were also 6 Silverite Yin corpses and a large number of other Extreme Yin corpses. Such a lineup was absolutely terrifying. Set up the formation, stop them! Firmament roared. The Quasi-Saints he had brought with him set up a joint attack formation to fight against the Extreme Yin corpses. Lu Ming, leave this goldenite Yin corpse to me. You continue chasing after the Divine Origin Tea. Gu Changfeng transmitted a message to Lu Ming. His figure flashed as he charged towards the goldenite Yin corpse. Bright Moon Wind Fist. Origin energy surged as he punched out. The void exploded into nothingness as the fist force rushed towards the goldenite Yin corpse with earth-shattering force. This punch possessed the battle strength of an unrivaled divine master. It also possessed the battle strength to injure the goldenite corpse king. The goldenite corpse king did not dare to be careless. He brandished the tattered battle blade in his hand and slashed out a pitch-black blade light to block Gu Changfeng's fist force. Soon after, one man and one corpse began to fight. Joint attack formation. When Gu Changfeng attacked, Lion, Xianxia, Autumn Moon and the others also began to set up the formation. A ferocious black-armored warrior condensed. Without Bubble, they only had 11 people to set up the formation. The joint attack formation was not perfect, but its battle strength was still very strong. It was not a big problem to block a few Silverite Yin corpses. However, there were 7 Silverite Yin corpses in total. It was not a perfect joint attack formation, so it was impossible to block so many silver-eating corpses. There were still a few that continued to charge towards Lu Ming. Desolation. Style. Lu Ming struck out with his palm. A piece of land formed and charged vertically towards the silver-eating corpses. As for himself, because of the thrust of this palm, his speed became a little faster and he rushed towards the divine origin tea even faster. Soon, Lu Ming and Bubble worked together and increased their speed to the maximum. The distance between them and the divine origin tea was constantly closing. They could even faintly smell the rich medicinal fragrance of the divine origin tea. Just the medicinal fragrance alone shook Lu Ming's mind. The origin energy of the origin seed became somewhat restless. The divine origin tea was truly extraordinary. Just the smell of it had caused such a great reaction. If the tea leaves were used to brew tea, the effects would be heaven-defying. The divine origin tea was not only useful for breaking through to peak God Lord, but it was also useful for breaking through to origin. Moreover, if origin realm existences frequently used the tea leaves to brew tea, it would be greatly beneficial to their cultivation. If they could raise a single divine origin tea, it would be a priceless treasure. Lu Ming did not just want to obtain the tea leaves, but he wanted to take the entire divine origin tea. They were getting closer and closer to the divine origin tea. Bubble, attack! Lu Ming shouted in a low voice. Space-time power. Bubble had been prepared for this for a long time. She thrust out her small, white hands, and space-time power permeated the air, enveloping the divine origin tea. The divine origin tea's fleeing figure stiffened for a moment. A good chance. Lu Ming's eyes lit up as he reached out with his claw. Forbidden energy erupted, forming a giant hand that reached for the divine origin tea. The giant hand descended, seemingly about to grab the divine origin tea. However, the divine origin tea's ability to escape was truly extraordinary. At this critical moment, its entire body glowed and it broke free from the influence of the power of time and space. Its speed increased tremendously once again. With a swoosh, it dashed forward, dashing through the gaps between Lu Ming's fingers that were condensed. You want to leave? Stay. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed as he roared. His hand trembled, sending a powerful energy toward the divine origin tea. With a plop, the force brushed against a branch of the divine origin tea. The branch violently shook, causing the tea leaves on it to fall off and scatter in the air. There were over a dozen divine origin tea leaves. However, the main body of the divine origin tea used this opportunity to charge forward like a bolt of lightning. Lu Ming and Bubbles dashed over and collected more than 10 origin god tea leaves. They then continued their pursuit of the origin god tea leaves. However, at this moment, Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. A figure had suddenly appeared in front of him. A woman, an absolute beauty. Princess Xianxia, or more accurately, Dark Night Rose. Dark Night Rose's body emitted a special aura, and a black rose bloomed above her head. The origin god tea had clearly discovered Dark Night Rose, but it didn't slow down in the slightest. Instead, it charged straight for her. He rushed into the rose on top of the Dark Night Rose's head and disappeared. What happened? Lu Ming was extremely puzzled. When the divine origin tea saw Dark Night Rose, it didn't run away. Instead, it rushed towards her. It was simply walking right into a trap. Lu Ming, thank you for helping me obtain the origin divine tea. I will remember this favor. Dark Night Rose smiled. At the same time, her body quickly retreated. As he retreated, his body split into 2, 2 into 4, and 4 into 8. In total, there were 8 figures. Each of the figures looked like the original body and had the exact same aura. 8 figures sprang into 8 different directions at a shocking speed. Damn it, Lu Ming stopped and didn't give chase. Even if he did, he didn't know which figure he should go after. He was very displeased. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Obviously, he had become the mantis, and Dark Night Rose had become the sparrow. However, he couldn't figure out why the origin god tea didn't run away after seeing Dark Night Rose. Instead, it rushed towards her. Could it be related to Dark Night Rose's original body? Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Dark Night Rose's original body was the Sky Devourer rose, which was also a kind of plant. From this point of view, it had the same origin as the origin god T. Seeing that Lu Ming was about to catch up with the origin god T, it made sense that it would run towards Dark Night Rose, which was of the same origin as it. Dark Night Rose had already disappeared without a trace. Lu Ming could only admit that he was unlucky. The key point was that Lu Ming still owed Dark Night Rose a favor. He had sworn on his life source. Thinking that he still had to do something for Dark Night Rose, Lu Ming felt very uncomfortable. Behind them, Gu Changfeng and the others were still fighting with the Extremine corpse. Several Silveridine corpses were rushing towards Lu Ming. They clawed out with their sharp claws and a sharp force tore at Lu Ming. "Get lost!" Lu Ming shouted and swept out his battle god spear. Bang! 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 Several Silveridine corpses were sent flying by Lu Ming. Then, Lu Ming and Bubbles quickly returned. Lu Ming charged towards the Goldenidine corpse, while Bubbles charged towards Xianxia and the others. They merged into the ferocious black-armored warrior and set up a formation with Xianxia and the others. The perfect combination formation was set up and its power increased greatly. It suppressed the Silveridine corpses in an instant. Lu Ming and Gu Changfeng joined forces and completely suppressed the Goldenidine corpse. After a few moves, the Goldenidine corpse was swept by Lu Ming's spear. It was knocked back and the thick black aura on its body dissipated by a lot. Kill! The Goldenidine corpse roared and wanted to attack Lu Ming and the others. "I know that you want the immortal molt. We can work together." At this moment, Lu Ming spoke. The reason why they didn't mention working together before was because they knew that the Extremine corpse or the Goldenidine corpse wouldn't listen to them before they displayed enough strength. Without strength, how could they work together? They would probably be torn apart by the Extremine corpse. But now, Lu Ming and the others had displayed overwhelming strength. At least in terms of peak strength, Lu Ming and the others had the upper hand. If they mentioned it now, the other party would have to consider it. Sure enough, after hearing Lu Ming's words, the Goldenidine corpse's golden eyes flickered and the black aura on its body fluctuated violently. "How do you know about the immortal molt?" the Goldenidine corpse asked. "You don't have to worry about this. I promise you that as long as we work together, we will try our best to help you obtain the immortal molt." "How about it?" Lu Ming said loudly. "Stop." The Goldenidine corpse's eyes turned and then roared. All the Extremine corpses suddenly stopped and quickly retreated behind the Goldenidine corpse, forming a square formation. "Is what you said true?" The Goldenidine corpse stared at Lu Ming and asked. His intelligence was very high and was no different from other living beings. Lu Ming and Gu Changfeng's combat strength wasn't below his. It wouldn't do him any good to continue fighting. He might as well listen to what Lu Ming had to say. Of course, if Lu Ming and the others weren't strong enough, he wouldn't bother listening to their nonsense and would directly tear them apart. "Of course it's true. I know that the Extremine tribe's immortal molt is in that ancient city. You want to obtain the immortal molt to evolve your bloodline," Lu Ming continued. Hearing Lu Ming's words, the black aura around the Goldenidine corpse fluctuated again. Lu Ming knew that the information given by Tsang Qiong was right. However, it's impossible for you to obtain the immortal's molt. You and your subordinates are too weak. Believe it or not, the Balefulin tribe, Yuanguang tribe, and Songming tribe have all arrived. There are 6 of them who are no weaker than you. They are also eyeing the immortal's molt of the Extremine tribe. It's a fool's dream for you to snatch the immortal's molt from them alone. Lu Ming said bluntly. Even if I cooperate with you, it's still difficult to snatch the immortal molt from the 3 tribes. The Goldenidine corpse said. Our strength is naturally not enough. If we cooperate with the Extremine corpses in the other 2 regions, it might be possible. Lu Ming said. Cooperate with those guys? Impossible. Let me tell you, the 3 of us often fight and compete with each other. This time, all 3 of us want to obtain the immortal molt. Why would we cooperate? The Goldenidine corpse shook his head repeatedly. If you don't cooperate, the 3 of you can forget about obtaining the immortal molt. It's only possible if you cooperate. Moreover, after obtaining the immortal molt, the 3 of you can equally share the benefits. You don't have to fight to the death. Lu Ming said. the golden Ayin corpse was deep in thought. It was obvious that he was persuaded by Lu Ming. I can swear that I won't take anything from the Extreme Yin tribe's immortal molt. It's all yours. Lu Ming added. I'm just afraid that the other guys won't agree. The golden Ayin corpse said hesitantly. As long as you explain the pros and cons, I believe that they will agree. Okay, I promise you. In the end, the golden Ayin corpse agreed. How many experts of your level are there in the three of you? Lu Ming asked. 4. The golden Ayin corpse gave a simple introduction. Of the 3 regions, 2 of them had a golden Ayin corpse overseeing them, and 1 of them had 2 golden Ayin corpses. This was the same as what Lu Ming knew. When Gaishak fought with the Extreme Yin corpse in a certain area, 2 golden Ayin corpses had appeared in that area. Lu Ming originally did not know the specific strength of these 3 areas and was afraid that there would be hidden golden Ayin corpses. It seemed like he had overestimated the strength of the Absolute Yin corpse. They immediately set out and headed towards the area that was only guarded by a single golden Ayin corpse. They did not hide their auras and were discovered by the Absolute Yin corpses the moment they arrived. A large number of Absolute Yin corpses rushed out. However, these Absolute Yin corpses did not attack. It was clear that there were large amounts of Absolute Yin corpses beside Lu Ming's group. The Absolute Yin corpses in this area were shocked and doubtful. The Silver Yin corpses stopped the normal Absolute Yin corpses from attacking. Saber Jew, I didn't expect you to mix with outsiders. There was a loud roar, and a wild aura surged out. The golden Yin corpse had appeared in this area. Saber Extinction was the name of the golden Yin corpse that had agreed to cooperate with Lu Ming. He held a pitch-black battle saber in his hand and named it after that. The golden Yin corpse in this area held a battle halberd. When its golden eyes swept over Lu Ming's group, they were filled with cold killing intent. When Lu Ming's group had just stepped onto this island, they had unintentionally stepped onto this dark red land and had clashed with the Absolute Yin corpses here. Lu Ming even killed a Silver Yin corpse and fought a great battle with a golden Yin corpse who was holding a halberd. This golden Yin corpse was filled with killing intent towards Lu Ming's group. It was normal. If Lu Ming and Saber Extinction were not standing together, he would have already ordered his subordinates to attack. Halberd Extinction, Lu Ming and I have already teamed up. I came to find you today because I hope we can work together. Saber Extinction said. Halberd Extinction was the name of this golden Yin corpse. Like Saber Extinction, it was named after the weapon it controlled. Their weapons were something they were born with ever since they gained sentience. Ha ha ha, Saber Extinction, you are actually teaming up with outsiders. Ridiculous. It is impossible for me to join forces with these outsiders. Halberd Extinction laughed. We were only trying to protect ourselves in the previous battle. Please forgive us if we have offended you. As for joining forces, it will be of great benefit to you. Lu Ming cupped his fists and said. Haha, what benefit will it bring me? Halberd Extinction sneered. It can help you obtain the immortal molting. Lu Ming said. Halberd Extinction's eyes suddenly flickered a few times. I can obtain the immortal molting myself. Why should I join forces with you? Halberd Extinction said stubbornly. In the current situation, it is impossible for you to obtain the immortal molting alone. Not to mention other things, you can't compete with Sword Extinction and Fist Extinction. Not to mention, there are 6 experts from the Baleful race, Primordial Light race and Blue Sea race who are not weaker than you. Lu Ming said bluntly. Halberd Extinction fell into silence. Evidently, he knew that Lu Ming was telling the truth. There were too many experts from all sides. He could not even compete with the other Extreme Yin corpses on his side. How could he compete with the creatures from the forbidden areas? To be honest, you can't obtain the immortal molting of the Extreme Yin race alone. Only by joining forces can we obtain the immortal molting. You can also get a part of it. Lu Ming continued. If you want to cooperate with me, you have to see if you have the qualifications. Halberd Extinction said. Lu Ming smiled. He knew that Halberd Extinction had been persuaded. He exchanged a look with Gu Chongfeng. Then, Gu Chongfeng took a step forward and punched Extreme Halberd with his Genesis technique, Bright Moon Wind Fist. The violent fist force made Halberd Extinction's expression turn grave. He hurriedly waved his halberd to block Gu Changfeng's fist force, but his body was forced back 2 steps. "Do you have the qualifications to join forces with me?" Lu Ming asked with a smile. Halberd Extinction and Lu Ming had fought before, so he naturally knew how powerful Lu Ming was. Lu Ming and Gu Changfeng together were 2 invincible divine masters. Although they had fewer people, they were fully qualified to cooperate with him. "Okay, I agree to cooperate with you. But if we want to compete with the Eveline race, Yuanguang race and Sangming race, we need to join forces with Sword Extinction and Fist Extinction," Halberd Extinction said. Sword Extinction and Fist Extinction were the 2 extreme corpse kings in the 3rd area. The negotiation with the 2 corpse kings was unexpectedly smooth. When Lu Ming and the others explained their intentions, the 2 extreme corpse kings agreed without much hesitation. This was normal. If they did not agree, how could they compete with the others, let alone the creatures from the 3 forbidden areas? Even Lu Ming and the others had 4 invincible divine masters. Only by joining forces would they benefit. The 2 sides hit it off and formed an alliance. "Brother Lu, I need to find a place to go into seclusion and cultivate for a while." Lu Ming gave Song Qiong a piece of origin spirit tea according to their agreement. Then, Song Qiong said goodbye. Song Qiong said goodbye. Obviously, Song Qiong wanted to raise his cultivation to the peak of the Divine Master realm before the ancient city opened. Coincidentally, Lu Ming also had the same plan. This time, he had obtained a total of 15 Origin God Tea leaves. According to legend, a single leaf of the Origin God Tea was enough to allow a person to break through from the 9th level of the Divine Master realm to the peak of the Divine Master realm. He gave Song Qiong a piece, and there were still 14 pieces left. Among them, Xianxia, Autumn Moon, Ling Yue, Wan Shen, Dandan, Bubbles, Tang Jun, and himself. There were a total of 8 people, all of whom were 9th level Divine Masters. Each of them needed 1 Origin God Tea leaf, and there were 6 more. Even if Lu Ming had a mysterious power and needed a lot of resources to break through, 1 leaf might not be enough, so he would get 2. If 2 were not enough, then he would get 3. 7 leaves should be enough. Lu Ming and the 4 extreme corpse kings agreed that once the ancient city's formation was broken, they would rush in together. Then, they planned to leave and find a place to cultivate in seclusion. However, before Lu Ming and the others could leave, something happened. Boom, an earth-shattering explosion sounded. The earth and the void shook crazily as if there was an earthquake with a magnitude of more than 10. The ground under Lu Ming's feet shook violently. What happened? Look over there, at the center of the island, a purple-golden light soared into the sky and dyed the entire sky purple-golden. It's that ancient city. Dandan exclaimed. Could it be that the ancient city's formation has been broken and is about to open? Xianxia said. It seems that all the treasures in the Qi channels have been dug out. The ancient city's formation has no energy to maintain, so something abnormal has happened. Guemo said. It's about to open. The real immortal kingdom is about to open. I can feel a strong and pure extreme Qi, it's the immortal Qi. The extreme corpse kings looked in the direction of the ancient city with fiery eyes. Lu Ming and the others frowned. They could indeed feel a shocking Qi coming from the ancient city. This Qi was like the might of the heavens, high and mighty, looking down on all living things, making Lu Ming and the others feel a great pressure. However, Lu Ming took a closer look and discovered that there were 2 auras mixed in this aura. Both of them were extremely terrifying. Let's go and take a look, Lu Ming said. Without needing him to speak, the 4 extreme corpse kings had already charged towards the ancient city with the extreme corpses. Lu and the others followed closely behind. Soon, they were close to the ancient city. The ancient city's heavens, heavenly divine light, heavenly God, the heavenly Tao, heavenly to the ancient city, heavenly heavens, to the heavens, heavenly to, Ming and the heavens. It seems that the ancient city's formation is completely maintained by the 9 Qi veins. Otherwise, it would have already collapsed. Now that the 9 Qi veins have no more resources, the formation will naturally not be able to maintain itself. Dandan explained. Roar roar, there were at least a few thousand extreme corpses around. They were very excited and kept roaring, the sound waves spreading out like waves. On the other side of the ancient city, there were many figures. They were the Eveline race, Primordial Light race, and Songming race. Leading them were Gaishak, Lord of the Underworld, Yuan Wuji, Yuan Liuji, Prince Kanglo, and Prince Songqing, the 6 invincible divine lord experts. However, Princess Xianxia, Dark Night Rose, was nowhere to be seen. Moreover, the number of beings in the Forbidden Grounds had decreased by a lot. There were only about 1,000 of them in total. These 1,000 or so creatures were all experts. Most of them were able to set up joint attack formations. Those with weaker cultivation bases and battle prowess were not here. The beings in the Forbidden Grounds naturally heard the roars of the extremine corpses. Humph, it's those extremine bastards. Gaishak harumphed coldly. From the sounds, the number is shocking. Looks like the extremine corpses in the 3 regions have teamed up. Let's not worry about these extremine corpses for now, Yuan Wuji and the others said. Even they were a little wary of so many extremine corpses. Moreover, they did not know that Lu Ming and the others were already with the extremine corpses. The barrier on the ancient city disappeared quickly. In less than an hour, it was almost completely gone. I didn't expect the ancient city to open at this time. This is really not the right time. Lu Ming sighed inwardly. They had just obtained the Origin God tea leaves and were preparing to use them to break through their cultivation. They did not expect the ancient city to open at this time. There was no time left. If they were a few months later, their cultivation might have broken through. However, if they were to break through now, the treasures in the ancient city would have been taken away by the beings in the Forbidden Grounds. Xianxia, Dandan, and the others also sighed. There are no more formation ripples. After a while, Dandan said. Go, try it. Jianju roared. Instantly, a few extremine corpses charged out toward the ancient city. Without causing any abnormalities, the few extremine corpses charged into the ancient city from the city walls. There were no more formations, nor were there any air-sealing domains. Follow me into the city. Follow me. The 4 extremine corpse kings led their subordinates and charged into the ancient city. Let's go too, Lu Ming said. They also followed the large group of extremine corpses and charged into the ancient city. However, their bodies were filled with energy and they were ready to attack at any time. Once they noticed that the situation was not right, they would immediately retreat. However, they were overthinking. There were no abnormalities and they successfully entered the ancient city. When they entered the ancient city, they discovered that the void in front of them was constantly extending. This is spatial folding, Bubbles said. Yes, spatial folding. From the outside, the ancient city looked very majestic, but the area should not be very large. However, when they entered the ancient city, they discovered that the area of the ancient city was shockingly large. This was spatial folding. This was the real Xiao Immortal Kingdom. They stood in the sky and looked down. The ground was densely packed with buildings that stretched as far as the eye could see. From this, one could see how prosperous the Xiao Immortal Kingdom was. Unfortunately, these buildings were all dilapidated. No, not only were they dilapidated, they were almost flattened. There were broken walls and tiles everywhere, and the ground was full of potholes. There were also cracks that seemed to be caused by divine weapons. There were even corpses lying on the ground, as well as all kinds of broken divine weapons and broken armors. This was clearly a battlefield. There were traces of a great battle everywhere. A great battle happened in this ancient city. Dandan whispered, his voice revealing his shock. Be careful, there are many corpses here. Don't turn into extremine corpses. Lu Ming transmitted his voice to Xianxia, Qiuyu, and the others. He did not let the other extremine corpses hear him. Immortal molting. At this moment, the 4 extremine corpse kings, including the silveriding corpses, were looking straight ahead with fiery eyes. In the distance, there was a mountain peak. The mountain peak was tall and straight, reaching into the sky. It was very far away from Lu Ming and the others. It was shrouded in clouds and looked like an illusion. However, the aura coming from the mountain peak was extremely terrifying. Previously, they had felt the aura of heavenly might outside the ancient city. It was coming from this mountain. However, the aura was even stronger inside the ancient city. The pressure was even greater. The immortal's molt is there. I can feel it. It's mine. The Extremine Corpse Kings growled, then rushed out, rushing towards the mountain peak. The other Extremine corpses followed. There's good food down there. At this moment, Xianxia shouted and rushed towards the ground. Its round body stretched out two claws and grabbed a broken sword and started to chew on it. With a crunch, a piece of the broken sword was bitten off. Xianxia ate it with relish. It's a broken origin-grade divine weapon. It still has spirituality. Look, there's a joint attack formation carrier. Xianxia, Dandan, and the others exclaimed. They realized that there were many good things on the battlefield. Let's go down and take a look. Lu Ming and the others landed on the ground. They did not follow the Extremine corpse to the mountain peak. The aura coming from the mountain peak was too terrifying. It was accompanied by a huge pressure. Even if the immortal's molt was on the mountain peak, they might not be able to get it. They might as well look for it on the ground. This was obviously an ancient battlefield. There might be some good things left behind. However, they did not let down their guard. They were mainly afraid that the corpses had already become Extremine corpses. However, they realized that they were overthinking. These corpses were real corpses. They had not become Extremine corpses. One group is from the human race. What race is the other group? They are similar to the Extremine corpses. Lu Ming and the others observed carefully. They realized that the corpses on the ground were mainly divided into two races. One was from the human race. Needless to say, these humans should be from the Purple Cloud Cave in the previous era. The other race had green skin. They looked ferocious with a wide mouth and sharp teeth. They were similar to the Extremine corpses. Could this be the Juin tribe? Lu Ming's heart stirred. That was very likely. Looking at the corpses on both sides, it was clear that a fierce battle had taken place. The sharp claws of some of the Extremine tribe members had dug into the heads of the humans, while the weapons of the humans had pierced through the heads of the Extremine tribe members. Surprisingly, these corpses did not decompose. Lu Ming and the others speculated that this might have something to do with the aura emanating from the mountain peak. Taking a closer look, Xianxia could tell that there were two types of auras emanating from the mountain. It was an extremely cold and gloomy aura. It was almost the same as the gloomy aura that permeated the entire Purple Heaven Wonderland, except that it was countless times denser. There was also another type of aura that was glorious and majestic. It was incomparably hot, like the great sun. The two auras mixed together and radiated out, covering the entire ancient city. It was very likely that these corpses had been corroded by this aura for many years, which was why they hadn't decayed and had been preserved. Other than these corpses, there were also scattered divine weapons and broken armors. Crunch, crunch, Xianxia finished the broken sword in no time. Then, it leaped out, grabbed a broken saber, and took a bite out of it. Bah, after taking a bite, Xianxia immediately spat it out. It has no spirituality. This source-level divine weapon is even worse than a piece of scrap metal. It is filled with a gloomy aura. Lu Ming took the broken saber from Xianxia's hand and looked at it. Indeed, there was no spirituality at all. There was only a gloomy aura left. It was completely useless, even worse than a piece of scrap metal. Strange. Shouldn't source-level divine weapons be very hard to decay? Lu Ming muttered. Source-level divine weapons contained an immortal substance that would almost never decay. In the past, whether it was the heavenly human race or the Heaven Destroyer, the source-level divine weapons that were excavated from the ruins of the universe were all left behind from the previous era. Countless years had passed, but they were still perfectly preserved. That was because the source-level divine weapons contained an immortal substance. Even if it was a broken source-level divine weapon, it would be difficult for it to truly decay. More or less, its spirituality would be preserved. And this broken saber was obviously a source-level divine weapon, but it had completely decayed. It was very likely that the gloomy aura had corroded it. Look, these people's waist tags. Don't they look like the carriers of a joint attack array? Wan Shen's voice sounded. Let me see. Dandan immediately rushed over. Lu Ming, Xianxia, and the others also rushed over to take a look. On a dilapidated building, there were 15 figures lying in a disorderly manner. The 15 figures were all humans, but they had one thing in common. There was a hole between their eyebrows, which seemed to have been pierced by a sharp weapon. They must have been killed in an instant by a terrifying expert. The 15 people all had a metal tag on their waists, which was still emitting a faint light. Dandan hurriedly took a piece to take a look. Then, his face bloomed like a flower, and he grinned. Haha, it really is a joint attack array carrier. And it's good. It can be used. Lu Ming and the others were also delighted. They also took a piece to take a look. This joint attack array carrier wasn't completely without problems. It was also contaminated with a trace of gloomy aura. However, the array on it was still intact, and its spirituality was still intact. As long as the gloomy aura on it was removed, the array carrier could be used again. Dandan gathered the 15 waist tags together and carefully observed them. He concluded that these 15 waist tags were a complete set of joint attack array carriers. There was nothing missing. Lu Ming and the others were overjoyed. This was definitely a great harvest. Haha, we're rich. I don't know how many divine weapons and array carriers there are on this battlefield. We're rich. Dandan grinned. Among them, Cho was the busiest. At this moment, he found another broken divine weapon and chewed on it. Search carefully, Lu Ming and the others were excited. They began to search inch by inch. The divine weapons scattered here were all astonishingly high level because those below the source level had long decayed and turned into ashes. Only those above the source level could be preserved. However, most of these divine weapons were broken, and many of them had completely lost their spirituality and could no longer be used. Of course, there were still intact source-level divine weapons that hadn't lost their spirituality. Lu Ming and the others searched around and found quite a few. There were more than a dozen intact source-level divine weapons, but there was a little gloomy aura. As long as the gloomy aura on them was removed, they could be restored to their original state. More than a dozen source-level divine weapons were definitely a great harvest. That wasn't all. The joint attack array carriers also had a great harvest. After searching through the area, they found a total of more than 30 sets of joint attack formation carriers. Yes, more than 30 of them. Unfortunately, not all of the combined attack arrays were complete. Many of them were missing. For example, a set of 15 people's joint attack formation might lack 1 or 2 joint attack formation carriers, causing the joint attack formation to become incomplete. Some of them were missing even more. For example, a combined attack array with 12 people was missing 7 combined attack arrays, leaving only 5 combined attack arrays. Of course, it was better than nothing. Incomplete combined attack arrays could still be used to set up arrays, but their power would be much weaker, but they could still increase the battle power of Divine Lord Realm experts. There were only 9 combined attack arrays that were truly complete. There was even a combined attack array with 21 people. If these combined attack arrays were brought back to the Heaven Destroyer, it would definitely increase the power of the Heaven Destroyer by a lot. They also found a pattern. The closer they were to the city wall, the higher the chances of the divine weapons and arrays being preserved. The further they were from the city wall, the fewer divine weapons and arrays being preserved. When they were more than 100,000 miles away from the city wall, almost no divine weapons and arrays were found. They guessed that it had something to do with the powerful energy. The closer they were to the city wall, the further they were from the energy and the less affected they would be and the higher the chances of them being preserved. What a pity, Lu Ming and the others sighed. Because through their careful observation, they found that the further they were from the city wall, the closer they were to the mountain, the stronger they were when they were alive. This could be vaguely felt from the corpses. The stronger one was, the higher one's realm was. After death, one could still exude pressure. Although a long time had passed and the pressure had weakened, Lu Ming and the rest were very sensitive. They could still sense it if they sensed it carefully. Some of the corpses even gave off a terrifying pressure. They were definitely terrifying experts when they were alive. The divine weapons that these experts had were definitely of a higher level. There were even divine weapons that surpassed source-level divine weapons, but unfortunately, they were all rotten. Then, they walked along the city wall and wanted to go around other areas, but they found people from the Forbidden Grounds. Apparently, the Forbidden Grounds were also surrounding the city wall and looking for treasures. Let's go to that mountain peak to take a look. I wonder how the Absolutine corpses are doing? Lu Ming suggested. They didn't clash with the creatures of the Forbidden Grounds. Instead, they retreated silently and flew towards the mountain peak. The interior of the ancient city was extremely vast. There were buildings and palaces everywhere, but they had all collapsed. There were traces of battle everywhere, and corpses were everywhere. This battle is too tragic. Could it be that everyone in the Purple Heaven Wonderland died? Ling Yue said. Her face was a little pale because the scene was tragic. I don't know. But from the looks of it, there's really no one alive. Xianxia shook his head. Even the immortals have passed away. It's normal that there are no living people. Dandan said. Everyone chatted as they flew forward. Unfortunately, as they got closer to the mountain peak, there were almost no divine weapons or formation carriers left. Not even the waste products were preserved. They were all reduced to ashes. Soon, they had flown over 1,000,000 kilometers, but they still hadn't reached the mountain peak. Hey, there's a light flickering over there. Dandan's eyes were very sharp. He found a faint light flickering in a pit in the distance. Could there be treasures? Everyone's hearts couldn't help but beat faster. If there were treasures preserved here, it would definitely be extraordinary. They immediately flew over. When they saw the situation in the pit, everyone's hearts trembled. In the pit, there were 5 figures sitting cross-legged with their backs facing each other. They each held a battle sword. The 5 battle swords were exactly the same. They emitted a faint light. The flickering light they saw before was emitted by these 5 battle swords. Around the 5 of them, there were dozens of corpses lying everywhere. They were all from the Absolutine tribe. Combined attack formation carriers. A thought flashed through everyone's mind. At the same time, an image appeared in their minds. The 5 experts of the Purple Heaven Wonderland used a combined attack formation to fight dozens of Absolutine tribe experts. Although he had killed dozens of Juyin tribe elites, he had also died from exhaustion. Seniors, sorry to disturb you. If you all die, you can't let the divine weapons be covered in dust. Lend these 5 battle swords to us. Dandan muttered to herself as she stretched out her hand and grabbed a sword. With a wave of his hand, whoosh, a blazing sword light flew out and left a deep sword mark on the ground. This sword. Is this an origin-level combined attack formation carrier? Dandan's eyes were burning. An origin-level combined attack formation carrier? The hearts of Lu Ming and the others also beat wildly. As the name implied, origin-level combined formations were for reciprocity experts. They could be used by reciprocity experts to cast down formations, allowing the power of multiple reciprocity experts to erupt several times their original power. During this period of time, the combined attack formations that Lu Ming and the others had encountered were all master-level combined attack formations. Only almighty experts could use them. Origin Realm experts could not use master-level combined attack formations at all. Once they used them, they would instantly burst the master-level combined attack formation carrier. The difficulty of refining an origin-level combined attack formation carrier was many times more difficult than a master-level combined attack formation carrier. The materials needed were many times more precious. If they took these 5 combined attack formation carriers back, once the origin tribulation was over, the Heaven Destroyer would choose 5 Origin Realm experts to set up the formation. Their battle strength would definitely skyrocket. They guessed that because the 5 of them were setting up the formation when they died, they relied on the power of the formation to block the corrosion of the Colding Qi. That was why the 5 swords were preserved. Take it, Lu Ming and the others took it without hesitation. Then, they continued to fly towards the mountain peak. However, along the way, they looked around to see if they could obtain another batch of treasures. They were so close to the mountain peak. If there really were treasures left behind, they would definitely be extraordinary. Unfortunately, they were disappointed. Later on, they did not obtain anything. They were getting closer and closer to the mountain peak. The closer they were to the mountain peak, the more terrifying the aura from the mountain peak was. They were constantly under a huge pressure. Roar, 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 roars came from the front. It was the extremine corpse. They could see thousands of extremine corpses flying back and forth in front. However, they seemed to be blocked by something and could not continue flying. What's going on? Lu Ming and the others flew up. Lu Ming asked. It's an immortal domain. A voice came from another direction. It was Song Qiong. Song Qiong flew over with dozens of people from the quasi-sage tribe. Song Qiong had originally planned to find a place to enter seclusion and use the divine source tea to break through to the 9th layer of the divine master realm. However, because the ancient city's array had suddenly disappeared, he had rushed over with his people. Immortal domain? Lu Ming and the others were not surprised to see Song Qiong. However, they were unfamiliar with the term immortal domain. This was the first time they had heard of it. There are two auras coming from that mountain. One is cold, and the other is hot. If I'm not wrong, the cold aura comes from the celestial level cultivator of the Juin tribe, and the hot aura comes from the celestial level cultivator of the Purple Heaven Sanctuary. The two immortal realm experts fought against each other and died of exhaustion. They passed away at the same time, leaving behind their immortal molts. However, although they died, their inextinguishable fighting spirit remained. The immortal molts also continued to resist, forming the immortal domain. The immortal domain is extremely terrifying. Anyone who tries to barge in will be turned to dust by the immortal domain. Let alone divine masters, even origin realm experts will die if they go in. Song Qiong explained. So that's how it is, everyone was enlightened. As for the extremine corpses, their expressions were somewhat ugly. According to what you said, we are blocked by the immortal domain and cannot obtain the immortal molts. The golden-eyed corpse Jianju said. You can say that. Song Qiong nodded and smiled. You can still smile. What are you going to do now? The other golden-eyed corpse Jianju said. Of course we'll wait. Perhaps there will be a change. Song Qiong said. The extremine corpses were speechless. Brother Song Qiong, I would like to ask you something. Lu Ming suddenly said. It was obvious that Song Qiong knew a lot of things. Among the people that Lu Ming had met, no one could compare to him. Brother Lu, please speak. Song Qiong smiled. I want to know why there are so many corpses in this ancient city, but these corpses have not become extremine corpses. Why are there so many extremine corpses outside the ancient city? Lu Ming asked, but he used a voice transmission. After all, it was not appropriate to ask this question in front of the other extremine corpses. My guess is that it has something to do with the presence of the mountain. There are two presences coming from the mountain, and the two presences are fighting against each other. The cold and gloomy presence of the Juin tribe is being suppressed. That's why the corpses here have not turned into Juin corpses. As for the corpses outside, they have all turned into absolute corpses. I think it's because of the two types of immortals remains. The immortal from the absolute tribe suppressed the immortal from Purple Heaven, and the absolute chi was stronger. It spread out through the ancient city. He was not completely sure about the firmament path. Everything was just speculation. That immortal from the Juin tribe has a stronger Juin tribe chi? Lu Ming frowned slightly. He carefully sensed the two auras, but was unable to determine which was stronger. The main reason was that the two auras were too powerful, far surpassing Lu Ming's. The difference was too great, making it difficult for him to judge. However, he felt that firmament's speculation made sense. This was because he did not sense the aura of the immortal from Purple Heaven Grotto outside the ancient city. He only sensed the cold aura of the extremine tribe. That cold aura filled the entire Purple Heaven Grotto. It was very likely that the two immortals' remains were fighting, and the extremine tribe had the upper hand. Inside the ancient city, the two auras were still fighting. Outside the ancient city, only the cold aura of the extremine tribe was left. That was why the corpses inside the ancient city did not turn into absolute corpses, but outside the ancient city, there were absolute corpses everywhere. Although he could not be sure if this was the truth, at least it made sense. Brother Lu, since we are blocked by the immortal domain, I don't know how long the immortal domain will last. I plan to find a place to cultivate in seclusion. What about you guys? Firmament path. That's what I was thinking too. Lu Ming nodded. Since there was time, he naturally had to seize it and use the divine source tea to make a breakthrough. Those absolutine corpses did not want to leave. They continued to wander around the immortal domain, looking for a way to make a breakthrough. Lu Ming and the others bid farewell and left. They flew in another direction, intending to find a quiet place to cultivate. However, after flying for some distance, they suddenly stopped. That was because a large number of figures had appeared in front of him. They were the living beings of the Forbidden Lands. The creatures of the Forbidden Lands of the 3 clans were all there. Lu Ming, I've finally found you. Let's see where you can escape to this time. A cold voice sounded. It was Yuan Jiuji. He was looking at Lu Ming with murderous intent. In front of Yuan Jiuji were Yuan Wuji and Yuan Liuji, 2 top experts. In addition, the 4 invincible divine masters, Gaishak, Infernal Fiend Lord, Prince Kanglo, and Prince Xianxia stood side by side with Yuan Wuji and Yuan Liuji. They charged toward Lu Ming and the others at an astonishing speed. Retreat. Let's meet up with the absolutine corpses. Lu Ming shouted in a low voice. They turned and left, flying in the direction they came from. When they were searching for treasures along the city wall, they had encountered the 3 clans of the Forbidden Lands. Although they had quickly retreated, they were probably still discovered by the creatures of the Forbidden Lands. It was obvious that the 3 clans of the Forbidden Lands had started to look for Lu Ming when they saw that they were blocked by the immortal domain. They planned to kill Lu Ming and the others first. The other party had 6 invincible divine masters. They were not a force they could fight against. Only by joining forces with the absolutine corpses could they fight against the 3 clans of the Forbidden Lands. Luckily, Lu Ming and the others were not too far away from the absolutine corpses. They soon saw the absolutine corpses. It's the absolutine corpses. The people of the 3 clans of the Forbidden Lands also saw the absolutine corpses. Don't worry about them. We'll only deal with Lu Ming and the others. We won't fight against the absolutine corpses. These absolutine corpses are quite intelligent. I believe they can see the situation clearly. Yuan Wuji said. That's right. Even if these absolutine corpses go crazy and attack Lu Ming and the others together, we can still kill Lu Ming and the others in the chaos, Gaishak said. But before Gaishak could finish his words, he was stunned. The rest of his words were stuck in his throat. Because Lu Ming and the others had charged into the midst of the absolutine corpses. The absolutine corpses did not attack Lu Ming and the others. What's going on? The Infernal Fiend Lord's eyes widened. Don't worry about it. Continue to attack and see how the absolutine corpses react. Yuan Wuji said coldly and revealed a ruthless expression. They continued to charge towards Lu Ming and the others. At the same time, Yuan Wuji roared, our target is Lu Ming and the others. It's none of your business. Get out of the way. Kill. Daoju roared. He could not be bothered with Yuan Wuji and ordered the absolutine corpses under him. Kill. Kill. Lu Ming and the others took the opportunity to roar. Shoo. Shoo, shoo. A large number of absolutine corpses charged towards the 3 clans of the Forbidden Lands. Their sharp claws tore through the void and streaks of sharp claws tore towards the 3 clans of the Forbidden Lands. You bastards, you're courting death. Gaishak roared. You're the ones courting death. Daoju, Daoju, and Daoju, the 3 absolutine corpse kings roared in anger. They hated it when people called them bastards. They roared and charged towards the 3 clans of the Forbidden Lands. A chaotic battle broke out. A chaotic battle broke out. Generals fought generals, soldiers fought soldiers. Lu Ming was the first to face Yuan Wuji. The 2 of them exchanged a few moves. Gu Chongfeng was up against Yuan Liuji. As for the 4 extremine corpse kings, they fought Gaishak, Underworld Fiend King, Prince Kanglo, and Prince Xianxia. Both sides had 6 invincible divine masters, and they were locked in a fierce battle that left the heavens and earth in a state of chaos. Of course, the 3 races of the Forbidden Area had many experts comparable to Prince Guanqian, and they fought with the Silveridine Corps of the Extremine Corps kings. The number of Silveridine corpses was obviously lower, and they were at a disadvantage. However, the Xianxia in the ancient city was extremely dense, and the Extremine Corps kings could even absorb the Xianxia for their own use, making the black qi on their bodies terrifyingly dense. Even the blue flame stone had no effect on them. The three races of the Forbidden Area knew the weakness of the Extremine Corps kings, but this weakness was covered by the thick black qi. In addition, the Extremine Corps kings didn't fear death and had an extremely strong life force, so they fought with the beings of the Forbidden Area. Shwa, 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 the three races of the Forbidden Area started to set up a joint attack array. Many powerful joint attack arrays were set up. Among them, there were 5 or 6 21 people joint attack arrays. Most of them were 21 people joint attack arrays. There weren't many 21 people joint attack arrays left from the Tsangming race, Dark Fiend race, and Primordial Light race. This was because most of them had been destroyed by Lu Ming's sneak attack. If I had known, I would have attacked the Tsangming race as well. Lu Ming regretted it now. He hadn't attacked the Tsangming race before because of Princess Xianxia. If he had known that Princess Xianxia was Dark Knight Rose in disguise, he wouldn't have shown mercy to the Tsangming race. Otherwise, the three races of the Forbidden Area wouldn't have so many 21 people joint attack arrays. 5 21 people joint attack arrays were extremely powerful and were equivalent to 5 or 6 invincible divine lords. Dandan and the others had also set up a joint attack formation to create a black armored warrior. Although their combined defensive formation was no small matter, and possessed astonishing power, they were able to forcibly block a 21 people combined offensive formation by relying on their combined defensive formation. The power of a 12-man joint attack formation was actually equivalent to a 21-man joint attack formation. It was enough to show how extraordinary this joint attack formation was. But in the end, they were only able to block one of the palaces. The other 5 palaces attacked Lu Ming's group, forcing Lu Ming's group to retreat step by step. If this continued, sooner or later, they would not be able to hold on. Let's go to the immortal domain. Lu Ming shouted and exchanged a blow with Yuan Wuji. With the help of this move, he retreated rapidly and opened the chaos ring at the same time. Song Qiong, let your men enter my great desolate ring, Lu Ming's voice rang out. Don't resist. Enter the great desolate ring, Song Qiong shouted and entered the chaos ring with the people of the Quasi-Saint tribe. Lu Ming continued to retreat and arrived at the joint attack formation set up by Xianxia's group. He swept out his war god spear and exchanged a blow with the 21 people combined offensive formation. You guys go in too, Lu Ming transmitted his voice to Xianxia's group. Xianxia's group had already understood and entered the chaos ring in a flash. Whoosh, Lu Ming did not stop. He dashed in the direction of the immortal domain. Those Extremine corpses also rushed towards the immortal domain. The 3 clans of the Forbidden Area chased after them relentlessly. But soon, the 3 clans of the Forbidden Area slowed down. Because the pressure they faced when they rushed towards the immortal domain would be greater. Lu Ming's speed also slowed down. His body was withstanding an enormous pressure. The terrifying pressure pressed down on him as if there were incomparably sharp forces cutting his skin. This is enough. If I continue to move forward, I will be torn apart by this pressure, Lu Ming thought to himself. The power of the immortal domain was too strong. It was not something he could resist. Roar, the Extremine corpses continued to roar. Some of the weaker Extremine corpses had already stopped. Fortunately, the Extremine corpses could absorb the cold aura here for their own use. Their resistance to the immortal domain was stronger than other living beings of the same level. But the 3 clans of the Forbidden Area could not withstand it. The 6 invincible divine masters in the lead were slightly better. With their top-notch equipment and powerful strength, they almost reached Lu Ming's group. But those living beings of the Forbidden Area who had set up the joint offensive formation could not withstand it. The joint offensive formation they had set up was very strong, but its defensive power was average. How could it withstand the pressure of the immortal domain? One of the 21 people combined offensive formation went too deep and was crushed by the terrifying pressure. The 21 people who set up the formation coughed out blood and retreated rapidly. The other joint offensive formations did not dare to enter and stopped. Kill. Kill. Kill! The four Extreme Corpse Kings roared and charged at Gaishak's group. At the same time, Lu Ming and Gu Changfeng also charged over. Boom! Boom, boom! 12 invincible divine masters fought against the powerful pressure of the immortal domain. After a dozen moves, Gaishak's group was pushed back. Yes, in this environment, the four Extreme Corpse Kings obviously had the upper hand. Damn it, Gaishak, Yuan Wuji, and the others roared. In this environment, only the 6 invincible god lords could take action. Even those existences on the level of King Guanqian would find it difficult to use much of their strength. Those joint offensive formations were even more useless. After all, joint offensive formations were only joint offensive formations. Although they were very powerful and the 21 people combined offensive formations were comparable to an invincible divine master, their weaknesses were weak. But they also had obvious weaknesses. The difference between them and a true invincible divine master was too obvious. If those 5 or 6 21 people combined offensive formations were truly invincible divine masters, Lu Ming's group would not be able to escape. How about it? Should we retreat? Prince Kanglo messaged the others. We can only retreat. The others discussed for a while and decided to retreat. Retreat! Gaishak roared. After hearing this, the members of the 3 forbidden races felt as if they had been pardoned and quickly retreated. Gaishak, Yuan Wuji, and the other 5 also quickly retreated. Although Lu Ming's group had the upper hand, it was impossible for them to keep their opponents here. Why are you retreating? Aren't you going to continue playing? Lu Ming mocked. Humph, when the experts of our 3 races arrive, it will be the time of your death. Gaishak coldly roared as his cold eyes scanned Lu Ming. Then he led his subordinates and quickly retreated. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared without a trace. After the 3 forbidden races left, Lu Ming's group also left the immortal domain. After all, it was very uncomfortable to be suppressed by that pressure at all times. After leaving the immortal domain, Lu Ming released Xianxia and the others, as well as the people of the quasi-sage tribe, from the ancient desolate ring. Let's find a place to seclude ourselves, Lu Ming said. Lu Ming could not wait to enter secluded cultivation and break through to the peak of the Divine Master Realm. If his cultivation broke through to the peak of the Divine Master Realm, his battle prowess would definitely skyrocket. At that time, why would he need to fear the 3 races of the Forbidden Grounds? He would not be afraid even if 6 invincible Divine Masters attacked him together. There would be a huge increase from the 9th layer of the Divine Master Realm to the peak of the Divine Master Realm. The increase in battle prowess would be much greater than the increase from the 8th layer of the Divine Master Realm to the 9th layer of the Divine Master Realm. Lu Ming left the mountain and even the ancient city. He found a quiet place on the island and entered secluded cultivation. In any case, the ancient city was no longer defended, so they could enter and exit as they wished. Moreover, the quasi-saint tribe had left people in the ancient city to observe. If there were any abnormalities in the immortal domain, they would immediately send out news. Cho also stayed in the ancient city for 2 purposes. One was naturally to observe the immortal domain, and the other was to continue searching for broken divine weapons. The ancient city was very wide. Although they and the creatures of the Forbidden Grounds had already searched through it, there was no guarantee that there was nothing left behind. It was the Origin Tribulation now. Although Cho could not break through to the Origin Realm, he could accumulate energy. He could constantly refine broken divine weapons and various metal materials to accumulate energy. Once the Origin Tribulation was over, he could break through to the Origin Realm in an instant. After everything was arranged, Lu Ming and the others began to cultivate in peace. Xianxia, Autumn Moon, Ling Yue, Wan Shen, Dandan, Bubbles, and Tang Jun each held a Origin God Tea leaf and cultivated in seclusion. An Origin God Tea leaf also appeared in Lu Ming's hand. The Origin God Tea leaf was incomparably green, like a piece of beautiful jade. It was suffused with multicolored light, sometimes transforming into various strange beasts, sometimes into various divine weapons, changing endlessly. It was incomparably mysterious. A refreshing fragrance constantly drilled into Lu Ming's nose. Lu Ming took out a teapot and a pot of divine spring water. After boiling the divine spring water with forbidden energy, he placed the Origin God Tea leaf into the divine spring water. the divine spring water turned from colorless to emerald green. Lu Ming picked up the teapot and drank the divine spring water in one gulp. Suddenly, a strange energy filled his body and rushed toward the universe bridge. Lu Ming closed his eyes and condensed his spiritual consciousness on the bridge. Then, he entered the cosmic sea along the bridge and began to comprehend the origin. Several days passed in the blink of an eye. The medicinal effects of the origin god tea were mostly exhausted. Lu Ming opened his eyes. What a powerful medicinal effect. The speed of comprehending the origin source is hundreds to thousands of times faster than usual. Lu Ming was amazed. In the past few days, he could feel that the origin energy in the origin seed was rapidly increasing. The speed was hundreds to thousands of times faster than before. In just a few days, it was comparable to a few years of bitter cultivation. At this rate, Lu Ming would be able to break through to the peak of the Divine Master realm in less than half a year. Continue. A smile appeared on Lu Ming's face as he continued to brew tea with the divine spring. A single origin god tea leaf could be used repeatedly. Brewing it once would only bring out a small portion of the tea leaf's medicinal efficacy. Only by repeatedly brewing and using the tea leaves would one be able to fully utilize the medicinal fragrance of the tea leaves. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. Lu Ming had made great progress in this month. The origin energy in the origin seed was getting richer and richer. He was also getting closer to the peak of the Divine Master realm. In the past month, the ancient city was very quiet. The immortal domain was still there and the creatures of the forbidden area were also stationed in one place. There was no other movement. Not far from where Lu Ming and the others were cultivating in seclusion was where Xianxia was cultivating in seclusion. Phew, Xianxia ended his cultivation once again and exhaled deeply. His eyes were bright. In 3 months at most, I will be able to reach the peak of the Divine Master realm. At that time, I will be much more confident in activating the immortal mark. The immortal molt will be mine. Xianxia's lips curled into a smile. He was about to continue brewing tea when suddenly, an elder from the quasi-sage tribe hurried over. Didn't I tell you not to disturb my cultivation if there is nothing important? Xianxia frowned and was somewhat displeased. Young master, something has happened. The elder from the quasi-sage tribe said solemnly. What is it? Xianxia Path. There is news from the tribe that the 3 tribes of the forbidden area transported a large amount of resources back some time ago. During this period, many experts have already awakened. A group of top experts has already entered the Purple Heaven Cave. I'm afraid that they will arrive at the Purple Heaven Immortal Kingdom soon. After saying this, the elder handed over a voice transmission jade talisman to Xianxia. Xianxia's expression changed. He took the voice transmission jade talisman and scanned it with his spiritual consciousness. His face was incomparably gloomy. Young master, what should we do now? The elder asked. Originally, I wanted to wait until my cultivation has reached the peak of the Divine Master realm before taking action. However, there is no time now. We must act as soon as possible to open the immortal domain and obtain the immortal molt. Xianxia Path. Young master, you have not reached the peak of the Divine Master realm yet. Once you take action and activate the immortal mark, I am afraid that your body will not be able to withstand it. You will be severely injured and your cultivation will regress. The elder from the quasi-sage tribe advised. There is no way out for us. Xianxia's expression was resolute. The primitive universe has entered an unprecedented era. It is incomparably dangerous but also filled with endless opportunities. However, our tribe is still too weak. Our ancestor has not recovered from his serious injuries and has been in a deep sleep. If we can obtain the immortal molt and heal him, our tribe will definitely have the upper hand. Even if we face the creatures of the forbidden area, we will still have the strength to fight. Otherwise, when the creatures of the forbidden area fully recover, our tribe will either submit or be exterminated. Sigh, the elder from the quasi-sage tribe sighed and revealed a sad expression. He knew that Xianxia had made up his mind. Go find Lu Ming and the others. We need their help in this matter. Xianxia Path. Lu Ming was originally cultivating. When he sensed the arrival of Xianxia and the others, he temporarily stopped his cultivation. Even though he was cultivating, he was multitasking and divided some of his attention to pay attention to the situation outside. After all, this was not a completely safe place. He naturally had to be cautious. However, he was a little puzzled. Why did Song Qiong suddenly look for him? It had only been a month. Logically speaking, Song Qiong should not have reached the peak of the Divine Master realm so quickly. Brother Liu, something bad has happened. Song Qiong's first sentence made Lu Ming's heart sink a little. Xianxia, Qiu Moon, and the others also ended their cultivation and looked at Song Qiong and the others. Brother Song, what's the matter? Lu Ming asked. I received news that some time ago, the Primordial Light Tribe, the Balefulene Tribe, and the Blue Sea Tribe transported a large amount of resources back. During this period, a large number of experts from the three tribes have already awakened. Moreover, many experts have already entered the Purple Heaven Cave and are on their way here. I'm afraid that in less than 10 days, the experts from the three tribes will arrive. Song Qiong Path. Lu Ming's expression was somewhat grave. He asked, how many experts are there in the three tribes? Are there any invincible divine masters? Yes, according to the news, there are more than 10 invincible divine masters from the three tribes combined. Song Qiong Path. What? Lu Ming and the others' expressions changed drastically. The expressions of Lu Ming, Xianxia, and the others turned extremely ugly. The number of invincible divine masters from the three clans of the Forbidden Area exceeded 10, including Gaishak and the others. Wouldn't there be more than 10 invincible divine masters? These were invincible divine masters, known to be invincible below the origin source realm. Each one of them was an extremely rare genius. How could there be so many of them, not to mention the invincible divine masters? Even those at the level of the strongest Lord of Heaven were extremely rare. It wasn't easy for them to appear. Before the creatures of the Forbidden Area were born, the strongest Lord of Heaven and the strongest Divine Master were known to be at the pinnacle of the Divine Master realm. Every force only had a few of them. For example, the Heaven Destroyer only had a few. Invincible Divine Masters were many times stronger than the strongest Lord of Heaven. Only Yi Immortal of the Heavenly Human Clan had reached this level. Even Yi Qiuxian couldn't reach it. Even if Yi Qiuxian's cultivation had broken through to the pinnacle of the Divine Master realm, his battle strength would at most be comparable to Prince Guanqian's. But who was Yi Immortal? He was known to be the strongest ancestor in the history of the Heavenly Human Clan. He had reincarnated and was extremely talented and unparalleled in the world. That was why he could reach this level. As for Gu Changfeng, he had a forbidden physique 70 stellar years ago. His talent was extraordinary, but he still couldn't reach this level. It was only after he comprehended Genesis techniques that he barely reached this level. As for the Quasi-Saint tribe, there wasn't a single one. Not to mention invincible divine masters, the strongest person that had appeared in the Quasi-Saint tribe was only at the level of Prince Guanqian, and there was only one of them. From this, it could be seen how difficult it was to reach the level of invincible divine master. How rare were people of this level, but there were so many of them from the three clans of the Forbidden Area. How could Lu Ming and the others not be shocked? How is this possible? Dandan cried out in disbelief. Although this matter sounds inconceivable, it is absolutely true. Song Qiong said solemnly. He paused for a moment before continuing, the creatures in the Forbidden Grounds are too strong. They are beyond your imagination. In the previous era, the Desolation Continent was extremely prosperous. There were as many experts as there were clouds in the Desolation Continent. There were quite a number of Immortal Realm experts. However, the Forbidden Grounds were still Forbidden Grounds. They were feared by the experts of the Desolation Continent. Even Immortal Realm experts couldn't do anything to them. Among them, there are countless people with extraordinary talents. They are not comparable to the Celestial race, the demons, or even the Quasi-Saint race. It is normal for some invincible divine masters to be born. Brother Tsong, you seem to know a lot. I'm really curious, what's the origin of the quasi-immortal race? Lu Ming suddenly changed the topic and asked. Not only did Firmament know a lot about the creatures in the Forbidden Lands, but he also knew a lot about immortals. He knew about Immortal Molting and Immortal Realm. If not for Firmament, Lu Ming and the others wouldn't have understood. Those who transcended were immortals. This realm was too far away from Lu Ming and the others. It was illusory and difficult to touch. In this era, immortals had long been cut off. There were no more immortals born. Things about immortals were only legends. However, Firmament seemed to know a lot about them. There is nothing to hide now. My quasi-immortal race came from the previous era. We are native creatures of the Desolation continent. Firmament said. Lu Ming, Xianxia, and the others nodded silently. In fact, they had already guessed this point. The quasi-immortal race had a very deep foundation. They even had a joint attack formation carrier. Moreover, they had existed in this world for countless years. It wasn't strange for them to be creatures of the previous era. The celestial race and the demons were also from the previous era. Moreover, they were the slaves of the human race. If they could be passed down, then it wasn't strange for other creatures to be passed down as well. An old ancestor of my quasi-immortal race is a real immortal. Firmament added. This time, the hearts of Lu Ming and the others shook violently. Immortal, an old ancestor of the quasi-immortal race was actually an immortal. This was really beyond their expectations. No wonder Firmament knew so much about immortals. In the quasi-immortal race, there were many ancient books that introduced immortals. Oh right, quasi-immortal race, Lu Ming's heart moved. He roughly understood why the quasi-immortal race was called quasi-immortal race. Because they were descendants of immortals, so they were called quasi-immortals? How vain. Lu Ming muttered in his heart. Brother Firmament, do you have a way to find us? Lu Ming composed himself and asked. We have to break the immortal realm, seize the immortal molting, and leave this place before the experts of the three races of the Forbidden Area arrive. Firmament said. Wait until we have a breakthrough in our cultivation. Will we still be afraid of them? Myriad deities said. The key is that we don't have time. Once the three races of the Forbidden Area arrive, do you think they will let us go? They will definitely look for us everywhere. Once we are surrounded by them, we will have to face a dozen invincible divine masters. Do we still have any hope? Firmament asked. The myriad deities fell silent. A dozen invincible divine masters was an incomparably terrifying force. Even if they ran toward the immortal realm, it would be useless. Those joint attack formations couldn't be used. A dozen invincible divine masters would be more than enough to kill them. Moreover, even if we escape the pursuit of the three races of the Forbidden Area, I believe that the three races of the Forbidden Area will have a way to break the immortal realm. At that time, the immortal molting will have no chance with us. Firmament said. You said that we have to break the immortal realm first. Do you have a way? Lu Ming asked. That's right. Firmament nodded. Since you have a way, why didn't you say so earlier? Dandan squinted at the sky, her face full of suspicion. Firmament said calmly, I just thought of it not long ago. Lu Ming and the others obviously didn't believe him. They speculated that Firmament had a way long ago and that he had deliberately concealed it. They didn't know what his purpose was. If we want to break the immortal realm, we will need your help. Firmament continued. You need our help? How? Lu Ming asked. Now we can confirm that there are two immortal molting remains on that mountain peak. They are resisting each other, which is why the immortal realm is formed. The reason for this is very likely because the two immortals still have an inextinguishable fighting spirit contained in their molting remains. As long as the fighting spirit in the two immortal molting remains is completely ignited and destroyed, the immortal realm will collapse on its own. Firmament explained. Lu Ming and the others didn't say anything. They looked at Firmament and waited for him to continue. As for how to ignite the fighting spirit in the immortal molting remains, it's actually very simple. The immortal from Purple Heaven Grotto Heaven is actually a human, and many of you are humans. As long as we use your blood to set up a formation and activate it to attack the immortal molting remains of the Juyan tribe, the immortal molting remains of the Juyan tribe will think that the immortal from Purple Heaven Grotto Heaven is attacking him, and the fighting spirit in it will be ignited. Firmament explained. Will that work? Lu Ming and the others were a little skeptical. After hearing Song Qiong's explanation, Lu Ming and the others were doubtful. Would it be useful to use their blood as the foundation to set up an array to attack the immortals molting of the Extremine tribe? No matter how they set up the array, its power was far inferior to that of the immortals. Would it be useful? Dandan raised this question directly. Because he would most likely be the one setting up the array. The immortal's molting of the immortal only contains the inextinguishable battle spirit, but it doesn't have intelligence to distinguish between strong and weak. As long as it senses a similar aura, it will explode. I'm 90% sure about this. And the Extremine corpse has the aura of the Extremine tribe. If we use their blood to set up an array to attack the immortal's molting of the purple heaven grotto heaven, we can also explode the inextinguishable battle spirit in the molting of the immortal. The two inextinguishable battle spirits will definitely fight fiercely and destroy each other. After Xianxia finished speaking, he smiled confidently. Okay, let's do that then. Lu Ming nodded. This was the only way now. Although they hadn't broken through yet, there was no time. Lu Ming estimated that he would need at least 3 or 4 months to break through. Even if the others were shorter than him, it wouldn't be much shorter. By the time they broke through, it would be too late. After making up their minds, they quickly set off and entered the ancient city to find the Extremine corpse. At the same time, Lu Ming also called Qiuqiu back to gather. For more than a month, the Extremine corpse was still looking for a way to break through the immortal's domain, but to no avail. Xianxia told the Extremine corpse's plan, and the Extremine corpse naturally agreed. It was just a small loss of blood, no big deal. The matter of setting up the array naturally had to be left to Dandan. They followed the immortal's domain and looked for a good direction. It's here, Dandan's eyes lit up. In this direction, looking at the mountain peak, they could vaguely see 2 balls of light on the mountain peak. One ball of light was extremely hot, and the other ball of light was pitch black and as cold as the abyss. These 2 balls of light must be the immortal's molting. But they were too far away, and the immortal's domain affected their vision, so they couldn't see what the immortal's molting of the light balls of light was. The immortal's molting of the immortal was a part of the immortal's body after his death. It could be any part of the body. Hands, feet, bones, heart, and so on. After choosing a direction, Dandan began to set up the formation. Lu Ming waved his hand and forced out some blood from his body. He put it in a jade bottle and gave it to Dandan to set up the array. Runes drawn with fresh blood would create a formation that contained the aura of the owner of the fresh blood. The 4 Absolutine Corpse Kings sent out some ordinary Absolutine corpses to patrol the surroundings to prevent the beings of the Forbidden Grounds from discovering their purpose. 3 days later, the 2 formations were completed. Rise! Dandan shouted and activated the array formation. The 2 arrays lit up and condensed array of multicolored light, which flew towards the 2 balls of light on the mountain peak. The immortal domain didn't seem to have much effect on the attacks of the array formation. In an instant, the 2 rays of light approached the 2 balls of light. As if sensing the aura of the 2 rays of light, the 2 balls of light suddenly emitted a scorching radiance. Wang! Wang! Everyone could feel the 2 lumps of light vibrating violently. Immediately, a terrifying power exploded, causing the heavens and earth to tremble. Retreat, retreat quickly. The inextinguishable battle intent left by the immortal is about to erupt. This area will be very dangerous. Retreat! Xianxia exclaimed and led the people of the Quasi-Saint tribe to retreat like a stream of light. Go! Lu Ming and the others also retreated quickly. The Absolutine corpses roared and retreated in the end. What's going on? In another direction, the 3 races of the Forbidden Grounds were also alarmed. What a terrifying aura. It's from the immortal molting. Look, there are 2 figures. Gaishak and the others exclaimed. They could see that the 2 balls of light on the mountain peak were shining brightly. Then, a figure appeared above the 2 balls of light. Each figure was over 100,000 feet tall. One of them looked to be in his 30s. He was tall and straight, wearing a purple robe and a purple golden crown on his head. The other figure was wearing a pitch-black armor and had a wide mouth full of fangs. His body was shrouded in dense black qi. The aura emitted by the 2 figures was boundlessly terrifying. It was like a brilliant heavenly might, supreme and eternal. Immortal, it's immortal. No, it's their inextinguishable battle intent. They're going to fight. Let's go. Gaishak, Yuan Wuji, and the others roared in shock and retreated frantically. Immortal. Lu Ming and the others also saw the two figures. They were shocked and retreated even faster. Boom, the two figures made their move and exchanged a blow on the mountain peak. At this moment, it was as if the universe had collapsed. Heaven and earth shook violently. An earth-shattering force swept out in all directions. Countless cracks appeared in the void. The ground continued to tremble. Cracks began to appear all over the ground like a spider web. Fortunately, Lu Ming and the others retreated in time and were not affected by this force. They retreated all the way to the edge of the ancient city and stopped near the city wall. If something went wrong here, they could quickly escape from the ancient city. Boom! Boom! In the distance, two gigantic figures were constantly exchanging blows, causing the heavens and earth to shatter. Is this the strength of a mortal? It's just two inextinguishable imprints. How can it be so terrifying? Lu Ming was extremely shocked. Inside was the Purple Heaven Paradise and the Purple Heaven Immortal Kingdom. Whether it was the space or the earth, they were extremely stable. It was far from comparable to the universe. Even so, they were still fighting fiercely. If they were to fight in the universe, who knew what kind of disaster it would cause? This was only the remnant battle intent of the two. If it was the real immortal, who knew how strong it would be? The difference between origin and immortal is too great. Lu Ming sighed in his heart. It was not that he had never seen origin in action. The four masters of the heavenly palace were said to be at the peak of origin. However, their battle strength was still worlds apart from these two immortal imprints. Boom! Suddenly, there was a violent explosion. In the immortal domain, the huge mountain peak exploded. Violent energy surged up from the ground. On the ground, huge cracks continuously extended in all directions. Violent forces swept out in all directions, and lava raged. It was a doomsday scene. Originally, the Purple Heaven Paradise was on the verge of collapse. Huge cracks had already appeared on the island outside the ancient city. The island was about to be torn apart. At this moment, the collapse was even more severe. The ground kept rumbling and the cracks were getting bigger and bigger. There were cracks on the walls of the ancient city behind Lu Ming and the rest. The Purple Heaven Paradise is about to collapse. I'm afraid it can't hold on for much longer. Firmament said with a gloomy face. Little Qing, Autumn Moon, Yue. If the situation is not right, you guys leave first. Leave the Purple Heaven Paradise first. Lu Ming transmitted to Xianxia, Autumn Moon, Ling Yue, Dandan, Bubbles, and the others. No one knew what would happen if the Purple Heaven Grotto Heaven was completely destroyed, so they had to be prepared. If we leave together. If we stay together. Xianxia looked at Lu Ming firmly. The same went for Qiu Moon and the others. Lu Ming nodded silently. Boom, the battle between the two immortal inextinguishable fighting intense was getting more and more intense. That area was already turned upside down. However, Lu Ming and the others also saw that the two figures were getting dimmer and dimmer. They were about to disappear. Everyone's eyes lit up. Sure enough, after countless years, even the immortal inextinguishable fighting intents were limited. They fought against each other and wore each other down. They wouldn't last long before they dissipated. As the two figures became dimmer and dimmer, their power became weaker and weaker. After a while, the two figures had become very faint, but they were still fighting and pouncing on each other. When the two figures collided with each other again, they suddenly collapsed and disappeared without a trace. At the same time, the powerful pressure that permeated between heaven and earth also disappeared without a trace. The immortal domain disappeared, the eyes of Lu Ming and the others lit up. Charge! The Extreme Corpse Kings couldn't bear it anymore. The four Extreme Corpse Kings roared and led the Extreme Corpse army to charge forward. Let's go! Lu Ming and the others also followed. Young master? An elder of the Quasi-Saint tribe called out softly beside Tianqiong. Don't worry, let them fight first. I'll be more confident when I take action. Tianqiong whispered. In another direction, the experts of the three forbidden races also rushed frantically in the direction of the immortal molt. Although they were far away, they could still see the two balls of light suspended in the air. On the contrary, the two balls of light no longer emitted any terrifying aura. In other words, the immortal molt could be taken away now. The speed of all parties was very fast. It didn't take long for them to get close. That is, when they saw the true appearance of the two balls of light, everyone was shocked. In the purple ball of light was a finger. One of his fingers was purple, as if it was carved out of purple jade. Fresh blood could even be seen at the base of his finger. It was incomparably red, as if fresh blood had just flowed out. In the other black ball of light, there was a bone. From the looks of it, it was a vertebra. The molting of an immortal, this was the molting of an immortal. It was obvious that the finger belonged to the immortal from Purple Heaven Grotto, and the vertebra belonged to the immortal from the Jewing tribe. The extremine corpses stared at the spine with burning gazes. If they could obtain this spine and absorb the energy on it to cultivate, they would undergo earth-shaking changes. They would become true members of the extremine tribe. Their cultivation and strength would also skyrocket. This was too attractive for them. The 4 extremine corpse kings were the fastest. They were like 4 bolts of lightning as they charged towards the spine. Scram! A cold shout rang out, and an ear-piercing sound rang out. Beams of light shot towards the 4 extremine corpse kings. It was Yuan Wuji and Yuan Liuji. Not only him, but Gaishak and the Lord of the Underworld, as well as Prince Kanglo and Prince Tsongqing, had also arrived. They seemed to have their eyes on the molting of the immortal from the Jewing tribe and charged over together. Kill! Roar! The 4 extremine corpse kings were enraged. Black chi surged from their bodies as they slashed at Yuan Wuji and the others with their ancient divine weapons. The two sides clashed fiercely. Whoosh! Suddenly, a figure charged towards the immortal's molting of the Jewing tribe with excitement in his eyes. It was the Lord of the Underworld. The immortal's molting of the Jewing tribe is mine. The Lord of the Underworld was excited. He reached out his hand and grabbed towards the vertebra. However, a cold river rushed over from the side and hit the Lord of the Underworld's palm, forcing him back a few steps. Prince Kanglo! The Lord of the Underworld shouted angrily. Prince Kanglo did not say anything and charged towards the immortal's molting of the Jewing tribe alone. Don't even think about it. The Lord of the Underworld shouted and charged towards Prince Kanglo. Although the 3 tribes of the Forbidden Area had cooperated, it was only temporary. It was to deal with Lu Ming. In essence, they were also enemies. They competed with each other and each had their own selfish motives. They all wanted to get the immortal's molting of the Jewing tribe, so they naturally would not give in to each other. Lu Ming, come and help us! Dao Ju shouted, wanting to ask Lu Ming and the others to help. They had cooperated before, and Lu Ming had promised to help them get the immortal's molting of the Jewing tribe. However, Lu Ming and Gu Chongfeng had no time to help them now. Because they had their eyes on the immortal's molting of the Purple Heaven Grotto Heaven. The invincible divine masters and the Jewing corpse king of the 3 tribes of the Forbidden Area were all fighting for the immortal's molting of the Jewing tribe. No one cared about the immortal's molting of the Purple Heaven Grotto Heaven for now. Now, in the eyes of the 3 tribes of the Forbidden Area and the Jewing corpse king, the immortal's molting of the Jewing tribe was more suitable for them. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If they did not take it now, when would they? After we get this immortal's molting, we will help you. Lu Ming's voice sounded in the ears of the 4 Jewing corpse kings. Anyway, it would not take much time. It would not be too late to help the 4 Jewing corpse kings after they got the immortal's molting of the Purple Heaven Grotto. Lu Ming and Gu Chongfeng were extremely fast and quickly approached the immortal's molting. However, there was a figure who was even faster. With a flash of demonic chi, the figure quickly approached the immortal's molting. It was Zixian. Zixian had been hiding nearby. She also saw that no one was fighting for the immortal's molting of the Purple Heaven Grotto, so she attacked without hesitation. The demonic chi formed a huge hand and grabbed at the immortal's molting. Should I attack? At this moment, a thought flashed through Lu Ming's mind. Previously, he and Zixian could be considered friends after all. At this moment, he could not help but hesitate. Clang! At this moment, the sound of a sword rang out. A terrifying sword light broke through the void and slashed at Zixian, aiming for her forehead. If Zixian continued to take the immortal's molting, she would definitely be hit by the sword. She had no choice. Her demon wings shone and slashed out like a divine knife, blocking the sword light. However, her body was also blocked. Whoosh, a figure charged at the immortals, molting at an astonishing speed. Ye Immortal, Lu Ming's eyes turned cold. The person who blocked Xianxia was Ye Immortal. Lu Ming attacked without hesitation. The divine warrior spear vibrated and the spear radiance expanded, stabbing at Ye Immortal. With a loud clang, the spear and sword collided. There was a loud explosion and a strong force spread in all directions. At this moment, Gu Changfeng seized the opportunity and charged at the immortal's molting. However, he was blocked by Xian. Xian, you forced me to attack. Gu Changfeng shouted. He no longer had any scruples and his forbidden power exploded. His combat strength exploded like a tide. However, Xian's combat strength was incomparably strong. Her demon wings were ever-changing and could be used to attack and defend. Her combat strength was not inferior to Gu Changfeng's. Even if Gu Changfeng used Genesis techniques, he could not do anything to Xian. The two of them exchanged more than 10 blows, but the outcome was still undecided. Gu Changfeng and Xian were fighting. Lu Ming and the Immortal were also fighting. There was also a chaotic battle near the Immortals molting in Purple Heaven Grotto. However, the four of them were fighting in pairs, so it was not that intense. It was not easy to determine the winner. However, it was really intense near the Immortals molting of the Juyin tribe. The 6 invincible divine masters of the 3 tribes and the 4 Juyin corpse kings were fighting fiercely. Everyone wanted to get the Immortals molting of the Juyin tribe. However, anyone who got close to the Immortals molting of the Juyin tribe would be surrounded and attacked. Many of them were already bleeding and severely injured. Roar, suddenly, there was a roar. A burly figure found an opening and rushed toward the Immortals molting of the Juyin tribe. It was Fist Ju of the 4 Juyin corpse kings. Die. Don't even think about it. Gaishak, Yuan Wuji, and the others, who were fighting in a chaotic battle, shouted angrily. They aimed their attacks at Fist Ju and attacked him. Sword Ju, take the Immortals molting of the Juyin tribe and leave. This time, Fist Ju did not dodge. Instead, he roared and blocked with all his strength. He wore a set of black and rusty gloves on his fists. Black chi surged from his body and shot out wildly from his fists. However, he was alone. How could he block the combined attacks of the 6 peerless elites of the 3 tribes? His fists were instantly blasted apart. Swoosh, swoosh. 2 beams of deity light, one red and one black, pierced through the black chi on Fist Ju's body. They cut open the ancient armor on Fist Ju's body, leaving 2 hideous wounds. However, Fist Ju roared and did not retreat. He continued to attack with his fists. His goal was to block the elites of the 3 tribes in the forbidden area and buy time for Sword Ju. Roar, Sword Ju roared. He seemed to be very angry. However, he did not stop. He turned into a beam of sword light and rushed toward the Immortals molting of the Juyin tribe. Get lost. Kill him. Seeing sword extinction closing in on the Immortal molt, Gaishak and the others grew anxious. They raised their battle prowess to the maximum and unleashed their terrifying killer moves. However, Prince Kangluo and Prince Songqing's attacks were blocked by the 2 corpse kings, Saber Extinction and Halberd Extinction. However, in the end, they could only block the attacks of 2 people. They were powerless against the attacks of the other 4 peerless experts. Boom 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 boom, this time, the attacks of the 4 experts were even more ferocious. They directly shattered Fist Ju's fist energy and bombarded his body. Fist Ju was already severely injured. How could he withstand the all-out attack of the 4 experts? His body was instantly torn into 5 or 6 pieces. Even so, Quan Ju was still not dead. Black energy filled the air as the broken pieces of his body wanted to gather back together. However, Gaishak waved the black banner and 9 evil spirits appeared and swallowed Quan Ju's body. As a result, Quan Ju had completely fallen. However, after being blocked by the fist extinction, the sword extinction finally rushed to the side of the Immortal molt. He grabbed the Immortal molt in his hand. There was nothing out of the ordinary, nor was there any danger. After grabbing the Immortal molt, the sword extinction quickly rushed into the distance. Chase after him. Don't even think about escaping. Gaishak, Yuan Wuji, and the others roared and chased after the sword extinction. However, the sword extinction's speed was extremely fast. He was like a sword light and wasn't any weaker than Gaishak, Yuan Wuji, and the others who were known for their speed. One chased while the other fled. However, at this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of the sword extinction. Sky Dome, yes, this figure was actually Sky Dome. Previously, he had been observing from afar and watching from afar. That was why he was able to make the first move and stop the sword extinction before he could. Lu Ming was fighting with the immortal, but he also saw this scene from the corner of his eyes. What is Sky Dome trying to do? Is he trying to snatch the immortal molt from the sword extinction? That's impossible. The sword extinction can severely injure or even kill him in one move. Lu Ming was puzzled. Not only him, but the others also felt the same. Although Sky Dome was very talented and could be considered peerless in the universe, his cultivation was only at the 9th level Divine Master realm. His combat strength was only comparable to the strongest Lord of Heaven. The strongest Lord of Heaven wanted to compete with the immortal molt, a peerless corpse king like the sword extinction. It was undoubtedly an act of suicide. The sword extinction recognized Sky Dome and knew that he was on the same side as Lu Ming. He didn't make a move immediately. Instead, he roared, "Get lost, or die. Hand the immortal molt to me, or you'll be the one who dies." Sky Dome said coldly. "You're courting death." The sword extinction shouted coldly and didn't show any mercy. He slashed out with the ancient sword in his hand and a terrifying dark sword light slashed at Sky Dome. This sword was enough to severely injure a Guanqian imperial envoy. At this moment, the mark between Sky Dome's eyebrows lit up and burned like a flame. A terrifying aura was emitted from his body. With Sky Dome as the center, the void exploded into chaos at a speed visible to the naked eye. Next, Sky Dome pointed a finger at the sword light slashed out by the sword extinction. With a bang, the sword light slashed out by the sword extinction was directly dispersed. Then, Sky Dome's figure flashed and disappeared from the spot. The next moment, he appeared in front of the sword extinction with less than 2 meters between them. The sword extinction was shocked. Sky Dome's speed was unbelievably fast. He didn't hesitate to use all his strength and slashed out with his sword. This sword was several times stronger than the previous one. It was comparable to Yi Immortal's Genesis technique. Destroy. Sky Dome roared, and the aura emitted from his body became even more terrifying. At this moment, it was as if a peerless expert had awakened in his body and erupted with earth-shattering power. Sky Dome's body was enveloped in a layer of blazing light. His finger was like a divine sword. No, it was even sharper than a source-grade divine weapon. With the point of his finger, a scorching and sharp sword light burst out from his finger. Clang, Sky Dome's finger touched the pitch-black ancient sword of the sword extinction. The ancient sword vibrated continuously, and the sword extinction's burly figure was forced to take a few steps back. The ancient sword in his hand almost flew out of his hand. Die. The next moment, Sky Dome's 5 sword-like fingers reached out and grabbed the sword extinction's head. Roar, the sword extinction roared and frantically resisted. The ancient sword slashed out and slashed at Sky Dome's body. But a shocking scene occurred. The layer of blazing light on Sky Dome's body blocked the sword. Sky Dome himself was unharmed. His claws suddenly reached out and pierced the sword extinction's head like 5 sharp swords. With a puff, the sword extinction's head exploded and he died. The immortal molt in the sword extinction's hand also fell into Sky Dome's hands. Everyone's hearts shook violently as they revealed looks of disbelief. The sword extinction was a peerless corpse king, an existence at the level of an invincible divine master. His vitality was shockingly strong, but he was killed just like that. It was unbelievable that he was killed by a 9th level divine master. Although Gaishak and the others had killed the fist extinction earlier, the 4 of them had joined forces and it had taken them a lot of effort. But the sword extinction seemed to be unable to fight back in Sky Dome's hands. The aura of an immortal, that's the aura of an immortal, Lu Ming roared in his heart as he kept repeating that sentence. The aura emitted from Song Qiong was too similar to the inextinguishable battle spirit left by the 2 immortals. It was also as brilliant as the heavenly might, high and mighty as if it had transcended everything. That was the aura unique to immortals. Song Qiong had something related to immortals. Lu Ming couldn't help but recall that Song Qiong had mentioned that an old ancestor of the quasi-saint tribe was a true immortal. It's the immortal mark. Do you want to die? How dare you use the immortal mark when you're only a 9th level divine master, Yuan Wuji roared. As the peerless elites of the Forbidden Lands, they naturally had great eyesight and were knowledgeable. They immediately saw that Song Qiong was using the immortal mark. The immortal mark couldn't be used casually. The user's bloodline had to be extremely similar to that immortal's and had to be approved by that immortal to be able to use it. Once it was used, it was very dangerous as it required one to burn one's life origin and essence. Given Song Qiong's cultivation, he would be half-crippled and his cultivation level would drop. In serious cases, he would die. Don't let him go. Attack! Gaishak roared at the same time as he waved the black banner. 9 evil spirits rushed towards Song Qiong. At the same time, Infernal Spirit Lord, Yuan Wuji, and Yuan Liuji also reacted and attacked together. 4 terrifying attacks shot towards Song Qiong. Previously, the 4 of them had joined forces to severely injure Fist Extinction. Humph! Song Qiong snorted and slashed out 4 times in a row. 4 scorching sword lights burst out and blocked the attacks of Gaishak, Infernal Spirit Lord, Yuan Wuji, and Yuan Liuji. Gaishak and the other 3 were shocked. However, Prince Kanglo and Prince Songqing, as well as the 2 Extreme Corpse Kings, Blade Extinction and Halberd Extinction, also rushed over. The 4 of them were originally fighting, but after seeing Song Qiong kill Sword Extinction and snatch the immortal molt, they stopped and rushed over. Let's kill him together. He can't last long after activating the immortal mark. 5th Origin shouted loudly. The scorching red immortal light was pushed to the extreme by him, and he charged toward the firmament. Firmament's expression changed indeterminately, and then he suddenly turned around and charged towards the back. Chase! The 8 peerless experts roared and chased after him. At that moment, the world was collapsing even more violently. Previously, there seemed to be 2 immortals' inextinguishable battle while suppressing the collapse of heaven and earth a little slower. Now that he had lost the suppression of immortals' inextinguishable fighting will, the world had turned upside down. Heaven and earth collapsed, producing a powerful destructive power that swept out in all directions. Everyone had to dodge the destructive power at all times, worried that they would be swept in. At this moment, the battle between Lu Ming, Gu Chongfeng, Zi Xian, and Yi Immortal had reached its climax. The 4 of them had exchanged dozens of blows, but there was no clear winner. However, just as Song Qiong escaped and the 8 experts chased after him, a figure rushed towards the remains of the immortal from the Purple Heaven Grotto at an astonishing speed. Song Qian. No, Dark Knight rose. Lu Ming's pupils constricted. The figure rushing towards the remains of the immortal was Dark Knight Rose. However, she was still in the appearance of Princess Song Xian of the Tsangming race. Absolute demonic wall. Zi Xian yelled. A pair of demonic wings glowed, and 2 demonic walls appeared. One side blocked Gu Chongfeng's attack, while the other side appeared in front of Dark Knight Rose. Dark Knight Rose slapped out, and a black hole appeared in her palm. A terrifying devouring power burst out and hit the absolute demonic wall. Peak Divine Master. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He could sense that Dark Knight Rose's cultivation had reached the peak Divine Master level as soon as she attacked. After all, Dark Knight Rose was only a 9th level Divine Master the last time they met. It had only been a month, but Dark Knight Rose's cultivation had already broken through. Even if Dark Knight Rose had obtained the Origin God Tea tree and the Origin God Tea leaves, she couldn't have broken through so quickly. Perhaps it has something to do with Dark Knight Rose's original body. After all, they're both plant-type life forms, so they can absorb the Origin God Tea faster? A thought flashed through Lu Ming's mind. Dark Knight Rose slammed her palm on the absolute demon wall and blasted it apart. However, her body was also blocked by the wall. Lu Ming, you promised to help me once. It's time for you to fulfill your promise and stop them for me. Dark Knight Rose's voice rang out in Lu Ming's ears. Lu Ming's face sank slightly. Dark Knight Rose wanted him to help her once. Was it for this moment? Had Dark Knight Rose planned so far ahead to fight for the Immortal's molt, to be honest, Lu Ming didn't want to agree. However, Dark Knight Rose had helped him before, which was equivalent to saving his life. Moreover, he had sworn on his life origin. Before he reached the origin realm, he wouldn't be able to resist the backlash from his life origin. He had no choice. Buzz, Lu Ming waved his war god spear and stopped Xianxia, who was about to charge at Dark Knight Rose. Then, he slammed his palm forward and a piece of land was formed. It pressed down on Yi Immortal and stopped Yi Immortal. "Senior Gu, please," Lu Ming's voice rang out in Gu Changfeng's ears. He had promised Dark Knight Rose that he would help her, but Gu Changfeng had not promised to help her. "Lu Ming, you cheated," Dark Knight Rose said to Lu Ming telepathically. "I've already done my best to stop the two of them. I didn't break my promise," Lu Ming replied. He wasn't lying. He had already done his best to stop Yi Immortal and Xianxia. He hadn't broken his promise. "Humph." Dark Knight Rose snorted coldly. She pressed her hands forward and a huge rose suddenly appeared in front of Gu Changfeng. The huge rose bit at Gu Changfeng like a huge mouth. A terrifying devouring power erupted from the center of the flower like a black hole. Bright Moon Wind Fist. Gu Changfeng used an origin technique and punched out. The space exploded and a destructive force surged out. However, a part of the force was devoured by the rose. The remaining force didn't manage to destroy the rose. Dark Knight Rose seized the opportunity and appeared in front of the Heaven Immortal slough in a flash. She grabbed the slough of the Heaven Immortal. "Everyone, I'll take the Heaven Immortal slough." Dark Knight Rose smiled. Her body split into two, 2 into 4, 4 into 8. 8 identical silhouettes rushed in 8 different directions at an astonishing speed. At this moment, Lu Ming did not continue to stop Xianxia. Xianxia quickly chased after the Dark Knight Rose, but after a while, Xianxia stopped. Because she didn't know which one to chase. Then, Xianxia gave Lu Ming a complicated look. She flapped her demon wings and flew into the distance. In the blink of an eye, she disappeared. "I've worked for nothing," Lu Ming sighed in his heart. He didn't get any of the Heaven Immortal slough. In the end, Lu Ming did not get a single piece of the Immortal's molted skin. "Have I run out of luck?" Lu Ming muttered to himself. However, Lu Ming did not mind. If he did not get it, then so be it. There was no need to force it. He had already gained a lot from this trip to Purple Heaven Grotto. Other things aside, he had comprehended the 3000th ancient secret skill and broken through to the 9th tier Divine Master realm. His combat strength had increased by a few levels and he had reached the level of an invincible Divine Master. This was more practical than any treasure. Moreover, they had emptied 2 meridians and obtained at least 20 billion immortal stones, many immortal crystals, and various levels of divine medicine. However, they had obtained 3 stocks of top-notch divine medicine. Most importantly, he had obtained more than a dozen divine origin tea leaves. With some time, his cultivation level would reach the peak of the Divine Master realm. The same went for Xianxia and the others. These were all huge gains, and they could be quickly converted into their strength. Although the Immortal's molted skin was extremely precious, Lu Ming did not know how to use it even if he got it now. The Immortal's molted skin was the essence of the immortal body. It contained endless energy and was not something they could refine at the moment. Even if they got it, they could only leave it. They could see if they could use it. Therefore, he was not too disappointed. Moreover, there was something more important to do now. That was to kill Yi Immortal. This was a rare opportunity. Yi Immortal was alone and had no other helpers. After seeing that the Immortal's molted skin had been taken away by the Dark Knight Rose, Yi Immortal knew that he could not succeed. He quickly fled in another direction. However, Lu Ming and Gu Changfeng had their eyes on him for a long time. "Stay here," Gu Changfeng yelled and threw out a punch. The terrifying fist force surged toward Yi Wuchen like a tidal wave. Faced with such a terrifying fist energy, Yi Immortal did not dare to be careless even though he was protected by a top-notch origin grade armor. He swung his sword to block the attack. Chaos style. Lu Ming followed up with a palm strike. A huge continent formed and came crashing down on Yi Immortal. Sword of the Celestial, Death of the Moon, Destruction of the Sun. In the face of Lu Ming and Gu Chongfeng's combined attacks, Yi Immortal felt an immense sense of danger. He pushed his battle prowess to the limit and slashed out with his top-notch source-grade divine weapon. He actually used 2 Genesis techniques in an instant. A great sun and a waning moon appeared in the sky at the same time. Boundless light filled the sky. Countless streams of sword chi pierced through the land mass and the fist force, fending off the attacks of the two. As for Yi Wuchang, he seized the opportunity and retreated rapidly like a ray of light. But at this moment, a huge halberd came crashing down on Yi Immortal's head. Yi Immortal's pupils shrank. Not daring to be careless, he hurriedly raised his sword to block the attack. With a loud clang, Yi Immortal's body trembled and he retreated. His face darkened. The person blocking him was a huge figure wearing a sinister-looking black armor. It was Xianxia, Autumn Moon, Dandan, and the others who had set up the joint attack formation. With all 12 of them in place, it was a perfect joint attack formation. Swoosh, Lu Ming used the sky splitter form and turned into a dazzling spear light that pierced towards Yi Immortal. At the same time, Gu Chongfeng destroyed the waning moon and the great sun. His fist energy continued to crush Yi Immortal. Yi Immortal had nowhere to run. He tried his best to dodge, but it was impossible for him to dodge all 3 attacks at the same level as him. Bam! Lu Ming's spear of Ares hit Yi Immortal's chest. Yi Immortal's body flew out and he spat out mouthfuls of blood. Even though he was protected by a top-notch source-level armor, it was impossible for him to completely negate Lu Ming's attack. The terrifying power still penetrated the armor and hurt him. Lu Ming's attack landed. Gu Chongfeng and the 12 of them followed up with a killer move each. Boom! Boom! The 2 killer moves hit Yi Immortal accurately. Bam! Yi Immortal's body smashed into the ground like a meteorite. Actually, the ground could no longer be called the ground. This was because the earth had completely collapsed, turning into pieces of earth fragments. Yi Wuxiu smashed into a piece of earth fragment, directly smashing this piece of earth fragment into even smaller fragments. Yi Immortal was severely injured after being hit by 3 consecutive attacks. Kill! Lu Ming and the others shouted as they continued to attack Yi Immortal. They wanted to eliminate Yi Immortal. Yi Immortal was the backbone of the heavenly human tribe. He was extremely scheming and Yi Qiuxian was no match for him. Although Yi Qiuxian was talented, he was much more inexperienced compared to Yi Immortal. As long as Yi Immortal was killed, the heavenly human tribe would no longer be a threat. Yi Immortal's gaze was cold. Even at this critical moment, he did not give up. He would not give up until the very last moment. He mustered all the energy in his body and spread out his spiritual senses, looking for an opportunity to escape. Rumble, boom. Boom! At this moment, shocking rumbles and explosions could be heard. Waves of terrifying destructive power swept out in all directions and wreaked havoc in the void. Space was torn apart and the ground was completely destroyed. Countless boulders and fragments of the ground flew out in all directions like popcorn. At this moment, the entire purple heaven hollow was in an uproar. Lu Ming could clearly see that many extremine corpses were swept up by the destructive power. Their bodies were torn apart and turned into ashes. Even Lu Ming and the others had to circulate their energy to block the destructive power. Ordinary divine masters would not be able to block the destructive power and would be torn apart. However, their bodies were also blocked by the devastating destructive power. Yi Immortal would not let go of such an opportunity. He turned into a beam of sword light and shot out into the distance. His speed was even faster than when he was at his peak. He was burning his potential without caring about his injuries. At this moment, he could not care less about his injuries. He knew that this was an excellent opportunity. If he missed it, he would be stuck here forever. After him! Lu Ming shouted. The war god spear buzzed and vibrated violently. A powerful force burst out and broke the surrounding rocks and destructive power. He quickly chased after Yi Immortal. Unfortunately, he was still one step too late. Yi Immortal had already broken out of their encirclement and was charging forward crazily. He did not care about the destructive power of the Heaven Hollow and Earth Hollow. His speed was increased to the highest level in history. The distance between him and Lu Ming was widening. Moreover, the Heaven Hollow and Earth Hollow were crumbling. There were rocks and hazy seawater everywhere. There was also dust, which severely affected one's vision. After chasing for a while, Lu Ming jumped over a few huge fragments of the ground and lost track of Yi Immortal. What a pity, Lu Ming sighed in his heart. If Lu Ming could not catch up, Gu Chongfeng, Xianxia, and Dandan would not be able to catch up with him. Lu Ming stopped. After a few breaths, Gu Chongfeng and Xianxia arrived with their combined attack. Yi Immortal has escaped, Lu Ming said. The black-armored warrior dissipated with a bang. The combined attack was removed, revealing Xianxia, Qiu Yu, and the other two. They activated their powers to block the destructive power. With their current cultivation, they had no problem blocking the destructive power. Yi Immortal is not meant to die. It's just in time for the Purple Heaven Grotto Heaven to collapse, Dandan said unhappily. If the Purple Heaven Grotto Heaven had collapsed a little later, they would have had the confidence to kill Yi Immortal. Forget about Yi Immortal. Let's get out of here first. The Purple Heaven Grotto Heaven is in chaos, Lu Ming said. Now, the Purple Heaven cave had completely collapsed. It was a true collapse. The sky was falling and the earth was cracking. The laws and profound meanings were in chaos. Bubbles even felt that time and space were in chaos. She could no longer tell the direction. Senior Lion, enter my ancient desolation ring, Lu Ming said. To be safe, Lu Ming opened the ancient desolation ring. He planned to let everyone enter the ancient desolation ring while he and Gu Chongfeng stayed outside to break out. No one knew what would happen if the sky fell and the earth cracked. No, I want to stay outside. I think there's something good to eat, Qiu said and looked around. I want to stay outside too. I can help you, Bubbles also called out. In the end, Lu Ming left Bubbles and Qiu behind. The others entered the ancient desolation ring. Then, the four of them chose a direction and rushed out with Gu Chongfeng. Boom. Boom, boom. 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 It was like the beginning of the universe. Lu Ming knew that it would not be long before Purple Heaven Grotto Heaven completely disappeared from the universe. Something good to eat, Qiu suddenly cried out and stared in a certain direction. Lu Ming looked over and saw a piece of purple gold metal embedded in a huge rock. It was as big as a water tank. This is the Purple Moon Divine Gold, an excellent material for refining source-level divine weapons, Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Leave it to me. The power of time and space erupted. The space around the piece of Purple Moon Divine Gold suddenly distorted. Then, the piece of Purple Moon Divine Gold automatically separated from the rock and flew toward Lu Ming and the rest. Qiu, you've eaten enough during this period of time. I'll keep this Purple Moon Divine Gold for now and give it to you in the future, Lu Ming said. With a wave of his hand, he put away the Purple Moon Divine Gold. You guys, there's one over there too. There are a few pieces there. As they flew, Qiu constantly discovered all kinds of different metals. Furthermore, they were all of extremely high grades. At the very least, they could be used to refine origin-grade divine weapons. Because those metals that could only be used to refine master-grade divine weapons, or even lower grades, couldn't catch Qiu's attention at all. Obviously, these top-grade metals were buried deep under the ground before. Without careful investigation, they couldn't find them at all. Now that the ground had completely collapsed, these top-grade metals were also exposed. Sometimes, they could even get some immortal stones and immortal crystals. Immortal stones and immortal crystals weren't the only things that could be found in Qi meridians. In places like Purple Heaven, there were also immortal stones and immortal crystals and immortal stones, but there weren't as many as Qi meridians. Along the way, they kept gaining. They didn't know how long they had been flying, but suddenly, they saw a glimmer of light. We're about to reach the edge. I can feel that the spacetime outside isn't chaotic. Bubbles cried out excitedly. Let's go. Lu Ming and the others sped up and rushed forward. With a bang, they seemed to have rushed out of some kind of barrier and appeared in a calm place. We're out. This is the universe ruins. Bubbles yelled. Everyone looked around and was sure that this should be the universe ruins. They had already left Purple Heaven. Because the void behind them was shaking and twisting like water waves. They didn't know how big the area was, but at a glance, there were such distorted voids everywhere. Obviously, the collapse of Purple Heaven had affected the space of the universe ruins. Let's get out of here quickly, lest we encounter the experts of the three forbidden clans, Lu Ming said. Since they were out, the experts of the three forbidden clans were most likely fine. If they encountered them, it would be bad. In the universe ruins, they were much less restricted than in Purple Heaven. With a flash, they disappeared from where they were. When they reappeared, they were already hundreds of millions of miles away. They quickly flew toward the Heaven Destroyer's base. To be honest, they were a little worried about the other people in the Heaven Destroyer. Although Lion had told them to evacuate quickly and leave Purple Heaven if the situation wasn't right. Although the collapse of Purple Heaven wouldn't cause fatal damage to Lu Ming and the others, ordinary Almighty couldn't resist that kind of destructive power. If the people of the Heaven Destroyer were still there when Purple Heaven completely collapsed, the consequences would be unimaginable. However, when they came out just now, Lu Ming sent a voice transmission to a few acquaintances of the Heaven Destroyer, but found that the voice transmission Jade Talisman couldn't reach them at all. Those people had the strength of the top Lord of Heaven. Even if they were in Purple Heaven, they should be able to survive. There were 3 reasons why the voice transmission Jade Talisman couldn't reach them. First, they had already come out and returned to the Heaven Destroyer's base. The 2 sides were too far away, so the voice transmission couldn't reach them. Second, they had already died. Third, they were still in Purple Heaven. Lu Ming felt that the first reason should be more important. After all, Lion and Gu Changfeng had told them to evacuate early. They quickly flew toward the Heaven Destroyer, but after flying for a while, they stopped. Something's wrong. Something's wrong with this universe ruin, Lu Ming whispered and frowned. Indeed, something's wrong. I feel that the esoteric laws of heaven and earth are much stronger and more orderly than before, Bubbles also said. Let's find a fragment of the continent to take a look, Lu Ming said. After a while, Lu Ming and the others were a little stunned. They found a fragment of the continent, but this fragment was extremely huge, as if many fragments of the continent had been pieced together. Around this huge fragment of the continent, there were some small fragments of the continent that seemed to be slowly approaching this fragment of the continent. Although the speed wasn't fast, it was indeed approaching. The most important thing was that the environment on these fragments of the continent was too good. The vegetation was lush and full of vitality, and there were even all kinds of divine herbs growing on it. Although their levels weren't high, there were a lot of them. The main reason was that the desolation chi was too rich. Yes, the desolation chi on the fragment of the continent was shockingly rich. It was even better than the cultivation environment of the Heaven Destroyer's base. If they remembered correctly, these fragments of the continent used to be just ruins. These continent fragments were just ruins in the past. There was nothing on them. Because this place was not very far from Purple Heaven Grotto Heaven, they remembered it very clearly because they had passed by here the last time they came. What was going on? It had only been a few years. How could there be such a huge change here? Lu Ming released Xianxia, Autumn Moon, Lion and the others from the Chaos Ring. They were also dumbfounded. It's only been a few years. How could there be such a huge change? Even if the ruins of the universe began to recover, it shouldn't have changed so quickly, Dandan said in disbelief. Could there be an error in time? In fact, more than a few years have passed, Bubbles suddenly said. The others were shocked. Bubbles, what do you mean? Lu Ming asked. When Purple Heaven Grotto Heaven collapsed, the time and space inside became very chaotic and there was no pattern at all. Maybe not long has passed inside. In fact, many years have passed in the ruins of the universe. Bubbles speculated. What? Everyone's heart trembled even more violently. Many years had passed, however, it was not impossible. Bubbles' attainments in spacetime were indeed beyond their reach. If it's true, how many years have passed? Lu Ming asked again. It's hard to say. It's hard to tell. Bubbles frowned. Obviously, she was stumped. Let's go to other places to take a look, Lu Ming said. They left again and continued to fly towards the Heaven Destroyer station. After flying for a while, they found another huge continent fragment. Like before, this continent fragment was also very large. It seemed to be formed by many continent fragments. There were many other continent fragments around it that were slowly approaching the largest continent fragment in the middle. The continent fragment was lush and full of vitality. The chaos G was very strong. Could it be that Bubble's speculation was true? Many years had really passed. Could it be that more than 10,000 years had passed? Then was the Great Tribulation of Origin already over? The Origin Tribulation is not over yet because I can still feel the pressure brought by the Origin Tribulation. However, it seems that the pressure is much smaller than before. Gu Changfeng said. I feel the same way too. Lion also said. It was difficult for ordinary Almighty to feel the changes brought by the Origin Tribulation, but it was different for Peak Almighty. Peak Almighty was extremely close to the Origin realm. Although the Origin Tribulation was harmless to them, they could still feel the Origin Tribulation. Vaguely, he could feel an oppressive pressure between heaven and earth. The Origin Tribulation is not over 10,000 years, but the pressure is much lighter than before. It seems that a lot of time. Lu Ming speculated. Let's go back to the station. Lion said with a worried look on his face. If a long time had really passed, how was the encampment of the Heaven Exterminating Army? Could they have been attacked by the creatures of the Forbidden Lands or other forces? They were starting to feel anxious. They raised their speed to the limit, disregarding the loss of power. In a flash, they covered a distance of billions of miles. Along the way, they discovered that the continent fragments in the ruins of the universe were indeed converging. Small fragments of continents converged into large fragments of continents. Did the Eldritch continent reappear? After a while, they were not far from the Heaven Destroyer station. The news has been spread. Lion suddenly said, feeling a little excited. After many attempts, the news finally spread. They continued to fly, and soon, they saw a group of people flying towards them. They were the Heaven Destroyer's people. They were all at the Almighty level. Yi Ling, Mo Chang, Rong Gong, Lu Ming saw many familiar faces at a glance. They were all relieved, and the heavy burden in their hearts was finally lifted. Yi Ling, Mo Chang, Rong Gong, and the others had entered Purple Heaven Grotto together. Now that they were still alive, it meant that they had indeed left Purple Heaven Grotto ahead of time. Lu Ming and the others were happy, but they found that Yi Ling and the others were even happier. They're still alive. Ha ha ha, I knew it. They're still alive. How could anything happen to them? That's right, that's great. The Heaven Destroyers crowd kept cheering. There were at least hundreds of people who came to welcome Lu Ming and the others, and they were all at the Almighty level. The two groups of people quickly gathered together. Dream Void, what happened? Lion asked Almighty Dream Void impatiently. Almighty Dream Void was Autumn Moon's master in the Heavenly Palace. He later joined the Heaven Destroyer and was a top Lord of Heaven level figure. When Lion and the others were not around, he was the upper echelon of the Heaven Destroyer. You've disappeared for 8,000 years. The moment Divine Lord Dream Void spoke, Lu Ming and the rest were taken aback. 8,000 years, could it be that the short period of time they were in Purple Heaven Grotto meant that 8,000 years had passed in the outside world? Almighty Dream Void immediately gave a brief explanation. Back then, after Lion, Tang Jian, Rong Jin, Gu Changfeng, and the others left, they continued to explore the periphery of Purple Heaven Grotto. Seeing that Purple Heaven Grotto was collapsing more and more, they knew that it would be very dangerous to stay any longer. Hence, they left Purple Heaven Grotto on a flying boat and waited outside. Some ordinary Almighty from the Heavenly Human tribe and the Quasi-Sage tribe also left. Their combat strength was not top-notch. Later, they discovered that a large number of experts from the 3 tribes of the Forbidden Area were heading toward Purple Heaven Grotto. They did not dare to stay any longer and hurriedly left, returning to the Heaven Destroyer's base. However, they secretly sent people to keep an eye on Purple Heaven Grotto. However, this wait lasted for a total of 8,000 years. Apart from the ordinary Almighty from the various factions, none of the top-notch experts actually came out. Lu Ming and the others, as well as the top-notch experts from the Quasi-Sage tribe and the Heavenly Human tribe, such as Yi Immortal, Yi Qiuxian, Song Qiong, and the others. It was the same for the 3 tribes of the Forbidden Area. Not only did the top-notch experts who went in earlier not come out, but even the top-notch experts who went in later did not come out. They thought that something had happened in Purple Heaven Grotto and that the people who stayed inside were all dead. They did not expect that after 8,000 years, Lu Ming and the others actually came out alive. So that was it. Lu Ming and the others understood that the situation was similar to what they had guessed before. In the beginning, time was synchronized. However, when Purple Heaven Grotto completely collapsed, it reversed time and space, causing an error in time between Purple Heaven Grotto and the primitive universe. The experts from the 3 tribes of the Forbidden Area who went in later, such as the more than 10 Almighty mentioned by Xianxia, were mostly rushing toward the Purple Heaven Immortal Kingdom. Halfway through, they encountered the collapse of Purple Heaven Grotto and were trapped inside. Just like Lu Ming and the others, they were trapped inside for so many years. 8,000 years, plus the previous 1,500 years, it's about 9,500 years. It's not far from the origin tribulation of 10,000 years. Lu Ming calculated silently and felt a little complicated. He originally thought that he would have enough time to slowly accumulate and prepare to break through to the origin realm. He didn't expect that after coming out of Purple Heaven Paradise, the end of the origin tribulation was not far away. He felt that time was tight again. 8,000 years have passed. No wonder the universe ruins have changed so much. Dandan and the others whispered. Previously, the universe ruins had already begun to recover. The cultivation environment was getting better and better. The desolation chi was getting denser and denser. Divine herbs were also appearing everywhere. Now that 8,000 years had passed, it was normal for the environment of the universe. Ruins to change so much. By the way, have the various forces attacked Heaven Destroyer in the past 8,000 years? Lion asked. No. Maybe the top experts of the various forces are not here, or maybe they are afraid of our origin realm experts. God Lord Dream Void said. Lu Ming nodded. This was normal. The top experts of the various forces were not here. Even if the other God Lords wanted to attack Heaven Destroyer's base, it would not be easy for them to break through the defensive array of Heaven Destroyer's base. Moreover, if they were really forced into a corner, the origin would awaken desperately. Who could stop those ordinary God Lords? They would all die. Therefore, when the top experts and leaders of the various forces did not come out of Purple Heaven Paradise, the universe ushered in a rare period of peace. The various forces were silently developing on their own. Lu Ming, Xianxia, Lion and the others quickly adjusted their mentality. For people at their level, 8,000 years wasn't a very long time. After all, many God Lords would go into seclusion for hundreds of millions of years or even a few stellar years. 8,000 years was really nothing. After chatting for a while, they returned to Heaven Destroyer's base. Heaven Destroyer's members cheered when they saw Lu Ming and the others return. Let's get ready. Since we have come out of the Purple Heaven Grotto, the masters of the other forces have most likely come out as well. After they come out, the peace of the universe will definitely be broken. Maybe they will attack our Heaven Destroyer again. In the main hall of the Heaven Destroyer, all of the higher-ups of the Heaven Destroyer were present. Lu Ming spoke slowly. This time in Purple Heaven Cave, Lu Ming learned a lot of information. The 3 races of the Forbidden Grounds, the Celestial race and the Demon race, were not races of this universe. They were all suppressed by this universe, especially those at reciprocity and above. In addition, the forbidden power he controlled was actually the power of the universe. As his cultivation base increased, the power of the universe would become stronger. The stronger the power of the universe, the stronger the suppression of the 3 races, the heavenly human tribe, and the demons would become. Therefore, the taboo physique and these powers were mortal enemies. He didn't know for now, but the 3 tribes of the Forbidden Area and the heavenly human tribe definitely wouldn't give up. This time, when the masters came out, they might attack them. They had to be careful. We have been strengthening the defensive array for the past 8,000 years, Dream Void said. It's not enough. It's far from enough. Lu Ming shook his head. Most of the arrays in the Heaven Exterminating Army's encampment were main-level arrays. At most, there were some broken origin-level arrays. They were enough to defend against an ordinary divine master, but they were difficult to defend against an invincible divine master. An invincible divine master was so powerful that ordinary divine masters couldn't compare to him at all. Moreover, there were the three races of the Forbidden Grounds now. In the past, the heavenly human tribe had a special method to break the defensive array of the Heaven Destroyer in a short time, let alone the three races of the Forbidden Grounds. Lu Ming waved his hand and a large number of scrolls flew out. There are some source-level arrays, some refining methods, and some alchemy methods in here. They are all from the last era. Take them and study them. Dandan, you study them too. Then try to set up the source-level arrays around the Heaven Destroyer. Lu Ming said. Of course, no problem. Leave it to me. Dandan's eyes lit up. He was very excited to study source-level arrays. However, to set up source-level arrays, you need to be in the origin realm. It's very difficult with my cultivation. I need some special materials, such as some special metals, or even the bones of origin realm experts, Dandan said. That's not a problem. You can ask Senior Lion. Senior Lion, I believe the Heaven Destroyer should have such materials in stock, right? Lu Ming looked at Lion. Now, everyone had a feeling that Lu Ming was the leader. Yes. After all, the Heaven Destroyer has been established for 60 years. We still have such materials in stock. Lion nodded. Also, this is a joint attack array. We need to choose suitable people to train. It can greatly increase our strength. Lu Ming waved his hand again and a large number of joint attack arrays appeared. Most of the treasures they had obtained in the Purple Heaven Grotto Heaven were hidden in the Chaos Ring. So many, Lion, Tang Jian, Rong Jin, and the others knew about this, but Divine Lord Dream Void and the others did not. They stared at the large number of joint attack arrays and breathed heavily. Complete source-level arrays, artifact forging and pill refining methods from the last epoch, and so many joint attack arrays. Just how much had they gained from the trip to the Purple Heaven Grotto Heaven? There were many things that they could not excavate from the ruins of the universe. They were things they could only dream of. Now, there was actually so much placed before them. Also, it's best to call back all the people scattered around the base or out adventuring to guard the base. I'm afraid that the creatures of the Forbidden Grounds will attack us before long. Lu Ming continued. Everyone nodded. After a little more discussion, they began to move out in groups. Lu Ming, Xianxia, Qiu Moon, and the others obviously went into seclusion to cultivate. Lion, Tang Jian, and the others would naturally take care of the other miscellaneous matters. The most important thing for them now was to break through in seclusion, especially Lu Ming. Breaking through to the peak Divine Lord level was a top priority. The three races of the Forbidden Grounds had too many experts. According to Tsang Qiong, apart from the previous 6 invincible Divine Lords, there were more than 10 invincible Divine Lords. This was a shocking number. Once they attacked together, the Heaven Destroyer would be in great danger and might even be destroyed. Time was of the essence. In a quiet courtyard, Lu Ming took out a teapot and began to brew original god tea. After drinking a cup of original god tea, Lu Ming closed his eyes and began to comprehend the origin. On a fragment of a continent far away from the Heaven Destroyer base, dozens of figures flashed and appeared out of nowhere. The one in the lead was Yi Wuxiu. Behind Yi Wuxiu, there were dozens of celestial race experts. Yi Qiuxian was among them. Poof, Yi Immortal's face turned pale and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Old ancestor, are you all right? Yi Qiuxian asked with concern. Yi Qiuxian's cultivation had also reached the peak of the almighty level. Yi Immortal had obtained 2 pieces of Source Spirit Tea and gave one to Yi Qiuxian so that he could break through to the peak of the almighty level. However, Yi Qiuxian didn't go to the Purple Heaven Immortal Kingdom. Instead, he led dozens of heavenly human experts to search for treasures outside the Purple Heaven Grotto. When the Purple Heaven Grotto was about to collapse, they didn't leave immediately. Instead, they went to the Purple Heaven Immortal Kingdom to find Yi Immortal. They found the severely injured Yi Immortal on the way and escaped from the Purple Heaven Grotto together. They had just come out and wanted to return to the Heavenly Palace, but Yi Immortal's injuries were too severe and they had to stop here. The Eldritch universe has changed a lot. The laws and profound are much more stable than before. Perhaps the collapse of the Purple Heaven Grotto has disrupted time. Many years have passed in the Eldritch universe. Ye Immortal murmured. He was an old monster who had lived for countless years and was very experienced. He could deduce many things with just a few clues. Many years have passed? Yi Qiuxian and the others were slightly shocked. However, the origin tribulation is still there. It should be within 10,000 years. This time, my injuries are very serious. I need to find a place to heal as soon as possible. Otherwise, there will be repercussions. Go back to the Heavenly Palace and check on the situation, Ye Immortal ordered. Then, he entered the fragment and swallowed a divine pill to heal his injuries. Yi Qiuxian guarded him while the other heavenly human experts returned to the Heavenly Palace to check on the situation. More than 10 days later, a few heavenly human experts returned and reported the news. 8,000 years have passed, Ye Immortal murmured. His expression was unreadable. Old ancestor, who injured you? Is it a creature from the Forbidden Land? Yi Qiuxian asked. He had been holding this question in his heart for more than 10 days. It's Lu Ming, Ye Immortal said coldly. His eyes flashed with cold killing intent. What? Lu Ming again? Has he already broken through to the peak of the Divine Master realm? Yi Qiuxian clenched his fists tightly, his eyes filled with jealousy. When Lu Ming had been a 9th-level Divine Master, he had been able to fight against the pinnacle Divine Master Ye Immortal. This also meant that when Lu Ming had been a 9th-level Divine Master, he had possessed the combat strength of an unrivaled Divine Master. Even though he was a peak Divine Master, he didn't have such combat prowess. His combat prowess was only comparable to Guanqian's emissary of the Primordial Light Clan. Back then, when he was in the Supreme Immortal City, Lu Ming was at most on par with him. But now, she had far surpassed him. Lu Ming hasn't broken through to the peak of the God Lord level, but this time, he's working with others to attack me. He alone won't be able to do anything to me. Ye Immortal said. He must be eliminated. Old ancestor, this Lu Ming must be eliminated. Otherwise, there will be another Tang Feng, Yi Qiuxian roared, his eyes turning red. Given his temperament, he shouldn't have reacted this way. But he had been suppressed by Lu Ming too much and felt too aggrieved. Yi Qiuxian's growth hadn't been smooth sailing. In the beginning, he wasn't famous in the heavenly human tribe and was even looked down upon. But he had been enduring and cultivating in secret. He had planned to achieve great success in his cultivation and shock the world with a single brilliant feat. Finally, he cultivated the perfect power of heaven and became the third peerless genius in the history of the heavenly human tribe to have mastered the perfect power of heaven. Coincidentally, the Supreme Immortal City had appeared at this time. It was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to shock the world with a single brilliant feat, but in the Supreme Immortal City, he had lost to Lu Ming. He had been holding back his anger for so long. But before he could vent it, he had been suppressed. This was more unbearable than anything else. Later on, he had always wanted to surpass Lu Ming and suppress Lu Ming. But every time, the result was that he was suppressed by Lu Ming. Every time he was defeated, his mentality would explode at the mention of Lu Ming. Lu Ming must be eliminated. Yi Qiuxian said coldly. Yi Wuxiu said coldly, after I recover from my injuries, I will join forces with the 3 clans in the Forbidden Land to kill Lu Ming. Not only will Lu Ming be eliminated, but the Heaven Exterminating Army will be eliminated as well. This time, his injuries were very serious. He had been attacked by Lu Ming, Gu Changfeng, and the joint attack array. Although he had managed to escape, he had been hit by the destructive force of the Purple Heaven's collapse. His injuries had worsened. It would take at least a few months for him to fully recover without any sequelae. He had gone through so much to reincarnate. If he wanted to reach new heights in this life, surpass his cultivation in his previous life, and even become an immortal, he had to walk steadily and not leave any sequelae. Moreover, it didn't matter if it happened a few months earlier or later. He had stayed in the Purple Heaven for 8,000 years. Lu Ming and the others must be the same as him. Moreover, he didn't know that Lu Ming and the others had obtained the original Divine Tea Leaves. Without the original Divine Tea Leaves, it would take a long time to reach the peak of the Divine Master realm from the 9th-tier Divine Master realm. Therefore, he wasn't in a hurry. Ye Immortal continued to cultivate in seclusion. Yi Qiuxian and the others stood guard for him. In the blink of an eye, another 3 months had passed. Yi Wuchang's injuries were finally healed, without leaving behind any trace of aftereffects. You all return to the Heavenly Palace first. I will go to the Dark Pit Demon Mountain first, Yi Immortal ordered. Then he took a step forward and disappeared without a trace. The entire universe was now shrouded in Darking Qi. It had become the Darking tribe's territory. Outside the Dark Pit Demon Mountain, Yi Immortal saw Gaishak and the Lord of the Dark Pit. There were 3 other Darking tribe experts with Gaishak and the Lord of the Darking tribe. They looked very young, but the aura they exuded was extremely terrifying. They weren't any weaker than Gaishak and the Lord of the Darking tribe. The 3 of them were invincible divine masters. They were the peerless geniuses of the Darking tribe. These 3 were the ones who woke up later. They had entered the Purple Heaven Grotto Heaven, wanting to help the Infernal Fiend King and the Spectre King. However, not long after they entered the Purple Heaven Grotto Heaven, the Purple Heaven Grotto Heaven was completely destroyed before they even reached the Purple Heaven Grotto Heaven. They had only come out of the Purple Heaven cave a few months ago. Ye Immortal, how dare you come to the Dark Pit Demon Mountain alone? You must be tired of living. Gaishak said coldly. His eyes flashed with cold killing intent as he stared at Ye Immortal. He wouldn't forget that Ye Immortal had once taken away a top-grade source-level divine herb from them. Ye Immortal's expression didn't change at all. He said, I'm here to return your divine herb. Moreover, killing me won't do you any good. After he finished speaking, Ye Immortal's hand glowed. A divine herb appeared. It was a top-grade source-level divine herb. The divine herb kept struggling, but it was bound by Ye Immortal's power. It couldn't break free at all. Return our divine herb? The 5 invincible god lords present were all taken aback. Ye Immortal took out a jade box and put the top-grade source-level divine herb into it. Then, he closed the jade box. There were layers of seals on the jade box. There was no need to worry that the divine herb would escape. After Gaishak took the jade box, he finally believed that Ye Immortal was really here to return the top-grade source-level divine herb. Speak. What are you here for? King Spectre's gaze shifted as he spoke. He didn't believe that Ye Immortal would come just to deliver the top-grade source-level divine herb. If Ye Immortal was so cowardly, he wouldn't have taken the initiative to snatch the top-grade source-level divine herb. He was a ruthless person. This was Gaishak's evaluation of Ye Immortal. There were only 2 people in the primitive universe that Gaishak had evaluated. The other person was Lu Ming. I want to work with you to kill Lu Ming and attack the Heaven Destroyer. Ye Immortal said. Kill Lu Ming? Attack the Heaven Destroyer? Gaishak's eyes flashed. It's easy to say, but don't forget that there are many reciprocity experts slumbering in the Heaven Destroyer's base. If our army attacks and the Heaven Destroyer faces the danger of being destroyed, will those reciprocity experts awaken? We don't need many. We won't be able to stop a few terrifying reciprocity experts if they awaken. The Infernal Fiend King continued. The calamity of reciprocity is still present. If the Heaven Destroyer's reciprocity experts awaken by force, they'll be courting death. The stronger they are, the greater the effects of the calamity of reciprocity will be. They'll die faster. Ye Immortal smiled faintly, as if he had everything under control. They'll be able to kill us before they die, the Infernal Fiend King continued coldly. That's easy to do. That's easy. I have 2 suggestions. First, we can make preparations to open a wormhole near the camp of the Heaven Exterminating Army in advance. Secondly, we can also join forces with the Primordial Light Tribe and the Blue Sea Tribe. Lu Ming has a taboo body and controls the power of the universe. He is our common enemy. I believe that the Primordial Light Tribe and the Blue Sea Tribe would be very willing to kill Lu Ming. The 4 of us can join forces and each side can bring some slumbering origin source. If the Heaven Destroyer awakens too many origins at once and is too powerful, we can also awaken our origins to fight against them. As far as I know, there are only 49 Heaven Destroyer's origins. If the 4 of us work together, even if there are losses, it won't be too great. We can even exhaust the Heaven Destroyer to death. If the Heaven Destroyer doesn't awaken much of its origin energy and isn't strong enough, we can stop it by ourselves. Even if we can't stop it, we can leave through the wormhole. You should know that once the origin energy is awakened, it's irreversible. Once it awakens, it will die in vain. We won't suffer any losses, so we can exhaust them to death. The Yi Immortal explained his plan in detail. The eyes of Gaishak and the others lit up. This plan was completely feasible. If the four of them worked together, each side could bring some origins to the Heaven Destroyer. Even if all 49 of the Heaven Destroyer's origins were awakened, they could also awaken 49 origins. Even if they perished together, each side would only lose a dozen or so origins if the four forces worked together. Given their strength, they could definitely bear it. At the very least, it would be worth it if they could kill Lu Ming and Gu Changfeng, two people with taboo bodies. This was called getting rid of all future troubles. Gaishak, the Lord of the Underworld, and the other three invincible divine masters discussed secretly and decided to agree with the Yi Immortal's proposal. In fact, when they first attacked from the Purple Heaven Grotto Heaven, they also wanted to deal with the Heaven Destroyer and kill Lu Ming because they were afraid of the Heaven Destroyer's origins that were still asleep. However, they did not take the Divine Master's words seriously at all. No matter how strong Lu Ming and Gu Changfeng were, they were only two people. They were equivalent to two invincible Divine Masters. We have agreed, but the Yuanguang clan and the Tsangming clan may not agree. Gaishak said. They have no reason to disagree. Yi Immortal smiled confidently. As expected, when they went to the Yuanguang clan and the Tsangming clan, the two clans agreed without much consideration. The experts of the three forces gathered and charged toward the Heaven Destroyer's base once again. However, this time, their momentum was even greater than before. The three clans of the Forbidden Grounds had joined forces with the Heavenly Human Clan and the Heavenly Human Clan. They didn't send out a lot of people. However, they were all top experts. The three clans of the Forbidden Grounds and the Yi Immortal had a total of 16 invincible Divine Masters. In addition to the 16 of them, each force mobilized hundreds of people to drive the dozens of war chariots. The Origin Realm experts of the four forces were sleeping in these war chariots. The 16 invincible Divine Masters flew at the very front. I heard that your clan is called the Heavenly Human Clan and the force you founded is called the Heavenly Palace? A young man from the Yuanguang clan asked coldly as he looked at the Yi Immortal. This person was called Yuan Siji. That's right. Yi Immortal said after a moment of thought. Hee, you dare to use heaven as your name? You truly don't know the immensity of the heavens and earth. If those existences were to find out, your entire race would instantly turn into ashes and disappear from this world without leaving a single trace behind. Yuan Siji sneered. The others also looked at the Yi Immortal with half-smiles. Yi Wushou's face instantly turned as white as snow. He seemed to have thought of something. His eyes, which had always been calm, revealed an expression of extreme fear. It's just a name in this abandoned primitive universe. It shouldn't be a problem, right? Yi Wuchang revealed an ugly smile, but it was a forced smile. It's not a problem if those existences don't know. However, if they do, it's hard to say, Yuan Siji smiled. The demi-human clan is the demi-human clan. How dare you call yourselves heavenly? I advise you to change it back as soon as possible. Now that the primitive universe has recovered, no one can predict what will happen in the future, Gaishak said. You mean those existences will descend upon the primitive universe? Yi Immortal said in fear. Who can say for sure what will happen in the future? However, Heaven Destroyer will only die a worse death if they call themselves Heaven Destroyer. We'll be helping them by eliminating them in advance. Gaishak sneered. Yi Shou fell silent and did not speak. He seemed to be thinking of many things and had a lot on his mind. Heaven Destroyer's base. During this time, Heaven Destroyer had gathered everyone in the surrounding area to guard the base. For the past few months, Dandan had been researching source-level formations with Heaven Destroyer's other formation masters day and night. However, source-level formations were too abstruse and difficult to understand. Even with Dandan's knowledge of formations, it was difficult for him to study them. Setting them up was out of the question. In the past 3 months, Dandan and the other formation masters had only managed to set up a corner of the base. They did not even cover 1% of Heaven Destroyer's base. Even with sufficient metal materials and origin bones, it was not enough. Their cultivation bases were still too weak. Dandan was only a 9th-tier divine master. He could not set it up himself. He could only let other peak divine master elites do it for him. However, it was extremely difficult for a peak divine master to set up a source-level formation. It took a lot of effort to inscribe each formation. In addition, they were unfamiliar with formations. They had to study and compare each formation pattern repeatedly. Naturally, their speed was slow. Lu Ming was still cultivating, and he had already used up all the energy in one of the origin spirit tea leaves. The leaf was no longer emerald green and had become transparent. However, Lu Ming still hadn't broken through. His cultivation was still at the 9th layer of the Divine Master realm. Moreover, he had already used up the 2nd leaf for some time. Xiaoqing and Tang Jun have both broken through, and Autumn Moon is about to break through. The others only need 1 leaf of origin spirit tea. I've almost used up the 2nd leaf, but I still haven't broken through. Lu Ming was speechless. The origin energy in his origin source seed was much stronger than it was a few months ago, but he was still stuck at the 9th layer of the Divine Master realm. He had already guessed that he needed more resources to cultivate than others. As expected, 1 leaf of origin spirit tea was not enough. He even felt that 2 leaves of origin spirit tea were not enough. Suddenly, Lu Ming looked in one direction. There was a powerful aura coming from that direction. Autumn Moon has broken through. Lu Ming was delighted. Xianxia and Tang Jun had broken through first. The two of them were reincarnated and were at the origin realm in their previous lives. Naturally, they broke through faster than the others. Now that Autumn Moon had broken through, the others were probably not far away. I have to work harder. Although the creatures of the Forbidden Area and the heavenly human race haven't done anything in the past 3 months, it's still hard to predict the future. I keep feeling uneasy. Lu Ming took a deep breath to calm himself down. Then, he drank a pot of tea made from origin spirit tea leaves. He closed his eyes and began to comprehend. Dong, dong, dong. Not long after, there was a series of loud noises. It was the sound of war drums. Lu Ming suddenly opened his eyes. There was a solemn look in his eyes. The war drums are beating. After a few months, they're finally here. Lu Ming sighed. He released his spiritual sense and left the cave. It was as if a pair of eyes had condensed outside and looked at the void above. Dong, 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 the war drums continued to beat. Enemy attack. Prepare for battle. Formation, rise. Roars rang out one after another as countless figures dashed into the sky and stood there. Gu Changfeng, Lion, Tang Jian, Rong Jin, God Lord Meng Su, and even Tang Jun and Xianxia appeared one by one. The Yi Immortal and the 3 tribes of the Forbidden Lands have joined forces. Looking out into the void, Lion's expression changed drastically. The other people's faces were also extremely solemn. At this moment, countless runes appeared around the Heaven Destroyer's base and intertwined to form a huge formation that enveloped the Heaven Destroyer's base. Through the formation, several huge wormholes appeared about 100 million miles away from the encampment of the Sky Exterminating Army. Chariots rushed out of the wormhole one after another. In the end, more than 1,000 figures stood outside the wormhole. Although there weren't many people, they were a gathering of forces from all over the world. The Heavenly Human Tribe, the Primordial Light Tribe, the Balefulline Tribe, and the Blue Sea Tribe. The 6 Invincible Divine Lords and the Yi Immortal have all arrived. Gu Changfeng said. The expressions of the other members of the Heaven Destroyer changed drastically. In the past, they had thought that the Lord of Heaven was the most powerful person below the origin, but now they knew that there were several levels above the Lord of Heaven. The Invincible Divine Lords were many times more powerful than the Lord of Heaven. This time, 7 Invincible Divine Lords had come at once. How were they going to fight? Without the origin, they were no match for them. Don't be too happy. I've only seen and know these 7 people. There must be other Invincible Divine Lords from the 3 tribes of the Forbidden Lands that I don't know. Gu Changfeng's words made everyone's heart sink to the bottom. There were about 1,200 people from the 4 forces. They pulled dozens of chariots and stood side by side outside the wormhole. They were very close to the wormhole and could leave through it at any time if they wanted to. Swish, 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 some of them stepped forward and approached the base of the Heaven Destroyer. There were 16 of them. Yi Immortal was among them. The other 15 people were from the Yin Spirit race, the Yuan Guang race and the Tsangming race. Gaishak, Lord Pluto, Yuan Wuji, Yuan Liuji, Prince Kanglo, and Prince Tsongqing were among them. Although they were 100 million miles away, the 15 of them were extremely fast. In a few flashes, they had crossed that distance and arrived near the base of the Heaven Destroyer. There was a terrifying energy coming out of the 16 of them. They were like 16 terrifying black holes floating outside the base of the Heaven Destroyer. 16 invincible divine lords. Gu Chongfeng's eyes widened and he exclaimed. The others immediately felt a chill run up from the bottom of their feet to the top of their heads. 16 invincible divine lords. The 3 tribes of the Forbidden Lands had sent out so many terrifying overlords. They really did have so many terrifying overlords. 16 invincible divine lords. What did that mean? Back then, the 20 most powerful heavenly lords of the heavenly human race had attacked. Their power was already shocking enough. However, compared to this, it was like a small child in the presence of a great magician. The difference between a candle flame and the bright moon was like the difference between a candle flame and the moon. There was no comparison at all. What should we do? Oh no, do we have to let the origin wake up? Many people in the base of the Heaven Destroyer thought. Lu Ming saw all of this with his spirit will. The 3 tribes of the Forbidden Lands are indeed full of powerful cultivators. Each of them has sent out 5 invincible divine lords. The defense array of the Heaven Destroyer base will definitely not be able to stop them. I have to speed up, Lu Ming yelled in his mind as he put a determined look on his face. He took out another leaf of the Origin God tea and put it in the teapot, then started brewing. 2 leaves of the Origin God tea were brewed together. It was best to brew the Origin God tea 1 leaf at a time without any side effects, but no one knew what would happen if 2 leaves were brewed together. Because no one was that extravagant. However, Lu Ming didn't care about that anymore. He had to speed up. He quickly made a pot of tea and drank it all. Hiss, Lu Ming sucked in a breath of cold air immediately. There was a tearing pain in his head. The effect was too strong. Hold it, Lu Ming took a deep breath and endured the pain, then he started to comprehend the origin. Lu Ming's mind was extremely tough. Even though the pain in his head was getting more and more intense, it didn't affect his heart. After a while, he even looked a bit happy. The speed of comprehending the origin had indeed increased with the 2 leaves of the Origin God tea. This way, the time it would take for him to reach the peak of the Divine Lord level would be shortened. Outside the base of the Heaven Destroyer base, 16 terrifying figures stood side by side. Do you have any good ideas to break the array? Yi Immortal glanced at the other 15 people. Of course we have to let the Yin spirits break the array. Their Yin spirits array breaking beads are the best weapons to break the array. A young man from the Yuan Guang race chuckled. He was Yuan Ciji. Yuan Ciji seemed to be the leader of the 5 invincible divine lords of the Yuan Guang race. Not all 5 of them were brothers. Yuan Ciji, Yuan Wuji, and Yuan Liuji were brothers. The other 2 were only 2 peerless geniuses of the Yuan Guang race, but their status wasn't as high as Yuan Ciji and the others. The 5 invincible divine lords of the malevolent Yin race all looked smug. The arrays of the Heaven Destroyer are messy and messy. Most of them are master-level arrays. Some of them are incomplete source-level arrays. Although there are many of them, they aren't very powerful. It won't be difficult to break them. The King of Evil Ectoplasms analyzed calmly, with a confident look on his face. Then please make your move. We don't want any unforeseen circumstances. Yi Immortal said. Unforeseen circumstances? What unforeseen circumstances can there be? A pale-faced youth from the malevolent Yin race sneered disdainfully. This person was called the Evil Spirit Lord. He looked down on Yi Immortal. The demi-human race had been enslaved by the human race, but now they were on equal footing. What a joke. Yi Immortal cursed in his heart, but his expression didn't change. Let's do it, Gaishak said. He waved his hand, and the storage bag at his waist glowed. A dozen black beads flew out. The storage items of the three races in the Forbidden Area were very similar to those in the primeval continent in the previous era. They didn't use storage rings, but storage bags. In fact, their functions were almost the same. On the side, the Nether Spirit Lord, the Evil Spirit Lord, and the other three also took out a dozen black beads from their storage bags. These black beads were the Malevolentine array-breaking beads, a treasure unique to the Malevolentine race. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the 5 experts of the Baleful-Een tribe threw out the Baleful-Een formation-breaking beads in their hands. A total of more than 60 Baleful-Een formation-breaking beads flew in all directions of the Sky-Exterminating Troops encampment and exploded one after another. Boundless Baleful-Een chi spread out and shrouded the entire Heaven-Exterminating Troops encampment. The Baleful-Een chi collided with the defensive formation of the Heaven-Exterminating Troop. Sizzle sizzle sizzle. The Malevolentine chi in the Malevolentine array-breaking beads was extremely corrosive. When it came into contact with the defensive array, it sizzled and started to corrode the defensive array. The encampment of the Heaven-Exterminating Troop was shrouded in darkness. The surrounding array was trembling non-stop. In just a few hours, the defensive array of the Heaven Destroyer base had become much weaker. Many of the formations even directly dissipated. Of course, the Baleful-Een chi outside had also been greatly depleted. Streaks of light penetrated the Baleful-Een chi and shone into the Heaven-Exterminating Troops encampment. Everyone in the Heaven-Exterminating Troop looked pale. He, give me despair. Looking at the expressions of Heaven Destroyer's members, the Evil Spirit King laughed evilly. After a few more hours, the Baleful-Een energy outside the Heaven Destroyer's base was almost exhausted. However, the Heaven Destroyer's defensive formation had also dimmed a lot and was on the verge of collapse. Now, let's break it open, Xianxia said. He took out a black banner and waved it. 9 malevolent wraiths appeared and rushed toward the Heaven Destroyer station's spell formation. Clang, the Yi Immortal also made his move. He slashed out with his sword, and a shocking sword beam spanning hundreds of millions of miles slashed towards the Heaven Destroyer base. Swoosh! Swoosh, swoosh. Swoosh. The 5 elites of the Primordial Light clan pierced the Heaven Destroyer base with their light beams like sharp swords. The elites of the Malevolentine tribe and Blue Sea tribe also made their moves. The power of the 16 invincible Divine Lords was too terrifying. When their attacks landed on the Heaven Destroyer's defensive formation, cracks immediately appeared on the Heaven Destroyer's defensive formation. Previously, the 10,000 Divine Lords of the Heavenly Human tribe had needed hundreds of years to break the formation. However, they could break it in a few hours. One reason was that the formation's energy had been depleted by the Darkeen formation-breaking beads. The second reason was that the invincible Divine Lords were too powerful. It was impossible to say that the power of the 16 invincible Divine Lords was more than 10,000 Divine Lords. The main reason was that although the power of 10,000 Divine Lords was strong, it was scattered. They couldn't combine their power, so their attack power was scattered. Naturally, it wasn't enough to destroy the formation. On the other hand, the invincible Divine Lord's attacks were concentrated on a single point. The destructive power was too strong. Even without the Darkeen formation-breaking beads, the Heaven Destroyer's defensive formation wouldn't be able to hold them off for long. Break! Yi Immortal shouted. His sword radiance surged and tore a crack in the defensive formation. They were about to charge through the crack. Get out of here! Gu Changfeng shouted. He took a step forward and appeared not far from Yi Immortal. Then, he threw out a punch. The fist energy shattered the void and crushed toward Yi Immortal. Yi Immortal swung his sword to block the attack. With a boom, he retreated. The defensive formation started to wriggle and the crack disappeared. However, on the other side, Yuan Siji also tore a crack in the defensive formation. Gu Changfeng's expression changed. He immediately rushed toward Yuan Siji and punched Yuan Siji back. You're just an invincible Divine Lord. Let's see how you're going to stop us. Tear it apart. Yuan Siji, Xianxia, and the others sneered. They also attacked with all their might. The defensive formation shook and was about to be torn apart. Gu Changfeng was alone and he couldn't stop all of them. Set up the formation. Let's throw them out of here. Gu Changfeng shouted. Instantly, the figures of the Sky Exterminating Troop flashed and set up a combined attack formation. There were formations of all levels. The most powerful combined attack formation was a 21-man combined attack formation. It was formed by 21 peak divine masters. The people who had set up the other joint attack formations were almost all peak divine masters as well. The most powerful people in the Heaven Destroyer had been selected to set up the formations. There were dozens of combined attack arrays of various sizes. The carriers of these combined attack arrays were naturally brought out by Lu Ming and the rest from Purple Heaven Grotto Heaven. The formations of different sizes formed into different shapes. Some of them were swords, some were knives, most of them condensed into warriors wearing battle armor. These formations shot up into the sky and attacked the invincible divine masters who were trying to tear the formation apart. Get out of my way. You want to stop me with a mere 9-man formation? Die. Cold voices were heard as terrifying attacks were launched. One by one, the combined attack formations were sent flying. More than a dozen formations collapsed. The bodies of the people who had set up the formations were torn apart and they died on the spot. The invincible divine masters were too powerful. Other than the 21 formation that could match the invincible divine masters, the other formations couldn't. It was already good enough that they didn't collapse. However, the 9-man and 7-man formations weren't enough. There were also quite a few that were incomplete joint attack formations. They lacked a carrier and were not perfect enough. What had collapsed just now was this relatively small and incomplete joint attack formation. Unless it's a 21 formation, you want to stop us with these broken formations? You're too naive. Break. Yi Wuxiu and the others came out again. Cracks had appeared in the defensive formation. They stepped through the cracks and entered the encampment of the Sky Exterminating Troop. More than a dozen terrifying auras spread out and pressed down on the people of the Heaven Destroyer. The 16 invincible divine lords tore apart the defensive array and stood in the sky. They didn't attack the members of Heaven Destroyer right away. Instead, they waved their hands and shot out beams of light in all directions of Heaven Destroyer's base. They were aiming at the array foundations. Once they destroyed the array foundations, the array of Heaven Destroyer wouldn't be able to function anymore and they would be able to move freely. In the end, they were still afraid of the origin of Heaven Destroyer. They were afraid that if the origin went all out and awakened too many of them at once, they wouldn't be able to retreat in time with the array behind them. Boom, boom. Boom, one by one, the formation bases were blasted apart. The array covering Heaven Destroyer's base completely disappeared. The 15 invincible divine lords heaved a sigh of relief. This way, they would be able to move freely. Once they sensed the energy of the origin, they would be able to retreat instantly. Gather together and defend. Lion roared. The elites of Heaven Destroyer quickly gathered together. The combined array landed on the periphery while the other divine lords were in the middle. As for those below the divine lord level, they were all on the ground below. If the situation went south, they would escape through wormholes or teleportation arrays. Those below the divine lord level wouldn't be able to intervene in this battle. Haha, you want to stop us? Gaishak and the others sneered and looked down at the members of Heaven Destroyer as if they were looking at lambs to be slaughtered. Where's Lu Ming? Where is he? Yi Wuxiu's gaze was like lightning as he scanned the surroundings. The one he cared about the most in Heaven Destroyer was Lu Ming. Even if he killed everyone in Heaven Destroyer and let Lu Ming escape, it would still be useless. That's right. Where's Lu Ming? Is he hiding like a coward? Come out and die. Humph, if he doesn't come out, we'll kill everyone in Heaven Destroyer. Gaishak and Yuan Wuji shouted coldly. At this time, Lu Ming was still cultivating, but he saw what was happening outside. Damn it, is it still too late? Lu Ming roared in his heart. He still hadn't broken through. There was no time left. The speed of the 3 races in the Forbidden Lands was too fast. He originally thought that the defensive array of the Heaven Destroyer could delay them for a while. It seemed like they could only fight. At this point, there was no other choice but to fight to the death. It was impossible for him to watch the others die in battle while he continued to live. Just as he was about to end his cultivation and head out to participate in the battle, he suddenly sensed something and looked in a certain direction. A terrifying aura emanated from that direction. It was as if a dormant ferocious beast was awakening. The terrifying aura was instantly sensed by everyone. The 16 invincible god lords all grimaced. It's the origin. The origin has awakened. Retreat first. The 16 invincible god lords all had grave expressions as they retreated like bolts of lightning. Although they were powerful, they did not dare to be careless in the face of the origin. Although they were able to sense that only a single source energy had awakened, they were unable to determine exactly how powerful that source energy's aura was. They would only be at ease if they were far enough away. They only stopped after retreating tens of millions of miles. Although the origin tribulation is much weaker than it was at its peak, the awakening of an origin still means death, Yuan Wuji said. That's right. That's right. Furthermore, the higher the cultivation level of an origin, the greater the effects of the origin tribulation and the faster it will die. This awakened origin shouldn't have a very high cultivation level. Infernal Fiend King analyzed. The 3 races in the Forbidden Lands had a deep foundation and knew many secrets. They also understood the origin tribulation very well. However, they still did not dare to be careless. They were afraid that the origin of the Heaven Destroyer would go all out and awaken a terrifying origin. The origin has awakened. The people of the Heaven Destroyer naturally sensed it as well, but their expressions were not excited but sorrowful. Once an origin awakened in the origin tribulation, it was irreversible. Once it awakened, it was destined to die. Which origin was it? Whoosh. Whoosh, whoosh. The aura of an origin erupted like a volcano, enveloping the Heaven Destroyer's base. Then, a figure suddenly appeared in the void. This figure was as heavy as a mountain in the eyes of the people of the Heaven Destroyer. Starfire Origin Supremacy. Someone cried out in sorrow. Many people recognized that this origin was Starfire Origin Supremacy. Lu Ming had seen this origin before in the Thousand Autumn battlefield. Starfire Origin Supremacy was enveloped in dense origin energy. His aura was powerful and his eyes were like torches. He stared at Ye Immortal and the others and shouted coldly, "Kill those who offend the Heaven Destroyer." With that, he took a step forward and charged towards Ye Immortal and the others like lightning. So it's just an early stage origin supremacy. And here I thought you were strong. What a joke. Leave this person to me. I'll make the people of the Heaven Destroyer feel despair. Yuan Wuji sneered and took a step forward. He actually wanted to fight an origin supremacy alone. Yuan Wuji's body glowed, and a red ray of light was particularly eye-catching. Red immortal light, facing an origin supremacy, even an early-stage origin supremacy, Yuan Wuji didn't dare to be careless. He used his strongest move as soon as he attacked. The red immortal light fused with his sword and slashed out a shocking strike. Starfire Origin Venerate also unleashed a killing move. Their attacks collided. Boom, the void trembled, and hideous cracks were torn open. Then, the 2 figures retreated. A draw. This move was actually a draw. The people of the 3 forbidden races weren't surprised, but the people of the Heaven Destroyer opened their eyes wide. A draw. A divine master was actually able to fight an origin supremacy to a draw. What kind of battle prowess was this? Was this an invincible divine master? An invincible divine master could fight an origin supremacy. The hearts of most of the people of the Heaven Destroyer sank. Although they knew that the invincible divine master was very strong, they didn't know that he was this strong. In reality, most of the people of the Heaven Destroyer had never seen an invincible divine master before the beings of the Forbidden Grounds came out. They hadn't even heard of him in their entire lives. Before this, the Lord of Heaven was the strongest origin supremacy. However, the Lord of Heaven was far weaker than an origin supremacy. He couldn't fight an origin supremacy at all. The difference between the Divine Master realm and the origin supremacy was just too great. They thought that no one in the Divine Master realm could fight an origin supremacy. Starfire Origin Supremacy was shocked. Similarly, Starfire Origin Supremacy had never encountered an invincible Divine Master before. He originally thought that he would be able to suppress his opponent after awakening, or at least repel him. However, his opponent had actually blocked him alone. Ha ha ha, don't tell me that this is all you've got? Yuan Wuji laughed. Kill. Starfire Origin Supremacy roared as a scorching aura radiated from his body. His origin supremacy leaned towards the fire attribute. Every time he struck out, it was like the fire of a star. He struck out 12 times in a row, sending 12 scorching and huge palm prints toward Yuan Wuji. Starfire origin supremacy threw out 12 palm strikes, but Yuan Wuji was not afraid at all. He activated his scorching red immortal light and held his top-notch source-grade divine weapon as he clashed with Starfire origin supremacy. The two of them were so fast that anyone below the almighty level wouldn't even be able to see their movements clearly. In an instant, the two had exchanged dozens of blows, but there was still no clear victor. Is this all you've got? Ha ha ha, you don't have a source-grade divine weapon or an origin technique. You're really a disgrace to origin. Yuan Wuji laughed loudly, not putting Starfire origin supremacy in his eyes at all. Starfire origin supremacy's eyes were filled with anger, but there was nothing he could do. He knew very well that his battle prowess was one of the weakest in the origin realm. There were many factors that affected one's battle prowess in the origin realm. Cultivation was one of them, but it was only a part of it. Even with the same cultivation, the difference in battle prowess could be as great as the difference between heaven and earth. For example, source-grade divine weapons, source-grade battle armor, and origin techniques were all important factors that affected one's battle prowess. Starfire origin supremacy's cultivation was at the early origin realm, and he didn't have a source-grade divine weapon or an origin technique. He was basically the weakest origin realm. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been unable to deal with the Almighty. Heaven Destroyer's people were filled with anger and sorrow. Starfire origin supremacy had risked his life to awaken, but he had been stopped by Almighty. Moreover, there were 15 other people at the same level. How could they fight? Did Heaven Destroyer have to sacrifice 12 origins just to deal with a few Almighty? Fifth brother, there's no need to talk nonsense with him. I'll help you kill him. Yuan Siji's cold voice rang out as he took a step forward and charged at Starfire origin supremacy. He also used a killing move to kill Starfire origin supremacy. Starfire origin supremacy was immediately unable to withstand the attacks of two Almighty and was forced to retreat. Fourth brother, fifth brother, I'll help you kill him. Yuan Wuji also charged forward, his hair like a divine sword stabbing at Starfire origin supremacy. With the three experts working together, Starfire origin supremacy was no match for them and was forced to retreat. The other Almighty didn't make a move. Instead, they just stood in the distance and watched the show. The three of them were enough. They could also force the Heaven Destroyer to awaken more of the Heaven Destroyer's origin. The Source Great Tribulation was irreversible. Once awakened, there was only the path of death. They wanted to make Heaven Destroyer lose even more of its source energy. Puff, due to a moment of carelessness, the Starfire origin Venerate was struck by Yuan Wuji's sword. The terrifying red celestial light instantly tore through the Starfire origin Venerate's origin source body, leaving a hideous wound on his body. The red celestial light scorching energy was constantly eroding the Starfire origin Venerate's body. Die. Yuan Wuji took the opportunity to attack. Starfire origin supremacy did not dare to face him head-on and dodged to the side. Below, Heaven Destroyer's people were extremely anxious. What should we do? If this continues, Paragon Starfire will be killed. Someone said anxiously. It was a great tragedy for an awakened origin to be killed by a few divine masters instead of dying under the origin tribulation. Should we ask a stronger origin to awaken? Kill the enemy in one fell swoop? Someone suggested. No. Although the Source Great Tribulation is at the late stage and is weaker than before, it's not over yet. The higher the cultivation, the stronger the Source Great Tribulation will be. If an early-stage origin source cultivator awakens, they can still hold on for a while. Once a mid-stage origin source cultivator or someone with a higher cultivation awakens, they will not be able to hold on and die under the Source Great Tribulation. Lion shook her head and rejected the suggestion. Under the Source Great Tribulation, the higher the cultivation, the stronger the tribulation power. Now that it was at the late stage of the Source Great Tribulation, early-stage origin source cultivators could still hold on for a while. If an expert with a higher cultivation awakened, their origin source would be sucked dry and they would die on the spot. Then what should we do? Paragon Starfire origin supremacy will not be able to hold on for much longer. Someone was anxious. If Paragon Starfire origin supremacy died, it would be their turn. Even awakening an origin source was not enough. Was Heaven Destroyer really going to be destroyed today? Whoosh, at this moment, a figure soared into the sky. It was Gumo. He rushed toward Paragon Starfire Origin Supremacy and shouted, "Senior, take the divine weapons." With a wave of his hand, 2 divine weapons flew toward Paragon Starfire Origin Supremacy. One was the purple gold battle axe, while the other was a pitch-black armor. It was the top-grade source-grade divine weapon armor obtained from Xianxia Grotto. Paragon Starfire Origin Supremacy's eyes lit up. His body was like lightning as he rushed toward the 2 divine weapons. "Stop him. Don't let him get it." Yuan Ciji Wuji roared. His body glowed as he launched a terrifying attack. However, a skeleton appeared in front of him. Its body quickly enlarged, blocking the attacks of Yuan Ciji and the others. "You're courting death. Break. Die." Yuan Ciji, Yuan Wuji, and Yuan Luji shouted coldly as 3 beams of immortal light bombarded Gumo. Clang. Clang. Clang, the sound of metal clashing was heard. The bone demon's body shook violently. Like a cannonball, his body smashed into the ground below the heaven-exterminating troops' encampment. With a boom, he smashed into the ground, creating a huge pit. Gumo, Xianxia, Tang Jun, Lion, and the others hurriedly rushed over, only to find that Gumo had already flown out of the crater. There were only 3 shallow marks on his body. "Don't worry, I'm fine," Gumo said. Only then did everyone relax. After being blocked by Gumo, Paragon Starfire Origin Supremacy finally seized the opportunity to grab the 2 divine weapons. The origin energy in his body frantically poured into the top-grade source-grade battle armor. He could tell at a glance that the 2 divine weapons were top-grade. However, refining the battle armor first was more effective. The origin energy of reciprocity surged and was extremely dense. Almost instantly, the armor was refined and appeared on the Starfire Origin Exalt's body, basically enveloping his entire body in the armor. As soon as he put on the battle armor, the attacks of Yuan Wuji and the others arrived. However, an Origin Realm existence could fully display the power of a source-grade divine weapon. The power of a top-grade source-grade battle armor in the hands of an Origin Realm expert and in the hands of a divine master were 2 completely different concepts. When the attacks of Yuan Wuji and the others landed on Paragon Starfire Origin Supremacy, his body only trembled a few times. He was completely fine. He constantly circulated his origin energy and rushed toward the purple gold battle axe to refine it. Buzz, the purple gold battle axe trembled and was also refined. "Kill." Paragon Starfire Origin Supremacy roared as his killing intent surged. He slashed out with the purple gold battle axe. The first to bear the brunt of the attack was Yuan Luji. An Origin Realm existence using a top-grade source-grade divine weapon was just too powerful. Yuan Luji's expression changed drastically as he hurriedly used his top-grade source-grade battle armor to block the attack. That's right, Yuan Luji also had a top-grade source-grade battle armor. The foundation of the creatures in the Forbidden Grounds was just too deep. Source-grade divine weapons and armor were very precious to the heavenly human race and Heaven Destroyer, but they were nothing to the creatures in the Forbidden Grounds. The invincible divine masters of the Forbidden Grounds all had top-grade divine weapons and armors. Boom, the violet gold war axe viciously struck Yuan Liuji's body. Yuan Liuji's body violently shook. Even with the protection of his supreme source-grade armor, it was no use. The power of a supreme weapon wielded by a reciprocity expert was just too terrifying. The violent power passed through the armor and struck Yuan Liuji. Yuan Liuji's body directly collapsed, turning into strands of dense Balefulline chi. However, the bodies of the Balefulline race were special. Their vitality was extremely tenacious. The Balefulline chi rapidly retreated before condensing once more. Although Yuan Liuji didn't die, his aura was extremely weak. His face was pale white. And his Balefulline chi was many times weaker than before. Yuan Wuji and Yuan Ciji were shocked. They didn't dare to face him head-on and retreated. Kill. Exalt Starfire roared as his killing intent surged. His current battle prowess had reached an all-time high. Many reciprocity experts didn't even have a source-grade weapon, let alone a supreme source-grade weapon. Moreover, they also had a supreme source-grade armor. The combination of the two caused Exalt Starfire's battle prowess to skyrocket. Right now, he didn't even need to treat a mid-reciprocity expert seriously. Source-grade weapons had a huge impact on reciprocity experts. The difference in battle prowess between having one and not having one was huge. Exalt Starfire charged toward Ye Immortal and the experts of the three forbidden races. The expressions of Ye Immortal, Xianxia, and the others changed. Let's attack together and stop him. Ye Immortal roared. Attack! Xianxia, the Infernal Fiend King, Prince Kanglo, and the others all attacked together, using their killing moves. Yuan Ciji and Yuan Wuji also stopped and attacked together. Only Yuan Liuji retreated far away to heal. 15 invincible divine lords attacked with their full strength, their attacks shaking the world. However, Exalt Starfire didn't care at all. He had no intention of blocking, allowing the attacks to land on him. Moreover, he used his violet gold war axe to slash out. Boom! Boom, boom. More than a dozen attacks landed on Exalt Starfire, but they were all blocked by his supreme source-grade armor. The defense of a top-grade origin-grade battle armor used by an origin realm expert was just too great. The attacks of invincible divine lords were basically unable to penetrate the armor and attack the Starfire Origin Exalt. In order to harm the Starfire Origin Exalt through his armor, only reciprocity existences wielding soul-grade weapons, or even peak soul-grade weapons, could harm the Starfire Origin Exalt. Bang! The purple gold battle axe struck Infernal Fiend Lord. Infernal Fiend Lord's body shook violently as he was sent flying. Just like Yuan Liuji, he was severely injured. If it weren't for his top-notch source-grade armor, he would have been killed on the spot. After severely injuring one person with one move, Paragon Starfire continued to swing his purple gold battle axe and sent another person flying. Bang! 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 In the blink of an eye, 5 or 6 invincible divine masters were sent flying, all of them severely injured. Retreat, all of you, retreat! At this moment, the King of Evil Spirits roared. Behind them, the experts of the 4 clans took the war chariots and charged into the wormhole. As for the invincible divine lords, they gathered together and continuously attacked the Starfire Origin Supremacy, retreating as they attacked. They didn't want to injure the Starfire Origin Supremacy. They only wanted to obstruct him. Wave after wave of attacks landed on the Starfire Origin Supremacy, preventing him from charging forward. Although the Starfire Origin Supremacy didn't fear these attacks, they still had some impact. When they landed on his soul-grade armor, they formed a shockwave. It wasn't easy for the Starfire Origin Supremacy to charge through. He constantly swung his purple gold battle axe, breaking through these attacks as he constantly approached Ye Immortal and the others. However, at this moment, Ye Immortal and the others had already approached the wormholes. Whoosh! 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 Following this, the invincible divine lords all retreated, charging into different wormholes and disappearing. The Starfire Origin Supremacy stood outside the wormholes and didn't chase after them. There were 4 or 5 wormholes. Which one should he chase? If he chased down one wormhole, the creatures of the Forbidden Grounds from the other wormholes would rush out. Who would protect the Heaven Destroyer's base then? After a moment of thought, the Starfire Origin Supremacy returned to the air above the Heaven Destroyer's base. All of you, do your best to repair the base's defensive array. After saying this, the Starfire Origin Supremacy sat cross-legged in the air above the Heaven Destroyer's base. Do your best to repair the array. Start repairing the array. Lion and the others shouted. They knew that the Starfire Origin Supremacy was buying time for them. The experts of the Heaven Destroyer's array formation immediately got to work. As for Lu Ming, he continued to comprehend the origin source with all his might. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. More than 100 million miles away from the Heaven Destroyer's base, a few more figures silently appeared from the 4 or 5 wormholes. One of them was Ye Immortal. The others were the invincible divine lords of the 3 Forbidden Grounds. The Starfire Origin Supremacy suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes were as bright as 2 suns. However, he didn't make a move. Ye Immortal and the others were standing beside the wormhole. It was obvious that as soon as he made a move, Ye Immortal and the others would immediately return to the wormhole and escape. The people of the Heaven Destroyer also noticed Ye Immortal and the others and immediately became vigilant. Hee hee, you want to stop us here? What a joke. That's right. How long can you stop us with the origin source tribulation? It won't be long before you fall. Your origin root is constantly being devoured by the cosmic sea. With each passing day, your origin root will weaken a little. Look, you'll die in half a month at most. Yuan Wuji, Gaishak, and the others sneered and mocked. The Starfire Origin Supremacy only glanced coldly at Ye Immortal and the others before closing his eyes. He didn't pay much attention to them. This way, he could hold on for a little longer. The Starfire Origin Supremacy didn't make a move. Ye Immortal and the others didn't leave either. They stood near the wormhole and waited quietly. Time passed, day by day. More than 10 days later, Autumn Moon, Bubbles, Wan Shen, Ling Yue, and the others broke through one after another. Their cultivations all reached the peak of the almighty level. However, Lu Ming still hadn't made a breakthrough. Over the past 10 days, the aura of the Starfire Origin Supremacy had become weaker and weaker. Even people with ordinary cultivation could feel that the aura of the Starfire Origin Supremacy was much weaker than when he'd just woken up. From afar, the Starfire Origin Supremacy's body looked like a leaf in the wind that could decay at any time. Origin Supremacy, many people cried out in grief, tears in their eyes. The fall of the Starfire Origin Supremacy was inevitable. He was doing this for the sake of the Heaven Destroyer and the continuation of the Heaven Destroyer. From the day he'd woken up, he'd known the final outcome, but he was still determined. Many people felt like a rock was stuck in their throats. It was very uncomfortable. They secretly hated themselves for not being strong enough. Otherwise, why would they need the Origin Supremacy to protect them? Hee hee, he's already a leaf in the wind. He's about to perish. At most, he'll fall in a few more days. You can protect them for a while, but can you protect them forever? When you fall, the Heaven Destroyer will still be destroyed. Gaishak and the others mocked. Gaishak and the others kept mocking them. The people of Heaven Destroyer were furious. Do what you have to do. As long as you survive, all the sacrifices will be worth it. Starfire Origin Supremacy's voice sounded. Origin Supremacy, many people cried out in sorrow. In the distance, Gaishak and the others sneered, but they still didn't dare to make a move. Although Starfire Origin Supremacy was very weak now, and his combat strength was probably not as strong as an invincible Divine Lord, they were still afraid. They were afraid that Starfire Origin Supremacy would counterattack or even self-destruct. The power of a Origin Supremacy's self-destruction was unimaginable. They didn't want to be dragged down by Starfire Origin Supremacy. Anyway, they just had to wait a few more days. In the blink of an eye, another few days passed. Starfire Origin Supremacy had been sitting cross-legged in the sky above Heaven Destroyer's base for half a month. Sigh, suddenly, a sigh sounded. It came from Starfire Origin Supremacy. He waved his hand, and the purple gold battle axe and the top-notch Origin battle armor flew toward Bone Demon. Then, he looked deeply at Heaven Destroyer's base with a strong reluctance. Then, his body gradually turned into a rain of light and drifted in the void. Origin Supremacy, the people of Heaven Destroyer cried out in sorrow. At this moment, a strange phenomenon suddenly appeared in the distant void. Specks of light scattered like meteors. This was the ruins of the universe. Logically speaking, there shouldn't be any meteors. This was a phenomenon that only occurred when an Origin Supremacy fell. Heaven and earth mourned. Hee hee, he's finally dead. Now, let's continue. Yuan Ciji, Gaishak, and the others stepped out and walked toward Heaven Destroyer's base. There were still 16 invincible Divine Lords. Those who had been injured by Starfire Origin Supremacy had already recovered after half a month of recuperation. Set up the array. Lion and the others shouted. Runes appeared around the encampment of the Heaven Exterminating Troop. Then, formations appeared one after another. However, the array's strength was far inferior to before. Although they had been repairing it day and night in the past half a month, they had only repaired a part of the array. You want to stop us with this array? Gaishak sneered. This time, they didn't take out their Fiend formation-breaking beads and attacked directly. 16 invincible Divine Lords had attacked, and the array could not withstand it at all. In just a short while, it was torn apart, However, at this time, another powerful aura spread out from the depths of the Heaven Destroyer base. The aura of the origin, clearly, another source origin of the Heaven Exterminating Army had awakened. A figure appeared out of nowhere in the void. This was an old man. His hair and beard were all white, but he had the air of a transcendent being. Venerable Feng Xianyuan. Many members of Heaven Destroyer recognized this old man. The old man was also an early reciprocity expert. Seeing Feng Xianyuan appear, Heaven Destroyer's people were not happy at all. Instead, they were filled with sorrow. If Venerate Feng Xian woke up, he would end up exactly like Venerate Starfire. Lend me your source-grade divine weapon and armor. Feng Xianyuan Venerate looked at Bone Demon. Please. Bone Demon waved his hand, and the purple gold battle axe and the origin armor flew to Venerate Feng Xianyuan Venerate. Venerate Feng Xianyuan Venerate grabbed the purple gold battle axe and the armor, and took a step out, leaving the Heaven Destroyer base's array. Seeing that the origin had awakened, Yi Immortal, Xianxia, and the others had already retreated to the edge of the wormhole. Venerate Feng Xianyuan Venerate did not chase after them. Instead, he sat cross-legged at the place where Venerate Starfire had fallen. Then, Venerate Feng Xianyuan Venerate glanced at a certain place in the Heaven Destroyer base. This place was where Lu Ming was cultivating in seclusion. At this moment, Lu Ming seemed to feel Venerate Feng Xianyuan Venerate's gaze on him. Lu Ming's heart shook violently. He knew what this meant. Venerate Feng Xianyuan Venerate most likely knew that he was cultivating in seclusion to break through. He was placing his hopes on him. He was trying to buy time for Lu Ming. Venerate Starfire must have meant the same thing. They sat cross-legged at the Heaven Destroyer base and could only guard it for a dozen days. This was simply a way to treat the symptoms but not the root cause. If they died, the three races of the Forbidden Lands and the heavenly human race would continue to attack. The reason why they still did this was mainly to buy time for Lu Ming. Senior, Lu Ming felt that his nose was sour and his chest was blocked by a big stone. Don't be distracted. Continue to cultivate. The Heaven Destroyer is counting on you. A gentle voice sounded in Lu Ming's ears. Lu Ming knew that it was Venerate Feng Xianyuan Venerate who sent him a message. Senior, I promise you that I will destroy the three races of the Forbidden Lands and the heavenly human race in the future, Lu Ming responded with a voice transmission. This was his oath and also his goal. Venerate Feng Xianyuan Venerate did not respond again. He just sat quietly in the void. Another one has come to throw his life away. He wants to guard this place, but for how long? At most half a month, he will die. This is also good. There are only 49 origins of the Heaven Destroyer. In a few years, all of them will die. Xianxia and the others sneered. This was exactly what they wanted. They only needed to wait quietly. They could destroy the source of the Heaven Exterminating Army effortlessly. What they would lose was only a few years. However, what was a few years to them? Damn it, they've gone too far. This is unbearable. Let's go and fight with them. Yes, let's go all out. We can't let more origin experts die in vain. The faces of the members of the Sky Exterminating Troop flushed red. Their hearts were burning with rage. They couldn't bear it. They couldn't bear to watch the Origin Realm seniors die one after another in order to protect them. It was too cowardly and sullen. A real man would rather die in battle and be buried in horse hide than live in such a stifling manner. Shut up. At this time, Venerate Feng Xianyuan Venerate shouted. He opened his eyes and glanced at the people of the Heaven Destroyer. A little impatience spoils great plans. Do you want Xianxia to die in vain? But many people still wanted to say something. When it's time to endure, you have to endure. Do you want the Heaven Destroyer to be destroyed? Many of your clansmen and family members have died in the hands of the heavenly human race. Don't you want revenge? Venerate Feng Xianyuan Venerate continued to shout. His voice resounded in the ears of every Heaven Destroyer. It was like thunder, deafening. The people of the Heaven Destroyer slowly calmed down. Yes, most of the people of the Heaven Destroyer had deep hatred for the heavenly human race. They all wanted to destroy the heavenly human race to avenge their families, friends, or clansmen. They couldn't die yet. Hee, the demi-human race really has a lot of enemies. Yuan Wuji looked at the Yi Immortal and sneered. Yi Immortal's face was calm. He didn't answer. Instead, he showed a thoughtful expression. Venerate Fengxian Yuan Venerate was stalling for time, however, what was the use of stalling for time? What was the use of stalling for more than 10 days for the Heaven Destroyer? What was the Heaven Destroyer preparing for? However, what could happen in a mere 10 days or a little more time? Yi Immortal continued to ponder this question. Suddenly, he thought of Lu Ming. Could it be because of Lu Ming? Speaking of which, Lu Ming hasn't shown himself. Could he be in seclusion, trying to make a breakthrough? Yi Wuxiu's heart suddenly stirred as he thought of this point. Lu Ming had only been a 9th-tier divine lord in the past, but his fighting strength had been astounding. Although he was only a 9th-tier divine lord, he had the fighting strength of an invincible divine lord. If he broke through to peak divine lord, his fighting strength would be unimaginably terrifying. Yi Immortal was stunned by this thought. Could Lu Ming really be breaking through to peak divine lord? No, that was impossible. Without the origin god tea leaves, it would be impossible to break through to peak divine lord in such a short time. Even the most brilliant of geniuses would need at least 1,000 years to break through. He had a deep understanding of the forbidden body. Although the forbidden body was powerful, breaking through to peak divine lord was much more difficult than breaking through to peak divine lord. The time required was much longer, and it was even more impossible to break through in a few dozen days. Origin god tea? Could they have obtained the origin god tea? Yu Wucheng thought about it repeatedly, bewildered. The origin god tea leaves moved at an astonishing speed and were extremely difficult to capture. Back then, he had only managed to obtain 2 leaves before the origin god tea ran away. Logically speaking, the origin god tea should have been hidden even deeper, making it nearly impossible to find. Moreover, if Lu Ming had obtained the origin god tea leaves in the purple firmament paradise, he would have used them to break through long ago. However, during the struggle for the immortal molting, Lu Ming's cultivation had remained at 9th-tier divine lord and had not broken through. Could he have obtained the origin god tea leaves in the last few days? The chances of this were too small. His gaze swept over Xianxia, Tang Jun, and the others, hoping to see something from their bodies. However, Xianxia, Tang Jun, and the others were too far away from him, and there was also the barrier of the array. It was impossible to see the exact cultivation levels of Xianxia and the others. Yi Immortal, what are you thinking about? Infernal Fiend King said to Yi Immortal. Nothing. In the end, Yi Immortal shook his head. He felt that he was worrying too much. How could it be so easy to obtain the divine origin tea leaves? Most importantly, he thought of a key point, and that was the Blue Sea race's Princess Xianxia. When he first met Princess Xianxia, he clearly remembered that Princess Xianxia's cultivation was at the 9th level of the Divine Master Realm. However, during the fight for the Purple Heaven Grotto Celestial Slough, he discovered that Princess Xianxia's cultivation had already reached the peak of the Divine Master level. To be able to break through to the peak of the Divine Master Realm in such a short period of time, he guessed that Princess Xianxia was the one who had the highest chance of obtaining the origin god tea. Perhaps the origin divine tea had already fallen into the hands of the Blue Sea clan. The Blue Sea race would never give the origin divine tea leaves to Lu Ming. He had no idea that Princess Xianxia was actually the Dark Night Rose. He only thought that Princess Xianxia had obtained the Celestial Slough. Later on, when he met Prince Kanglo and the others, he did not mention this matter. He thought that Princess Xianxia and Prince Kanglo had colluded. Prince Kanglo and Prince Xianxia had fought for the Celestial Slough of the Extremine tribe, while Princess Xianxia had secretly taken action to obtain the Celestial Slough of the Purple Heaven Grotto Celestial Slough. He had no right to question Prince Kanglo and the others. It was because of this that he felt that it was almost impossible for Lu Ming to obtain the divine origin tea leaves. Time passed day by day. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. Origin supremacy. Suddenly, the people of Heaven Destroyer cried out in grief. Fengxian origin supremacy followed in the footsteps of Starfire origin supremacy. His body turned into specks of light rain and dissipated into the void. Specks of light rain appeared in the void of the universe like meteors. In just 1 month, Heaven Destroyer had lost 2 origin supremacies in succession. A strong sense of sadness permeated the air of the heaven exterminating troop. Ha ha ha, another one has died. Let's go and force another one out. Let's see how long they can last. Gaishak and the others laughed as they stepped into the air and headed towards Heaven Destroyer's base. In an instant, they arrived above Heaven Destroyer's base and launched a fierce attack. The formation of the Heaven Exterminating troop shook violently. Soon, cracks began to appear on it. Damn it, do we have to awaken the origin supremacy again? If this continues, the origin supremacy will fall. What's the use of keeping us alive? How can we take revenge? Let's fight it out with them. Have you forgotten what Fengxian origin supremacy said? With our strength, we will die in vain if we fight them head-on. Then what should we do? Run, scatter, and escape. The people of Heaven Destroyer were in an uproar. Gu Chongfeng, Lion, Tang Jun, and Xianxia were also extremely gloomy. They clenched their fists tightly and their nails dug into their flesh. Lu Ming, Xianxia, Lion, and the others whispered. They could only pin their hopes on Lu Ming now. Cracks began to appear in the defensive formation of the encampment. The creatures of the Forbidden Grounds and the Yi Immortal were about to attack. Boom, at that instant, a loud explosion could be heard from somewhere in the camp of the Heaven Exterminating Army, as a powerful aura burst out from it. Everyone at the scene was shocked. They thought that another origin supremacy of Heaven Destroyer had awakened. Gaishak and the others were about to retreat. But immediately, they found that something was wrong. Although the energy was powerful, it wasn't the energy of the origin supremacy. Lu Ming, it's Lu Ming. He broke through. Xianxia, Autumn Moon, and the others were the first to react. They were overjoyed when they felt the energy. Then, Yi Immortal also reacted. His eyes widened in shock and disbelief. Lu Ming, it's Lu Ming. This energy is Lu Ming. He broke through, Yi Immortal shouted in shock. At this moment, he couldn't stay calm and was about to explode. Regret, Yi Immortal was deeply regretful. Lu Ming was really breaking through and he had succeeded in doing so. Could it be that Lu Ming had really obtained the origin divine tea leaves? No matter what the reason was, Yi Immortal was extremely regretful. What? Lu Ming has broken through. Gaishak and the others were also shocked. How is that possible? How can a 9th-tier Divine Master break through to the peak Divine Master realm so quickly? Prince Kanglo shouted. The Divine Source Tea must be the Divine Source Tea. There's a Divine Source Tea in Purple Heaven. I broke through with the help of the Divine Source Tea. Yi Immortal shouted. What? Divine Source Tea? There's Divine Source Tea in Purple Heaven? Gaishak, Prince Kanglo, and the others shouted. Don't you know about the Divine Source Tea? Wasn't the Divine Origin Tea obtained by your Sea Flood clan? Otherwise, how could Princess Xianxia break through so quickly? Yi Immortal said. Xianxia? We've already found out that the Xianxia in Purple Heaven is a fake. The real Xianxia has already fallen. Prince Kanglo said. Their Xianxia only found out that Princess Xianxia had already fallen after leaving Purple Heaven. Princess Xianxia had died, Yi Immortal's body shook violently. Then, he connected the dots and his face turned pale. The Princess Xianxia in Purple Heaven was impersonated by someone who had obtained the Divine Source Tea. In that case, Lu Ming might also have obtained the Divine Source Tea. Before this, Lu Ming had been using the Divine Source Tea to break through his cultivation level. Now, he had finally succeeded. Yi Immortal, why didn't you say so earlier? Gaishak roared. I didn't know that Lu Ming had obtained the Divine Source Tea. I thought that the Divine Source Tea had fallen into the hands of the Blue Sea clan. Yi Immortal said. Damn it, Gaishak and the others roared angrily. They knew how terrifying Lu Ming was. If a 9th-level Divine Master was comparable to an invincible Divine Master, how strong would he be when he broke through to the peak of the Divine Master realm? In the past, they didn't take Lu Ming seriously. No matter how strong Lu Ming was, he was only an invincible Divine Master and only one person. What could an invincible Divine Master do? However, once Lu Ming broke through to the peak of the Divine Master realm, things would be completely different. Boom, a powerful aura spread out. Then, a figure soared into the sky and stood in the void. It's Lu Ming. At this moment, the ordinary members of Heaven Destroyer also noticed Lu Ming. However, they weren't too happy. Lu Ming didn't know Lu Ming's actual combat strength. He didn't know that Lu Ming was already comparable to an invincible divine master. Therefore, they thought that even if Lu Ming broke through to the peak of the divine master realm, what use would it be? The other party had 16 existences comparable to the origin. His heart was still heavy. Lu Ming's gaze fell on Yi Immortal and the others. His eyes burned with anger and strong killing intent. All of you deserve to die. A cold voice came from Lu Ming's mouth. Lu Ming had seen the deaths of Astral Fire Origin Supremacy and Virtuous Cloud Supremacy. The murderous intent in his heart had reached its limit. If it weren't for the fact that he was at the crucial moment of his breakthrough, he would have attacked long ago. Finally, not long ago, he officially broke through, using up 3 Origin God tea leaves. Now that he was a peak God Lord, his origin seed had grown 10 times larger, and his origin energy had also increased by more than 10 times. His battle prowess had reached its peak in history. Arrogant. Even if you've broken into the peak of the God Lord realm, there are so many of us here, and we're more than enough to kill you. Fourth Yuan shouted. He had never fought with Lu Ming before. He had only heard of him. Hearing about it would never be as real as experiencing it yourself. Kill. Lu Ming didn't waste any more words. With a cold shout, he rushed out of the formation with the War God spear pointed at Yuan Ciji. Lu Ming, he doesn't want his life anymore. Many people in the Heaven Destroyer were shocked. Lu Ming had gone out alone. He was digging his own grave. Before Astral Fire Origin Supremacy obtained the 2 divine weapons, he could only fight with one of them. He was immediately injured when he fought with several of them. Lu Ming was only a God Lord. How could he take the initiative to attack so many terrifying experts? Wasn't he digging his own grave? Don't worry, Gu Chongfeng's voice was heard. What? The people in the Heaven Destroyer were stunned. Gu Chongfeng seemed to be very confident in Lu Ming. But where did this confidence come from? Kill. Let's attack together. 4th Yuan Ciji, 5th Yuan Ciji, Yi Immortal, Gai Shak, Prince Kanglo, Prince Songqing and the other 16 experts attacked at the same time. 16 terrifying attacks were launched at Lu Ming. The joint attack of 16 invincible God Lords was terrifying. An early-stage Origin Energy expert would be killed if he didn't have an Origin-grade armor. Chaos style. Lu Ming threw out a palm and a continent formed in front of him. Although he had a top-level Origin-grade armor, he couldn't take it head-on like Astral Fire Origin Supremacy. After all, Astral Fire Origin Supremacy was the true Origin. He could fully unleash the power of a top-level Origin-grade armor. After all, he was only a peak God Lord. The strength of his Origin energy couldn't be compared to the true Origin energy. He couldn't fully unleash the power of a top-level Origin-grade armor. In this way, the attacks of the 16 invincible God Lords would still hit him through the armor. Therefore, he had to block them. The Chaos Continent formed by the Origin energy was more solid than before. There were rays of light like the Great Tao on it. It was much more powerful than before. Boom. Boom, boom. 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 The Chaos Continent shook violently. The attacks of 16 invincible divine lords were, after all, far too powerful. Even the primitive desolation style, which had been greatly strengthened, could not completely block them. Cracks began to appear, and then they exploded. However, more than half of the attacks of the 16 invincible God Lords had been neutralized. There wasn't much power left. Lu Ming could completely block them. Heaven-breaking style. Lu Ming stopped defending. Instead, he used the heaven-breaking style. He became one with his spear and turned into a spear light that stabbed toward Yuan Ciji. In an instant, Lu Ming broke through the layers of power and the spear gleam neared Yuan Ciji. Yuan Ciji was horrified. A blue light appeared on his body. This was the blue icy celestial light. It was the same level of celestial light as the red scorching celestial light and the black moon celestial light. The difference was that the blue icy celestial light contained a terrifying chill. The blue icy celestial light attached to the battle sword in Yuan Siji's hand as he slashed at Lu Ming. Clang, the spear and sword clashed, exploding with a shocking boom. Rings of terrifying power swept out in all directions. Then, Yuan Siji's body shook violently and he was pushed back. His arm that was holding the sword kept trembling and blood oozed out. The bones in his arm had been broken and blood was also coming out of his mouth. Just one move and he was already injured. Buzz, after injuring Yuan Siji, Lu Ming swung the spear of the battle god in his hand. The spear of the battle god quickly enlarged like a mountain and searched Gaishak and Lord of Infernal Spirits. The darking chi that Lord Spectre and Lord Infernal Spectre unleashed was being broken apart by the Divine Battle Spear. When the Divine Battle Spear landed on their bodies were like two rubber balls that were sent flying a few million miles away. They both spat out a mouthful of blood and the darking chi on their bodies had dimmed significantly. Meanwhile, in the Heaven Destroyer, other than Xianxia, Autumn Moon and other people who were familiar with Lu Ming, the others were dumbfounded. Some of their eyes almost popped out. What did they see? Lu Ming was beating up an invincible divine master. And he was beating up an invincible divine master while being surrounded by 16 invincible divine masters. This was too fierce. It was even fiercer than the origin. Was he still a divine master? Some people even thought that they were hallucinating because they were looking forward to the counterattack of the Heaven Destroyer. They only confirmed it after slapping themselves a few times. Kill! Lu Ming bellowed. His aura surged as he fought more and more ferociously. Clang! Clang! Two terrifying attacks landed on Lu Ming, but they were blocked by Lu Ming's divine armor. He only staggered a little, but he was fine. The two attacks didn't deal much damage to him after passing through the armor. My origin energy seems to be extraordinary. Even though it's nowhere near as dense as reciprocity, the origin grade battle armor seems to have been activated by me. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He discovered that his origin energy was much more powerful than he had expected. Was there a difference in strength between origin energy? His origin energy was transformed from the taboo energy as a foundation. According to Gu Chongfeng, this origin energy was known as forbidden origin energy. Although it was only a peak divine lord and his origin energy wasn't particularly powerful, Lu Ming could already sense that forbidden origin energy was different. It was indeed more powerful than ordinary origin energy. He would have to wait until he reached reciprocity to know exactly how powerful it was. However, this was great news for Lu Ming. He could reduce his defensive power and increase his offensive power. Buzz, the war god spear trembled as if a power had awakened. Just the trembling of the spear caused the surrounding space to become chaotic. Swish! Swish, swish! The war god spear stabbed out continuously. At the same time, Lu Ming used the desolation form. Using the desolation form and the sky splitter form consecutively, Lu Ming was like an invincible god of war, slaughtering his way through the dozen or so divine lords. No one could stop him. Invincible. What was invincible? This was true invincibility. Invincible below reciprocity. At this moment, Lu Ming's invincible figure was deeply imprinted in the hearts of the Heaven Destroyer members. Bang! Bang! More than a dozen invincible divine lords were sent flying by Lu Ming one after another. They spat out blood as their faces paled. During this period, Lu Ming was hit at least dozens of times, but he was unharmed. At most, he was only lightly injured. Now that he had reached the peak of the God Lord level, not only could he use more of the power of the origin grade armor and increase its defensive power, but his own defensive power and vitality had also received a massive boost. Therefore, even if the power passed through the armor and struck his body, he would be able to completely block it. Even if he suffered some minor injuries, he could recover quickly. Bang! Ye Immortal was struck by the desolate style and was sent flying backward. His face was pale as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Following that, the war god spear pierced through the 9 devils condensed by Gaishak. The spear didn't stop there as it pierced through Gaishak's body. A pitch-black armor appeared on Gaishak's body and blocked the war god spear. However, his body trembled violently and he was forced to retreat. Die! Lu Ming stared at Gaishak and didn't stop attacking. He continued to use the sky-piercing style and stabbed at Gaishak's forehead. Gaishak's entire body was covered by the armor, so the spear naturally pierced through it. However, the spear contained a terrifying penetrating power and continued to attack Gaishak through the armor. Ah! The king of the evil ectoplasm let out an agonizing scream. His head almost exploded. His head had suffered a terrifying shock, and even the soul inside had been injured. He frantically retreated toward the wormhole. At this moment, he was extremely terrified. He had a feeling that if he continued to fight with Lu Ming, he might be killed by Lu Ming. Even if he had the origin-grade armor, it would be useless. Fortunately, the other people's attacks arrived and blocked Lu Ming, allowing Gaishak to successfully retreat to the edge of the wormhole. Retreat! Retreat! This Lu Ming is undefeatable. We are no match for him at all. Gaishak shouted. He was already scared out of his wits. Go! Retreat! The others also retreated and rushed toward the wormholes. They had already decided to retreat. Lu Ming, who was at the peak of the almighty level, was too strong. Coupled with the origin-grade armor and origin-grade armor, his combat strength was far beyond theirs. Moreover, their attacks didn't seem to have much effect on Lu Ming. If they continued to fight, Lu Ming would be fine. However, some of them wouldn't be able to withstand it and would be killed. With their talents, their future was unimaginable. Who would be willing to die? Even if some of them were unwilling, they didn't dare to stay when they saw that the others had retreated. Ye Immortal! Lu Ming's gaze swept across and fixed on Ye Immortal. Ye Immortal had retreated earlier than Gaishak. This guy was very cunning. He was an old fox and knew how to play mind games. The invincible almighty from the 3 clans of the Forbidden Ground were far inferior to him. At this moment, seeing Lu Ming's gaze, Ye Immortal rushed into a wormhole without hesitation and disappeared. The other invincible almighty from the 3 clans of the Forbidden Ground also rushed into the wormholes. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. His voice sounded in the ears of Gu Chongfeng, Xianxia, Dandan, and the others. I'm going after Ye Immortal. If anything happens, send me a message. With that, Lu Ming rushed into the wormhole that Ye Immortal had escaped through. He wasn't afraid that the people of the 3 clans of the Forbidden Ground would wait for him to leave and come back. Because they didn't have the guts and there was no need for them to do so. He was completely different from the Origin. The Origin would die after half a month. The people of the 3 clans of the Forbidden Ground came back for 2 reasons. First, they wanted to watch a good show. Second, they wanted to continue attacking after the Origin died and force the other Origins to wake up. However, Lu Ming would not perish. It was meaningless for them to come back. Of course, Lu Ming asked Gu Chongfeng, Dandan, and the others to be prepared and inform him if anything happened. After passing through the wormhole, he came to a void. Lu Ming flew for a while and recognized that this was the area occupied by the Heavenly Human Tribe. Heavenly Human Tribe, Lu Ming's eyes flashed coldly. He moved and disappeared from the spot. He was heading toward the area where the Heavenly Palace was. Not long after, Lu Ming arrived. In front of him, there was a huge piece of land floating in the air. This piece of land was extremely large. Apparently, a large number of pieces of land had gathered over the years. In fact, the Heaven Destroyer base had also undergone great changes over the years. The Heaven Destroyer base used to be made up of dozens of pieces of land. But over the years, these pieces of land had gathered together and formed a huge continent. The area occupied by the Heavenly Human Tribe was the same. In the sky above this continent, there were 5 huge and ancient palaces. 5 heavenly palaces. Lu Ming narrowed his eyes. When the Heavenly Human Tribe was at its peak, there were 9 heavenly palaces. Later, 4 of them were destroyed, so there were 5 left. But there were only 4 in the primitive universe. They were the Dreamy Heavenly Palace, the Ziwei Heavenly Palace, the Hongmeng Heavenly Palace, and the Shinji Heavenly Palace. The most mysterious Heavenly Palace had never appeared. But now, there were 5 heavenly palaces. However, there were 5 heavenly palaces here. This meant that the 5th and most mysterious heavenly palace was here. Lu Ming's gaze immediately fell on the heavenly palace in the middle. This heavenly palace looked the smallest, but it was also the oldest. There was a frightening aura emanating from it, as though some terrifying monster resided inside. This heavenly palace had no protective arrays, and there were no figures in sight. As for the other 4 heavenly palaces, there were many figures in sight. Ye Immortal, Lu Ming immediately saw that Ye Immortal had rushed into one of the heavenly palaces. On the signboard of this heavenly palace, there were 4 huge ancient words. Crepe Myrtle Heavenly Palace. Ye Immortal had entered the Crepe Myrtle Heavenly Palace. Whoosh, Lu Ming also chased after Ye Immortal towards the Crepe Myrtle Heavenly Palace. Activate the arrays. A loud roar reverberated throughout the area. Buzz. Buzz, buzz. Dance runes appeared around the 4 heavenly palaces. Arrays appeared one after another, enveloping the 4 heavenly palaces within them. Only the smallest heaven palace, which seemed to be the oldest, did not move, nor did it have any formation. However, this heavenly palace gave off the strongest sense of danger. Moreover, this heavenly palace was still devoid of people. It was as though it was empty. As for the other 4 heavenly palaces, they were already filled with figures. Lu Ming saw many familiar faces. In the Crepe Myrtle Heavenly Palace, he saw Ye Immortal. Beside Ye Immortal stood a young figure. It was Yi Qiuxian. Yi Qiuxian stared fixedly at Lu Ming. His eyes were filled with jealousy, murderous intent, fear, and other complex emotions. They are all master grade formations and some broken origin grade formations. There are no complete origin grade formations. Lu Ming glanced around and made a judgment in his heart. The reason why he could recognize them was because the formations in the Heavenly Palace looked similar to the formations in the Heaven Destroyer Station. Even if they were stronger, they wouldn't be much stronger. Lu Ming didn't feel threatened by them. Lu Ming stepped out and headed towards the Crepe Myrtle Heavenly Palace. Ye Immortal, do you think you'll be safe if you hide in the Heavenly Palace? It was you who instigated the 3 clans to besiege the Heaven Destroyer, wasn't it? Lu Ming's voice was very cold. The 3 clans of the Forbidden Lands were also in a competitive relationship. It wasn't that easy for them to join forces. Among them, there were definitely people who were working together. This person was most likely the old fox Ye Immortal. Lu Ming, the origin tribulation will be over in a few hundred years. When the time comes, the origin and the existences above the origin will wake up. The Heaven Destroyer will be destroyed in an instant. It's useless even if you struggle. Your fate has been sealed. Ye Immortal said coldly. His meaning was obvious. Once the origin tribulation was over, the terrifying existences of the 3 clans of the Forbidden Lands would wake up. How could the Heaven Destroyer survive? Lu Ming's expression was gloomy. He had thought of this long ago. Once the origin tribulation was over, not to mention the 3 clans of the Forbidden Lands, even the heavenly human race alone wouldn't be something they could fight against. I can point you in the right direction. There is only one way to protect your heaven exterminating troop. That is, you people with forbidden bodies have to cripple your own cultivation and forbidden power. Then, you can lead the heaven exterminating troop and seek refuge in a forbidden land. Only then will you be able to survive. Otherwise, your entire heaven exterminating troop will be exterminated. Ye Immortal said coldly. Haha, before the Heaven Destroyer is destroyed, I will definitely cut off your head first. Lu Ming sneered and was unmoved. He had experienced countless storms in his life. How could he be easily swayed by such words? Swish, Lu Ming didn't waste any more time and directly thrust out his spear. A ray of spear light broke the void and became bigger and bigger. It pierced the defensive array around the Crepe Myrtle Heavenly Palace. Boom, an earth-shattering roar sounded. The defensive array around the Crepe Myrtle Heavenly Palace shook violently. I can break it. Lu Ming's lips curled into a smile. He didn't use his full strength in the spear attack just now. It was just a test. After a test, he found that the defensive array of the Crepe Myrtle Heavenly Palace wasn't that strong. At most, it was stronger than the defensive array of the Heaven Destroyer. With his current combat strength, he could definitely tear it apart. Heaven-breaking style. Then, Lu Ming used all his strength. The battle art was activated 9 times his combat strength, and he thrust out his spear again. The people of the heavenly human race only saw a ray of dazzling spear light burst out from the void. The next moment, it pierced the defensive array of the crepe myrtle heavenly palace. Rumble, the entire crepe myrtle heavenly palace shook violently. The defensive array flashed wildly. At the same time, the place that was pierced by the spear light caved in. It was like a tough balloon being poked by a finger. It was as if the balloon was about to burst with a little more force. In the end, the defensive array withstood the attack, but the light around the caved-in area dimmed a lot. The array can't hold on any longer. How can his attack be so strong? Our array can withstand the attack of an Origin Realm expert. He's the Divine Master. He's the Divine Master, the people of the Heaven Destroyer roared in shock. Shock, disbelief, disbelief, in the end, all these emotions turned into fear. Lu Ming actually had such battle prowess. This battle prowess was already comparable to Origin Realm experts. No, it was even stronger than regular Origin Realm experts. Who could defeat such a person in this era where Origin Realm experts didn't exist? If he broke through the array, who could stop him? Even their strongest ancestor couldn't, right? Many people looked at the Yi Immortal. Yi Immortal's face was gloomy. Yi Qiuxian, who stood beside Yi Immortal, was pale. He clenched his fists tightly. Ancestor, what should we do? Our array won't be able to hold on for long. At this rate, the array will be broken in less than 10 moves. No, I'm afraid it'll only take 5 or 6 moves. Many heavenly human experts in the surroundings asked one after another. Activate the Origin Realm array on the Heavenly Palace, Yi Immortal finally said. Yi Wuxian finally spoke. With a wave of his hand, pieces of bone appeared. These bones were as white as jade and gave off the aura of Origin Realm. These bones were all left behind by Origin Realm experts. Boom! At this moment, Lu Ming blasted out another attack, causing the Heavenly Palace to shake continuously. The light of the defensive array dimmed even more. Quick, take the Origin Realm bones and activate the array. Yi Immortal shouted. Immediately, dozens of heavenly human powerhouses took dozens of Origin bones and left. Break, break, Lu Ming circulated his Origin Realm energy and blasted out a few more attacks. The array shook even more violently. Every time Lu Ming attacked, he would attack a point. It seemed that the point was about to be penetrated. At this moment, runes appeared on the ancient walls of the Heavenly Palace. These runes seemed ancient and profound. They were filled with the aura of time. Next, a terrifying aura permeated the air. Ancient and mysterious runes appeared on the walls of the crepe myrtle Heavenly Palace. At the same time, a terrifying aura filled the air. This aura made Lu Ming's hair stand on end. Retreat. Lu Ming retreated without hesitation. He had a feeling that if he didn't retreat, it would be very dangerous. In an instant, he retreated millions of miles. At this time, a huge array formation appeared on the crepe myrtle Heavenly Palace. It was just an array formation, but it enveloped the entire crepe myrtle Heavenly Palace. An source-level array formation, and an extremely terrifying one. Lu Ming narrowed his eyes slightly. He had been wondering why the heavenly human race didn't have an source-level array formation. Celestial Clan, for better or for worse, was still a clan from the last great era. However, judging from their various appearances, they were just too pitiful. They were extremely short of source-level divine weapons. They didn't have any source-level array formations, they didn't have any joint attack array carriers. This didn't seem like a race from the last era at all. Not to mention the creatures of the Forbidden Lands, even the quasi-sage race was far inferior. Similarly, the demons were the same. Lu Ming guessed that this was related to their identity as slaves of the human race. Now, the heavenly human race used an source-level array formation. Lu Ming wasn't so surprised. After all, they were a race from the last era. It was normal for them to have some trump cards. If they didn't even have this trump card, how could the Heavenly Palace rule the universe for countless years? Moreover, this array formation seemed to be engraved on the walls of the Heavenly Palace. Could it be that it came with the Heavenly Palace? Lu Ming had heard that the 9 Heavenly Palaces weren't built by the heavenly human race themselves, but by a force from the last era. It seems that the conditions for activating this source-level array formation are very harsh. It needs an origin bone. Fortunately, when I attacked the illusory Heavenly Palace last time, there were almost no experts. In the illusory heavenly palace, Lu Ming couldn't help but think of the time when he attacked the illusory heavenly palace. At that time, most of the powerful beings of the heavenly human tribe had gone to attack the base of the Heaven Destroyer. There were very few powerful beings left to guard the heavenly palace. There weren't many divine masters. If one wanted to activate this kind of source-level array, they would probably need a peak divine master and an origin bone. Treasures like the origin bone were most likely carried around by top-notch heavenly human tribe cultivators. After all, when Lu Ming and the others opened the treasury of the illusory heavenly palace, they didn't see any origin bones. Therefore, at that time, even if the people of the illusory heavenly palace wanted to activate the source-level array formation, they couldn't. Thinking of this, Lu Ming couldn't help but rejoice. If the heavenly human tribe had been able to activate the origin-level spell formation at that time, none of them would have been able to come out alive. This kind of formation is not something that I can break, Lu Ming watched from afar. He even felt that this formation not only possessed defensive power, but also terrifying offensive power. However, even if the Crepe Myrtle Heavenly Palace couldn't break through, there were other heavenly palaces. Lu Ming looked at another heavenly palace. The illusory heavenly palace, the heavenly palace that they had robbed years ago. Swoosh, Lu Ming took a step forward and rushed toward the illusory heavenly palace. A large number of heavenly human tribe cultivators were guarding the illusory heavenly palace. When they saw Lu Ming rushing toward them, their expressions changed. My lord, what should we do? Should we activate the source-level array formation? Many people looked at a middle-aged man. This man had the highest status in the illusory heavenly palace. He was one of the 4 most powerful Lord of Heaven in the heavenly palace, the Lord of Heaven of 100 battles. Activate the array formation. The Lord of Heaven of 100 battles gritted his teeth. His storage ring glowed, and pieces of origin bones flew out. They had all seen how Lu Ming attacked the Crepe Myrtle Heavenly Palace before. He was too powerful. The defensive array of the illusory heavenly palace couldn't block Lu Ming's attack at all. Only by activating the source-level array formation could it. Dozens of peak divine master Lord of Heaven rushed in all directions with dozens of source-level array formations. Soon, the source-level array formation of the illusory heavenly palace was activated. When the array formation was activated, Lu Ming quickly retreated. As expected, every heavenly palace has a terrifying array formation, Lu Ming muttered to himself. The array formation of the illusory heavenly palace gave him the same feeling as the one in the Crepe Myrtle Heavenly Palace. However, without the help of an origin realm cultivator, the array formation required the activation of origin bones. Let's see how many origin bones you have, Lu Ming's eyes flashed. He moved and charged toward another heavenly palace, the Hongmeng Heavenly Palace. Damn it! Activate the array formation. The Hongmeng Heavenly Palace was also guarded by a large number of heavenly humans. The strongest Lord of Heaven roared and took out dozens of origin bones. Soon, the Hongmeng Heavenly Palace also activated a terrifying array formation. Lu Ming charged toward the Xinji Heavenly Palace. The Xinji Heavenly Palace could only activate its array formation. Just like that, the 4 heavenly palaces all activated their terrifying arrays to stop Lu Ming. The array formation was too terrifying. Lu Ming knew he couldn't break it. He looked at the 5th heavenly palace, the Primeval Heavenly Palace. The Primeval Heavenly Palace didn't activate its array formation. There were no arrays at all. However, after some consideration, Lu Ming still didn't do anything. The heavenly palace gave him a feeling of dread. Although it didn't give off any powerful auras, the feeling of dread still lingered. It was as if there were terrifying primordial beasts residing inside. The energy of the origin bones is limited. I'd like to see how long you can last. Lu Ming's cold voice rang out. Afterwards, he sat down in the air and closed his eyes to rest. The energy of the origin bones was limited. If he used them to activate the array formation, the energy would eventually run out. Once the energy ran out, the array formation would lose its power. Lu Ming was waiting. He was waiting for the energy of the origin bones to run out. Yi Immortal and the others in the heavenly palace had extremely ugly expressions. However, there was nothing they could do. Xiao, go back to the base and check on the situation. Get Dandan and Bubbles to come as well. After a while, Lu Ming opened his eyes again and said to Qiu. He was still a little worried about the situation at the Heaven Destroyer base. Although he was sure that the creatures of the Forbidden Grounds wouldn't dare to go back, he wasn't afraid of accidents. Qiu had been following Lu Ming in the form of a bracelet. All right. After saying that, Qiu turned into a beam of light and disappeared into the horizon. Lu Ming didn't have to wait for long. Dandan, Bubbles, and Qiu came again. Xianxia, Autumn Moon, and Ling Yue also came. They rushed over because they were worried about Lu Ming. Dandan, take a look at the Heavenly Palace's array formation. Lu Ming said. Dandan stared at the 5 Heavenly Palace helplessly. Most of the arrays set up in these 4 Heavenly Palace are master-level arrays and broken source-level arrays. There's nothing to be afraid of. The truly terrifying ones are the arrays carried by the origin of the 4 Heavenly Palace. After looking for a while, Dandan saw the trick. The arrays carried by the origin of the Heavenly Palace? Bubbles was curious. That's right. The array formation activated by the Heavenly Palace is engraved on the walls of the Heavenly Palace. It's ancient, mysterious, and powerful. It's probably not set up by the heavenly human race, but by the Heavenly Palace itself. Dandan explained. In that case, the celestial race didn't even set up a single source-level formation? Bubbles blinked and said. Didn't they say that the celestial race was a race from the previous era? This is too shabby. Autumn Moon muttered. The celestial race was as poor as the Heaven Destroyer. Didn't they say that the celestial race was a race from the previous era? As a race from the previous era, the quasi-sage race had a much deeper foundation and was much richer. The celestial race and the demons were slaves of the human race. Perhaps this is related to the reason? Lu Ming said. Everyone nodded. This was the only reasonable guess. Dandan, do you have a way to break these formations? Lu Ming asked again. No. Dandan immediately shook his head and said, this kind of formation is very terrifying. It's definitely top-notch among the source-level formations. It's both offensive and defensive, and its power is boundless. With my strength, I'm still far from it. Lu Ming wasn't too disappointed. He was mentally prepared for this. Dandan, do you have any idea about the Heavenly Palace? Lu Ming pointed at the 5th Heavenly Palace and asked. This Heavenly Palace also carries a terrifying formation. However, apart from this formation, I always have a feeling that there's something terrifying in this Heavenly Palace, Dandan said. Yes, I have the same feeling. Bubbles also cried out. Then, Xianxia, Autumn Moon, and Ling Yue also spoke one after another. They also had the same feeling of terror. Everyone was a peerless genius. They had sharp spiritual senses and strong perception. This Heavenly Palace is very mysterious. It's better not to act rashly. Lu Ming nodded. They're like cowards. However, the energy of the origin bone is limited. It won't be long before the energy of the origin bone is exhausted. We just have to wait. Dandan said. I have the same intention. Lu Ming nodded. In any case, Dandan and the others said that the creatures of the Forbidden Lands didn't attack the Heaven Destroyer base, so the Heaven Destroyer base was very safe. Lu Ming had plenty of time to waste. In the end, everyone waited here. Time passed day by day. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. The formation of the Heavenly Palace is about to collapse. Dandan was excited. He stared at the crepe myrtle Heavenly Palace. Whoosh, Lu Ming stood up and walked toward the crepe myrtle Heavenly Palace with the War God spear in hand. The Ye Immortal's expression darkened, and he waved his hand again. Dozens of essential bones flew out and were given to the other heavenly humans to continue powering the spell formation. The crepe myrtle Heavenly Palace's array formation shone brightly again. However, not long after, the power of the illusory Heavenly Palace's formation began to weaken. Damn it, the Heavenly Palace of Baijian roared and took out dozens of essential bones with a pained expression. The heavenly humans had dominated the primitive universe for countless years. Although they had accumulated a lot of essential bones over such a long period of time, they couldn't afford to use them like this. He was heartbroken that they had to use dozens of essential bones each time. Then, the Hongmeng Heavenly Palace and the Heavenly Palace of Shinji could only take out their essential bones to power the array formation again. Lu Ming and the others continued to wait. Half a month later, the power of the Heavenly Palace's array formation had weakened. They could only continue to use their essential bones to power it. Ancestral Patriarch, we can't go on like this. No matter how many essential bones we have, they will be used up eventually. A Lord of Heaven said. That's right. Lu Ming and the others must be planning to use up our essential bones. When our essential bones are used up, they will still come in. It's better to fight with them now. Another Lord of Heaven said. Fight? How can we fight with them? I joined forces with the 3 races in the Forbidden Area. There were 16 invincible divine masters in total, but they were all defeated by Lu Ming. Without their essential bones, no matter how many people there are, they won't be able to defeat Lu Ming. Ye Immortal said coldly. The other heavenly humans fell silent. We can only cooperate with the creatures in the Forbidden Area now. The closest ones to us are the Eveline race, Ye Immortal said. Cooperate with the Eveline race? The Eveline race will cooperate with us? A Lord of Heaven said. There's nothing that can't be done. It just depends on the benefits. I'll send the message now. Ye Immortal took out a voice transmission jade talisman and sent the message. He certainly didn't send the message directly to the Eveline race. They were too far away. No matter how advanced the voice transmission jade talisman was, it couldn't reach that far. He sent the message to the heavenly humans outside so that they could send the message to the Eveline race. I think it's time to force the heavenly humans. Lu Ming suddenly got up and said coldly. You mean? Dandan rolled his eyes and looked at the large continent under the heavenly palace. That's right. There are a lot of heavenly humans living on this continent and there must be a lot of resources. It's a waste not to take them, Lu Ming sneered. The primitive universe had been recovering for so many years. The continent under the heavenly palace must contain a lot of resources. Ha ha ha, that's exactly what I want. I've been wanting to do this for a long time. Dandan laughed. You guys attack together. I'll keep an eye on the heavenly palace. If there's a problem, retreat in time. Lu Ming said. Haha, let's go. Dandan smiled and turned into a ray of light, rushing to the continent below. Then, Xianxia, Autumn Moon, Ling Yue, Bubbles and Qiu also attacked and rushed to the continent below. Now, Xianxia, Autumn Moon and the others had reached the peak of the Divine Master realm. With their talent and combat strength, even the weakest of them had the combat strength of the strongest Lord of Heaven. As long as Ye Immortal and Yi Qiuxian didn't attack, they didn't have to worry about the safety of Xianxia and the others. Boom. Boom, boom. After a while, the continent below the heavenly palace started to shake violently, followed by screams. Damn it, they're killing the ordinary people of the heavenly humans, damn it. Many heavenly humans roared. A large number of ordinary heavenly humans lived on the continent below. Their cultivation wasn't very high and there were only a few divine masters. In fact, there were only a few divine emperors. After all, above them were the 5 heavenly palaces. Most of the existences above the divine emperor realm lived in the heavenly palace. Lu Ming didn't attack before because he didn't want to attack the ordinary heavenly humans. But now that he thought it through, he didn't need to be polite or soft-hearted to the heavenly humans. If the Heaven Destroyer's base was breached, the heavenly humans wouldn't be polite to the Heaven Destroyer. They would definitely slaughter the entire Heaven Destroyer. This was proven by history. Over the years, how many powerful races had been wiped out by the heavenly humans, the Sky Heart race, the Heaven and Earth race, the Dragon race, etc. Only a few of these races were lucky enough to survive. The rest had all died in the hands of the heavenly humans. There was no need to be compassionate to such a race. Xianxia, Autumn Moon, Dandan and the others restrained themselves and only attacked existences above the Divine Lord realm. Ling Yue didn't have any scruples when she attacked. The entire elf race was almost wiped out by the heavenly humans. Only a few people survived. Her hatred for the heavenly humans was overwhelming. Ling Yue stood high in the sky with a towering tree floating behind her. Boundless energy gathered in Ling Yue's body. She held a large bow in her hand and nocked an arrow. Buzz, he loosened the bowstring, and an arrow flew toward the ground below. After the arrow flew out, it became bigger and bigger. In the end, it became an arrow that was hundreds of miles long and bombarded the ground. A huge crater was immediately created on the ground. A large number of heavenly humans were swept into the destructive energy and turned into ashes. Ling Yue didn't show any mercy to the heavenly human race. She had sworn that she would personally destroy the heavenly human race and avenge the countless elves. Xianxia, Autumn Moon, and the others spread out and moved like lightning across the continent. No one could stop them. A large amount of resources were taken by them. In the 4 heavenly palaces, the eyes of the heavenly human race members were bloodshot. What? Is it very uncomfortable? I wonder if you thought of this when you attacked the other races? Lu Ming's cold and mocking voice sounded. How can those lowly races compare to our race? A heavenly human race member roared. You still think you're better than others. Lu Ming's eyes were cold and there was no longer a trace of pity in his heart. These heavenly human race members had dominated the universe for countless years and had long been used to being high and mighty. They viewed other races as ants and killed them. There was no need for such a race to stay in this world. Kill. In the sky above the continent, Ling Yue shouted coldly and continued to work. Arrows were shot out continuously, and large numbers of heavenly human race members fell under the arrows. Damn it, damn it. Ancestor, what should we do now? Many people looked at Ye Immortal. Sigh, we can only awaken the origin. Ye Immortal spoke. There was a trace of anger and helplessness in his voice. Previously, they had forced Heaven Destroyer to awaken its origin. Now, the situation was completely reversed. Not long after, a powerful aura suddenly filled the air from the Crepe Myrtle Heavenly Palace. The aura of the origin. Lu Ming narrowed his eyes slightly. He wasn't surprised that an origin source had awakened. He had asked Xianxia, Autumn Moon, and the others to do so in order to force the other party's origin to awaken. Xiaoqing, Mid-Autumn Moon. The origin of the heavenly human clan has awakened. Retreat quickly. Lu Ming immediately sent a message to Xianxia and the others. Xianxia and the others were already prepared. When they received Lu Ming's message, they quickly left the continent and rushed into the distance. Ling Yue also stopped her attacks and left the continent. Boom, in the Crepe Myrtle Heavenly Palace, a powerful aura rushed out. Then, a middle-aged man stepped out. Patriarch. The middle-aged man bowed to Ye Immortal. His expression was calm. Since he had already awakened, he was prepared to die. Go stop him. Ye Immortal pointed at Lu Ming. I will take his head. The middle-aged man's eyes were cold and filled with shocking killing intent. He was the origin and had the same lifespan as the universe. Did he really want to die? How was that possible? He was forced to do so. All of this was caused by Lu Ming. His killing intent towards Lu Ming was monstrous. Don't underestimate the enemy. This person's combat strength is extremely strong. He's not weaker than Tang Feng back then. Ye Immortal said. With just one sentence, the middle-aged man's expression changed drastically. Not weaker than Tang Feng? How is that possible? The middle-aged man couldn't believe it. In the Divine Master realm, this person might be even stronger. Tang Feng has become stronger after entering the origin. So, you just need to stop him. Ye Immortal said. The middle-aged man's expression became particularly grave. A battle armor appeared on his body, and he held a purple-gold battle spear in his hand. The battle armor and the battle spear were both origin-level divine weapons. Of course, they were only ordinary-level divine weapons and not top-level ones. Top-level divine weapons were too rare, and the heavenly human clan didn't have many either. Swoosh, the middle-aged man stepped out and circulated his origin power crazily, raising his aura to the peak. Origin? Let's give it a try. Lu Ming's eyes also revealed a strong fighting spirit. It was his first time fighting against an origin with his own combat strength. Kill. With a loud shout, Lu Ming took the lead. The war god spear turned into a dazzling spear light and stabbed out. Fight. The origin of the heavenly human clan also attacked. The purple gold battle spear stabbed out violently. The two divine weapons clashed in the void, like two sharp needles against each other. Boom, in the void, it was as if hundreds or thousands of stars had exploded. Rings of light swept out in all directions. The place where the two clashed turned into chaos. Then, the two figures retreated backward. This move was evenly matched. What a strong power, Lu Ming narrowed his eyes slightly. The origin of the heavenly human clan was very strong. It was not something an ordinary origin could compare to. Although it was also at the early origin realm, it was definitely stronger than the astral flame origin. Of course, this referred to the astral flame origin without an origin weapon. Obviously, the Yi Immortal would not randomly choose an origin attribute. He had a target. He knew that Lu Ming's combat strength was very terrifying. If an ordinary origin awakened, they would not be Lu Ming's opponent and could not stop Lu Ming. Therefore, this awakened origin had extremely strong combat strength. At least among the early origin realm, its combat strength was very strong. Now, he could only awaken the early origin realm. Once those above the mid-origin realm were awakened, they would soon die. The early origin realm could still last for a while. This kind of combat strength, the pupils of the heavenly human clan's origin shrank sharply. He was really shocked. He had used almost all his strength just now, but he was only evenly matched with Lu Ming. It was terrifying for a divine master to have such combat strength. Again. Lu Ming's eyes brightened, and his confidence increased greatly. The origin realm was only SOSO. He just happened to want to use the origin realm's combat strength to help him comprehend Genesis techniques. In the Purple Heaven Utopia, Lu Ming had not only comprehended the 3000th ancient secret technique under the 4 statues, but he also had a general outline and direction for Genesis techniques. The two great experts clashed again. It was an intense battle. In the 4 heavenly palace, everyone except the Yi Immortal was dumbfounded. Their eyes were round and full of shock. Although they had heard from the Yi Immortal that Lu Ming was terrifyingly strong and had defeated 16 invincible divine masters by himself. However, they had no idea how strong invincible divine masters were. Therefore, they had no idea how strong Lu Ming was. After all, apart from the Yi Immortal, no one had seen Lu Ming fight. Now that they had finally seen it with their own eyes, they finally had an idea. This was because they had an origin realm as a reference. How is this possible? How is this possible? Among the crowd, the one who was the most shocked was Xianxia. At this moment, he was muttering to himself in a daze. His body was trembling and his face was pale. Although he had been defeated by Lu Ming time and time again, he had not given up. He still had a little hope that he could defeat Lu Ming in the future. But now, he was in despair. He realized that the gap between him and Lu Ming was growing larger and larger. It had now reached an astonishing level. Boom boom boom, violent explosions continued to erupt above the 5 heavenly palaces. Lu Ming and the heavenly human race's origin source had exchanged more than 10 blows in the blink of an eye. The two were still evenly matched. To be honest, the heavenly human race's origin source was indeed very powerful. The origin source's combat strength was determined by many factors. The strength of the origin source's power, whether they had mastered any Genesis techniques, whether they had an origin weapon or armor, and the level of their cultivation. Although the heavenly human race's origin source didn't master any Genesis techniques, he had an origin weapon and armor. The origin source's combat strength had been greatly enhanced by the origin source's origin source. Without the origin source's origin source wouldn't be Lu Ming's match. As the two continued to exchange blows, Yi Immortal and the others also began to take action. They sent out messages to the continents below, urging them to hurry up and enter the heavenly palace. Hurry up and gather. Enter the heavenly palace. Hurry up, don't dawdle. Don't take the divine herbs. Hurry up. Don't take these materials either. Let's go. Which is more important, your life or the materials? On the continents, some of the heavenly human race members with higher cultivation commanded the crowd to fly toward the 4 heavenly palaces. Yes, there were 4 heavenly palaces, not 5. This was because no one was flying toward the 5th heavenly palace of origin. The densely packed heavenly human race members flew toward the 4 heavenly palaces. At the same time, the Crepe Myrtle Heavenly Palace, Dreamy Heavenly Palace, Shinji Heavenly Palace, and Hongmeng Heavenly Palace also opened the array formation to allow the heavenly human race members to fly into the Heavenly Palace. The Heavenly Palace was very large, like a planet. It could accommodate an astonishing number of people. Moreover, the number of heavenly human race members was actually not large compared to the other races in the universe. The 4 heavenly palaces could easily accommodate them. Lu Ming didn't stop him. In fact, he couldn't stop him. Now that the celestial race's source had awakened, the result was already decided. Hence, his attacks were all fighting with his life on the line. Lu Ming had to deal with it with all his focus. If he wasn't careful, he would suffer a great loss. Therefore, they could only watch as the heavenly human tribe entered the heavenly palace. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ming and the heavenly human tribe's origin source had already exchanged over 100 blows, but the outcome was still undecided. Whoosh, Lu Ming quickly retreated, and the origin of the heavenly human tribe quickly followed. Its spiritual consciousness was locked onto Lu Ming, preventing Lu Ming from attacking the other heavenly human tribe members. Soon, the 2 of them were far away from the 5 heavenly palace. Suddenly, the space around Lu Ming rippled like water, and a figure appeared. It was Bubble. The bubble enveloped Lu Ming with the power of time and space. Lu Ming's speed increased explosively, and he instantly shook off the heavenly human tribe's essence. Humph! The origin of the heavenly human tribe snorted coldly and did not continue to chase. Instead, he returned to the 5 heavenly palace and sat down cross-legged. His cultivation was at the early stage of the origin realm. Under the current origin tribulation, he could hold on for half a month. He had to protect the heavenly human tribe members and ensure their safe retreat. Lu Ming stood in the distance and did not continue to attack. However, he did not go far either. Instead, he waited quietly. He had already gained a lot from the battle just now. There was no need to fight again. As long as he waited for half a month, this origin would naturally die. It took an entire day. On the continent below, almost all the heavenly human tribe members had entered the 4 heavenly palace. However, many treasures, such as the planted divine herbs, were not taken away. Lu Ming planned to find an opportunity to let Dandan, Bubble, and the others take away all the treasures on this continent. Of course, now was not the time to make a move. The origin was still guarding there. If it suddenly attacked, Lu Ming might not be able to stop it. Lu Ming also sat cross-legged in the void. In the previous battle with the origin, he had pushed his battle strength to the limit. He had indeed gained something, and his understanding of Genesis techniques had increased a little. Time passed quickly, and another few days passed. Rumble, all of a sudden, the 5 heaven palaces began to tremble, and then flew off in a certain direction. Huh? They're leaving? Lu Ming's eyes flashed. The heavenly human tribe was going to move. In fact, Lu Ming also knew that in the face of such a situation, the heavenly human tribe had no other choice but to move. Because that origin could only protect them for half a month. Then, what about after half a month? Without the origin to block Lu Ming, they still had to rely on the formation to block Lu Ming. However, activating the formation required the bones of the origin. Over countless years, they had accumulated a lot of origin bones, but they would be used up. Once the origin bones were used up, what should they do? Continue to let the origin awaken? Then wouldn't their origins be completely wiped out in the end? Therefore, they could only move and seek protection. Now, only the creatures in the forbidden area can protect the heavenly human tribe. Could it be that the heavenly human tribe has surrendered to the creatures in the forbidden area? In this direction, only the Balefulline tribe is left, and the heavenly human tribe is the closest to the Balefulline tribe. Lu Ming guessed. The 5 heavenly palace quickly flew in the direction of the Balefulline tribe, which was the original direction of the universe. And the origin queen left with the 5 heavenly palace. Swish swish swish, figures appeared beside Lu Ming. It was Xianxia and the others. Lu Ming, what should we do now? Dandan asked. Follow and take a look. Lu Ming said. They flew behind, following the 5 heavenly palaces. This place was very far from the universe where the Balefulline tribe was. The speed of the 5 heavenly palace naturally couldn't be compared to Lu Ming and the others. Therefore, after more than 10 days, the 5 heavenly palace didn't reach the universe, and the origin was about to die. Retreat. Lu Ming quickly retreated with Xianxia and the others, away from the origin. He was afraid that the origin would counterattack before dying. However, the origin didn't counterattack. Instead, it sat quietly in the void and turned into specks of light rain and dissipated. This essence had also perished. Damn it! Damn Lu Ming! Seeing this scene, many heavenly human tribe members roared in anger. 10,000 years ago, the heavenly human tribe was the overlord of the universe. No one dared to go against them. Every heavenly human tribe member was like the moon surrounded by stars. No one dared to be disrespectful to them. But now, they had been slaughtered right to their doorstep, and they didn't even dare to fight back. They could only hole up in their heavenly palaces behind the array formation, relying on the protection of their source energy to struggle at death's door. They could only watch as their source energy perished. The difference between the two was simply too great. They were also extremely aggrieved. However, there was nothing they could do. Reactivate the array formation. Ye Immortal's voice spread far and wide. The 4 heavenly palace reactivated the array formation with the origin bones. Then, they continued to fly in the direction of the Balefulin tribe. Lu Ming and the others continued to follow behind. If there was a chance, Lu Ming wanted to force the other party to awaken another origin. Unfortunately, Lu Ming couldn't get what he wanted. The heavenly human tribe had accumulated a lot of origin bones. When they ran out of energy, they took out another batch and continued to activate the array formation. Just like that, after some time, the universe came into sight. The universe was filled with black fog, completely shrouded by the Balefulin chi. Compared to 10,000 years ago, the starry sky of the universe today was completely different. Being shrouded by the Balefulin aura at all times, all living things withered and turned into Balefulin monsters. The plants were also slowly converted to Balefulin attributes. They were no longer emerald green, but cold and dark. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the 5 heavenly palaces rushed into the Balefulin aura and flew toward the dark pit demon mountain. Lu Ming and the others continued to follow, but they were more cautious. Half a day later, they gradually approached the dark pit demon mountain. At this moment, the 5 heavenly palaces suddenly stopped. Stop! Dandan suddenly shouted. Lu Ming and the others stopped and looked at Dandan. There are many terrifying formations ahead. They should be source-level formations. Dandan said. It seems that the Balefulin race has been waiting for us here. Lu Ming said. Lu Ming was not afraid of the Balefulin race as long as they did not use their origin. The only thing he was afraid of was their source-level formations. The heavenly human race could not compare to the living beings in the Forbidden Lands. They had many source-level formations. With enough time, they could use their origin bones to set up source-level formations. Back in Purple Heaven, Lu Ming had almost suffered a great loss because of this. Obviously, the Eveline race knew that Lu Ming and the rest would follow them. Hence, they had set up source-level arrays in this area in advance, and there was more than one. It was a pity that Dandan had detected them in advance. Let's go. Lu Ming shook his head. He knew that the heavenly human race must have cooperated with the Balefulin race. Moreover, the Balefulin race had set up source-level formations in advance, so they could not do anything to the heavenly human race. The 5 heavenly palaces had stopped because they had entered the range of the formations. As long as Lu Ming and the others approached, they would immediately be enveloped by the source-level formations. Although Lu Ming's current combat strength was strong, facing source-level formations that had been set up in advance, he was probably in danger. Seeing Lu Ming and the others leave, Ye Immortal and the others were disappointed. They had wanted to use source-level formations to trick Lu Ming and the others, but Lu Ming and the others were too smart and did not fall for it. Not long after, Lu Ming and the others left the Balefulin race's range. Let's go to the primordial light race. Lu Ming said. Let's go to the light race? Xianxia and the others were surprised. That's right. The Balefulin tribe must have communicated with the heavenly human tribe in advance. That's why they were able to set up the origin level spell formation in advance. However, the Primordial Light Tribe didn't know that we would suddenly attack the Primordial Light Tribe, so they definitely wouldn't have set up a combined attack spell formation in advance. There was a murderous glint in his eyes. The three clans of the Forbidden Ground had a part to play in killing two sources of the Heaven-exterminating army. Lu Ming would not let this matter rest. Dandan's eyes lit up. The Prime Holy Mountain where the Primordial Light Race was located had many top-grade primordial divine herbs. They set off immediately, crossing the void of the universe and heading towards the Prime Holy Mountain. With their current cultivation, as long as they didn't go to any particularly dangerous places, or if they were unlucky, they wouldn't encounter any disaster-level places. In the ruins of the universe, safety wasn't a big problem. Moreover, they were very fast. It did not take long for them to cross the void and arrive at the Prime Holy Mountain. Compared to the last time Lu Ming was here, the light from the Prime Holy Mountain was brighter and more dazzling. The three of them rushed into the continent where the Primordial Holy Mountain was located. "That's the Void Beast," Dandan suddenly whispered. There was a huge beast lying on the ground in front of them, exuding a terrifying aura. It was the Void Beast. The Void Beast was still in a deep sleep. However, they could clearly feel that the Void Beast's aura was more terrifying than the last time they saw it. Perhaps it was because the Origin Source tribulation had reached the end. Once the Origin Source tribulation was over, the Void Beast would most likely awaken. Lu Ming's expression turned ugly when he thought of this. He could feel that the Void Beast was extremely terrifying. Even with his current battle prowess, the Void Beast's aura was extremely terrifying and pressuring. Moreover, it was still in a deep sleep. Who knew how powerful it would be when it woke up? It could probably kill him with a single slap. There were 4 Void Beasts in the Prime Holy Mountain. Once the Origin Source tribulation was over, the 4 Void Beasts alone would be terrifying, let alone the Primordial Light Race. Once the Origin Source tribulation was over, how would the Heaven Destroyer fight against the creatures of the Forbidden Grounds? I wonder if Senior Fei Huang, Senior Tang Feng and the others have any countermeasures, Lu Ming sighed and sighed. His cultivation was still too low. There were still a few hundred years before the Origin Source tribulation would be over. No matter how fast he improved in a few hundred years, he would be lucky to break through to the Origin Realm. To be honest, breaking through to the Origin Realm in a few hundred years was nothing more than a pipe dream in the eyes of others. Breaking through to the Origin Realm was many times more difficult than breaking through to the peak of the Divine Master Realm. However, how could he fight against the creatures of the Forbidden Grounds after breaking through to the Origin Realm? He still had to rely on veteran experts like Fei Huang and Tang Feng. Lu Ming and the others carefully avoided the Void Beasts and continued on their way to the Prime Holy Mountain. Suddenly, a streak of light flashed in front of them to the right. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. That was clearly a top source level divine herb. That was right. Lu Ming was not mistaken. That was a top-notch source level divine herb. Lu Ming really did not think that they would be so lucky to encounter a top source level divine herb not long after entering the Prime Holy Mountain. Xianxia, Qiao Yu, Dandan and the others also discovered the source level divine herb. It's a top source level divine herb. Dandan immediately became excited. Chase, whoosh whoosh whoosh, Lu Ming and the others sped up and chased after the top source level divine herb. The top source level divine herb was extremely fast, flying toward the Prime Holy Mountain like a bolt of lightning. Soon, they were close to the Prime Holy Mountain. Lu Ming and the others even saw many figures entering and exiting the Prime Holy Mountain. They were all members of the Primordial Light Clan. There were thousands of them at a glance. Who's there? A member of the Primordial Light Clan shouted. He had already discovered Lu Ming and the others. Several thousand pairs of eyes turned toward Lu Ming and the others. It's Lu Ming. It's Lu Ming and the others. Damn it, they want to capture a top source level divine herb. How dare they try to capture a source level divine herb in our Prime Holy Mountain? They're courting death. Set up the array and kill them. Roars rang out as at least a few hundred members of the Primordial Light Clan charged toward Lu Ming and the others. These members of the Primordial Light Clan were all very strong and they even had joint attack arrays. Many joint attack arrays were set up. There were 7-man joint attack arrays, 9-man joint attack arrays, 12-man joint attack arrays, The greatest number of combined attack formations was an 18-man combined attack formation. The primordial light tribe's combined attack array took the shape of a blade or a sword as it charged toward Lu Ming. Scram! Lu Ming's eyes turned cold as the war god's spear vibrated violently. In an instant, dozens of spear lights shot out and collided with the combined attack array. Bam! 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 These swords and sabers instantly exploded. Then, there were screams of agony. Many of the people who had set up the array were crushed by the destructive power and turned into ashes. At least 30 of the Primordial Light Clan's experts had been killed. The other Primordial Light tribe members gasped and retreated in fear. Lu Ming is too strong. We are no match for him. Send a message to the other lords. Many Primordial Light tribe members shouted angrily. Lu Ming and the others ignored the Primordial Light tribe members and continued to chase after the top-grade soul-level divine herb. With the help of bubble space-time power, their speed increased greatly. Especially now that their cultivation had increased to the peak almighty level, their speed was much faster than when they were in the Purple Heaven Grotto Heaven. Space-time power. Heavenly Demon Field. Bubble and Xianxia attacked at the same time. The space-time power and heavenly demon field enveloped the top-grade soul-level divine herb, causing its speed to plummet. Dandan attacked quickly. Dance runes flew out and formed a large array. It was like an inescapable net that enveloped the top-grade soul-level divine herb. Then, Lu Ming, Autumn, Moon, and Ling Yue gathered their hands and grabbed at the top-grade soul-level divine herb. With their combined strength, the top-grade soul-level divine herb could not escape. Lu Ming grabbed it and put it into the ancient desolation ring. In the distance, the Primordial Light tribe members watched but did not dare to attack. Dandan, take a look at the Primordial Divine Mountain and see if there are any terrifying arrays. Lu Ming looked at Dandan. Let me see. Dandan returned to its original form. Its turtle shell glowed as if it was sensing something. After a while, Dandan's expression suddenly changed, and a trace of fear flashed through his eyes. When Lu Ming, Xianxia, and the others saw this, their hearts sank. I can sense that there's only one formation in the primordial celestial mountain. Dandan said. Only one formation? A terrifying array formation? Lu Ming said. That's right, it's extremely terrifying. It's even more terrifying than an origin grade formation. Dandan said with a solemn expression. Lu Ming and the others felt their hearts skip a beat. An array that was even more terrifying than an origin grade array? What kind of array was that? Once this formation was activated, killing them would be as easy as flipping one's hand. However, this formation is dormant, as if it's dead. I think only truly terrifying experts can use this formation. Even reciprocity experts can't use it. Dandan said. Even reciprocity existences could not use it. Lu Ming and the others immediately relaxed. Now that the origin grade tribulation was happening, reciprocity experts and those above had sealed themselves and were all hibernating to avoid the tribulation. The stronger they were, the less likely it was for them to awaken. If that was the case, this formation would be useless. Even if early reciprocity experts were to awaken, they would not be able to use it. Lu Ming finally knew why there was only one array formation in this dignified forbidden land, the primordial divine mountain. This was because before the origin tribulation, the Primordial Light Clan definitely had terrifying existences that had not sealed themselves, or they could awaken at any time. Once a powerful enemy attacked, he could just activate that terrifying array formation. With such a formation, there was no need for other formations, such as a Master Grade formation or an Origin Grade formation. Once this formation could not be activated, there would be no formation in the Primordial Celestial Mountain. Dandan, are you sure you can do it? Lu Ming looked at Dandan with bright eyes. He, Lu Ming, I know what you want to do. Let me tell you, I'm 100% sure. Come on, let's do it. Dandan shouted excitedly. Let's do it. Let's do it big. It's best if we can get 1 or 2 top origin grade divine herbs. Lu Ming also said excitedly. Whoosh. Whoosh, Lu Ming and the others did not retreat. Instead, they rushed toward the primordial celestial mountain. The Primordial Light Clan did not dare to stop them at all. When they saw Lu Ming and the others approaching, they all retreated. However, at this moment, a large number of figures flew out of the primordial celestial mountain. They were all from the primordial light clan. There were tens of thousands of them. One had to know that there were only a few thousand primordial light clan members before they entered the Purple Heaven Grotto. This showed that a large number of primordial light clan members had awakened in the past 8,000 years. Lu Ming. How dare you come to the primordial celestial mountain? A few angry roars were heard. Lu Ming looked around and saw some old acquaintances. Yuan Ciji, Yuan Wuji, Yuan Baji, Yuan Jiuji. The ones who roared just now were Yuan Baji and Yuan Jiuji. Look, there's a herb field below. Bubbles suddenly pointed below and said. Sure enough, not far below, there was a medicinal field. The area was extremely large, and it was verdant and lush, filled with all different types of divine medicines. These divine herbs were very neat and they were obviously cultivated by the primordial light clan members. Take them all and transplant them into the ancient desolation ring. Lu Ming glanced at Yuan Jiuji and the others before shifting his gaze to the herb field. Lu Ming and the others rushed toward the herb field. This made Yuan Ciji and the others furious. They were completely ignored by Lu Ming. Set up the formation and stop them. Yuan Ciji roared. His figure flickered as he set up a series of joint attack formations. In an instant, more than a dozen combined attack formations were set up. Among them, there were a total of 9 combined attack formations with 21 people. The others were all combined attack formations with 18 people. They knew that low-level combined attack formations would be ineffective against Lu Ming and the others. There are 9 combined attack formations with 21 people. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. However, it was normal. After so many years, at least tens of thousands of primordial light clan members had awakened. It was normal for there to be more combined attack formations. Xiaoqing, go and pick the divine herbs. Leave these people to me. Lu Ming transmitted his voice to Xianxia, Qiuyu, and the others. He stood alone in the void with the battle god spear in his hand and blocked the primordial light clan members. He was covered in a top origin great armor and looked like a god of war. In the next moment, more than a dozen combined attack formations were in front of him. Get lost. Lu Ming shouted with a crazy aura. He threw out a palm strike and a piece of land appeared in the void. It was like a real world and pressed down on the combined attack formations. The land pressed down with overwhelming power and no one dared to underestimate it. More than a dozen combined attack formations turned into battle swords and battle sabers. All of them attacked the sky in an attempt to break the land. Boom. Boom, boom. 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 The land kept shaking but the combined attack formations were also shaking. Buzz, at this moment, Lu Ming continued to attack. The battle god spear vibrated and swept out. With 2 loud bangs, the war god spear, which was as huge as a mountain, swept across the 2 huge battle swords. The war god spear swept across the 2 huge swords. These 2 huge swords were formed from 221 people joint attack formations. However, the 221-man joint attack formations couldn't withstand Lu Ming's attack at all. With 2 loud bangs, the 2 swords were sent flying tens of thousands of miles away. The people who had set up the formations all coughed up blood. After sending the 221-man joint attack formations flying, Lu Ming didn't stop attacking. He changed the direction of his spear and stabbed forward. Bam, another joint attack formation was sent flying. The people who had set up the formation were all injured. The swords formed by the formation kept trembling and almost couldn't be stabilized. At this time, the people of the primordial light race had also defeated the continent formed by the primeval desolation form and started their counterattack. More than 10 swords slashed at Lu Ming's body, but they were all blocked by the top source grade armor. Lu Ming's body only staggered a little. Then, as if nothing had happened, the war god spear swept out again. Boom, another formation was blasted away. Lu Ming was simply like an invincible god of war. His attacks were bold and powerful, and he was invincible. Every move was able to send the joint attack formations flying. These joint attack formations were like rubber balls that couldn't resist at all. Bam! Finally, a combined attack array of 18 people could no longer withstand Lu Ming's attacks and was blasted apart by him. The people who had set up the formation were all sent flying. 7 of the 18 people who had set up the formation were blown up and died on the spot. The others were all injured and vomited blood. They didn't dare to stay any longer and frantically retreated. The others were also terrified, especially the 18-man joint attack formations. They were even more terrified and didn't dare to continue attacking. The 21-man joint attack formation could still exchange a few moves with Lu Ming. However, the 18-man joint attack formation was a little weak. It couldn't withstand more than 2 moves and would explode, unable to maintain the formation. Lu Ming alone blocked more than a dozen joint attack formations. On the other hand, Xianxia, Autumn Moon, Dandan, Bubbles, and the others were crazily plundering the herb fields. They were like a whirlwind that swept away the clouds. Wherever they passed, even the ground was swept away. Soon, all the divine herbs in the field fell into the hands of Xianxia and the others. Lu Ming, we've finished plucking the divine herbs. Let's go and look for other divine herbs. Dandan shouted. Lu Ming's figure flashed as he joined up with Dandan and the others, rushing towards the other side of the supreme celestial mountain. For a time, the dozen or so combined formations didn't dare to pursue. Quick, chase after them. They want to enter the mountain. Stop them. Origin Baji and Origin 9 Origin roared loudly, but they themselves did not dare to step forward. What a joke. With their strength, stopping Lu Ming was just courting death. Most likely, Lu Ming could stab them to death with a single spear. Chase after them. Yuan Siji gritted his teeth and chased after Lu Ming with Yuan Wuji and the others. Soon, Lu Ming and the others entered the territory of the Supreme Celestial Mountain. They could see that there were many valleys in the Supreme Celestial Mountain. Lu Ming knew that a large number of Origin Light tribe members were sleeping in these valleys. At the same time, he could see that there were figures flashing in and out of the Supreme Celestial Mountain like ants. They were all members of the Origin Light tribe. Since entering the Supreme Celestial Mountain, Lu Ming had discovered at least 100,000 members of the Origin Light tribe. Moreover, most of the Origin Light tribe members had very high cultivation bases. The weakest among them was at the Celestial the Arch realm. Half of them had even reached the Divine Master realm. This was an unimaginable force. Compared to it, the Heaven Exterminating Army was thousands of miles away. Even the Heavenly Human tribe couldn't compare. However, it was strange that all of them were at the Celestial the Arch realm or above. This didn't conform to the development pattern of a tribe. The development of a tribe would definitely be made up of people from all walks of life. Bottom, middle, top, it was impossible for all of them to be at the top. Why didn't the Origin Light tribe have celestial thearchs, or even lower-level members? It was impossible for the Origin Light tribe members to be born at the Celestial the Arch realm. This was impossible. It was unbelievable. A tribe from outside the chaotic universe? Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. In the Purple Heaven Cave, he already knew that the 3 tribes of the Forbidden Lands were all from outside the chaotic universe. Could they be invaders? Lu Ming's mind started to work quickly. Why would a tribe from outside the chaotic universe enter the chaotic universe and form the Forbidden Lands? Perhaps it was because these tribes were invaders. They had invaded the chaotic universe for some reason. In the end, for some other reason, they sealed themselves in a place and formed the Forbidden Lands. This would explain why the Origin Light tribe members were all at the Celestial the Arch realm or above. This was because they couldn't have brought along their entire family when they invaded the chaotic universe. It was also impossible for them to bring along people of lower cultivation bases. Could the 3 tribes of the Forbidden Lands be invaders? If that's the case, what happened in the chaotic universe in the last era? Why did these tribes become the Forbidden Lands in the end? Lu Ming's thoughts continued to stretch. He thought about many things and more questions came to his mind. He knew very little about the great desolate continent of the previous epoch. However, there was one thing that he was certain of. The great desolate continent of the previous epoch was a magnificent era. It was many times more prosperous than the present. Legend had it that there was more than one immortal in the chaotic universe in the last era. It was an era where immortals fought for supremacy, unlike the current era where there was no immortal. There's also a herb field there. It's so big. It's several times bigger than the previous one. At this moment, Dandan's excited exclamation interrupted Lu Ming's thoughts. Indeed, there was a herb field below them. In this medicinal field, the desolate qi was excessively dense. It was almost materialized. This was an excellent place to plant divine medicines. Even from a distance, a rich medicinal fragrance wafted over. I'm sure there are origin divine herbs in here. Dandan's nose kept twitching. He was almost drooling. They didn't hesitate and rushed towards the herb field. Yuan Siji and the others were shocked. Quick, let's go and stop them. Yuan Siji shouted. They rushed over madly with their joint attack formations. Who are you people? Get lost. There were also some Yuanguang clan guards in the herb field. They shouted when they saw Lu Ming and the others. Kill. Ling Yue shouted coldly. She was very murderous. She drew her bow and shot dozens of arrows in an instant. Ling Yue's talent and potential were getting stronger and stronger. Her combat strength was also getting more and more shocking. Now that she had reached the peak of the Divine Master realm, she was even stronger than the Lord of Heaven. The ordinary Yuanguang clan couldn't resist at all. Dozens of them were shot to death. Lu Ming, Xianxia, Autumn Moon and the others also attacked. They killed dozens of Yuanguang clan members in an instant. The other Yuanguang clan members didn't dare to stay. They all ran away. They easily entered the herb field. This herb field didn't have any experts guarding it. There were also no array formations. This herb field was in the Yuanji Divine Mountain. With the Yuanguang clan guarding it, there was no need for any array formations. This made it easier for Lu Ming and the others. That's a top-tier source-grade divine herb. Dandan suddenly shouted in shock. Lu Ming, Xianxia, and the others were also shocked and their eyes widened. There was a clear spring in the herb field. It was only 1 meter wide and looked like a small pond. There were 2 divine herbs bathing in the pond. These 2 stalks of godly medicine were extremely mystical. On top of each godly medicine, there was a small stalk of godly medicine running around. They were both top-tier source-grade divine herbs. It was obvious that this herb field was extraordinary. There were actually 2 top-tier source-grade divine herbs living here. Go, go, these 2 top-tier source-grade divine herbs are ours. Dandan shouted excitedly. Of course, he didn't dare to be too loud for fear of disturbing the 2 top-tier source-grade divine herbs. Let's go. Lu Ming shouted. They moved like a bolt of lightning and approached the 2 top-tier source-grade divine herbs in a flash. This spring water should be some kind of divine spring. The 2 top-tier source-grade divine herbs were bathing in the divine spring and quietly nourishing themselves. They obviously didn't expect anyone to come after them. Top-tier source-grade divine herbs were very precious and mysterious. They were completely different from ordinary source-grade divine herbs. Ordinary source-grade divine herbs were mostly one-time use and would be gone after one use. However, top-tier source-grade divine herbs didn't need to be consumed whole. Instead, they could be used for a long time. Therefore, top-tier source-grade divine herbs could be cultivated for a long time. Top-tier source-grade divine herbs were treated very well. They could come and go freely in the primeval divine mountain and no one from the primeval light race would come after them. By the time the 2 top-tier source-grade divine herbs discovered Lu Ming and the others, it was already too late. Xianxia and Bubbles attacked at the same time, using the heavenly demon domain and the power of space-time. Dandan quickly set up several trapping arrays. The 2 top-tier source-grade divine herbs rushed out of the divine spring and tried to escape. Lu Ming, how dare you? How dare you? At this moment, Yuan Siji, Yuan Wuji, and the others had already arrived. When they saw this scene, they roared furiously. Even in the Primordial Light clan, top-notch source-grade divine medicines were extremely rare and precious. The entire Primordial Light race didn't have that many, so they couldn't bear to give them to Su Xing. Now, Lu Ming and the others actually dared to make a move on a top-grade source-grade divine herb. This made them furious. Attack! Stop them! Yuan Ciji, Yuan Wuji, and the others all made their moves. There were 6 people who attacked. 6 terrifying attacks rained down on Lu Ming. Invincible Divine Master. As soon as the other party attacked, Lu Ming knew that the 6 people who attacked were all invincible almighty existences. There were only 6 of them. This number was less than Lu Ming had expected. Lu Ming had thought that the Primordial Light Tribe had at least 10 unrivaled Divine Masters. Actually, Lu Ming had misunderstood the scarcity of unrivaled Divine Masters. In fact, there were only 6 unrivaled Divine Masters in the Primordial Light race. Those who hadn't awakened yet didn't have any unrivaled Divine Masters. This was because they were in the midst of the origin tribulation. If the origin didn't appear, the unrivaled Divine Masters would be too useful. In addition, the Primordial Light race had invested a lot of resources to awaken unrivaled Divine Masters in the past. Although more than 100,000 members of the Primordial Light race had awakened over the past 8,000 years, there were only 6 unrivaled Divine Masters. In addition to the 6 of them, the combined attack of the 21 people was also rushing over. "I'll stop them." Lu Ming's voice rang out. He held the Battle God Spear in his hand and retreated. The Battle God Spear stabbed at Xianxia and the others. After all, the 2 top-grade source-grade divine medicines were like turtles in a jar. He didn't have to worry about them. 6 streaks of spear radiance shattered the void and exuded a terrifying power. Xianxia and the other 5 people couldn't help but tense up. They were shocked. They attacked with all their might and used their strongest killing moves. Their killing moves were very similar. They all relied on the light in their bodies. For example, Yuan Wuji and Xianxia had the red celestial light and the black moon celestial light. The others were similar. They all controlled a type of celestial light. Those who could become unrivaled Divine Masters were all light controllers. The 6 streaks of celestial light collided with the 6 streaks of spear radiance. Boom! Boom! On the other hand, Lu Ming only staggered a little before he steadied himself. Although Xianxia and the other 5 people already knew about Lu Ming's combat strength, they still couldn't help but gasp. Their faces were grave. Lu Ming's combat power was beyond their expectations. He was able to fight the 6 of them head-on by himself. Moreover, he managed to force them to retreat. That kind of combat strength was terrifying. Although Lu Ming had defeated 16 invincible almighty single-handedly in front of the heaven-exterminating army's encampment, he had relied on the defensive power of the top-notch source-level armor to barge in and defeat them one by one. Now, Lu Ming had forced 6 unrivaled Divine Masters to retreat. In other words, the combined strength of the 6 unrivaled Divine Masters couldn't compare to Lu Ming. How could they not be shocked? Attack! Continue to attack! Xianxia shouted. The 6 invincible Divine Lords continued to attack, unleashing 6 different attacks. Lu Ming continued to wield the War God Spear and attack. Now, Lu Ming mainly focused on defending. His goal was to let Xianxia and the others successfully capture the 2 top soul-grade divine herbs and plunder the other divine herbs. If he charged forward like last time and took the initiative to attack, he could easily defeat Xianxia and the other 5 people. However, this way, the other members of the Primordial Light Tribe could take the opportunity to rush over and attack Xianxia and the others, especially with their joint attack array. There was another series of explosions and the 6 unrivaled Divine Masters were forced to retreat. However, Xianxia and the others had finally succeeded. The 2 top soul-grade divine herbs were trapped by Dandan's array. Then, Xianxia and Autumn Moon each grabbed one and put it into their storage rings. Damn it! Xianxia and the others roared. They had already received a report that Lu Ming and the others had already taken one of their top soul-grade divine herbs. Now, there were 2 more, which made it 3. 3 top soul-grade divine herbs. This was a huge loss. It should be known that the Primordial Light Tribe had only obtained 3 top soul-grade divine herbs in the Purple Heaven Cave. Therefore, they couldn't let Lu Ming and the others escape. Otherwise, they would lose 3 top soul-grade divine herbs. Xianxia and the other 5 launched a frenzied attack. The joint attack array also arrived. Get lost! Lu Ming roared, his fighting spirit boiling. Forbidden power circulated wildly as he struck out with his palm. A continent appeared and pressed down on the joint attack array. He put on his armor and began to counterattack. Lu Ming started to fight back. Xianxia and the others had already taken the two top-level source-level divine herbs. Even if someone attacked Xianxia and the others, they could still fight back. They couldn't fight back before because they were afraid that the top-level source-level divine herbs would run away. Now, even if they were no match for them, they could still retreat with bubbles around. Xianxia and the others gathered together and started to search for other divine herbs. Their first target was the source-level divine herbs. There were at least a dozen source-level divine herbs in this herb field. They were the king herbs of this herb field and they were scattered in different areas. Buzz, the war god spear vibrated and Lu Ming swept it out. This time, it wasn't aimed at the 6 of them. It was aimed at Xianxia alone. Xianxia alone couldn't block Lu Ming's attack. Even if he had the immortal light protecting him, it was useless. Under the attack of the war god spear, the immortal light vibrated violently. Xianxia was sent flying like a ball. He spat out a mouthful of blood and his face was pale. As for Lu Ming, although he was hit by the others, they were all blocked by the top-level source-level armor. Buzz, 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 the war god spear vibrated continuously as Lu Ming attacked continuously. Yuan Wuji, Yuan Liuji, and the others followed in the footsteps of Xianxia and the others and were sent flying. In the distance, the other members of the primordial light race gasped when they saw this scene. It was terrifying. Lu Ming's combat power was terrifying. In their eyes, the invincible and invincible divine masters were so fragile in front of Lu Ming. They were like rubber balls that were sent flying by Lu Ming's moves. Was Lu Ming still a divine master? If the invincible divine masters were so weak in front of him, what about the ordinary divine masters? Wouldn't they be worse than babies in front of him? Wouldn't they be no different from ants? Kill. Lu Ming was full of fighting spirit. After sending the 6 invincible divine masters flying, he rushed to the array formation and attacked fiercely. Moreover, Lu Ming only focused on one of the formations and attacked fiercely. After a series of attacks, one of the formations was forcibly broken apart. The 21 people who had set up the formation were all injured, and 5 or 6 of them were killed. With a wave of his hand, Lu Ming collected 5 to 6 carriers of the combined attack array. When Xianxia and the others saw this scene, their eyes almost split open. 6th brother, you go kill them. Everyone else, do your best to stop Lu Ming. Also, get someone to set up an origin grade formation. I want them all dead. Xianxia roared. Yuan Liuji immediately rushed towards Xianxia and the others. The situation is tense, let's retreat, Dandan shouted. Bubble immediately used the power of time and space to envelop everyone. Their bodies trembled, and the void rippled as they disappeared. Now that Bubble's cultivation had reached the 9th level of the Divine Master realm, her power of time and space was even more mysterious. Once she used it, even ordinary origins might not be able to take her down, let alone those at the same level. Even if she used the power of time and space to assist Xianxia and the others, their speed would still increase greatly. Xianxia and the others had almost reached the peak of the Divine Master realm. Only Dandan was still at the 9th level of the Divine Master realm. Dandan hadn't broken through because he didn't have the time. When everyone was in seclusion to break through, Dandan and the other array masters had to set up a formation. Then, the 3 forbidden races had attacked and retreated, so Dandan didn't have the time to cultivate. However, his array skills were mysterious, and he had many kinds of array skills. Together with the power of time and space, he was very fast. Yuan Liuji couldn't catch up with them. Damn it, Yuan Liuji roared, his face ugly. Kill. At this moment, Lu Ming stared at another combined attack array and launched a fierce attack. He didn't care about the attacks of Yuan Liuji and the others. Anyway, he had the top source grade armor to protect him, so he couldn't take much damage. Boom. Boom, after a few consecutive attacks, another combined attack array was destroyed. When this combined attack array was destroyed, Lu Ming seized the opportunity to strike with his palm. A large piece of land was formed, covering a radius of tens of thousands of miles. It enveloped all the people who had set up the array. How could these people resist Lu Ming's primeval style? Under the pressure of the continent, the bodies of the people who set up the array exploded and they died on the spot. Their combined attack array had all fallen into the hands of Lu Ming. This was a complete set of 21 people combined attack array. If he brought it back to the Heaven Destroyer, the Heaven Destroyer would have a powerful combined attack array and a top combat power would appear. Damn it, retreat. All combined attack arrays, retreat. Yuan Liuji roared. If this went on, the other combined attack arrays would be destroyed by Lu Ming and the carriers of the combined attack arrays would fall into the hands of Lu Ming. Lu Ming had no weaknesses. His defense and attack were invincible. Yuan Liuji and the others attacked with all their strength to hold back Lu Ming so that the combined attack arrays could retreat. However, even so, there was still a combined attack array that was destroyed by Lu Ming in the end. Then, another group of people from the Yuanguang clan rushed over. This group of people from the Yuanguang clan were all elders. Each of them was holding a bone in their hands. It was the origin source bone. Dozens of elders from the Yuanguang clan surrounded the battlefield and kept inscribing runes. Humph, you want to set up an source grade array to deal with me? Lu Ming was stunned. He ignored Yuan Liuji and the others and rushed towards the elder. Swoosh, the battle god spear pierced through the void and pierced the elder's forehead. Although the elder from the Yuanguang clan was a peak almighty, he was only an ordinary peak almighty. He was proficient in array formations but his combat strength was not strong. How could he fight against Lu Ming? The elder from the Yuanguang clan was killed with a puff. Lu Ming grabbed the elder's origin source bone and caught it in Lu Ming's hand. Afterward, Lu Ming charged toward another old man, scaring the old man so much that he took to his heels. It was impossible to set up an source grade array. It took time to set up an source grade array. It was impossible to set it up in an instant like the combined attack arrays. Why would Lu Ming give his opponents time to set up an array? The malevolent beings had set up an array in advance and waited there. He attacked continuously and scattered the elders. Then, he returned to the herb field and started to plunder the divine herbs. Xianxia, Dandan and the others also returned to the herb field to plunder. Damn it, Yuan Liuji and the others stood in the distance and did not dare to attack. They knew that they could not do anything to Lu Ming. Attacking Lu Ming would only increase their losses. Damn it, we should have created a 36-man joint attack formation back then. Yuan Liuji said. A 36-people combined attack array is not that easy to set up. In an era without the origin source tribulation, a 36-people combined attack array is not very useful, but the cost is shockingly high, Yuan Liuji said. There were rules in the universe. Normally, a Divine Lord level combined attack formation would have a maximum of 21 people. If he wanted to go any further, it would be nearly impossible for him to forge a formation that could accommodate even more people. It would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Almost impossible didn't mean it was impossible. It was just that the price was too high. Of the 21 people joint attack formation, there was only a 36 people joint attack formation that could possibly be refined successfully. However, the success rate was shockingly low. It might not even succeed once in 100 attempts because it went against the rules of the universe. Once the refinement failed, all the materials would be destroyed. The materials needed to refine a 36-man formation were extremely precious. Even a single failure would result in a huge loss. Even if it was refined successfully, it would be able to deal with an ordinary origin source. However, it wouldn't be able to deal with a powerful origin source. For a powerful race like the primordial light race, there were many origin source realm experts. There was no need for them to refine such a formation. Therefore, they were regretting it now. The combined attack of 36 people was several times more powerful than the combined attack of 21 people. Even if it could not kill Lu Ming, at the very least, it would not be a problem to block or force Lu Ming to retreat. Lu Ming and the others were extremely fast. They swept across the herb field like a whirlwind. Wherever they passed, the divine herbs in the herb field would be swept clean. Haha, the primordial light race doesn't dare to attack anymore. Shall we continue? Dandan laughed heartily as he scanned the other areas of the source-level divine mountain. Delightful. This was really delightful. This was especially true when they saw the gloomy expressions on the faces of the primordial light tribe members, who looked like they were about to vomit blood. The primordial light race members were usually arrogant. However, they were now being toyed around by them. Furthermore, they could even plunder divine herbs wantonly. How could they not be delighted? Of course we have to continue. However, we have to prevent them from acting out of desperation. Those who have awakened their origin source realm experts, follow me closely. Once they awaken their origin source realm existences, enter the Great Desolation Ring. Lu Ming said. All right. Xianxia and the others nodded. Then, they stepped into the air and headed to other areas of the Yuanji Sacred Mountain. Damn it. They still want to go to other places. How greedy. Yuan Wuji roared. They deserve to die. They deserve to die. The other primordial light race members also roared. Awaken their origin source. Awaken a powerful origin source and kill Lu Ming. Yuan Wuji roared. Awaken anyone above the mid-origin source realm will die soon after awakening. Moreover, they will be under great pressure from the origin tribulation. I'm afraid they won't be useful. Yuan Wuji. Awaken Yuan Konghai. Yuan Wuji. Yuan Konghai? He comprehended Genesis techniques at the early stage origin stage. He has great talent and great potential. Is it worth it to do so just to deal with Lu Ming? Yuan Wuji. That's right, fourth brother. Lu Ming is wearing a top-notch source-level divine armor and has an expert who can control the power of time and space by his side. His life-saving ability is shockingly strong. Even Yuan Konghai may not be able to kill him. Yuan Liuji added. Yuan Wuji and Yuan Liuji's words made Yuan Ciji hesitate. Okay. In the end, Yuan Wuji nodded and accepted Yuan Wuji's and Yuan Liuji's opinions. The main reason was that Lu Ming's life-saving ability was too strong. Even an early origin source realm expert might not be able to kill Lu Ming. Lu Ming and the others searched the sky above the origin divine mountain. They wanted to find other herbal fields or top-tier origin divine herbs. Suddenly, a terrifying aura burst out of a valley on the source-level godly mountain. The aura of origin source, Lu Ming and the others immediately stopped and their faces turned solemn. The origin source race had finally awakened their origin source race expert. All of you, enter the chaos ring. Lu Ming said immediately. The origin source race's awakened origin source race expert was definitely not simple. Since they knew about Lu Ming's battle prowess, the awakened origin source race expert's battle prowess would definitely be extraordinary. There were too many factors affecting battle prowess in the origin realm. Even if they were both at the early origin source realm, the difference in battle prowess would be huge. If a top-tier expert came, Lu Ming would be in danger. Activating the chaos ring, a suction force spread out and pulled Xianxia and the others into the chaos ring. Lu Ming retreated like a bolt of lightning and pulled away. At the same time, the armor on his body glowed and enveloped Lu Ming completely. He was ready for a great battle. Boom, the aura of an origin source race expert exploded and a streak of light shot out from the valley and stood in the void. It was an old man. His face was filled with wrinkles and his hair was fluttering in the wind. However, the light from his hair seemed a little dim. He looked at Lu Ming with deep killing intent. Even though he was old, as an origin source race expert, his lifespan was almost limitless. If nothing went wrong, he could still live for countless years. However, he was about to die because of Lu Ming. His hatred for Lu Ming was overwhelming. Kid, you're courting death. Die. The old man from the Primordial Light clan roared furiously. His old body emitted a dazzling light as he charged towards Lu Ming. Heaven and earth divine light art. The old man from the Primordial Light clan roared and thrust out his palms. Beams of light shot towards Lu Ming. An origin-grade divine weapon. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. The old man was wearing a pair of gloves that emitted powerful undulations under the influence of forbidden power. It was clearly an origin-grade divine weapon, however, Lu Ming could tell at a glance that the old man's attack wasn't an origin-grade divine weapon. It wasn't an origin-grade divine weapon. Lu Ming relaxed a little. Then, the war god's spear trembled as he unleashed the Sky Splitter move. Swish swish swish, spear light shot out and collided with the old man's attack. Tens of thousands of rays of light shot out and rumbled continuously. After a series of collisions, Lu Ming felt a powerful force surge towards him. his body was pushed back 1,000 meters. On the other hand, the old man had only been pushed back a few hundred meters. A top-notch origin-grade divine weapon and a creature from a forbidden land. How rich. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. The old man from the primordial light clan was only an ordinary early-stage origin-grade divine weapon. However, things were different when he had a top-notch origin-grade divine weapon. His battle prowess had skyrocketed. This could be seen from the Starfire Origin Supremacy's performance. In the beginning, the Starfire Origin Supremacy was only comparable to an invincible divine master. However, with the top-notch origin-grade divine weapon given to him by the Bone Demon, he was able to beat back 16 invincible divine masters. Die! The old man from the Primordial Light clan roared. In truth, he was extremely shocked by Lu Ming's battle prowess. He finally understood why Yuan Siji and the others had wanted him to awaken. The old man from the Primordial Light clan charged towards Lu Ming again. Lu Ming was fearless. He wielded the War God Spear and fought the old man from the Primordial Light clan. Although the elder from the Primordial Light race wielded a top-tier source-grade divine weapon and possessed astonishing battle power, he was even stronger than the Heavenly Human race's awakened origin source. This was because the Heavenly Human race's awakened origin source had only wielded an ordinary source-grade divine weapon. However, although Lu Ming was at a disadvantage, his opponent couldn't completely crush him. The two exchanged dozens of blows, but Lu Ming managed to withstand them all. Awesome, awesome, Lu Ming's eyes lit up. It was truly satisfying to fight with such an opponent. He could give Lu Ming immense pressure at all times. In order to deal with his opponent's attacks, Lu Ming had to push his potential to the limit with every move he made. This way, his understanding of Genesis techniques became clearer and clearer. Although there was still a long way to go before he could fully comprehend them, at least he was getting closer step by step. While Lu Ming was fighting with the elder from the Primordial Light race, the other members of the Primordial Light race weren't idling around. The experts who were proficient in formations were setting up source-grade formations in important places around them. The existence of an origin source could only last for half a month at most. After that, it would die and dissipate. They had to set up source-grade formations during this time. When the time came, even without an origin source, they could use the source-grade formations to prevent Lu Ming from getting any closer. Lu Ming exchanged a few more blows with the elder from the Primordial Light race before his figure rapidly retreated. Where do you think you're going? The elder from the Primordial Light race roared as he chased after Lu Ming at an astonishing speed. However, Bubble had already come out of the Chaos Ring and enveloped Lu Ming with its space-time power, causing Lu Ming's speed to soar. He instantly shook off the elder from the Primordial Light race. The elder from the Primordial Light race was unwilling to give up, but he knew very well that his purpose of awakening was to protect the source-grade Sacred Mountain. Although he was unwilling, he could only retreat and stop above the source-grade Sacred Mountain to prevent Lu Ming from attacking. Not long after, Lu Ming appeared in the distance. After observing for a while, he sighed softly in his heart. He knew that it was unlikely that he would gain anything from the Primordial Light tribe. As soon as he got close, the origin source would stop him. Meanwhile, the array formation masters of the Primal Light tribe were constantly setting up array formations. As long as the source-grade formation was complete, Lu Ming would not be able to get close. However, even if the Primordial Light race couldn't reap any more rewards, there was still one place that might be able to reap some rewards. Vast Scarlet Sea. He had never been to the Blue Skull Sea before. At the thought of this, Lu Ming turned around and left, disappearing into the void. He was heading towards the direction of the Xianxia Sea. After a period of time, Lu Ming appeared near the Blue Sea. The Xianxia Sea, as its name implied, was an ocean. There was a vast ocean in the void of the universe. However, there were many islands in the vast ocean. The central island was the largest. Around this island, there were a large number of small islands, at least thousands of them. Thousands of small islands surrounded the large island like stars surrounding the moon. Dandan, is there a formation in the Blue Sea? Lu Ming asked Dandan. In fact, Dandan had been observing with rapt attention for a long time. After a while, Dandan said, "Of course there is a formation. The islands of various sizes in the Xianxia Sea are the foundation of the formation. These islands form an extremely terrifying formation. I'm afraid its grade is no lower than the formation on the origin grade Sacred Mountain. Oh? Does that mean that even origin grade existences can't activate it? Lu Ming asked. That's right. Lu Ming nodded. Apart from this formation, are there any other formations? For example, the origin grade formation? Lu Ming asked. No. Like the origin grade Sacred Mountain, there are none. Dandan said. Lu Ming was delighted. These forbidden lands were all the same. They were all overconfident. Apart from an extremely terrifying formation, there were no other formations. Of course, they were confident for a reason. If it were not for the origin crisis, they would have been able to stop or even kill powerful enemies with their terrifying formation. Not to mention, there were countless experts living in the Forbidden Lands. Who knew how powerful they were? Moreover, there were barely any experts in the primeval universe now. Even during the origin crisis, there were still a shocking number of experts. Just who would be bold enough to barge into their territory? They had never thought that a freak like Lu Ming would appear. Then, let's take it. Lu Ming smiled. He charged into the Xianxia Sea with Dandan and the others. Not long after, the vast Scarlet Sea turned upside down, causing great chaos. Just like the origin grade Sacred Mountain, the Xianxia Sea was planted with a large number of heavenly herbs. Lu Ming and the others plundered them without restraint. Their harvest was even greater than the origin grade Sacred Mountain. They had actually obtained a total of 4 stalks of top-notch source-grade divine herbs. In the end, the Xianxia Sea adopted the same strategy as the origin grade Sacred Mountain. They awakened their origins and stopped Lu Ming. The others began to set up the origin grade formation. At this moment, Lu Ming retreated calmly. This time, their harvest was huge. They had obtained a total of 7 peak origin grade heavenly herbs from the origin grade Sacred Mountain and the Xianxia Sea. This was an incomparably huge harvest. In addition to the 3 they had obtained previously, they now possessed a total of 10 peak origin grade heavenly herbs. Most likely, the number of peak origin grade heavenly herbs in a forbidden land was not much more than theirs. The origin light race and the Xianxia Sea were naturally furious. They wanted to awaken a large number of origins and kill their way to the Heaven Destroyer to destroy it. However, they restrained themselves in the end. It was not worth it. Although a few origin grade heavenly herbs were precious, it was not worth sacrificing so many origin grade powerhouses. Moreover, the origin crisis would be over in a few hundred years anyway. It would not be too late to destroy the Heaven Destroyer after the origin crisis was over. Let them be arrogant for a while longer. After Lu Ming and the others returned to the Heaven Destroyer's base, they sent out experts to pay close attention to the outside world. Lu Ming was still a little worried that the creatures of the Forbidden Lands would madly seek revenge. However, in the end, he found that the creatures of the Forbidden Lands did not act rashly. Peace returned to the universe. The various forces were wary of each other. The 3 races of the Forbidden Lands, the heavenly human race, were wary of Lu Ming and did not dare to invade. The 3 races of the Forbidden Lands had learned their lesson. They used their origin grade bones to set up many origin grade formations in their respective territories. Lu Ming naturally did not dare to attack these Forbidden Lands again. The universe entered a rare period of peace. Everyone gathered resources and quietly developed, waiting for the origin crisis to pass. Dandan went into seclusion. His cultivation was still at the 9th level of the Divine Master Realm. He had to break through to the peak of the Divine Master Realm as soon as possible to better set up the origin grade formations. In the Heaven Destroyer, where Lu Ming lived, Xianxia, Autumn Moon, Ling Yue, Tang Jun, Gu Mo, Bubbles and the others gathered together. Their eyes were fixed on Lu Ming's hand. This was because Lu Ming was holding a top-grade origin grade divine herb in his hand. I heard that top-notch source-level divine medicine can be used repeatedly. One can extract a drop of original spirit medicinal liquid every month. Bubbles blinked and stared at the top-notch original spirit medicinal liquid in Lu Ming's hands. The most precious aspect of peak source-grade divine herbs was that they could be used repeatedly. Every month, a drop of origin spirit elixir could be extracted from a peak source-grade divine herb. A single drop of origin spirit elixir contained the essence of a source-grade divine herb. Its effects were extremely shocking. Someone had once estimated that 12 drops of origin spirit elixir were equivalent to an ordinary source-grade divine herb. If a single year of production was equivalent to an ordinary source-grade divine herb, how many source-grade divine herbs would it be equivalent to? Moreover, unlike ordinary source-grade divine herbs that could only be absorbed by origin realm experts, the origin spirit elixir could be absorbed and refined by peak god lords. It would be of great help in breaking through to origin realm. This was the most precious aspect of peak source-grade divine herbs. Even the creatures of the Forbidden Grounds did not have many of them. It was no wonder that they would go mad with rage after losing a few. Let's begin. Lu Ming's hands danced as strands of forbidden energy flew out and enveloped the peak divine herb. He then began to refine it according to the method of refining the elixir. Refining the origin spirit elixir was a delicate task that needed to be done slowly. It could not be rushed, or it would harm the peak source-grade divine herb. Around 2 hours later, a drop of elixir was extracted from the divine herb, giving off an extremely dense medicinal fragrance. To the side, Xianxia hurriedly took out a jade bottle and stored the drop of origin spirit elixir within. He then closed the bottle to prevent its effects from leaking out. After refining it, Lu Ming placed the peak source-grade divine herb into the ancient desolate ring. The current environment of the continent in the ancient desolate ring had changed drastically. The desolate qi was many times denser than before. This surprised Lu Ming. The continent in the ancient desolate ring seemed to be the same as the great desolate universe, recovering at the same time. Lu Ming was very curious about the origin of the ancient desolate ring. What was the relationship between the ancient desolate ring and the ancient desolate continent? The environment in the ancient desolate ring had improved, and the various divine herbs planted within were lush and full of vitality. Their effects were shocking. The peak source-grade divine herbs that had been refined would recover much faster in the ancient desolate ring. Refining a drop of origin spirit elixir a month was under good conditions. If one's recovery was not good, it would be very difficult to refine a drop. Even if he managed to extract it, it wouldn't be effective. However, within the Great Desolate Ring, refining 1 drop a month was definitely not a problem. After releasing this stock, Lu Ming and the others entered the Great Desolate Ring. They captured another stock and continued to refine the Origin God medicinal elixir. Just like that, they spent an entire day refining the 10 top-grade source-grade divine herbs, producing 10 drops of Origin God medicinal liquid. 1 drop for each of us. Lu Ming separated the 10 jade bottles and gave each of them a drop. Lu Ming, I think you should keep some more. There's only a few hundred years left before the crisis. If the resources are too scattered, none of us will be able to break through to reciprocity. If we concentrate all of it on you, you'll only have a chance at breaking through to reciprocity after a few hundred years. The myriad gods were the first to speak. I think so too. Among us, Brother Lu Ming is the most powerful. After breaking through to reciprocity, he'll be the most powerful as well. He'll break through better than any of us. Bubble chimed in. Xianxia, Qiu Yu, and Ling Yue said nothing. They were just too close to Lu Ming after all. If they suggested it first, it would not be too good. It would be best for the myriad gods and Bubble to suggest it first. I don't need it anyway, so I'll give my share to Lu Ming. On the fairway. Bone Demon and Tang Jun nodded when they heard everyone say that. They directly ignored whether Dandan agreed or not. No, we obtained these source-grade divine herbs together. How can I keep them all to myself? Lu Ming shook his head. He was not a selfish person. In the end, everyone came to a decision. 5 of the 10 stalks of source-grade divine herbs would go to Lu Ming, while the other 5 would be split equally among Xianxia, Qiu Yu, Dandan, and Bubble. Among them, Qiu did not need the origin spirit elixir, so it was equivalent to Bone Demon, Qiu, Xianxia, Qiu Yu, Ling Yue, Bubble, Dandan, Tang Jun, myriad gods, and the Bone Demon. Everyone split the 10 drops of origin spirit elixir equally and cultivated separately. Lu Ming sat down and ingested a drop of origin spirit elixir. As soon as the origin spirit elixir entered Lu Ming's body, Lu Ming could clearly sense that there were glowing objects in the elixir. They were extremely profound. Lu Ming knew that these glowing objects were origin imprints. Reciprocity existences could mainly refine treasures that contained origin imprints and increase their cultivation. The most important component of source-grade divine herbs were origin imprints. The same was true for the origin spirit elixir. However, the origin imprints in the elixir were much gentler, so they could be absorbed by peak god lords. The origin imprints in other treasures were extremely domineering and difficult for peak god lords to absorb. The origin imprints in the origin spirit elixir entered Lu Ming's body and circulated through Lu Ming's meridians before gathering in the origin seed, causing the origin energy in the seed to become even more powerful. As the origin energy grew stronger, the seed would grow larger and larger, becoming fuller and fuller. Breaking through to reciprocity was a necessary process. The process of breaking through to reciprocity from peak god lords first involved constantly strengthening the origin seed. Once the origin seed reached its limit, it would take root and sprout. The origin seed would grow roots that would extend downwards and take root beneath the living being. Above, roots would grow and extend upwards, breaking through the top of the head and connecting with the vast universe. Only then would it be considered as true origin. Lu Ming still had a very long way to go before he could reach this step. He refined the origin spirit elixir very quickly. Before long, a single droplet had been completely converted into origin energy. Lu Ming could clearly sense that the origin seed had become slightly larger. The strength of the origin energy had increased as well. The origin spirit elixir really is worthy of being called the origin spirit elixir. Its effects are truly astonishing. If I could ingest a droplet every day, I would be able to break through to reciprocity in less than 100 years. Lu Ming pondered. However, this was just a pipe dream without a doubt. Ingesting a droplet of origin spirit elixir every day would only be possible if he possessed 30 peak source-grade divine herbs. However, that was impossible. After refining a droplet, Lu Ming still had 4 droplets. Lu Ming did not consume any more. The effects of continuously ingesting the origin spirit elixir were not very good. He needed time to consolidate every droplet. Refining a droplet a day would yield the best results. A day later, Lu Ming took out another droplet of origin spirit elixir and began to refine it. Just like that, 5 days later, all 5 droplets of origin spirit elixir were refined by Lu Ming. Lu Ming's origin energy had become 30% stronger than before. 30% could not be underestimated. When Lu Ming used his divine weapon, he could last even longer. Time passed quickly, and half a year passed in the blink of an eye. Lu Ming had been cultivating for the past half a year. Every month, he would refine 10 top-grade source-level divine herbs into origin god medicinal liquid. 5 drops were given to Xianxia and the others, while he kept 5 for himself. He had made rapid progress in the past half a year. With this speed, he estimated that he would only need 500 years to reach the level of quintessence. This was already an extremely terrifying speed. It should be known that countless peak almighty existences had stayed at the peak of the Almighty for an endless amount of time, and that was measured in stellar years. A single stellar year was equivalent to 10 billion years. Moreover, Lu Ming's taboo power took longer to improve and required more resources. This speed was already heaven-defying. In the past half a year, Dandan's cultivation had also reached the peak almighty level. After reaching that level, Dandan joined the ranks of setting up source-level formations. I've been in seclusion for half a year. Let's go out for a walk. Lu Ming stepped out and left the place of seclusion. In the void, the heavenly river. Lu Ming and Xianxia strolled along the heavenly river, hand in hand. They looked like a couple of immortals. The two of them had not been so relaxed for a long time. They chatted casually. They did not talk about cultivation or the current situation of the universe. They only talked about trivial matters, such as Lu Shenhuang and their granddaughter, Lu Qi. When they talked about Lu Qi, Xianxia could not help but complain. Lu Qi was almost 10,000 years old. But she was still alone. She had no intention of finding a partner. It's all your fault. You've raised that girl's standards. I've talked to her several times, and she always said that she had to find a prodigy whose talent is no weaker than Grandpa's. Even if he's not as good, he can't be too far behind. Where can she find one in such a short time? Xianxia began to complain again. Lu Ming rubbed his nose and smiled. Sigh, it's wrong to be too talented. Look at how beautiful you are. Xianxia cast a sidelong glance at Lu Ming and said, why don't you try to persuade that girl? When that time comes, she'll be an old lady and won't be able to get married. Don't worry about it. How could my granddaughter, Lu Ming, not be able to get married? Besides, what's the big deal about cultivators living 10,000 years? They're still very young. You don't have to worry about it. Lu Ming said with a smile. What do you mean I'm worried for nothing? Look at the divine wilderness. They have been married for so many years and they only have one girl, Chi. How can I not worry? Xianxia glared at Lu Ming. Oh, so it's because you don't have enough children and grandchildren. Then let's work hard ourselves. Lu Ming revealed a mischievous smile and chuckled. Xianxia blushed. Lu Ming hugged Xianxia's waist and entered the Great Desolation Ring in a flash. There was only a Great Desolation Ring floating by the heavenly river, flashing. For the next half a month, Lu Ming accompanied Xianxia and worked hard. You accompany me every day. Aren't you afraid that Autumn Moon and Yue will be jealous? It's rare for you to have time now. Go accompany them. Xianxia said. Little Qing, is what you said true or false? When did you become so magnanimous? Lu Ming subconsciously replied. But the moment the words came out, Lu Ming knew that it was bad. He wished he could slap himself. Sure enough, Xianxia's beautiful eyes widened as she stared hatefully at Lu Ming and said, what do you mean? Are you saying that I'm narrow-minded? Absolutely not. I swear to the heavens. Lu Ming immediately swore to the heavens. Humph, you don't want to go, right? Then forget it. Xianxia said faintly. Little Qing, you are the most magnanimous person in the world. There is no better woman in the world than you. Then I will go first. After saying that, Lu Ming walked away. This guy, I knew it, Xianxia sighed. Heaven Destroyer's base station. In a beautiful forest, there were many courtyards. The forest was rich with desolation qi and the environment was very good. This was where the Lu family lived. The population of the Lu family had increased to an astonishing level. There were hundreds of millions of them and all of them lived in this vast forest. Among them, the most central and spacious hall was where Lu Ming's parents lived. In the courtyard, Autumn Moon was chatting with Lu Yuntian and Li Ping. As they chatted, Li Ping brought the topic to children. Lu Ming only had 2 descendants, Lu Shenhuang and Lu Qi. They felt that there were too few of them. Autumn Moon, it has been so many years. Are you still not pregnant? Li Ping suddenly asked. Autumn Moon blushed and shook her head. No, no. Is Ming neglecting you? That kid only knows how to cultivate. Humph, I will talk to him another day. Li Ping snorted. No, no. Why would young master neglect Autumn Moon? Autumn Moon quickly shook her head. Not yet. You have been here for almost 2 months and he has not come to you even once. Li Ping said unhappily. Madam, he really didn't. I just heard that the higher the level of cultivation, the harder it is to get pregnant, Autumn Moon explained in a low voice. Dad, Mom, Autumn Moon, what are you talking about? Suddenly, Lu Ming's voice came from the sky. Lu Ming flew over with a curious look on his face. However, he was smiling bitterly in his heart. With his level of cultivation, he could hear them from afar. However, he had to pretend that he didn't hear them. Ming, you came at the right time. I have something to talk to you about. Li Ping said. Mom, I have something to talk to Autumn Moon about. Let's talk another day. Autumn Moon, let's go. Lu Ming quickly pulled Autumn Moon away and ran for their lives. He knew very well that if Li Ping were to chat with him, she would definitely complain for a while, and it would not end until a few hours later. In another courtyard, Lu Ming and Qiu Yu's figures flashed and they appeared in this courtyard. Young master, you just heard it? Autumn Moon blushed and didn't dare to look at Lu Ming. She knew Lu Ming's level of cultivation. With Lu Ming's level of cultivation, how could he not hear it? I heard it. So, we have to work hard. Lu Ming sighed. Autumn Moon blushed and nodded. Then, a breeze blew and the two entered the room. Half a month later, Lu Ming appeared in the sky above a forest. In the center of the forest, there was a towering tree that pierced through the sky. It was so huge that it looked like the world tree. This tree was the elf tribe's sacred tree. It grew from the seed of the sacred tree that Lu Ming gave it. This was the habitat of the elf tribe. The elf tribe was almost wiped out by the heavenly palace. Their population was declining. Over the years, they had been working hard to increase their population. After almost 10,000 years, the population of the elf tribe had increased greatly. Their population had increased, but the number of experts was not high. This couldn't be helped. The birth of an expert required time. 10,000 years wasn't enough time for an expert to be born. However, now that the great desolate universe had recovered, the former universe ruins had long become a cultivation holy land. The cultivation conditions were many times better than before, and the cultivation speed of cultivators was also many times faster than before. In just 10,000 years, several divine lords and hundreds of divine lords had already been born in the elf clan. In the past, this was unimaginable. 10,000 years was just a blink of an eye for a divine realm existence. Any divine realm existence would be in seclusion for more than 10,000 years. According to this development, it was only a matter of time before the elf clan recovered to the level before they were annihilated. At the top of the elven holy tree, there was a luxurious palace. At this moment, Ling Yue was having a meeting with the upper echelons of the elf clan. Without a doubt, Ling Yue sat at the head of the table. In the elf clan, whether it was in terms of cultivation or identity, Ling Yue was undoubtedly the number one person. In the sky above the elven holy tree, Lu Ming's figure suddenly appeared. Ling Yue seemed to have sensed something and raised her head to look up. Other than Ling Yue, none of the other elves discovered it. "Alright, let's call it a day," Ling Yue said, and the others took their leave. After the others left, Lu Ming silently appeared in front of Ling Yue. "You still remember to come and find me? I thought you had forgotten about me." Ling Yue rolled her eyes at Lu Ming, her eyes full of resentment. "How is this possible? As soon as I finished my cultivation, I immediately came to find you." As Lu Ming spoke, he walked over and held Ling Yue's small hand. Ling Yue's small face blushed slightly, and she allowed Lu Ming to hold her hand. "Let's go out for a walk." Lu Ming stopped Ling Yue and strolled in the sky above the elf clan. In the following month, Lu Ming accompanied Ling Yue, and the relationship between the two of them was also rapidly improving. In an extremely secretive underground secret room of the quasi-immortal race, 5 figures were waiting respectfully. One of them was Xianxia. However, the current Xianxia's face was somewhat pale, and his aura was extremely weak. Judging from his aura, Firmament was only at the 5th level of the Divine Lord realm. Back then, Firmament's cultivation had been at the 9th level of the Divine Lord realm. It was clear that in Purple Heaven Paradise, Firmament had used the Immortal's brand without any regard for the consequences. Although he was lucky enough to keep his life, his cultivation had plummeted. Not only that, but his foundation had also been damaged. It would be impossible for his cultivation to improve in the future. At the side, the other 4 higher-ups of the Quasi-Saint tribe sighed in their hearts. Originally, with Song Qiong's talent, his future was limitless. But now, a genius had fallen, and there was no longer any possibility for him to improve. Suddenly, a terrifying aura spread out from the underground chamber. This aura was as brilliant as the might of the heavens, supreme and eternal. Song Qiong and the others became energetic, as their faces were filled with excitement and anticipation. Could it be that their ancestor, a transcender, had awakened? The aura rose, but it didn't last for long before it was quickly restrained. In the next moment, the space within the secret chamber rippled and a figure appeared. This figure was very small, only the size of a palm, and its entire body was filled with mysterious multicolored light. However, one could still see that it was a very handsome young man. He was filled with domineering aura as he looked down on all living beings. Upon seeing this figure, the 5 people led by Song Qiong were ecstatic. Then, they bowed respectfully and said loudly, "Descendant Song Qiong. Song Luo pays respect to ancestor. Get up." The palm-sized figure waved his hand, and a force lifted Song Qiong and the others. "Ancestor, could it be that you have completely recovered?" Song Qiong looked at this figure expectantly. This figure was the ancestor of their quasi-saint tribe, and also their greatest trump card. This was because this was a transcender, a true immortal, an invincible existence who had survived from the previous era's primitive continent. However, this immortal had been seriously injured in the previous era's war and had been in a deep sleep. For countless years, the quasi-saint tribe had been enduring silently and keeping a low profile. Their goal was to secretly collect treasures to cure this immortal. However, how could it be so easy to cure an immortal? The treasures needed to cure an immortal's serious injury were too high level. Even in the previous era's primitive continent, they were top-notch treasures. It was too difficult to find them in the broken primitive universe. However, the immortal's molt and purple heaven grotto heaven gave the quasi-saint tribe hope. The immortal's molt was the essence left behind by an immortal expert. It was a peerless treasure and would definitely be helpful for their ancestors' recovery. Therefore, Xianxia did not hesitate to activate the immortal's mark to fight for the immortal's molt. How could it be so easy to completely recover? The ancestor of the quasi-saint tribe shook his head and continued, however, the immortal's molt is very useful. It has already helped me recover about 50%. Only 50%? Xianxia and the others were disappointed. You don't have to be disappointed. It is already very difficult to recover 50%. I have already recovered a part of my strength and can heal myself. As long as I spend some time, the remaining 50% will recover sooner or later. The ancestor of the quasi-saint tribe said. Xianxia and the others were delighted again. Ancestor, can you help? Xianxia asked. If an immortal were to help, even if he was seriously injured, his battle strength would be extremely terrifying. Not to mention the 3 races of the Forbidden Area, he would be more than enough to wipe out the heavenly human tribe, the evil demons, and the heaven destroyer. Moreover, the experts of the 3 races of the Forbidden Area could not come out during the Great Origin Tribulation. They would definitely be able to seize some of the top treasures of the primitive universe. For example, the human monarch's body. Once they controlled these top treasures, even if the future situation was chaotic, the quasi-saint tribe would at least have some power to protect themselves. Unfortunately, Xianxia and the others were immediately disappointed. The old man of the quasi-saint tribe shook his head and said, under the Great Origin Tribulation, even an immortal would be greatly affected and would not be able to help. In addition, the current primitive universe is broken. The core of the universe is broken, and the laws and profundities are incomplete. It is difficult for it to withstand the power of an immortal. Once an immortal takes action, I am afraid this universe will not be able to withstand it and completely collapse. Then, all the living beings trapped in it will be buried along with it, including the immortal. The broken primitive universe cannot withstand the power of an immortal? Then, those immortals in the primitive universe suddenly disappeared without a trace. Could it be that they did not die in battle? Xianxia seemed to have thought of something and exclaimed in a low voice. Back then, the primitive universe was full of experts and immortals. There were many amazing people. How could they all die so easily? I guess the universe was broken and could not withstand their power, so they moved. The ancestor of the quasi-saint tribe said. Moved? Where would they move to? Xianxia was puzzled. The people of the quasi-immortal tribe were puzzled. Transferred? Wasn't there a rumor that the primitive universe was destroyed and everyone was buried, including those immortals? Could it be that some people didn't die and left the primitive universe? Where did they go? I don't know. The old ancestor of the quasi-immortal tribe shook his head and said, this world is bigger than you think. I don't know where they went, but I'm sure that those experts from the previous era didn't die and will return one day. Well, it's too early to think about these questions. Speaking of this, the old ancestor of the quasi-immortal tribe looked at Xianxia and said, Xianxia, you did well this time. As long as it can help with the old ancestor's injury, I'm willing to die 1,000 times. Xianxia said respectfully. Yes. The old ancestor of the quasi-immortal race nodded his head in satisfaction. He was very satisfied with this junior and continued, you have contributed greatly this time. I won't treat you unfairly. Your talent is also not bad. I will open the immortal refining pool for you to cultivate for 3 years. Hearing this, Xianxia was ecstatic and kowtowed repeatedly. Thank you, old ancestor. The other 4 experts of the quasi-immortal tribe were envious, but of course, they were also gratified for Xianxia. What kind of place was the immortal refining pool? It was the place where the old ancestor of the quasi-immortal tribe slept after he was seriously injured. It was extremely helpful to immortals, let alone others. Especially to the quasi-immortal tribe, it had a heaven-defying effect. Moreover, entering it to cultivate for 3 years was a heaven-defying fortune. Ordinary people couldn't even enter it to cultivate for a day. Although Xianxia was seriously injured in the fight for the immortal mold and his foundation was damaged, as long as he cultivated in the immortal refining pool for 3 years, his foundation could definitely be repaired and even improved. Follow me. The old ancestor of the quasi-immortal tribe nodded and walked toward the depths of the secret chamber. Xianxia hurriedly followed. In the following period of time, Lu Ming spent a few days every month refining the origin spirit medicinal liquid and the rest of the time accompanying Xianxia, Autumn Moon, Ling Yue, and of course his parents. At the same time, he would also find time to teach a few disciples. His 2 disciples, Lu Xianxiang and Ouyang Moli, had both entered the Divine Master realm. This speed could be said to be very fast. Of course, it also had something to do with the current cultivation environment. The current cultivation environment was much better than before. In addition, Lu Ming had given them a huge amount of resources, and the 2 of them were originally very talented. It was normal for their cultivation speed to be fast. However, Lu Xianxiang's cultivation level was higher. She had already reached the 4th level of the Divine Master realm, while Ouyang Moli had just broken through to the Divine Master realm not long ago. In fact, over the past 10,000 years, the number of people who had broken through to the God Lord level in Heaven Destroyer had greatly increased. In 10,000 years, the Heaven Destroyer gained 2,000 Divine Masters. This was an astonishing number. It should be noted that in the past 60 stellar years, the Heaven Destroyer had only accumulated a total of 5,000 to 6,000 Almighty. In the past, no one would have believed that he could increase it by 2,000 in 10,000 years. Not only had the number of Almighty increased, but most of the original Almighty had also broken through. The number of people at the 9th level of the Divine Master realm and at the peak of the Divine Master realm had increased. Of course, it was not only the Heaven Destroyer that had increased in strength. The other forces were about the same. The evil demons, the celestial humans, and other races, such as the former top 10 races, had more and more experts. There were constantly people breaking through to the Divine Master realm. In the past, it had been extremely difficult for a God Emperor to break through to the Divine Master realm. Now, however, the difficulty had decreased significantly. In fact, it was not that the difficulty had decreased, but that the current cultivation conditions were too good. When people broke through, they had more resources at their disposal. Naturally, the chances of breaking through were higher. It could be said that the universe was developing in a flourishing direction. In addition, Lu Ming's 2 in-name disciples, Zhuang Shaoshan and Zhuang Xiao, had also reached the God Emperor realm. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, 50 years had passed. After 50 years, under the cooperation of Dandan and many formation masters, several source-grade formations had finally been set up around the Heaven Destroyer's base. These source-grade formations were set up with various precious metals and origin bones as the foundation. They were shockingly powerful and had both offense and defense. Now, not to mention the 16 invincible Almighty, even the 16 powerful origin realm experts would be in danger. If they were not careful, they might even be killed by the source-grade formations. The power of source-grade formations was not just for show. Ordinary origin realm experts would not be able to withstand them. Once the formations were set up, the Heaven Destroyer was finally relieved. A huge weight had been lifted from their hearts. At least before the origin tribulation was over, the Heaven Destroyer's base was safe. The 3 races of the Forbidden Area and the celestial humans could no longer threaten the Heaven Destroyer's base. In the past few years, the Heaven Destroyer had not stopped sending people to search for clues about the human king's heart, but to no avail. It was not only the Heaven Destroyer. The celestial humans, the quasi-immortals, the evil demons, and the 3 races of the Forbidden Area had also sent people to search, but to no avail. Almost all the areas occupied by the major forces had been searched. On this day, Lu Ming left the Heaven Destroyer's base and headed towards the Balefulline race. He was not going to the Balefulline race, but to the original universe's starry sky. In the past few years, he had become more and more worried about the safety of Mulans and Huang Ling. Back then, Mulans and Huang Ling had mistakenly entered an ancient teleportation formation and entered an ancient starry sky path. No one knew where they had gone. However, now that the universe's starry sky, including 1/3 of the universe's ruins, had been searched, there was no trace of Mulans and Huang Ling. This made Lu Ming very worried. Could it be that Mulans and Huang Ling had mistakenly entered the territory of a powerful race and were killed by that race? After all, Mulans and Huang Ling's cultivation back then was too low. There were many people in the universe who could kill them. Therefore, Lu Ming decided to find out where Huang Ling and Mulans had gone. Of course, Lu Ming brought Dandan with him. Now that Dandan's formation skills were many times stronger than before, he might be able to repair the ancient teleportation formation that had exploded. The universe's starry sky was shrouded in dense Balefulline chi. This Balefulline chi had terrifying power and could turn ordinary creatures into Balefulline chi monsters. However, with Lu Ming and Dandan's cultivation, it was very easy for them to block this Balefulline chi. The two silently walked towards the ancient teleportation formation. With their speed, it did not take long for them to arrive. Dandan, take a look and see if this teleportation formation can be repaired. Lu Ming said. Let me study it first. Dandan surrounded the exploded ancient teleportation formation and carefully observed it. The more he looked, the tighter Dandan's frown became. Lu Ming's heart sank slightly. Could it be that with Dandan's attainments in formations, he could not repair it? Dandan looked for 3 days and 3 nights before stopping. Dandan, how is it? Lu Ming hurriedly asked as soon as he saw Dandan stop. This teleportation formation is very, very old. It's definitely not something that can be set up by people of this era. It's also very mysterious. It actually contains 108 transformations that intertwine with each other to form 72 combinations. Dandan began to rattle on. Cut the crap. Just tell me, can you fix it? Lu Ming interrupted Dandan. Why are you in such a hurry? You're not calm at all. Don't you know who I am? How can a mere teleportation formation be difficult for me? Although it's very difficult to restore this teleportation formation, and it's impossible for others to succeed. Dandan squinted at Lu Ming and was very unhappy that Lu Ming interrupted him. If he didn't tell him the difficulties of this ancient teleportation formation, how could he show his extraordinary strength? This guy is not cooperating at all. Lu Ming was too lazy to care about Dandan's thoughts. When he heard that it could be repaired, he relaxed and smiled. Dandan, then I'll have to trouble you. If you need any help, just let me know. Lu Ming said. Of course, some precious materials are indispensable to restore this ancient teleportation formation. I'm afraid it'll take a few months. Immediately, Dandan told him the materials he needed. They were indeed top-grade materials. Lu Ming had some of them, and some of them could only be found in the Heaven Destroyer. The two returned to the Heaven Destroyer and prepared all the materials. After that, Dandan began to restore the ancient teleportation formation. A few months passed in the blink of an eye. 3 months later, a brand new teleportation formation appeared in front of them. I've heard that this teleportation formation is one way. Is that true? Lu Ming asked. Dandan shook his head and said, I might have misjudged it. After I repaired it, I found that this teleportation formation is not one way. It's 2-way. 2-way? Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat, and then he asked, do you know where this teleportation formation leads to? During the restoration process, I vaguely felt that it leads to the depths of the universe ruins, but I'm not sure about the specifics. Dandan said. The depths of the universe ruins? Where is it? Lu Ming furrowed his brows. Now, almost 1/3 of the universe ruins that had been explored had been searched, but there was no trace of Mulans and Huang Ling. However, there was another saying in the depths of the universe ruins. The remaining unexplored universe ruins could also be called the depths of the universe ruins. Could it be that the ancient teleportation formation leads to the remaining unexplored universe ruins? If that's true, who built this ancient teleportation formation? According to Dandan, the method of setting up this ancient teleportation array was very ancient. If it was not from this era, then it must be from the previous era. However, it was impossible for it to have been set up in the previous era. This was the universe, and these planets had undergone the evolution of the universe. How could an ancient teleportation array from the previous era be preserved? Then who was the one who built it? Creatures of the forbidden area? Heavenly human race? Or quasi-immortal race? Buzz, just as Lu Ming was thinking, the newly repaired teleportation formation suddenly trembled slightly, emitting a dazzling light. Countless runes flashed on it. What's going on? Why is the ancient teleportation formation activated? Dandan cried out in shock. Is there a creature coming from the other side of the teleportation formation? Lu Ming said. They didn't activate the teleportation formation, but the teleportation formation was activated. There was only one explanation. The other side of the teleportation formation was activated. Was there a creature coming from the other side? Could it be Mulan's and Huang Ling? Thinking of this, Lu Ming's eyes lit up, and his heartbeat couldn't help but accelerate. It wasn't impossible. Perhaps, back then, Mulan and Huang Ling had mistakenly entered this ancient teleportation formation and entered a strange place. Because the teleportation formation here had exploded, they could not return and were trapped there. Now that the teleportation formation was repaired, it was very likely that Mulan's and Huang Ling activated the teleportation formation to return. Lu Ming couldn't help but have a lot of expectations in his heart. But in the next moment, Lu Ming and Dandan's pupils suddenly shrank. In particular, Lu Ming looked disappointed. Because a figure appeared on the teleportation formation platform. This figure couldn't be either Mulan's or Huang Ling. Although it was enveloped by the dazzling light, one could still see that it was a very tall and sturdy figure. It was about 3 meters tall. Moreover, other than its normal hands and feet, there were 4 black shadows behind it. It was as if it had 4 extra arms. It couldn't be Huang Ling or Mulan's. Lu Ming and Dandan looked at each other. They couldn't help but take a step back, ready to fight. In the next moment, the light on the teleportation formation disappeared completely. The figure was completely exposed in front of Lu Ming and Dandan. It was a man. His entire body was black. Only his face was snow white and his whole body was emitting a cold aura. The 4 black figures behind him didn't have 4 arms but 4 spider legs. Yes, they looked exactly like spider legs and were extremely sharp. What kind of race was this? Lu Ming and Dandan's hearts jumped. They had never seen such a race before. Among the thousands of races in the universe, they had never seen such a race before. The man's eyes were extremely cold. He glanced at Lu Ming and Dandan, revealing a cold murderous intent. You, come over and kneel down. Then, tell me in detail about the situation here, the strange creature said coldly. His voice was cold and harsh, but it was filled with ferocious murderous intent. It was as if he would attack and kill Lu Ming and Dandan if they didn't agree. However, would Lu Ming and Dandan be afraid of him? Lu Ming could already tell that this strange creature was a peak divine master. But why would Lu Ming be afraid of a peak divine master? Even an invincible divine master wouldn't be a match for Lu Ming. As long as it wasn't Origin, Lu Ming wasn't afraid of anything. I was just about to ask you, who are you? Where did you come from? Also, have you seen these 2 women? Tell me the truth and I can spare your life. Lu Ming asked. Boom, this strange creature was like an ignited bomb. A terrifying aura spread out. The cold murderous intent seemed to condense into a solid substance. You're courting death. The strange creature shouted coldly. A black light shot toward Lu Ming like a bolt of lightning and aimed at Lu Ming's forehead. Lu Ming could clearly see that this was a spider leg on the strange creature's back. It was as sharp as a spear. Its power is about the same as the strongest Lord of Heaven. Lu Ming's lips curled into a disdainful smile. As soon as the other party attacked, he could tell that this strange creature's combat strength was equivalent to the strongest Heaven Lord. Lu Ming didn't care about such a person at all. Lu Ming didn't even take out a weapon. He just stabbed at the spider leg with his finger. Clang, Lu Ming's finger collided with the spider leg. It was as if two spears had collided in the air. There was a loud bang. Lu Ming did not move at all. On the other hand, the strange creature's spider leg trembled violently and bent into an arc as if it was about to break. In the end, the strange creature was forced to retreat for a few hundred miles before it stopped. It looked at Lu Ming with a grave expression. It was obvious that Lu Ming's strength had exceeded its expectations. What a tough spider leg, Lu Ming muttered. Although he did not use much strength in his previous attack, it was still not something that an ordinary person could withstand. Even a top-tier divine weapon would be destroyed. However, the spider leg of the strange creature was unscathed. In terms of toughness, it was almost as tough as a source-level divine weapon. You're quite strong. You deserve my full strength. The strange race's eyes flashed with tyrannical emotions. Then, an armor appeared on his body. This armor not only covered his body, but also the 4 spider legs on his back, like 4 javelins. Then, the strange creature's body flashed and charged toward Lu Ming like a bolt of lightning. The 4 spider legs on its back moved at the same time and stabbed toward Lu Ming like 4 spears. It was obvious that the strange creature had used all its strength in this attack. With the help of the armor, the power of the attack had increased tremendously. It was almost as strong as Prince Guanqian of the Yuanguan clan. However, Lu Ming did not take this combat power to heart. The war god spear appeared and he thrust it out. 4 beams of spear gleams burst forth and pierced the 4 spider legs of the other party. The tip of the spear against the tip of the wheat, clang. 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 Clang, there were 4 consecutive sounds of metal clashing. Then, a figure was pushed back. It was the strange creature. Dense cracks could be seen on the armor that wrapped around its spider legs. You, the strange creature finally panicked. Its eyes were filled with fear. Its armor was a source-level divine weapon. However, it was cracked by Lu Ming. This meant that the spear in Lu Ming's hand was of a higher level than its armor. Its combat strength was also terrifying. It could not deal with such a person at all. There's actually a hidden expert among the humans. I've never seen him before. This person is not someone I can defeat. It's best to run. The strange creature's mind raced. Then, it turned around and ran toward the ancient teleportation formation. How could Lu Ming let it go? Whoosh, Lu Ming unleashed all his combat power. He took a step forward and appeared above the head of the strange creature. The war god spear smashed down on the strange creature like a huge mountain range. Rumble, heaven and earth. The strange creature's heart skipped a beat. He used all his strength and crossed his 4 spider legs, trying to block the war god spear. However, in the face of Lu Ming who had unleashed all his combat prowess, he was too far behind. Boom, the war god spear smashed into the 4 spider legs, causing them to tremble violently. Then, with a loud bang, they exploded. That's right, even the armor on top of it had exploded. The strange creature screamed in agony and fell to the ground. Suddenly, runes appeared on the ground and formed a formation. The strange creature smashed into the formation and a part of its power was dissipated by the formation. This was Dandan's doing. Otherwise, the planet would definitely explode if she hit the ground. The strange creature coughed out mouthfuls of blood. Its face was pale and almost all its bones were broken. It lay there motionless. Lu Ming had held back a part of his power at the critical moment. Otherwise, the spear would have destroyed the strange creature. Tell me, where are you from? Have you ever seen 2 women? Lu Ming asked coldly as he stood above the strange living creature, looking down at it from a high vantage point. You dare to kill me? I'm from the 9 demonic spider race. If you dare to kill me, the 9 demonic spider race will never let you go. The strange creature roared. 9 demonic spider race? Lu Ming and Dandan were confused because they had never heard of this name. This doubt flashed in Lu Ming's mind. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with killing intent. It seems that you want to die. Puff, the divine battle spear pierced through a gap in the strange creature's armor. A small spear aura entered the strange creature's body and kept stirring, destroying its muscles and bones. The strange creature screamed in agony. After a while, it finally stopped. I'll talk, the strange creature gasped for breath. It couldn't hold on any longer. It knew very well that Lu Ming was not afraid of the nine demonic spider race at all. If it continued to resist, it would die. Immediately, it told the story in detail. Lu Ming and Dandan were shocked after hearing it. Because according to what the strange creature said, it actually came from the unexplored 2/3 of the universe ruins. It came from a forbidden place called the Nine Demonic Ruins. The owner of the Nine Demonic Ruins was the Nine Demonic Spider race. He had never seen Mulan's and Huang Ling before. He accidentally found an ancient teleportation path and followed it to this place. Another creature from a forbidden place, and it came from the remaining 2/3 of the universe ruins. Lu Ming and Dandan looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. In fact, many people in Heaven Destroyer had speculated that there might be more than one forbidden place in the universe. Xianxia had also revealed this before. In the Eldritch continent of the last era, there were definitely more than 3 such forbidden places. Currently, there were only 3 forbidden areas that had been explored. Obviously, the remaining 2/3 of the area that had not been explored would also have creatures from the forbidden areas. Now, the appearance of this Nine demonic spider proved this point. I've already said what I need to say. Actually, I don't know much. I accidentally entered an ancient land for more than 10,000 years. Then, I entered this ancient transmission road. I don't know what's going on now. Alright, just give me a quick death. The strange creature said. He knew that Lu Ming and Dandan would not let him go. It was almost impossible for him to live. He only wanted a quick death. As you wish. Lu Ming killed the strange creature with a spear, then reached out and grabbed a storage bag from the creature's waist. At the same time, the armor on the creature's body was also stripped off by Lu Ming. This armor was a source-level divine weapon. Although it was broken, it could be eaten by Qiu. Then, Lu Ming rummaged through the creature's storage bag. They were all divine weapons or materials. They were of little use to Lu Ming. There was no second source-level divine weapon in it. Although the creatures in the forbidden places were rich, they did not have several source-level divine weapons. The creature was only a divine master. It was good enough that he had one source-level divine weapon. Although they didn't find any other source-grade divine weapons in the storage pouch of the Nine demonic spider clan, they did find a map. Forbidden energy was injected into it, and a map appeared in the air. This map was abnormally huge. It floated in the air and occupied an area of several miles. On the map, there were specks of light and threads. If one zoomed in on a certain area of the map, one could see that these specks of light were fragments of continents. Those threads were similar to the Milky Way. Could this be a map of the unexplored universe ruins? Lu Ming and Dandan were overjoyed. Let's compare. Dandan took out another map. This map was a map of the universe ruins that had already been explored. Now, all the major forces had already explored 1/3 of the universe ruins and created a more complete map. When the two maps were placed together, they actually fit perfectly. Both of them were overjoyed. This was definitely a map of the remaining 2/3 of the universe ruins. When the two maps were placed together, they formed a map of the entire universe ruins. This is good stuff. If we want to explore the remaining 2/3 of the universe ruins in the future, this map will be of great use. Dandan said. This was because the universe ruins were very dangerous. There were many terrifying and dangerous places. Even Origin Realm cultivators would be in danger if they rashly entered. The reason why the experts of the major forces in the universe could come and go as they pleased in the universe ruins was because of the map they had created. Some of the dangerous places on the map were marked out. This was written with blood. Of course, this map wasn't created by the joint efforts of the major forces, but it was a combination of their strength. For example, if the Primordial Light Clan explored a piece of the universe ruins and created a detailed map of the universe ruins, they would make a large number of copies of this map for the Primordial Light Clan to use. Some of the Primordial Light Clan's maps would fall into the hands of other clans, such as the Heaven Destroyer. The Heaven Destroyer would use the areas it had explored and the Primordial Light Clan's map to complete its own map. The complete map would be copied and used by the Heaven Destroyer and then fall into the hands of other clans, such as the Balefalene race or the Heavenly Human race. Just like that, each faction would obtain a map created by the other factions. This way, after integrating the areas explored by each faction, a complete map would be produced. This kind of map was no longer a secret among the major forces. Almost everyone had a copy. I'll be able to use it soon. Lu Ming muttered. You want to go to the depths of the universe ruins? Dandan looked at Lu Ming. That's right. It's time to go. Lu Ming said. In fact, even without the matter of the Nine demonic spider race, Lu Ming still planned to go to the depths of the universe ruins and explore the unexplored 2/3 of the area. That was because the human monarch's heart had not been found in the ruins of the universe that had been explored. There was only one possibility: the human monarch's heart was in that unexplored region. This reason alone was worth Lu Ming's trip. Moreover, he now had a more important reason. Mulans and Huang Ling were very likely to have gone to the depths of the universe ruins through the ancient star path. With Mulans and Huang Ling's cultivation, going to the depths of the universe ruins was extremely dangerous. Regardless of whether they were dead or alive, he had to find the two of them. Moreover, now was the best time to enter the depths of the universe ruins. Now that there was an origin tribulation, with Lu Ming's combat strength, he could almost do whatever he wanted as long as he avoided those dangerous places. Once the great tribulation of origins was over, all the origins would appear and the experts in the forbidden grounds would run out. By then, there would be nothing left for Lu Ming to do. At that time, going to the depths of the universe ruins would be even more dangerous. You want to go through this ancient star path? Dandan asked. He knew Lu Ming very well and immediately guessed Lu Ming's thoughts. Lu Ming did intend to go to the depths of the universe ruins through this ancient star path. Firstly, it was convenient, and secondly, he could track the whereabouts of Mulans and Huang Ling. When do you plan to set off? Seeing Lu Ming's expression, Dandan knew Lu Ming's decision and asked again. I plan to find Xianxia first and ask about the situation of the previous era's prehistoric continent. At the same time, I want to know more about the major forbidden areas before setting off. Lu Ming said. The ancestor of the quasi-sage tribe was an immortal, so Xianxia must know a lot about the previous era's prehistoric continent. Lu Ming found that no matter what happened in the universe ruins, it would involve the previous era. Whether it was the Grand Supreme Immortal City, the human king's body, Purple Heaven Grotto Heaven, or even the creatures of the forbidden areas, the heavenly human race, and the demons, they were all related to the previous era's prehistoric continent. There must be a huge secret hidden in it. However, his understanding of the previous era was very limited, which was very inconvenient. The more he knew about the prehistoric continent, the more advantageous it would be for him to go to the depths of the universe ruins. I'll go with you, so we can take care of each other. Dandan said seriously, which was rare for him. He wasn't bragging. Although his battle strength was far inferior to Lu Ming's, in terms of formations, he was 100 streets ahead of Lu Ming. In some special occasions, he would be more useful. Moreover, formations were mysterious and unfathomable. Even in a battle, they were very useful. With his help, Lu Ming would naturally be more convenient for him to go to the depths of the universe ruins. However, Lu Ming shook his head and said, I can go on this trip alone. You'd better stay in the station. The station's formations need your maintenance. Without the origin source, in the Heaven Destroyer, no one could compare to Dandan in terms of formations. If there were any changes to the Heaven Destroyer station's source-level formations, Dandan would be needed. There was another reason. This trip to the depths of the universe ruins was dangerous and unpredictable. Not only Dandan, but Lu Ming also planned to bring Xianxia with him and not bring anyone else. Why would he bring Xianxia? Because Xianxia would only be able to obtain the greatest harvest by following him. If he stayed in a certain place, Xianxia wouldn't be able to improve much. Instead, it would be a waste of his talent. Dandan, don't tell Xiaoqing, Autumn Moon, and the others about this first. Otherwise, they will most likely follow, Lu Ming warned. If Xianxia, Autumn Moon, and the others knew about this, they would most likely be worried about him going to the depths of the universe ruins alone and would follow him. Again, this trip was dangerous and unpredictable. If Lu Ming went alone, it would be more convenient for him to move around freely. Alright, I'll set up some formations nearby and pay attention to the situation here at all times. After Dandan finished speaking, he began to set up the formations. The main thing was to monitor the formations so as to prevent any changes to the transmission formations after they left or even the appearance of other creatures. After setting up the formations, they headed towards the quasi-saint tribe together. With Lu Ming's current reputation, who in the universe didn't know about him? When the quasi-saint tribe saw Lu Ming's arrival, they hurriedly went to report. Not long after, Lu Ming saw Xianxia. In the living room, Lu Ming and Xianxia sat as the host and guest. "Brother Lu, it's been a few decades since we last met. You're even more glorious than before." "Congratulations," Xianxia said with a smile. "Brother Tsang is too polite. Aren't you the same?" Lu Ming said. He was not being polite, but speaking the truth. Lu Ming was really surprised. Xianxia's cultivation had already reached the peak of the Divine Master realm. Lu Ming was not surprised that Xianxia had reached the peak of the Divine Master realm. After all, Xianxia also had a set of divine tea leaves. With the divine tea leaves, reaching the peak of the Divine Master realm was a matter of course. What surprised Lu Ming was something else. In Lu Ming's eyes, Xianxia was like a burning torch. His vitality was extremely vigorous, and he seemed to have a terrifying power that could erupt at any time. In particular, the mark between Xianxia's eyebrows gave off a lofty aura. This aura made Lu Ming feel a trace of pressure. In the Divine Master realm, only an invincible Divine Master could make Lu Ming feel a trace of pressure. Could it be that Xianxia had the strength of an invincible Divine Master? Xianxia must have experienced something in the past few decades. He must have obtained a heaven-defying fortune. Xianxia smiled confidently and said in high spirits, "Brother Lu, why have you come looking for me today?" "I mainly want to ask you about the primitive continent." "How much does Brother Tsang know about the primitive continent? Please enlighten me." Lu Ming said. "Brother Lu, you're being too polite. Now that you and I are in the same situation, it's natural for us to support each other. I'll tell you everything I know. The Eldritch continent is vast and boundless. All the continents in the universe, including the planets in the universe, are broken from the Eldritch continent. Brother Lu should know this." Xianxia said. Lu Ming nodded. Not only is the primitive continent vast, but it also has unique cultivation conditions. It can be said that it was a golden age for cultivation. Experts were as common as clouds and immortals roamed freely. Origin realm existences were nothing at that time. It was truly a glorious era. I wish I could have been born in that era. Firmament sighed, his eyes filled with yearning. Lu Ming also yearned for it. One could imagine how glorious that era was when immortals roamed freely. Compared to the current scene of devastation, the difference was like heaven and earth. In that era, although there were many races on the Eldritch continent, there were only 3 races that truly ruled the world: the human race, the demon race, and the Wu people. Firmament continued. The monster clan and the Wu people? What's the difference between them and the Wu people now? Lu Ming asked. In the current universe, there were also demons and Wu people. On the universe 10,000 races list, there was a Wu people. He was very powerful and had a great feud with Lu Ming in the past. As for the demon clan, there were even more. Not to mention the vast 1,000 worlds of the primitive universe, even the small 1,000 worlds had a large number of demon clans. The Divine Wilderness continent, where Lu Ming was born, was home to a large number of Fae that stood on equal footing with humans. There's a world of difference. Firmament shook his head and said with a hint of disdain, "The so-called demon clan in the current universe is spread across the universe and even the small 1,000 worlds. They're not pure demon clans at all. My race speculates that those demon clans evolved from the flesh and blood of the demon clan in the last era when the universe evolved." Evolved from the flesh and blood of the demon clan in the last era? Lu Ming's heart stirred. He felt that it was very possible. The universe evolved from part of the ruins of the universe. The original bodies of those planets were part of the Eldritch continent. At the end of the Eldritch continent, there was an earth-shattering war and countless overlords died. The flesh and blood of those overlords evolved along with the universe and gave birth to all kinds of creatures. The first creatures that were born were the primitive entities. The primitive entities evolved from the flesh and blood of the overlords in the last era. This was no secret. As for the human race, it was likely that they evolved from the flesh and blood of the overlords in the last era. This could be proven by the Yen clan on the Heavenly Star continent. The Yen clan on the Heavenly Star continent was actually a human race and probably evolved from the human king bloodline. Therefore, the demon clan in the current universe evolved from the Eldritch continent's demon clans. However, the demon clan today is no longer pure demon clans. They're at most mixed blood descendants of the Eldritch continent's demon clans. Their talent and bloodline are far inferior to the Eldritch continent's demon clans. According to the ancient records of my race, the Eldritch continent's demon clans devoured the universe and were extremely powerful. Some of the most talented ones could become demon immortals and dominate an era. That's the real demon clan. As for the Wu people today, they're even more inferior to the Wu people of the Eldritch continent. They're not related to the Eldritch continent at all. As far as I know, the Eldritch continent's Wu people don't cultivate their souls. They mainly cultivate their bodies. Some of the Eldritch continent's shamans have extremely strong bodies and are immortal. They can fight against immortal-level overlords with their bodies alone. How terrifying is that? How can the current Wu people compare to them? After Xianxia finished speaking, Lu Ming couldn't calm down for a long time. The history of the Eldritch continent's demon clan and the Wu people of the Eldritch continent was brilliant and their strength was beyond his imagination. However, wasn't it said that the human clan was the strongest in the Eldritch continent? Then how amazing was the strength of the human clan? However, no matter how strong the Eldritch continent's demon clan and the Wu people of the Eldritch continent are, they can't be stronger than the human clan. There's no doubt that the human clan is the most powerful clan in the Eldritch continent. It's said that there was a history of 3 clans fighting for supremacy in the Eldritch continent. The demon clan and the Wu people could only compete with the human clan when they joined forces. Indeed, Xianxia told Lu Ming everything that he knew without holding anything back. Later, Lu Ming asked about the creatures in the forbidden area. Xianxia knew very little about the creatures in the forbidden area. However, he told Lu Ming everything he knew. Lu Ming benefited a lot. He had gained a lot from this trip. At least, he had a rough outline of the Eldritch continent of the last era in his mind. He wouldn't be as ignorant as before. After chatting for a few hours, Lu Ming got up and said goodbye. Thank you for your teachings, Xianxia. Lu Ming will remember it. Lu Ming cupped his fists. Brother Lu, you're welcome. It's just a small matter. It's not worth mentioning. Xianxia smiled. The reason why he was like this was, of course, because of Lu Ming's talent. In fact, at first, he wanted to get rid of Lu Ming, but now, he completely changed his mind. He planned to befriend Lu Ming. As he learned more about Lu Ming, he found that Lu Ming's talent was really heaven-defying. If Lu Ming continued to develop, his future would be limitless. Moreover, Lu Ming had a forbidden body and controlled the power of the universe. The stronger his cultivation, the stronger the suppression on the creatures in the forbidden area and the heavenly human clan. However, it was more advantageous for the quasi-sage tribe. The quasi-sage tribe was a creature of the Eldritch continent. The stronger the power of the Eldritch continent's universe, the more advantageous it would be for them. Lu Ming and Dandan left the quasi-saint tribe and returned to the ancient teleportation array. Dandan, help me hide it for a while. If Xiaoqing and the others ask, just say that I'm in closed-door cultivation to comprehend Genesis techniques. Lu Ming said. In any case, at their cultivation level, it was common for them to go into closed-door cultivation for hundreds or thousands of years. By then, Lu Ming should have returned. Don't worry about me. Lu Ming, you have to take care of yourself. Don't die. Dandan said. Don't jinx it, I'm leaving. Lu Ming waved his hands, took a step forward and entered the teleportation array. The teleportation array was activated and Lu Ming's figure disappeared from the teleportation array. Lu Ming felt as though he was traveling through the void at an incredible speed. It didn't take long before his body shook and appeared in a new place. Lu Ming realized that he had appeared on top of an altar. This altar was, in fact, a teleportation array. It looked very ancient and was filled with traces of time. Afterward, Lu Ming scanned the area and sized it up. The place he was in was a small continent. It looked like a fragment of a continent, but the area was very small. There was a layer of light around the fragment, enveloping it as though it was isolated from the world. Where is this? It should still be in the explored ruins of the universe. Lu Ming speculated. 1/3 of the explored ruins of the universe was already astonishingly large. Lu Ming didn't believe that there was a teleportation array that could cross such a long distance in one go. This place was most likely still in the 1/3 area. It was just that this place should have never been discovered. Perhaps this place is sealed in the depths of the void and is difficult to find outside. Lu Ming speculated. This point could be seen from the light around the fragment. Moreover, Lu Ming tried to fly out, but there was a force that stopped him. This further proved Lu Ming's speculation. This place was very likely just a transit station on the ancient starry sky path. Lu Ming searched the fragment. Sure enough, Lu Ming found an ancient altar not far away. Lu Ming speculated that this altar was a teleportation array that led downwards. I don't know who built this teleportation array. Let's look around and see if there are any clues. Lu Ming pondered for a while before he started to wander around the mainland fragment. The mainland fragment was not big and Lu Ming soon explored it. Unfortunately, he didn't find any clues. Lu Ming could only continue to step onto the teleportation array. With a flash of light, Lu Ming's figure disappeared. Lu Ming appeared on a small fragment. This small fragment of the continent was similar to the previous one. It was also sealed in the depths of the void and could not fly away. They could only leave by using the teleportation array. Lu Ming circled around but did not find anything. Just like that, Lu Ming continued to step onto the teleportation array. After being teleported 6 times in a row, on the 7th time, there was finally a change. Lu Ming found that he was actually teleported to a small mountain. The small mountain was very small, only about 100 meters high. The mountain peak was flat and there was a stone house built on it. In front of the stone house, there was an ancient teleportation array. Lu Ming's heartbeat couldn't help but accelerate. There was actually a stone house here. Who built it? Was it built by the creature who built the teleportation array, or by Mulans and Huang Ling? Lu Ming suppressed the excitement in his heart and walked towards the stone house. As he approached the stone house, Lu Ming found that there was a small pool on the right side of the stone house, but the pool had dried up. Lu Ming glanced and entered the stone house. The stone house was very simple. There was only a stone table and a stone bench. Only a stone bench? Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. It was very likely that this was not built by Mulans and Huang Ling. There were 2 of them. If it was built by them, there was no reason to only build a stone bench. There are words on the table. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He found that the stone table's surface was engraved with words. However, these words were carved in the language of the primeval continent of the previous era. Lu Ming was even more certain that the stone table in the stone house was not left behind by Mulans and Huang Ling. Lu Ming carefully identified it. Over the years, he was not completely idle in the Heaven Destroyer. He also took the time to learn the language of the previous era and could recognize most of it. After a while, Lu Ming carefully read the words on the stone table. His eyes were full of surprise and doubt. As expected, these teleportation arrays were built by a mysterious existence, Lu Ming whispered. According to the literal meaning, the owner of the stone house had built many teleportation arrays to form an ancient road. As for why he had built them, it did not say. Then, the owner of the stone house had left some opportunities here. It turns out that the small pool outside the stone house is called the Creation Jade Pool. It contains the Creation Jade liquid and has a heaven-defying effect. However, it has dried up now. Could it be that Mulans and Huang Ling have absorbed it? Lu Ming thought to himself. Because according to the deduction of the expert of the Nineteen demonic spider clan, Mulans and Huang Ling had entered the ancient road of the stars earlier than the Nineteen demonic spider clan and must have arrived here earlier. Then, if anyone had absorbed the Creation Jade liquid, it was most likely Mulans and Huang Ling. There were other opportunities that Mulans and Huang Ling might have obtained. Of course, this was all Lu Ming's speculation. He did not know the specific facts. There are words on the ground too. Lu Ming continued to observe and found a few lines of delicate and small words on the ground of the stone house. Lu Ming took a look and could not help but be overjoyed. This was left by Mulan's. Lu Ming was very familiar with Mulan's handwriting. It could not be wrong. The literal meaning was that Mulan's and Huang Ling had mistakenly entered this place and obtained the opportunities here, but it was difficult for them to return. The two of them had waited here for decades. When they saw that Lu Ming did not come, they continued to take the teleportation array. It also reminded him not to worry if Lu Ming came and saw the message. Phew, Lu Ming heaved a sigh of relief, feeling much more relaxed. At least it proved that Mulan's and Huang Ling were fine here and had obtained the heaven-defying opportunities. Senior Sister Mulan's, Huang Ling, please be safe, Lu Ming said in his heart. After patrolling around and making sure that there were no other traces, he stepped onto the teleportation array in front of the stone house. A ray of light flashed and Lu Ming disappeared from the teleportation array platform. After that, Lu Ming went through another 5 teleportations. In the last 5 teleportations, he did not find anything strange and no words were left behind. However, there was no danger along the way and he did not encounter any living creatures. This made Lu Ming feel more relieved. If there was no danger, then Mulan and Huang Ling should not be in any danger either. As long as they did not encounter any living creatures in the forbidden area. After another teleportation, Lu Ming came to a fragment of a continent. But this time, Lu Ming was surprised. Because the surroundings of this fragment of a continent were not sealed. It was not in the depths of the void but suspended in the void of the universe. The fragment of the continent was filled with a strong primitive aura. Lu Ming deduced that this was a fragment of a continent in the ruins of the universe. However, he did not know if it was the 1/3 of the area they were in or the 2/3 of the unexplored area. After so many teleportations, they might have reached the 2/3 of the unexplored area. However, Lu Ming was not happy. Instead, he frowned. In that case, he would not be able to figure out the whereabouts of Mulan's and Huang Ling. Did Mulan's and Huang Ling continue to be teleported down along the ancient starry sky path, or did they leave this fragment and wander in the ruins of the universe? In the end, Lu Ming decided to explore this fragment of the continent to see if Mulan's and Huang Ling had left any clues nearby. Lu Ming spread out his spiritual consciousness and began to explore. The area of this continent was not large. Soon, the entire continent was explored by Lu Ming. There is no way down. Is this the end of the ancient starry sky path? Lu Ming's face was gloomy. This was because he had explored the entire continent once, but he did not find a way to go down. Previously, there were 2 teleportation platforms every time. One was for him to teleport here, and the other was for him to teleport downwards. However, on this fragment of the continent, there was only the teleportation platform, but there was no teleportation platform to teleport downwards. What was going on? Was this the end of the ancient starry sky path? Or was the teleportation platform not on this fragment of the continent, but on another fragment of the continent? It was not impossible, but it was very unlikely. Lu Ming felt that there was a higher probability that this was the end of the ancient starry sky path. Mulan's and Huang Ling had left after arriving here. And the experts of the Nining demonic spider clan had most likely set off from here to the starry sky of the universe. I hope Senior Sister Mulan's and Huang Ling will be fine. Lu Ming sighed. He did not know where to find them in the ruins of the universe. After thinking for a while, Lu Ming decided to leave, step by step. With a flash, Lu Ming left the continent and flew into the distance. Not long after, Lu Ming judged according to the map that Lu Ming should have come to the depths of the universe ruins. He had come to the 2/3 of the unexplored area. Moreover, Lu Ming also discovered that the cultivation environment here was surprisingly good. It was even better than the area Lu Ming and the others were in. Any random continent fragment was lush and full of life. There were even many continent fragments that had large amounts of divine herbs growing on them. However, the level of these divine herbs was not high. Lu Ming did not waste time picking them. Suddenly, Lu Ming, who was flying, could not help but stop. Because since a few minutes ago, Lu Ming had always felt a cold murderous intent locked onto him. At first, he didn't pay much attention to it. However, after flying for a few minutes, the killing intent didn't leave. Instead, it continued to follow him. This was a problem. Lu Ming's eyes were like lightning as he scanned the surroundings. He also spread out his spiritual awareness, covering a radius of 10,000 miles. Swish, at this moment, there were ripples in the void behind Lu Ming. Following which, a black ray of light pierced toward the back of Lu Ming's head. It was extremely sharp. At the same time, a black ray of light shot out from Lu Ming's left and right. It was like a divine spear that stabbed toward Lu Ming's vital points. It was as fast as lightning. This kind of sneak attack could be said to be seamless. If caught off guard, an ordinary peak god lord would not be able to block it and would be killed. However, was Lu Ming an ordinary peak god lord? Lu Ming suddenly retreated, dodging the attacks from his left and right. As he retreated, he reached out and grabbed the attack from behind. What attacked him from behind was not a weapon, but a leg, an insect's leg. A spider leg, a 9-ine demonic spider. Lu Ming's mind whirled as he roared, "Get out here!" He exerted strength in his palm and flung it out. Immediately, a figure was flung away, and a terrifying force exploded one of the spider legs. Whoosh, whoosh. Whoosh, whoosh. Whoosh. 3 figures appeared in front of Lu Ming. The 3 figures were all more than 3 meters tall and looked like humans. However, they each had 2 spider legs on their backs. Yes, only 2. One of them even had only 1 spider leg. Because one of them had been blown up by Lu Ming, he stared at Lu Ming with a pale face full of murderous intent. Although the number of spider legs on their backs was different from the 9-ine demonic spider Lu Ming had killed in the universe, Lu Ming was sure that these people were from the 9-ine demonic spider race. This kid is very strong. I'm afraid we're not his match. Why don't we retreat first and let the stronger experts deal with him? I think so too. A few of the 9-ine demon spiders discussed via voice transmission, and then quickly retreated. Lu Ming frowned. Just a moment ago, they had joined forces to assassinate him, but now they wanted to leave. Was Lu Ming so easy to talk to? All of you, stay here. Lu Ming coldly snorted and grabbed out with his hand. A massive palm appeared in the void and grabbed at his opponents. Lu Ming could clearly see that these 3 9-ine demonic spiders were only 9th-tier god lords. Lu Ming didn't care about them at all and could deal with them with a casual palm. Not good. The 3 9-ine demonic spiders sensed the terror of Lu Ming and paled as they used all their strength to block. But how could mere 9th-tier god lords block Lu Ming's attack? As the palm pressed down, 2 screams rang out. 2 of the 9-ine demonic spiders screamed as their bodies exploded, their souls extinguished. Only 1 9-ine demonic spider survived. However, it wasn't because this person was strong enough to block Lu Ming's attack, but because Lu Ming had shown mercy, deliberately letting him go so that he could get some information from him. Also, why didn't the other party ask about the situation before attacking him? Although he had killed a 4-legged 9-ine demonic spider, these people didn't know about it, so there was no reason for them to kill him as soon as they met. Was it because he was a human? Although this was possible, after all, during the era of the primitive desolate continent, the creatures of the Forbidden Lands and the human race could be said to be enemies. But Lu Ming still wanted to ask and investigate the current situation in the depths of the ruins of the universe. Although that 4-legged 9-ine demonic spider had said a lot in the starry sky, it only knew about the situation from 10,000 years ago. This was because the 9-ine demonic spider clan was the first batch of 9-ine demonic spiders to awaken. They had awakened 10,000 years ago. Thereafter, they accidentally entered a mystic place to look for opportunities. However, they were trapped in the mystic place for more than 10,000 years. Although they managed to break out, they entered the ancient starry sky road and met Lu Ming and the rest. Therefore, that 9-ine demonic spider didn't know about the current situation in the depths of the ruins of the universe. According to that 4-legged 9-ine demonic spider, only a few hundred 9-ine demonic spiders had awakened at that time, and the ruins of the universe were still desolate. According to the 4-legged 9-ine demonic spider, Lu Ming came up with a timeline. Most likely, Mulan and Huang Ling had entered the ancient star road earlier, while the 4-legged 9-ine demonic spider had entered the ancient star road later. According to the 9-ine demonic spider, he didn't meet Mulan's and Huang Ling on the ancient star road, so they should have missed each other. Lu Ming thought for a while, then looked at the 9-ine demonic spider in front of him and said, "Tell me, why do you want to kill me?" "Humph, I know you're here to help, but we found the top source level divine herb first." You humans are despicable and shameless. You interfered halfway and took the top source-level divine herb. How can we let you live? Let me tell you, I just sent out the news. The experts of my 9 demonic spider will be here soon. Kid, you're just one person. Only death awaits you. The two-legged 9 demonic spider glared at Lu Ming with cold and crazy eyes. What did you say? Human race? Lu Ming exclaimed. As for the threat, Lu Ming completely ignored it. He only cared about the information that the other party revealed. Human race, the other party said that the human race took their top source-level divine herb. There were humans in the depths of the universe ruins. Where did they come from? Were they the descendants of the experts of the universe who ventured into the depths of the universe ruins? Or were they born in the depths of the universe ruins, like the Yen clan of the stellar sky continent? In any case, Lu Ming couldn't stay calm. According to the four-legged 9 demonic spider, when he had just woken up, only a few hundred 9 demonic spiders had woken up. In addition, experts from several other forbidden lands had woken up, but there were no humans at all. They had explored many areas and didn't see any humans. Then, where did the current human race come from? Human race? Are they really humans? How many of them are there? How strong are they? Lu Ming asked several questions in a row. The 9 demonic spider looked at Lu Ming as if he was an idiot. It seemed to be saying, aren't you a human? Why do you need to ask me such a stupid question? Speak. Lu Ming shouted coldly, his killing intent chilling. Alright, I'll tell you. There are countless humans, and I don't know how many there are. There are also many experts, and they're not inferior to my 9 demon spider race. The 9 demonic spider said. What? Lu Ming's heart was in turmoil, unable to calm down. If what the other party said was true, then it would be somewhat inconceivable. Was the human race that powerful? One had to know that the 9 demonic spider tribe was in existence that occupied a forbidden area. Its strength should not be weaker than any of the 3 tribes, the primordial light tribe, the blue sea tribe, and the baleful tribe. One had to know that the beings in the Forbidden Grounds were extremely powerful. Any one of the 3 tribes in the Forbidden Grounds was more powerful than the combined forces of the Heavenly Human Tribe and the Heaven Destroyer. The strength of the human race was far inferior to the creatures of the Forbidden Lands. How could they be compared to the creatures of the Forbidden Lands? However, there was no need for the other party to lie to him. What's going on? Lu Ming was puzzled. What else do you want to ask? I can tell you everything, the 9 demonic spider said. Lu Ming knew that the other party wanted to stall for time and wait for the overlords of the 9 demonic spider tribe to come to his rescue. However, Lu Ming was bold and he was not afraid at all. He continued to ask, what's the situation now? Tell me more about it. The 9 demonic spider was even more confused. Why didn't Lu Ming know about this? Even if he had just woken up, he could have asked the other humans. Why would he ask him? However, this wasn't something important, so there was nothing that he couldn't tell him. It could also stall for time. There are 6 forces in the universe right now. They are the 9 demonic spider tribe, the evilest race, and the human race. The other party began to talk. There were no creatures from the primordial light tribe, the baleful tribe, or the blue sea tribe among the 6 forces. Apparently, the other party was talking about the races deep inside the ruins of the universe. 5 of them were creatures from the Forbidden Grounds. Only the human race came from a place called the Xianxia Divine Realm. Xianxia Divine Realm? Lu Ming frowned. He had never heard of this place. Just as Lu Ming was about to ask more questions, he suddenly looked into the distance. In the distance, there were a few black rays of light. They were coming towards them at an astonishing speed. They were clearly the 9 demonic spiders. There were 3 of them, but their auras were shocking. They were all peak-level divine masters. The 9 demonic spider suppressed by Lu Ming was overjoyed. His reinforcements had arrived. However, just as a look of ecstasy appeared on his face, the ecstasy on his face froze. Because Lu Ming attacked directly. 3 spear auras pierced through the void and stabbed the 3 9 demonic spiders at an incredible speed. It was too fast. The 3 9 demonic spiders couldn't even dodge. They could only resist with all their might, but it was useless. They were pierced by the spear auras and killed in the void. Crack, 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 the 9 demonic spider that was suppressed by Lu Ming seemed to have a stone stuck in its throat. Its eyes were wide open, revealing a look of despair. Your reinforcements seem to be too weak. Now, continue. Lu Ming said indifferently. Kill me if you want. Don't expect me to say a word. The 9 demonic spider threw caution to the wind and glared at Lu Ming. Since you want to die, I'll grant you your wish. Lu Ming didn't bother to talk nonsense and killed the 9 demonic spider with a flick of his finger. Since there were a large number of humans in the depths of the universe ruins, what couldn't he know if he found them? Why bother asking this person? Over there. Lu Ming's gaze turned to the front right. The 3 9 demonic spiders had come from that direction. It wasn't hard to tell from the other party's words that someone from the human race had obtained a top-grade source-level divine herb. At this time, they should be surrounded by the 9 demonic spiders. Lu Ming planned to go and take a look. If possible, he wanted to save those humans. Lu Ming took a step forward and flew in that direction. Not long after, Lu Ming saw a continent fragment. Dazzling light soared into the sky from a certain place on the continent fragment, and he could faintly hear rumbling. Someone was fighting there. Lu Ming restrained his aura and charged over, quickly arriving at the battlefield. On the continent fragment, 2 sides were fiercely fighting. Human race. Lu Ming's eyes suddenly lit up. On one side, there were 7 people. All 7 of them were from the human race. Lu Ming couldn't be wrong. They were definitely pure humans. Of the 7 humans, 2 were young, 1 was a man and 1 was a woman. They looked to be in their 20s, but their cultivations had reached 9th level Divine Lord. These 2 were definitely young, but their cultivations had reached 9th level Divine Lord. They could definitely be considered top-class geniuses. If Lu Ming and Xianxia didn't have the origin god tea leaves, they would only be 9th level Divine Lords. Of the other 5, 2 were middle-aged and 3 were old. They were all peak Divine Lords. The 7 humans had laid down a joint attack formation that transformed into a white tiger. It was extremely powerful and was no weaker than the strongest Lord of Heaven. On the other side were 10 some 9 demon spider race experts. The majority of these 9 demon spiders were 9th tier Divine Lords or peak Divine Lords. The youth in the lead possessed astonishing fighting strength. Alone, he possessed the fighting strength of the strongest Lord of Heaven. This young man attacked alone. There were 4 spider legs on his back and he was wrapped in armor. Even his 4 spider legs were covered in armor. He looked very similar to the 4-legged 9 demonic spider that Lu Ming had killed previously. The 4 spider legs were like 4 long spears that constantly stabbed out. Alone, he was fighting the joint attack formation of the 7 humans. It was difficult to determine the victor. The other 9 demon spider experts surrounded them but did not move. Anyone could see that the 7 humans would not be able to last for long. Laying down a joint attack formation consumed a great deal of energy. For a short period of time, they could completely match the fighting strength of the strongest Lord of Heaven, but over time, they would definitely not be a match for the strongest Lord of Heaven. Existences on the level of the strongest Lord of Heaven had greater control over their own strength. When they attacked, they could use the smallest amount of energy to display the greatest fighting strength. Over time, the joint attack formation would definitely break. For example, the 21 people's joint attack array, when operating, could erupt with fighting power that could rival that of an invincible Divine Lord, but when the 2 sides really fought, the joint attack array would definitely be defeated after a long time. Once the joint attack formation collapsed, the humans would definitely be able to block the attacks of the 9 demon spider race. Humph, with your mediocre strength, you want to get your hands on a top-grade source-level divine medicine? Ridiculous. Hurry up and hand it over, and we can leave your corpses intact. The youth of the 9 demon spider race attacked while using words to attack the other party's will. The top-grade source-level divine medicine was clearly obtained by us. Why should we give it to you? The young woman of the human race shouted. You obtained it? Ridiculous. We clearly discovered it first, but you intercepted us halfway and got it first. The 9 demonic spider race youth sneered. Nonsense. In order to capture this top-grade source-grade divine herb, we spent a lot of effort and resources before we finally lured it into a trap. Just as we were about to succeed, you guys appeared. You guys attacked us halfway, wanting to take our divine herb. The young woman from the human clan shouted, her face full of anger. Hee, so what? A lack of strength is the original sin. Don't you know that? The young man from the 9 demonic spider sneered. So what if they wanted to rob him halfway? In this world, the strong preyed on the weak. When Lu Ming heard this, he understood. Previously, the 9 demonic spider had said that they were the first to discover the top-grade source-level divine herb, and then they were intercepted by the human race. It seemed that it was all nonsense. If you have the ability, let's fight at the same level. You're just relying on your higher cultivation. If we're at the same level, I'll suppress you in 10 moves. The human young man shouted. His cultivation level was at the 9th level of the Divine Master realm, while the 9 demonic spider youth was at the peak of the Divine Master realm. If his cultivation level was also at the peak of the Divine Master realm, he was confident that he would not be weaker than his opponent. Ridiculous words. Your cultivation level is low, and there's no other reason. It just means that you're trash. The 9 demonic spider youth jeered as he continued to attack. Boom, boom. The two sides exchanged several more blows, but the outcome was still a draw. But Lu Ming could already see that the white tiger formed by the human clan's joint attack array was faintly trembling. It was unstable and wouldn't be able to last much longer. The 9 demonic spider youth had also noticed this. He laughed and attacked even more fiercely. In the blink of an eye, 10 more moves had been exchanged. Boom, with another explosion, the white tiger formed by the human clan's joint attack array was pushed back, its body turning illusory and almost collapsing. Not good. Damn, I can't accept this. The 7 human clan members felt a chill in their hearts. The young man from the human clan in particular had an even more unsightly expression. He rolled his eyes and roared, Xianxia, if we give you the divine herb now, will you let us go? Let you go? Do you think that's possible? As long as I kill you, the divine herb will still be mine. The 9 demonic spider youth, Xianxia, sneered. If you don't agree, I'll destroy this top-grade divine herb first. At most, we'll fight to the death and no one will get it. The young man from the human clan shouted. His storage bag glowed, and a divine herb flew out into his hand. This divine herb was a top-grade divine herb. Xianxia's expression darkened. Although top-grade divine herbs were very good at escaping, their other abilities were very ordinary. Now that it was in the hands of the young man from the human clan, it could be easily destroyed. Then even if he killed the young man from the human clan and the others, he wouldn't be able to get the top-grade divine herb. In the dark, Lu Ming had intended to make a move. However, at this moment, he stopped. The situation had changed, and he wasn't in a hurry to act. It's impossible to let all of you go, but as long as you hand over the top-grade divine herb, I can let you go. Xianxia said indifferently. Hearing this, the expressions of the 7 human clan members changed. The young woman from the human clan and the other 5 people all looked at the young man from the human clan in unison. The young man from the human clan's expression changed, but he soon showed a decisive look. Okay, I agree. The young man from the human clan said through gritted teeth. Lu Weiyang, how can you do this? The young woman from the human clan glared at the young man from the human clan, Lu Weiyang. The other 5 people also looked at Lu Weiyang in shock. They didn't expect Lu Weiyang to agree to this and sell them out in order to survive. Hanyu, I have no choice. You have to understand. If we all die, we'll die in vain. No one will know that we died at Xianxia's hands. As long as I live and bring the news back, there will be people who will be avenged by you. Lu Weiyang secretly transmitted his voice to Hanyu, the young female football player. Then, he suddenly retreated rapidly. As soon as Lu Weiyang retreated, the human clan's joint attack formation collapsed on its own and collapsed. As Lu Weiyang retreated, he held the top-grade divine herb in his hand and stared at Xianxia and the others, as if he would destroy the top-grade divine herb at any time. After losing the combined attack formation, Hanyu and the others turned pale. They could only form a circle and guard against Xianxia. Under such circumstances, Xianxia wasn't in a hurry to act. He wanted to get his hands on the top-grade divine herb first. Now, you can give me the divine herb. Xianxia stared at Lu Weiyang and said. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? If I give it to you, what if you continue to attack? Xianxia, swear on your life origin that you will let me go, and I'll give you the divine herb. Lu Weiyang shouted. Xianxia's eyes were a little cold. However, it was not impossible to let Lu Weiyang go for the top source-level divine herb. Okay, Xianxia nodded and immediately swore on his life that he would let Lu Weiyang go as long as Lu Weiyang handed over the top source-level divine herb. Lu Weiyang was overjoyed when he heard that. He personally handed the top source-level divine herb to a 9-yin demonic spider. Han Yu and the others glared at Lu Weiyang hatefully before helplessness and despair appeared on their faces. Without a miracle, they would definitely die today. I'll send you on your way. Xianxia stared coldly at Han Yu and the others with murderous intent. At the same time, Lu Weiyang quickly retreated in an attempt to leave. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared above them. It was naturally Lu Ming. The reason why he had not acted before was obviously because of the top source-level divine herb. This was a top source-level divine herb. Even Lu Ming coveted it very much. They had obtained a total of 10 before. He had brought 5 with him this time, while the remaining 5 were with Xianxia, Qiu Yu, and the others. Each top source-level divine herb could refine 5 drops of origin spirit medicinal liquid per month. 5 was only 5 drops per month, which was far from enough for his daily cultivation. The more top source-level divine herbs he had, the better. If he had 30 top source-level divine herbs, he would have an average of 1 drop of origin spirit medicinal liquid per day for cultivation. Lu Ming was confident that he could reach the reciprocity realm in 100 years. Previously, the top source-level divine herbs had been in the hands of the humans, so he was naturally embarrassed to take them. However, it was different now that they were in the hands of the 9-yin demonic spider. Therefore, Lu Ming acted without any hesitation. Lu Ming did not hide his aura. The humans, Xianxia, and the 9-yin demonic spiders immediately discovered Lu Ming. The humans, Xianxia stared at Lu Ming with sharp eyes. When he sensed the peak divine master aura from Lu Ming, his eyes narrowed slightly. On the contrary, Han Yu and the others were overjoyed. It's the humans. Our reinforcements have arrived. Han Yu was delighted. This person looks unfamiliar. I've never seen him before. Have you seen him before? I've never seen it, I haven't seen him before either. Judging from his cultivation, he is at the peak of the divine master realm. But can he compete with Xianxia? The other 5 discussed in secret, and the joy in their hearts slowly disappeared. Lu Ming was alone. Could he be Xianxia's match? Not necessarily. Xianxia's battle prowess was at the first breakthrough. Such battle prowess could be considered top-notch in the Divine Lord realm. There were very few of them, and there weren't many of them in the entire human race. Moreover, they had seen people with such battle prowess before, and they had never seen someone like Lu Ming. In the distance, Lu Weiyang, who was running away, saw Lu Ming appear. He couldn't help but stop. However, he didn't approach. Instead, he stood in the distance and watched. Another one has come to die, there was a murderous glint in Xianxia's eyes. Before he finished his words, one of the spider legs on his back pierced toward Lu Ming like a long spear. The legs on the 9-yin demonic spider's back seemed to be only 2 meters long, but they could be extended and retracted at will. When attacking, they could extend infinitely, and their power was astonishing. When Xianxia attacked, his power was even more frightening. An ordinary peak divine master would be instantly killed by him. However, Lu Ming didn't counterattack. Instead, his body flashed, and he disappeared. A moment later, he appeared in front of a middle-aged 9-yin demonic spider. This was because the top-grade source-level divine medicine was on this person. The 9-yin demonic spider was startled by Lu Ming's sudden appearance, but he reacted quickly and immediately launched a thunderous attack. For spider. Legs stabbed at Lu Ming in succession. This person's cultivation was also at the peak divine master level, but he was only an ordinary peak divine master. His fighting strength was far inferior to Lu Ming's. Lu Ming's figure was like a phantom. He easily avoided the attacks of the 4 spider legs and suddenly approached the other party. With a tap of his finger, a ray of spear gleam burst forth and pierced the other party's glabella accurately. With a puff, this 9 demonic spider was killed by Lu Ming. Then, Lu Ming reached out and grabbed his opponent's storage bag. Another top-grade source-level divine medicine was in his hands. Lu Ming's lips curled into a smile. Zhu didn't expect Lu Ming to kill a peak divine master expert with a single move. At first, he was shocked, then he flew into a rage. "Brat, you're courting death. Set up the formation and work with me to kill him," Zhu shouted. He didn't attack immediately. Instead, he had the other 9 demonic spiders set up the formation and attack with him. Lu Ming was able to easily kill a peak divine master. His fighting strength was very strong. Zhu wasn't confident that he could take down Lu Ming alone. In a flash, 7 peak divine master 9 demonic spiders set up a joint attack formation. A giant spider appeared and charged at Lu Ming. At the same time, Zhu charged to the other side. He wanted to circle behind Lu Ming and attack Lu Ming together with the joint attack formation. Not good. Han Yu and the others were extremely anxious. They wanted to help Lu Ming, but there was nothing they could do. With one less person, even if they set up the formation, its power would be greatly reduced. They were no match for Zhu or the joint attack formation of the 9 demonic spiders. But at this moment, Lu Ming attacked. The war god spear had appeared in his hand at some point. With a sweep of the spear, a mountainous spear radiance shot toward the joint attack formation of the 9 demonic spiders. Boom, the spear radiance collided with the giant spider formed by the joint attack formation. With a fierce boom, the giant spider was sent flying and scattered. The 7 9 demonic spiders inside vomited mouthfuls of blood, their faces pale. Of course, Lu Ming had not used his full strength in this attack. In fact, he had only used a small portion of his strength. Otherwise, with just one move from Lu Ming, not only would he be able to destroy their combined array, but he would also be able to kill all the people who had set up the array. But Lu Ming was new to this place, so he could not reveal all of his strength. Revealing all of his strength would not do him any good. Keeping a few trump cards could be of great use at a critical moment. Lu Ming had been through a lot. He had a deep understanding of this. After destroying the joint attack formation with one move, Lu Ming thrust his war god spear forward. 7 spear radiances aimed at the 7 9 demonic spiders. These 7 9 demonic spiders were already severely injured. How could they block Lu Ming's attack? They were immediately pierced and died on the spot. Zhu originally wanted to go behind Lu Ming and form a pincer attack with the joint attack formation. But before he could go behind Lu Ming, he saw the joint attack formation being destroyed by Lu Ming. Then, the 7 people who had set up the formation were killed by Lu Ming. How is this possible? Zhu could not help but widen his eyes, revealing a look of horror and disbelief. Not only him, but Han Yu and the other human experts could not help but widen their eyes in shock. Lu Ming's move had shocked everyone. To be able to so easily break apart a 7-man array formation, this level of combat strength was likely not the result of one breakthrough, but possibly 2 breakthroughs. 2 extreme breakthroughs. This person was actually a peerless expert who had broken through twice. Han Yu and the rest of the human race were overjoyed. They were saved. The 9 demonic spiders, led by Zhu, were furious. They couldn't deal with a cultivator who had broken through the extreme state twice. However, the top source-level divine medicine had fallen into Lu Ming's hands. Zhu was unwilling to give up a top source-level divine medicine. No one would be willing to let such a fat piece of meat slip away just like that. "Kid, how dare you take my divine medicine? Do you know who I am? Do you know who my brother is? Hand over the top source-level divine medicine if you know what's good for you," Zhu shouted. Lu Ming looked at Zhu as if he were an idiot. "Who's your brother?" Lu Ming asked casually. "My brother, Zhu Tian." Zhu sneered. "What? Zhu Tian?" Han Yu and the others exclaimed and their faces changed as if they had heard something terrible. Zhu smiled proudly and looked at Lu Ming. He wanted to show a shocked expression on Lu Ming's face. Unfortunately, he was disappointed. Lu Ming didn't look shocked at all, as if he had heard the name of a stranger. Zhu Tian? I've never heard of him. Lu Ming said. You're lying through your teeth. You've never heard of my brother? Zhu Shi shouted. Nonsense, I've never heard of him. Well, I don't want to talk nonsense with you. I'll send you to hell now. Lu Ming said coldly. What? What? You want to kill me? Zhu Shi yelled in disbelief. After hearing his brother's name, not only did he not return the top source-level divine medicine, but he also wanted to kill him. Was this person a lunatic, who among the 6 forces of the universe hadn't heard of his elder brother's name? In the era when Origin Source did not appear, his big brother's combat strength was practically standing at the peak. Han Yu and the others also looked shocked. Brother, this man's elder brother, Zhu Tian, is a top expert who has broken through 3 times. Han Yu reminded him. Break the limit thrice? Lu Ming was puzzled. What did that mean? Was it a measure of combat power? Let's go. At this time, Zhu Shi ordered the other 9 demonic spiders to retreat. From Lu Ming's expression, he knew that he most likely wouldn't be able to get the top-grade source-grade divine medicine back. Leaving was the best course of action. He would take his revenge in the future. You want to leave? Lu Ming's voice was filled with killing intent. He had no intention of letting the other party leave. From the looks of it, his elder brother was an extremely terrifying expert. From this, it could be seen that his elder brother's status in the 9 demonic spider clan was not low. Since he had offended the other party, he had to get rid of the other party completely. Otherwise, the other party wouldn't let him off so easily. It would be better to get rid of them completely to prevent future troubles. Buzz, the war god spear vibrated and a huge spear aura pressed down on Zhu Shi and the others. How dare you? Zhu Shi shouted. He had never thought that Lu Ming would dare to attack him. However, the terrifying power of the spear aura made his face turn pale. He shouted and tried to resist with all his might. The other 9 demonic spiders also tried their best to resist. However, given their strength, how could they resist Lu Ming? Even if Lu Ming only used a part of his strength, it was still not something they could resist. Some of the weaker 9 demonic spiders exploded and died on the spot. Only a few peak divine masters and Zhu Shi survived, but they were also severely injured. Ah, my elder brother won't let you go, Zhu Shi shouted crazily and retreated quickly. However, Lu Ming continued to attack. Zhu Shi barely managed to block 2 attacks before he was killed by Lu Ming. All the 9 demonic spiders were killed. None were left alive. Lu Ming quietly put the storage bags of the 9 demonic spiders into the ancient desolation ring. In the distance, Han Yu and the others were still shocked. However, they soon recovered. Han Yu and the other 5 flew to Lu Ming. Han Yu cupped his fists and said, I'm Han Yu. Thank you for your help. Brother, you look very unfamiliar. May I know your name? I'm Lu Ming. Lu Ming said. Lu Ming? Han Yu and the others were puzzled. There were many people with the same name. They had heard of Lu Ming before, but they had never heard of anyone with such combat strength. Moreover, they had never seen Lu Ming before. When did such an expert appear in the human clan? They had seen all the experts of the human clan. Judging from the combat strength of Lu Ming, even if he had not broken through the second extreme break, he was not far away. Why had they never heard of such an expert? Han Yu, it's great that you're all right. At this time, a voice sounded. It was Lu Weiyang. He saw that Lu Ming had killed the 9 demonic spiders' men and was flying toward them. He was pleasantly surprised and worried about Han Yu. Han Yu frowned and despised Lu Weiyang in her heart. He had betrayed them and escaped alone, but now he was pretending to be worried. Did he think she was a fool? Couldn't he tell? Therefore, Han Yu did not treat him well. The other 5 did not treat him well either, but they did not turn hostile on the spot for the sake of their acquaintance. Lu Weiyang pretended not to see the expressions of Han Yu and the others. He turned his gaze to Lu Ming and looked at him carefully. There was a trace of disdain in his eyes. Lu Ming, right? This time, you did well. When we return to the Azure Divine Realm, I will put in a good word for you. Lu Ming frowned slightly. When Lu Weiyang spoke to him, his attitude was like a superior speaking to a subordinate. It was like an emperor speaking to a commoner. Where did his confidence come from? Seeing that Lu Ming did not speak, Lu Weiyang continued, Lu Ming, you just got the top source-grade divine herb. Now, take it out. He spoke in a superior tone again, as if he was ordering Lu Ming. This time even Han Yu could not stand it. Lu Weiyang, we were saved because of Lu Ming. Moreover, you gave the top source-grade divine herb to Zhu Shi, and Lu Ming got it from Zhu Shi. You can consider it as Lu Ming's spoils of war. Han Yu said. Spoils of war? Haha, Han Yu, can't you see that he only has an inferior bloodline? How can an inferior bloodline be qualified to control a top source-grade divine herb? Lu Weiyang said, and the superior attitude in his tone became stronger. When he looked at Lu Ming, the disdain and arrogance in his eyes were completely undisguised. Inferior bloodline, Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. What did that mean? Was there a difference in bloodline among the human race? However, when he carefully examined Lu Weiyang, Han Yu, and the others, he did sense something different. Although Lu Weiyang, Han Yu, and the others were also human, their bloodline aura was different from his. Lu Ming could feel that Han Yu, Lu Weiyang, and the others were emitting a kind of aura. When he faced this kind of aura, he instinctively felt a sense of pressure. It was like the pressure when facing a real superior. This was not pressure from status, but from instinct and bloodline. It was like the difference between a 9-clawed dragon and an ordinary divine dragon. These people's bloodlines were of a higher grade than Lu Ming's. Lu Ming came to a conclusion. The human clan in the universe or the minor chiliocosm should have evolved from the flesh and blood of the human clan experts in the last era. Their bloodlines are definitely not that pure, just like the demon clan. Is this the so-called inferior bloodline? Lu Ming continued to think and speculated based on what Lu Weiyang and the others said. Lu Ming, why don't you hand over the top-grade source-level divine herb? Lu Weiyang stared at Lu Ming and repeated. Top-grade source-level divine herb? What top-grade source-level divine herb? Lu Ming began to play dumb. Lu Ming, don't play dumb with me, Lu Weiyang said coldly. What do you mean play dumb? I really don't know what you're talking about. When I arrived, I immediately attacked the 9-yin demonic spider. Logically speaking, I killed the 9-yin demonic spider, so the 9-yin demonic spider's belongings should be my spoils of war. Even if there is a top-grade source-level divine herb, it should be my spoils of war. What? What else happened before I came here? Why don't you tell me the details? Lu Ming looked at Lu Weiyang with a puzzled face. You. Lu Weiyang stuttered and did not know what to say. Should he say out loud that he had betrayed Han Yu and the others and gave them a top-grade source-level divine herb in order to escape alone? How could he say that? No matter how thick-skinned he was too embarrassed to say it again. Damn it, Lu Weiyang roared in his heart. If he didn't say that he was the one who handed it over, then Lu Ming could naturally take the 9-yin demonic spider's item as his spoils of war. But it was hard for him to say it out loud. Han Yu and the others pretended not to see Lu Weiyang's predicament. They weren't as thick-skinned as Lu Weiyang. Although top-grade source-grade divine medicines were incomparably precious, they were still insignificant compared to their own lives. Lu Ming sneered in his heart. How could he spit out the fat meat in his hands? By the way, Miss Han Yu, what do you mean by the first breakthrough and the second breakthrough? Lu Ming quickly changed the topic. You don't even know this? Lu Weiyang mocked, and his contempt grew even stronger. He was extremely unhappy that Lu Ming had swallowed his top-grade source-grade divine medicine. If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't defeat Lu Ming, he would have killed Lu Ming on the spot and taken back the divine medicine. Therefore, he wouldn't let go of the opportunity to mock Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming didn't even look at Lu Weiyang and directly ignored him. Would you bite back when a dog bites you? To be honest, Lu Ming didn't care about someone like Lu Weiyang at all. Why should he care about someone who could be defeated easily? Han Yu and the others were also curious. Lu Ming had such combat strength, but he didn't know this common sense? Brother Lu, are you not from the Azure Divine Realm? Han Yu asked in reply. No. Lu Ming shook his head and said, I don't know about the Firmament Divine Realm. I come from the other side of the universe, which is very far away from here. Lu Ming pointed in the direction of the one-third of the universe ruins that they had explored, which was also the direction of the universe's starry sky. You come from the other side of the universe? Han Yu and the others were surprised. Doesn't that mean you come from the same direction as Sister Mulan's? Han Yu was even more curious. Mulan's, Lu Ming immediately caught the keyword and his heart beat wildly. Although there were many people with the same name, Han Yu's meaning was obvious. The Mulan she mentioned was from the same place as Lu Ming, so it couldn't be wrong. He had planned to ask about Mulan and Huang Ling after he got familiar with Han Yu and the others. He did not expect that Han Yu would tell him about them so quickly. It was perfect. Miss Han Yu, do you know Sister Mulan's? To tell you the truth, I'm here to look for Senior Sister Mulan. Look, isn't this her? As he spoke, he took out a portrait. It was Mulan's portrait. Yes, it's Sister Mulan's. So you're Sister Mulan's junior brother. That's great. After Han Yu saw the portrait, he nodded continuously with a smile on his face. He seemed to have become closer to Lu Ming. Is Sister Mulan's in the Azure Divine Realm now? How do you know her? Lu Ming asked. That's right. She's in the Ashen Azure Divine Realm. As for how we met, it's a long story. Speaking of which, she's our benefactor. If it wasn't for her, we would still be trapped in the Ashen Azure Divine Realm and unable to come out. Han Yu said. Oh, what's going on? Miss Han Yu, can you tell me in detail? Here's the thing. Han Yu explained in detail. After hearing that, Lu Ming's heart was in turmoil and he could not calm down. It turned out that the Azure Divine Realm was a continent that was inhabited by humans. Moreover, they were humans from the desolate continent of the previous era. At the end of the previous era, a shocking war broke out and the primeval continent was destroyed. Countless living beings died and their bodies and souls were destroyed. The Azure Divine Realm was originally a fragment of a continent that was inhabited by some humans. The master of the Ashen Cyan Immortal Realm had used his shocking power and a supreme treasure to seal the Ashen Cyan Immortal Realm in the depths of the void. Furthermore, it was completely sealed. No one from the outside could open the seal, and neither could the humans inside. It was equivalent to being completely isolated from the world. That was the only way the Azure Divine Realm could avoid the disaster. However, the price was that the people inside could not leave even if they wanted to. After the master of the Azure Divine Realm cast the Peerless Seal, he fell into a deep sleep. Before he fell asleep, he said that the seal of the Azure Divine Realm would be automatically opened only when the primeval void universe was fully recovered and the rules of the universe and ultimacy of the universe were perfected again. Although the universe had recovered, it was far from being fully recovered and the rules of the universe and ultimacy were far from perfect. The people in the Azure Divine Realm could not come out. However, more than 10,000 years ago, Mulan accidentally went outside the Firmament Divine Realm and used a gem to open a seal in the Firmament Divine Realm. As a result, the seal of the Firmament Divine Realm was no longer perfect. The experts in the Firmament Divine Realm worked together to completely open the seal and the people in the Firmament Divine Realm could see the light of day again. It could be said that Mulan's was the savior of the Firmament Divine Realm. From Han Yu's words, Lu Ming learned another important piece of information. The humans in the Firmament Divine Realm were different from the creatures in the Forbidden Land. The creatures in the Forbidden Land were in a sealed state, but the humans in the Firmament Divine Realm were not. The creatures in the Forbidden Land were in a sealed state and needed a large amount of resources to awaken. However, the human tribe in the Firmament Divine Realm was different. They continued to reproduce on the continent of the Firmament Divine Realm. However, the cultivation environment in the Firmament Divine Realm was not good. The chaos chi was thin and there was a lack of resources. Although they had reproduced for a long time, there were not many experts. Most of the top experts were survivors of the last era. However, in the last 10,000 years, the cultivation environment in the Firmament Divine Realm was getting better and better. Everything was recovering and the chaos chi was strong. When they opened the seal, they found that the entire universe had begun to recover. Sister Mulan's is the savior of the Firmament Divine Realm. Before the origin tribulation came, she became a disciple of a big shot and has been cultivating in the Firmament Divine Realm. Han Yu said. What about Huang Ling? Isn't she in the Firmament Divine Realm? Lu Ming could not help but ask. He could tell that Han Yu only mentioned Mulan's and did not mention Huang Ling. This was strange. If they were together, why did Han Yu not mention Huang Ling? Huang Ling? Sister Mulan's is alone. There is no other person. Han Yu said in surprise. Lu Ming's heart sank. Only Mulan's? Where did she go? Something must have happened during this period. It seemed that he could only ask Mulan's when he saw her. Miss Han Yu, are you going back to the firmament divine realm now? Let me go with you. Lu Ming said. He could not wait. We won't go back for now. We have to meet up with the others before returning to the firmament divine realm. Han Yu said. The others? Lu Ming was confused. That's right. Not long ago, an ancient divine vein came into being. It nurtured a large number of divine herbs, including many top-notch source divine herbs. Experts from various major forces flocked there to fight for the top-notch source divine herbs. Battles broke out among the various forces. The 7 of us were lucky to get a top source level divine herb and wanted to leave secretly. We did not expect to be targeted by Xianxia and the others. That was why the battle happened, Han Yu said. A top-notch source-grade divine herb? Is there more? Lu Ming's eyes lit up. At the mention of top-notch source-grade divine medicines, Lu Ming's heart was moved. Could it be that he came at the right time? There shouldn't be any left. All the major forces have been fighting for it for some time. That divine vein has been searched thoroughly. All the divine herbs have been plundered. We are lucky. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to obtain a top-notch soul-grade divine herb. Han Yu said. Lu Ming sighed in his heart. It seemed that he had come at the wrong time. He was too late. Let's go to the vicinity of the divine range now and meet up with the group. After that, we will return to the Xianxia divine realm. Brother Lu, let's go together. I will also tell you what is the first stage of breaking extremity and second stage of breaking extremity, Han Yu said. Okay, thank you so much, Miss Han Yu. Lu Ming nodded. Immediately, everyone set off together. On the way, Han Yu explained what breaking extremity was. In fact, it was very simple. The first stage of breaking extremity meant breaking the limit of one's combat power. Normally, the combat power of a top Lord of Heaven was the limit of a divine master. Those who had the combat power of the strongest Lord of Heaven were overlords who had broken the limit once and were called overlords who had completed the first stage of breaking extremity. For example, Xianxia was an overlord who had broken the limit once. Those who had broken the limit twice were overlords who had broken the limit twice. Lu Ming speculated that those who had broken the limit twice were comparable to the Guanqian emissary of the Yuanguan clan. Above them, there were those who had broken the limit 3 times and were called the Invincible Divine Masters. This classification method had been passed down from the last era of the primeval age. Is the third stage of breaking extremity the limit? Is there no fourth stage of breaking extremity? Lu Ming asked curiously. Fourth stage of breaking extremity? What are you thinking? Is that a level you can reach? Don't be so ambitious. On the side, Lu Weiyang finally seized the opportunity to mock him. Lu Ming continued to ignore him. In theory, the third stage of breaking extremity is the limit, but in fact, there are still fourth stage of breaking extremity, but it's too difficult. Even in the last era of the primeval age, there were very few overlords who had broken the limit. Each of them was invincible and even had the potential to become an immortal. Han Yu said with a yearning look in his eyes. The fourth stage of breaking extremity was equivalent to having the potential to become an immortal. Is my current combat power equivalent to the fourth stage of breaking extremity? Lu Ming thought. The Invincible Divine Masters were third stage of breaking extremity. His combat power was much stronger than the Invincible Divine Masters, so he should be fourth stage of breaking extremity. They chatted as they flew. Han Yu was very patient and told Lu Ming everything he knew, so he knew more about the situation in the depths of the universe ruins. Soon, a large number of continental fragments appeared in the void in front of them. There are many continental fragments nearby and the Divine Spirit Range is further ahead. We have to be careful. We may encounter the masters of the major forces here, Han Yu said. Han Yu whispered. Behind them, they concealed their energy and flew carefully. "Hey, is there someone there?" Lu Ming suddenly said. The rest of the people were shocked. They followed Lu Ming's gaze and looked at a piece of land fragment. A group of living beings could be seen somewhere on the continent fragment. This group of living beings had demonic appearances, their faces filled with evilness. "It's the people of the nefarious race." Han Yu, Lu Weiyang, and the others' faces changed. They seemed to be afraid of the nefarious race. "It's Moken of the nefarious race. This guy is very lucky. He got 2 top-grade soul-level divine herbs before. He's really lucky," Lu Weiyang said in a low voice. His tone was full of jealousy. 2 top-grade soul-level divine herbs. Lu Ming's attention was completely attracted by this word. The people of the nefarious race are extremely evil and bloodthirsty. They fight with their lives on the line. Moken's combat power is even stronger. He's an expert who has broken the extremity twice. They haven't found us yet. We should leave quickly. If they find us, we'll be in trouble," Han Yu said. Immediately, they took a detour, carefully circling around the continent fragment, and continued on their way. After walking for a while, Lu Ming suddenly stopped and said, "I remember that I have something to do. Can you wait for me here for a while? It won't take too long." "Why do you have so many things to do?" Lu Weiyang shouted coldly. His tone was still arrogant. "If you can't wait, you can leave first," Lu Ming replied coldly. Lu Weiyang was furious. This inferior bloodline was so arrogant and had repeatedly contradicted him. One should know that in the last era, humans with inferior bloodlines were all slaves. They had low status and were as lowly as ants. However, to be honest, he did not dare to leave first. Even if they set up a joint attack array, their combat power would at most be comparable to someone who had broken the extremity once. However, Lu Ming's combat power was not at the second break but at the top of the first break. There were many experts gathered here. Once they encountered a strong enemy, their strength would not be enough. Lu Weiyang felt guilty about letting him go first. Lu Ming was very strong. According to Lu Weiyang's judgment, even if he had not broken through twice, he was still a peak existence who had broken through once. With Lu Ming around, they would be much safer. "Then we'll wait for you there." Han Yu pointed at a small fragment of a continent not far away. He planned to hide there and wait for Lu Ming to meet up with him. "All right. Wait for me there. I won't need much time. I'll be back soon." With that, Lu Ming did not stay any longer. His figure flashed and disappeared. Han Yu, Lu Weiyang, and the others entered the small fragment of a continent and waited. Lu Ming had left for the 2 top-grade soul-level divine herbs. At this time, Mo Kuan was leading a group of dozens of elites from the extreme evil tribe. They were gathered together. Many of them were injured. It was obvious that they had been through a fierce battle not long ago. They were now recovering. A few people surrounded Moken. "Young master, you're really lucky. You actually obtained 2 top-grade soul-level divine herbs this time. It seems that once the origin tribulation is over, you'll be able to break through to reciprocity soon." An elder from the extreme evil race flattered. Moken also showed a proud and excited smile. This time, his luck was really good. There were at most a dozen top-grade soul-level divine herbs in that divine vein. Many experts from various factions had gathered. There were even many invincible divine lords who had broken through thrice. With his battle prowess, he was nothing compared to the top experts of the various factions. However, he had never thought that he would be able to obtain 2 top-grade soul-level divine herbs while he was casually waiting. If this was not unparalleled luck, then what was it? With 2 top-grade soul-level divine herbs, his cultivation speed would definitely increase greatly. After the origin tribulation, breaking through to reciprocity would not be a fantasy. "You've all done a great job this time. I won't forget your contributions. You'll be rewarded when we return," Moken said with a smile. "Thank you, young master." The elites of the extreme evil race were overjoyed. At this time, Lu Ming silently appeared above the extreme evil race. After all, Moken was an expert who had broken through twice, so his spiritual perception was extremely sharp. He had sensed Lu Ming the moment he appeared. Who? Mo Kuan yelled as he looked into the sky with a sharp gaze. Primitive style, Lu Ming didn't waste any time and wasted no time. He immediately attacked with the primitive style. Furthermore, it was an all-out attack, end the battle quickly. A huge continent was formed, and it carried a terrifying power. It came crashing down on the dozens of extreme evil elites. The wild power swept out and covered all of the extreme evil people. Not good. Attack. The scary power woke up the extreme evil elites, who had been healing themselves. They roared and unleashed their strongest attacks toward the sky. However, there weren't too many elites. The strongest was Moken, who had broken through twice, which was equivalent to Guanqian Wang of the primordial light race. There were also 3 people who had broken through once, which was equivalent to the strongest Lord of Heaven. The rest were peak Divine Masters and 9th level Divine Masters. Some were even 7th or 8th level Divine Masters. This kind of power wasn't weak, but compared to Lu Ming, there was a huge gap. More importantly, they didn't have time to set up an array. They actually had a combined attack array, but it took time to set it up. Although the time was short, Lu Ming's sudden attack gave them no time to set it up. Boom, the primitive continent came crashing down, and the destructive power exploded. It hit the extreme evil race with unstoppable force. Bang! 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 The people of the extreme evil race couldn't withstand it at all. They exploded like watermelons. Under the destructive power, their bodies and souls were destroyed. Only their storage bags fell to the ground. Even Moken, who was the strongest, suffered the same fate when faced with Lu Ming's all-out attack. He lasted a breath longer than the others before his body exploded and his soul was destroyed. Lu Ming made a grabbing motion in the air and dozens of storage bags were collected by Lu Ming. At the same time, dozens of divine weapons also landed in Lu Ming's hands. Among the dozens of divine weapons, there were 3 source-level divine weapons. The living beings in the Forbidden Lands could be said to be very wealthy. Just a few divine masters had 3 source-level divine weapons. This ratio was shockingly high. One could imagine that every origin realm being in the Forbidden Grounds must have a source-level divine weapon. Then, Lu Ming took out a storage bag and checked it. This storage bag had been left behind by Moken. Immediately, Lu Ming's face lit up with joy. As expected, he found 2 top-grade source-level divine herbs in Moken's storage bag. The 2 top-grade source-level divine herbs were carefully sealed in 2 jade boxes. However, they were all released by Lu Ming and stored in the primitive ring. Only the top-grade source-level divine herbs could grow freely in the primitive ring, and the source-level divine elixir would be at its best. Lu Ming smiled with satisfaction. This trip to the depths of the cosmic ruins was smoother than he had expected. He had received news of Mulan's and 3 top-grade source-level divine herbs as soon as he had arrived. Lu Ming moved and left the place. Soon, he met up with Han Yu and the others. Han Yu and the others didn't ask much. After meeting up with Lu Ming, they set off again. It's brother Zhao Wuji. After flying for about an hour, Han Yu suddenly cried out in surprise. A large number of figures had gathered on a fragment of the continent in front of them. At a glance, there were at least a few thousand of them. And they were all humans. There are so many humans, and their auras are very similar to Han Yu and the others. Their bloodlines seem to be of a higher grade. Lu Ming sensed slightly. He found that these humans all had higher bloodline auras than him. None of them were of a lower grade. It could be said that these people were all dragons and phoenixes among humans. This bloodline seems to be somewhat similar to the sea sects, but it seems to be of a higher grade. Lu Ming's mind turned quickly. He thought of the sea sect. The sea sect was originally a member of the Yen clan of the Heavenly Star continent. Later, by chance, he fused with a drop of the human king's blood, and his bloodline transformed, giving him the human king's bloodline. He had long since sensed that the sea sect bloodline was of a much higher level than the sea sect bloodline. It was almost as if they were kings among men. In the past, Lu Ming only thought that it was because the sea sect had fused with the human king's blood, and that the other humans were the same as him. Now it seemed that was not the case. The human race of the last era had a relatively high bloodline grade. And his bloodline was an inferior bloodline in Lu Weiyang's words. Lu Ming thought a lot, but his expression didn't change. He followed Han Yu and the others and flew toward the crowd. Han Yu, I'm glad you're all right. It was a tall and burly young man with a square face and sharp eyes, but he smiled when he saw Han Yu. Brother Wuji. Brother Wuji. Han Yu and Lu Weiyang greeted the burly young man. It was obvious that the burly young man was very prestigious. Lu Ming knew that Zhao Wuji was one of the leaders of the human race. Many people stood behind him and looked at Zhao Wuji with reverence. Moreover, Lu Ming could sense a terrifying aura from this person. Although it was hidden, Lu Ming could still feel it. He was definitely a terrifying expert. He should be an invincible divine master. Brother Wuji, we were surrounded by the 9 demonic spiders this time. Fortunately, we met Lu Ming. Otherwise, I'm afraid that Han Yu wouldn't be able to see you again. Han Yu said. Lu Ming? Zhao Wuji was slightly stunned. He glanced at Han Yu and the others and finally fixed his eyes on Lu Ming. This was because among the 8 of them, Han Yu, Lu Weiyang, and Lu Ming was the only unfamiliar face. This bloodline. Once Zhao Wuji looked at Lu Ming, he could tell that something was amiss. He discovered that Lu Ming's bloodline level was very low. The bloodline of the human race was mixed and impure. His bloodline is an inferior bloodline. That's right. It is definitely an inferior bloodline. To think that there are still inferior bloodlines. Even in the previous epoch, there were not many inferior bloodlines. The other humans also looked at Lu Ming and spoke in surprise, discussing fervently. I'm Lu Ming from the east of the universe. Nice to meet you all. Lu Ming cupped his fists without changing his expression. Brother Wuji, although Lu Ming's bloodline isn't pure, he's very powerful. He can kill an overlord who is broken through the first level in a few moves. Don't underestimate him. Han Yu hurriedly explained. After all, Lu Ming was her savior and she was grateful. She didn't want the others to be like Lu Weiyang and look down on Lu Ming because of his low bloodline. He can kill an overlord who is broken through the first level in a few moves? Zhao Wuji and the others were even more surprised. It's no longer the era of the Eldritch continent. There aren't many surviving humans and we're surrounded by strong enemies. We should be united regardless of our bloodline level. Why would I look down on him? Han Yu, you think too much. Zhao Wuji laughed and said. To be able to injure a first-stage breaking extreme expert in just a few moves, he was definitely a top first-stage breaking extreme expert, or even a second-stage breaking extreme expert. How could he underestimate him? That's right. The others also nodded. Of course, there were also a few people like Lu Weiyang who looked at Lu Ming with disdain. Brother Lu Ming, thank you. Then, Zhao Wuji cupped his fists to Lu Ming. As a fellow human, I should help you. You don't have to thank me. Lu Ming cupped his fists in return. Brother Wuji, let me tell you, Lu Ming is Sister Mulan's junior brother. He came here to find Sister Mulan's. Han Yu continued. This time, Zhao Wuji and the others were even more surprised. Lu Ming was Mulan's junior brother, which was really beyond their expectations. There is a long void zone near the eastern area of the Eldritch universe, which divides the universe into 2 and is extremely difficult to cross. Mulan's came here by an ancient teleportation array, but I heard from Mulan's that the ancient teleportation array seemed to be damaged and couldn't be connected. Brother Lu Ming, did you cross that void zone? Zhao Wuji asked curiously. Lu Ming knew about the void zone that Zhao Wuji was talking about. There was a void zone between 1/3 of the universe ruins where Lu Ming and the others were in 2/3 of the deep universe ruins. It was very large and extremely difficult to cross. Why did the 3 tribes of the Forbidden Grounds, the Heavenly Human Tribe, and the Heaven Exterminating Troop, stop exploring after exploring 1/3 of the area? Why did they stop expanding the area? It was because of this void zone. It wasn't that it was impossible to cross, but it was too difficult to do so. Moreover, this void zone was filled with some unknown dangers. Therefore, this void zone not only isolated the primordial light tribe but also the major forces in the deep universe ruins. No one could say for sure how this zone of nothingness was formed. Some people guessed that it might have been formed by the great battle of the last era. No wonder Zhao Wuji was curious. I also came here through that ancient teleportation array. Sister Mullins is right. That ancient teleportation array was destroyed in the past, but it was repaired later. Lu Ming explained. I see. Zhao Wuji nodded. While they were chatting, many human experts gathered here. The number of human experts gathered here was increasing. Lu Ming observed secretly and found that there were really many experts here. Many of them had strong and unfathomable auras and contained terrifying power in their bodies. Once they unleashed it, it would be absolutely shocking. Although it was hard to judge their real combat power without really fighting, Lu Ming felt that there was definitely no lack of people who had broken through the first or second level. Then, Zhao Wuji introduced another young man to Lu Ming. This young man was called Yan Wudao. Lu Ming could see that this person was also extremely terrifying. He was probably not weaker than Zhao Wuji. Zhao Wuji and Yan Wudao were the leaders of this group of humans. Almost everyone is here. The divine medicine in the divine range has been plundered by the various forces. Let's return to the Azure Divine Realm. Zhao Wuji's voice spread throughout the area. Naturally, no one had any objections. The divine range had been plundered clean. There was no point in continuing to stay. Just as they were about to leave, they suddenly saw a large number of figures rushing toward them from the void. In the distance, there were at least a few thousand of them. The Extreme Evil Tribe. It's the Extreme Evil Tribe. What is the Extreme Evil Tribe doing here? They are coming aggressively. It seems like they have bad intentions. Be careful. The crowd started to discuss. However, the humans were not afraid. Instead, they looked alert and prepared for a big battle. Swoosh, swoosh. Swoosh, swoosh. The figures stopped not far away. They were all experts of the Extreme Evil Tribe. Their auras were evil as they stared at the humans. Emo Sha, what are you doing here? Zhao Wuji shouted as he stared at a young man from the Extreme Evil Tribe. This young man was called Emo Sha. His eyes were extremely evil. What am I doing here? Did you guys kill the demonic kraken? Emo Sha shouted coldly. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Moken, Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat, but his expression did not change. Moken was killed? Han Yu, Lu Weiyang, and the others' expressions changed. Before they came, they had passed by a continent fragment. They had seen Moken and the others on that continent fragment. How long had it been? How could Moken be killed? Moken is dead? Zhao Wuji's eyes flickered. Then, he sneered and said, Moken's death has nothing to do with us. The evil aura in Emo Sha's eyes grew thicker. Not only her, but the other elites of the Extreme Evil Tribe also looked cold and evil. They glanced at Zhao Wuji, Yan Wudao, and the others. You are the only ones in this area. Who else could it be? Emo Sha continued, also, Moken has 2 top-level source-level elixirs. Did you kill Moken and take his 2 top-level source-level elixirs? I'll say it again. We didn't do anything. Zhao Wuji said resolutely. Hehe, it's not up to you to decide whether or not you've made a move. Hand over your storage pouches. I want to check them one by one to see if the 2 top-grade source-level divine herbs of the demonic kraken are on you. Emo Sha said coldly. Hearing this, Lu Ming's expression didn't change. He knew that Zhao Wuji and the others wouldn't agree to such an unreasonable request. You want to check our storage bags? Ha ha ha, what a joke. Do you think you're qualified? Zhao Wuji laughed. His body was even more muscular. His aura was like a mountain. His long hair fluttered in the wind, making him look like a god of war. The blood in his body seemed to be burning. Waves of heavy aura made Lu Ming feel pressured. This pressure didn't come from his combat power. It came from his bloodline. The bloodline of a superior being. Luckily, it was Lu Ming. If it were an ordinary human, they would be terrified by Zhao Wuji's aura. They would kneel down involuntarily. It was like an ordinary divine dragon facing a 9-clawed dragon or an ordinary angel facing a 12-winged angel. Zhao Wuji's human bloodline was extremely powerful. It was stronger and purer than Han Yu and Lu Weiyang's. Not only Zhao Wuji, but Yan Wudao was also covered in a layer of dazzling light. His aura wasn't any weaker than Zhao Wuji's. The other human elites also released their powerful auras. They faced the extreme evil tribe from afar. Their auras collided in the void, creating a series of explosions. The human race had a lot of experts. Unlike the Eastern Universe, 1/3 of the area that Lu Ming and the others had explored in the future was called the Eastern Universe, and 2/3 of the area in the depths of the universe was called the Western Universe, which was completely suppressed by the creatures of the Forbidden Lands. The human tribe cultivators here were no weaker than the extreme evil tribe cultivators. Hence, even though the two sides were facing each other, they did not start a war. Who killed Moken? Could it be? In the crowd, Han Yu, Lu Weiyang, and the others thought for a while and then looked at Lu Ming. They all suspected that it was Lu Ming. Previously, Lu Ming had found an excuse to leave for a period of time, saying that he had something to do. Could it be that he had returned to kill Moken and snatched the 2 stalks of top-grade origin-grade divine herbs from Moken? However, Moken was an elite who had broken through twice. He also had the help of other elites. Could Lu Ming have done it with his cultivation? Lu Weiyang even wanted to tell the extreme evil tribe that it was Lu Ming who had done it. He wanted to blame Lu Ming. However, he did not do so in the end. It was not the Eldritch Continent era anymore. The strength of the human tribe was far from what it had been in the previous era. They were too weak. Hence, the human tribe had to be very united. If he betrayed Lu Ming in public, it would be the same as betraying his own race. He would be hated by all his people. In the future, he would not be able to move an inch in the Azure Divine Realm. At that moment, a large number of figures came from another direction. The extreme evil tribe and the human tribe cultivators were shocked. They restrained their auras and became alert. Soon, a large number of figures came to a stop on the other side of the rift. 9 demonic spiders. The figures that appeared later were all 9 demonic spiders. There were many of them, at least a few thousand. These 9 demonic spiders stopped in another direction, facing off against the human tribe and the extreme evil tribe. Ha ha ha, it seems that we are not the only ones in this area. There are also 9 demonic spiders. Are you also going to search the 9 demonic spider storage bags? Zhao Wuji laughed. The extreme evil tribe cultivators' faces darkened. Mo Sha's evil eyes scanned the 9 demonic spiders. She was up to no good. Zhu Xiang, tell me, did you kill the demon kraken and take away their 2 top-grade origin-grade divine herbs? Mo Sha stared coldly at a youth from the 9 demonic spiders. Bullshit. Zhu Xiang, a youth from the 9 demonic spiders, replied coldly. You. Zhu Xiang, you're courting death. Mo Sha shouted. You want to kill me? You're not strong enough. Zhu Xiang sneered. He did not seem to be afraid of Mo Sha. This time, it was the 9 demonic spiders and the extreme evil tribe's turn to face off. The 9 demonic spiders were also in this area. Moken might have been killed by the 9 demonic spiders. Lu Ming watched coldly from the side, but she kept analyzing what she saw and heard. From the current situation, she could infer that the situation of the forces in the Western Universe was completely different from that in the Eastern Universe. In the Eastern Universe, the 3 races of the Forbidden Lands and the Heavenly Human Tribe worked together to suppress the Heaven Destroyer. The Heaven Destroyer was in danger. However, the Western Universe seemed to be different. The creatures of the Forbidden Lands didn't seem to have any intention of working together against the human tribe. This could be seen from the confrontation between the extreme evil tribe and the 9 demonic spiders. For example, the extreme evil tribe didn't have a good relationship with the 9 demonic spiders. This was similar to the relationship between the extreme evil tribe and the human tribe. They were both ready to fight at any time. They were both enemies and competitors. If the creatures of the other Forbidden Lands were like this, then the situation of the human tribe in the Western Universe would be countless times better than the situation of the Heaven Destroyer in the Eastern Universe. Actually, on second thought, this was actually normal. In the Eastern Universe, the reason why the 3 races of the Forbidden Lands worked together against the Heaven Destroyer was actually because of the Forbidden Body. Whether it was Tang Feng, Fei Huang, Lu Ming, or Gu Changfeng, they all had the Forbidden Body and controlled the power of the universe. The stronger they were, the greater the suppression on the 3 races of the Forbidden Lands. It could be said that the forbidden body was the common enemy of the three races of the Forbidden Lands. In particular, the Yi Immortal was the one who persuaded the various forces to work together against the Heaven Destroyer. In fact, when the three races of the Forbidden Lands first appeared, they were all fighting on their own. They didn't have the slightest intention of working together against the Heaven Destroyer. In the Western universe, if there weren't any forbidden bodies, then the creatures of the Forbidden Lands wouldn't need to work together against the human tribe. The current human tribe wasn't as powerful as it was in the previous era. They didn't need to work together. With Lu Ming's intelligence, he quickly figured this out. Although the extreme evil tribe and the 9 demonic spiders were in a confrontation, they didn't really attack. There were three major forces here, so no one dared to make the first move. For example, if the extreme evil tribe attacked the 9 demonic spiders and the human tribe attacked them, then they would be in danger. The reverse was also true. Although the extreme evil tribe suspected that Moken had been killed by the 9 demonic spiders or the human tribe, they didn't have any evidence. They couldn't be completely sure either. No matter how angry they were, there was nothing they could do. I'll find out who killed Moken sooner or later. I, Mo Sha, swear that I won't let go of the person who killed Moken. I'll destroy his cultivation, skin him alive, and pull out his tendons. Mo Sha said evilly. Mo Sha's words meant that she was planning to retreat. He knew that they couldn't continue like this. It was impossible to find Moken's murderer. The 9 demonic spiders and the humans couldn't really let them check his storage bag. He only said that to put pressure on them. Take care. I won't see you off. Zhu Xiang said coldly. Zhao Wuji and Yan Wudao also sneered at Mo Sha. Mo Sha snorted coldly. She led the extreme evil tribe away. In the blink of an eye, the extreme evil tribe had all left. Zhao Wuji, Yan Wudao, you killed Moken, didn't you? After the extreme evil tribe left, Zhu Xiang looked at Zhao Wuji and Yan Wudao playfully. Zhu Xiang knew that the 9 demonic spiders didn't kill Moken. If they didn't kill him, then it must be the humans. Coincidentally, Zhao Wuji and Yan Wudao were thinking the same thing. Zhu Xiang, you're a thief pretending to be a thief. Zhao Wuji sneered. Hee hee. Zhu Xiang sneered and didn't say anything else. He led the 9 demonic spiders and continued forward. Soon, they disappeared. I'm not leaving. After the 9 demonic spiders left, Zhao Wuji yelled and led the humans toward the Xianxia godly realm. Senior Sister Mullins, I'm coming. Lu Ming was a little agitated. They hadn't seen each other for more than 10,000 years. He wondered how Mullins would react when she saw him. Lu Ming was looking forward to it. Just as Lu Ming followed Zhao Wuji and the others to the Xianxia godly realm, there was a major change in the Eastern universe. The Yi Immortal brought the three forbidden tribes together again. They planned to go to the depths of the universe ruins, which was the Western universe. Their goal was the human king's heart. The Yi Immortal had made it clear that the human monarch's body had fallen into the hands of the Heaven Destroyer. Once the Heaven Destroyer obtained the human monarch's heart and perfected the human monarch's body, he would be invincible. Activating the human monarch physique was truly invincible. Even if the three clans of the Forbidden Grounds had ancestor-level existences hiding, they might not be a match for the human monarch physique. Therefore, the human king's heart must not fall into the hands of the Heaven Destroyer. Without the human monarch's heart, the human monarch's physical body would not be able to be activated. Once the origin calamity was over, the Heaven Destroyer would no longer be a threat. The three clans of the Forbidden Lands did not dare to be careless when it came to the matter of the human king. They sent out most of their top experts and headed to the Western universe with the Yi Immortal. They naturally didn't know about the ancient teleportation array. They were going to cross the void zone and head to the Western universe. The reason why they wanted to head to the Western universe was because they had already scouted the Eastern universe, but they did not find any clues about the human monarch's heart. Then, there was only one explanation. The human monarch's heart was not in the Eastern universe, but in the Western universe. Although crossing the void zone was difficult and very dangerous, it shouldn't be a big problem as long as there were fewer people and they were more careful. It was just that it would take a longer time. After a few days of hurrying, Lu Ming and the others finally returned to the Ashen Azure Divine Realm. Is this the Ashen Azure Divine Realm? It's very different from the other continent fragments. Why does it feel similar to the world in my Chaos Ring? After arriving at the Ashen Azure Divine Realm, Lu Ming sized it up carefully and was very surprised. The Ashen Azure Divine Realm was actually a continent. However, most of it was hidden in the void. Only a small part was exposed outside the void. However, it was also covered by powerful restrictions. It seemed like the Ashen Azure Divine Realm should be a part of the Chaos Continent. Ordinary people would not be able to tell the difference. However, Lu Ming could tell the difference. The main reason was that the Ashen Azure Divine Realm was somewhat similar to the one in the Chaos Ring. The aura was heavy and ancient, as if it carried an entire universe. This was fundamentally different from ordinary continent fragments. Lu Ming had once felt this feeling in the World of Rings. In the World of Rings, the human king's body had been sealed. The Chaos Ring, the World of Rings, and the Firmament Divine Realm had similarities. Was there any connection? Unfortunately, Lu Ming had too little information. He could not figure it out even if he racked his brains. Lu Ming, Sister Mulan's lives in the Sky Orchid Garden. Shall I take you there now? Han Yu said to Lu Ming. This was exactly what Lu Ming wanted. Lu Ming quickly nodded. Immediately, Han Yu led Lu Ming to the Sky Orchid Garden. As they flew, he introduced some important places in the Ashen Azure Divine Realm to Lu Ming. Humph. Lu Weiyang looked at Lu Ming's back and snorted. Then, he left with a few other young men who were on good terms with him. Soon, Lu Ming and the others arrived at a lakeside. There was a courtyard by the lakeside. This was the Sky Orchid Garden, where Mulan's lived. Miss Han Yu, are you here to see Miss Mulan's? Unfortunately, Miss Mulan's has been in seclusion. I'm afraid she won't be able to see you for the time being. At the door, a girl dressed as a maid smiled. Seclusion? Is it a very important seclusion? Lu Ming asked quickly. Was he going to make a wasted trip? Yes, Miss Mulan's has had a major breakthrough. I'm afraid she will be able to break through twice. The maid said. Break through twice, Lu Ming's eyes lit up. This meant that Mulan's cultivation had also reached the peak of the Almighty Realm. Only at the peak of the Almighty Realm could one break through to the next level. There was no such thing as breaking through to the peak of the Almighty Realm. Lu Ming really didn't expect Mulan's to have such achievements after not seeing her for more than 10,000 years. Break through twice. Even among the creatures of the Forbidden Lands, she would be considered a peerless genius. Among the thousands of races in the universe, she would be an invincible existence. With Mulan's talent in the past, it was impossible for her to do so. In fact, with Lu Ming's rise, the gap between Mulan's and Lu Ming grew bigger and bigger. Not to mention the creatures of the Forbidden Lands, even among the thousands of races in the universe, Mulan's talent was actually very average. It could even be said to be poor. But now, Mulan's was about to break through twice. This talent was not inferior to Xianxia's at all. One had to know that Xianxia's current battle prowess was only at the second break. Xianxia was a reincarnated person. In his previous life, he was at the Origin Realm and had obtained a series of opportunities to achieve such achievements. To be honest, Lu Ming was really surprised that Mulan's was about to arrive. There was only one explanation, and that was that Mulan's had obtained a heaven-defying opportunity in the past few years. Lu Ming thought of the stone house on the ancient teleportation path. The opportunity left behind by the mysterious existence who had built the ancient teleportation path, and the creation jade pool. Lu Ming still remembered that it was Mulan's who had made the Tsongqing Divine Realm come out in advance. Originally, the Tsongqing Divine Realm was sealed in the depths of the universe and couldn't be broken from inside or outside. However, Mulan's had used a gem to open the seal of the Tsongqing Divine Realm. That gem was definitely a peerless treasure. Then we'll come again in the future. Don't disturb Senior Sister Mulan's seclusion. Lu Ming said. Seclusion to break through the second level was definitely a very important seclusion. If it was disturbed and affected the breakthrough, the loss would be great. Anyway, more than 10,000 years had passed, so waiting a little longer didn't matter. Once Miss Mulan's comes out of seclusion, I'll report it immediately. The maid said. Thank you very much. Lu Ming cupped his fists and then left with Han Yu. Then, Hanyu arranged a place for Lu Ming to live. This place was not too far from where Hanyu lived. Then, Hanyu gave Lu Ming a map of the Xianxia divine realm and left. A few days passed in the blink of an eye. When Lu Ming was free, he would wander around the Xianxia divine realm. The Xianxia divine realm was very large and there were at least 10 billion humans living here. 10 billion people seemed to be a lot, but in fact, when scattered in the vast Xianxia divine realm, it was actually very small. It was said that in the last era, when the Xianxia divine realm was just sealed, the population was only 100,000. However, after a long time of reproduction, the population reached 10 billion. This was because the higher the cultivation, the harder it was to reproduce. Otherwise, the population would be much larger. However, there were many experts in the Xianxia divine realm. After a few days of observation, Lu Ming found that the ratio of experts far exceeded that of the heavenly human race. In other words, the talent of the human race far exceeded that of the heavenly human race. In the past, Lu Ming thought that the human race's talent was very ordinary. Compared to the other races in the universe, especially the top 10 races, there was a huge gap. Now it seemed that he was wrong. Because the human race in the universe had impure bloodlines. The pure-blooded humans in the Eldritch continent were very talented. Not to mention the heavenly human race, they were even stronger than the creatures in the Forbidden Lands. No wonder the human race could become the strongest race in the Eldritch continent in the last era. And in the past few days, Lu Ming didn't find anyone with the same bloodline as him, which was the inferior bloodline that Lu Weiyang said. The human race here had a very high bloodline level. It could be said that they were all above others. Many people saw Lu Ming's bloodline and were very surprised. They looked at Lu Ming as if he was a rare animal. Some of them were still alright. They were calm and would greet Lu Ming with a smile when they saw him. However, some of them, like Lu Weiyang, showed a look of disdain. When they faced Lu Ming, they showed a look of superiority. This made Lu Ming very unhappy. He had never felt that his bloodline was inferior to others, but here, he had become an inferior bloodline. Anyone would feel uncomfortable. Of course, the proportion of such people was not high, and the number of people was relatively small. Hence, he decided not to go out, and instead stayed in his residence in seclusion, comprehending Genesis techniques while waiting for Mulans to emerge. 2 days later, Hanyu came. "Brother Lu, are you all right?" Hanyu said awkwardly when he saw Lu Ming. Upon hearing this, Lu Ming knew that Hanyu was here because he had been despised. "It's just a small matter. I didn't take it to heart," Lu Ming said with a smile. Indeed, Lu Ming was a little unhappy at first, but with his temperament, he quickly adjusted. What did the difference in bloodline represent? His bloodline level was inferior to others in the Xianxia divine domain, but how many people in the Xianxia divine domain could compare with him? How many people of the same level could have his battle strength, let alone a few people? Could one person have it? Why should he care about bloodline level? Hanyu breathed a sigh of relief when she saw that Lu Ming didn't seem to mind. She had come to see Lu Ming because she had heard the gossip outside. She was afraid that Lu Ming would be unhappy because of the shock. Lu Ming was her savior after all. Some people are really too much. What era is it now? It's no longer the era of the primitive continent. The human race is no longer the strong race that dominated the world. Some people still hold on to the concept of bloodline level. It's really abominable. Hanyu said resentfully. Miss Hanyu, in the last era, did the human race really have a division of bloodline level? Lu Ming asked. He was also quite curious about this. In the last era, there was indeed such a division. Those with low bloodline level, which is what Lu Weiyang said, had a very low status. Hanyu said. How did the human race's bloodline level come about? Lu Ming asked again. It should be survival of the fittest. Speaking of which, it has something to do with the history of the human race's development. Hanyu said. The history of the human race's development? Please enlighten me, Miss Hanyu. Lu Ming's eyes lit up slightly. Lu Ming was very interested in the history of the human race's development. If he knew the history of the human race's development, he would definitely know more about the primitive continent. Before he came to the Western universe, he had asked Firmament for advice, but Firmament only had a rough understanding of the primitive continent. As for the Azure Divine Realm, it was passed down by the human race in the last era, so it would most likely know more about the primitive continent. Especially about the human race. I also read about it in ancient books. According to the legends, in the early days of the primitive continent, the human race was actually very weak. They were not even ranked among the thousands of races. Compared to the thousands of races, they could only live a humble life and even become slaves. Later, a terrible war broke out in the primitive continent. Thousands of races killed each other and swept across the entire primitive continent. Countless races were annihilated in that war. The weak human race took the opportunity to develop and finally had a little strength to protect themselves. After the War of the 10,000 Tribes, the Demon Tribe and the Sorcerer Tribe became the biggest winners. They dominated the untainted land and no other tribe could compete with them. The other surviving tribes all attached themselves to them, including the human tribe. At that time, although the human race was much stronger, it was also very difficult for them to survive. Many of their clansmen were also enslaved by the demon race and the Wu people. As the saying goes, a mountain cannot accommodate two tigers. The demon tribe and the sorcerer tribe dominated the untainted land. Both of them wanted to be the real dominator, so the two tribes naturally competed with each other. Later, the Great War of the Sorcerer and the Demon Tribe broke out, which was no less than the Great War of the Tribes. Both the Sorcerer and the Demon Tribe suffered heavy losses in this war, while the Human Tribe took the opportunity to develop. Later on, the Human Tribe rose to prominence and even suppressed the Sorcerer and the Demon Tribe to become the strongest tribe. Han Yu introduced. Lu Ming was fascinated as he listened. Although Han Yu had only said a few words, Lu Ming could imagine that it would be a magnificent epic, a period of the human race's difficult development history. In that period of history, the human race was very weak at the beginning. If they wanted to survive, they had to constantly become stronger. Therefore, in the process of development, those with better talent and stronger physiques had higher potential and improved faster. Those with weaker physiques and less talent were often eliminated. After a long period of development, those with strong constitutions would be able to give birth to people with stronger constitutions and bloodlines through marriage. Over time, the strong would become stronger and stronger. Gradually, the difference in bloodlines would appear. Han Yu continued to explain. End of chapter 4985. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.